The four of them rushed through the castle corridors, finally arriving at the door of the arithmancy classroom. To their surprise, they found Peter inside, engaged in an intense discussion with Professor Victor. How is this possible? Several students who had been following the events looked utterly baffled. They had just seen Peter leave the Care of Magical Creatures class, vanish into thin air, and now he was here, talking as if he had been present the whole time. As Peter stepped out of the classroom, he was met with a group of wide-eyed gaping faces. With a bemused expression he asked, "What are you all doing here?" "We should be asking you that," Fred exclaimed. "Peter, how in Merlin's name did you pull that off? We watched you leave the Care of Magical Creatures class, and then, poof, you disappeared. Next thing we know, you're here in arithmancy." Peter narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Are you lot stalking me now?" Alan and Cedric immediately raised their hands in defense. "It was George and Fred who dragged us into this," Alan protested. The twins grinned sheepishly. "Come on, Peter, we're just looking out for you. You have this uncanny ability to be in two places at once," George said with a chuckle. Peter sighed and smirked. "Curious, aren't you? Should I assign you some extra homework? Maybe then you'd be too busy to tail me." No, we take it back." Fred waved his hands in surrender. "We were just curious. How do you manage to attend 2, sometimes even 3, classes at the same time?" Glancing around to ensure they weren't being overheard, Peter led them toward the Black Lake. Once there, he pulled out a delicate golden hourglass from within his robes, letting it dangle before their astonished eyes. "This is a time turner," he explained. "It allows me to travel back up to 5 hours into the past. It's a special learning aid granted only to students who take on 12 courses. The professors are very strict about keeping the secret, so if you don't want trouble, you'd best keep this to yourselves." The group immediately swore secrecy, though their eyes remained fixated on the shimmering device. "This is incredible," George marveled. "I wish I had one. If I had known, I'd have taken 12 subjects too." Fred groaned in regret. Peter shot them a knowing look. "As if that's all it takes. To even borrow one from the Department of Mysteries, professors have to sign dozens of documents, proving the student's responsibility and good character." He smirked. "Cedric might qualify, but you two? Not a chance." The twins and Alan shared guilty looks, recalling their barely passing grades from previous years. Before they could respond, George pointed towards the distance. "Hey, look over there. That's Harry Potter and his friends. What are they sneaking into Hagrid's hut for?" Fred squinted. "And there's Malfoy too. He looks like he's spying on them. Let's check it out." Peter, recognizing the situation, realized what was happening. Hagrid's dragon egg must have hatched by now. "Shall we go see what's going on?" the twins asked eagerly. "I was planning on dropping by for tea anyway," Peter said. "You coming?" George and Fred nodded excitedly, but Cedric and Alan declined, unfamiliar with Hagrid. When they reached Hagrid's hut, they noticed all the windows were tightly sealed. George raised an eyebrow. "That's suspicious. What's he hiding?" "Come over here. This is where Malfoy was peeking through," Fred whispered, motioning them closer. Peter sighed, knocked on the door, and called out, "Hagrid, it's me, Peter. Open up." There was a sudden shuffling sound inside before the door cracked open, revealing Hagrid's large frame blocking the entrance. "Oh, Peter. Now's not the best time, see, I'm a bit busy. Maybe come back later." George grinned mischievously. "Busy? With what? You've sealed off all the windows. That's rather suspicious, don't you think?" Fred nodded. "We saw Harry and Ron sneak in. Whatever you're hiding, we can help." Hagrid sighed in defeat, looking at Peter. "You brought them." "We were just talking by the lake," Peter explained. "Then we noticed Harry and the others slipping inside, with Malfoy snooping around. Might as well let us in before he causes trouble." Realizing he had no choice, Hagrid grumbled, Fine. But ye better not cause a ruckus." The twins dashed inside, their eyes immediately lighting up. "Whoa, it's a dragon." The hut felt like a furnace. A small, slimy black creature squirmed on the table, its wings twitching. Peter wrinkled his nose. "So that's the Norwegian Ridgeback? Ugh. It's uglier than I expected." Hagrid huffed. "Norbert ain't ugly. He's a beautiful little lad." "Peter, look at this," the twins shouted excitedly, completely ignoring Ron's attempts to greet them. "Peter, George, Fred." Harry finally called out, trying to get their attention. "Oh, hey Harry." "Hey Hermione," the twins greeted cheerfully. Then, spotting Ron, they added, "Hello Ron." A beat later they grinned. "Goodbye Ron." Ron scowled as the twins chuckled. Meanwhile, Hagrid was fixated on the dragon, cooing at it. "Oh, Norbert, come to mommy." Fred snickered. "Hagrid, are you seriously the mother of a dragon now?" Hermione, looking flustered, turned to Peter. "Please talk some sense into him. This is illegal. If the Ministry finds out, Hagrid could end up in Azkaban." Peter sighed. "I tried warning him before Christmas when he got the egg, but he wouldn't listen." "Try again," Hermione pleaded. Peter ran a hand through his hair. "Fine, I'll do what I can. But if he doesn't listen this time, you'll have to come up with another plan. I have enough on my plate already." As the group argued over Hagrid's new pet, outside, hidden in the shadows, a certain blonde-haired Slytherin smirked to himself, before slipping away into the darkness. Peter folded his arms and watched Hagrid dote on Norbert, the tiny dragon squirming in his hands. "Hagrid, what exactly are you going to do with him?" he asked, raising his voice to get the half-giant's attention. "Do you remember what I told you before Christmas?" Hagrid blinked, looking up as if snapping out of a trance. "Eh? What are ye talking about?" Peter sighed. "You've completely ignored my warning, haven't you?" He shook his head. "Hagrid, dragons grow rapidly. In just a week, Norbert will double or triple in size. In a month, he'll break through this wooden hut. What are you going to do when that happens?" Hagrid averted his gaze, clearly aware of the reality but unwilling to accept it. "I've told you before, but you didn't listen," Peter continued, his tone serious. "Raising dragons without a permit is a serious crime, far worse than what happened with Aragog. Have you forgotten? If Dumbledore hadn't intervened back then, you would have been in Azkaban." At the mention of Aragog, Hagrid flinched, his eyes glistening. "It wasn't Aragog's fault, Peter. You have to believe me. He never hurt no one." "Calm down, Hagrid," Peter said gently. "I never said I didn't believe you. But can you guarantee that everyone else will?" He sighed. "You want to care for Norbert, I get that. But how long can you keep it a secret? Malfoy already knows. If you don't get rid of Norbert quickly, the Ministry of Magic might already be on their way." Hagrid's shoulders slumped. "I don't want to trouble Dumbledore. He's done too much for me already." Tears welled in his eyes, and he wiped them away with a large tablecloth. "Well, who's going to explain who Aragog is?" Ron asked hesitantly, raising his hand. "Not the point right now, Ronnikins," Fred interjected, ruffling Ron's hair. "The real issue is helping Hagrid. You three didn't even notice Malfoy spying. He'll spread the word, and Hagrid will be in serious trouble." "Don't call me Ronnikins." Ron scowled. All right, Ronnikins," the twins chimed together, grinning mischievously. Harry, attempting a more practical approach, turned to Peter. "Aren't you the Slytherin prefect? Can't you just order Malfoy to keep quiet?" Peter's expression darkened. "Potter, the role of a prefect is to protect students, not to bully them. I won't abuse my authority just because I have it. And besides, Malfoy isn't in the wrong here. Raising dragons is illegal." Harry blinked, taken aback by Peter's sharp response. Sensing the tension, Fred quickly spoke up. All right. Let's focus on the real issue, helping Hagrid. That is, if Hagrid will actually listen," Peter muttered, glancing at the tearful giant. "He's too caught up in wanting to raise a dragon to think about the consequences." "Hagrid, what do you plan to do?" Fred asked. "Give us a straight answer." Hagrid sniffled. "Norbert's just a baby. He needs his mother. He'll be miserable without her." Peter exhaled sharply and stood up. "This is going nowhere. I've done what I can. I have other things to deal with tonight, so I'm leaving this in your hands." Without another word, he strode to the door and stepped outside. "Harry, it's up to you now." George called after him, clearly relieved to shift the responsibility. Before leaving, Fred grinned and ruffled Ron's hair again. "And Ronnikins, we're counting on you too." With that, the twins followed Peter out, leaving Harry, Hermione, and Ron staring at a weeping Hagrid and a squirming baby dragon. Harry sighed. "You know, I've never seen Peter angry before. He's always so composed." That was intense. "Honestly, Harry, what you asked was a bit much," Hermione said. "Peter may be friendly with students from all houses, but he still upholds his own house. You can't expect him to use his position for personal favors." Ron nodded. George and Fred mentioned how much Slytherins respect Peter, even though he's Muggleborn. "He's earned it. And last semester, he even helped their Quidditch team win by using Muggle football tactics." Harry rubbed his temples. "I spoke without thinking. Do you think Peter will stay mad at me?" "Nah, he's not one to hold grudges," Ron reassured. "George and Fred get on his nerves all the time, and he never stays mad at them. Just apologize later," Hermione suggested. "Peter's fair. He won't hold it against you. Meanwhile, outside, the twins caught up to Peter.
Hey, wait up! George panted. Peter turned, surprised.
Didn't I tell you to stay and help Hagrid? Fred waved a hand dismissively.
Yeah, about that.
We're great at pranks, but pep talks? Not our thing. We dumped that job on Harry. Peter rolled his eyes. You two are just lazy.
The twins grinned. You know us too well.
Anyway, we've got something exciting to show you in the room of requirement.
Let's go.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
What did you find? What is such a mysterious pull me over? Peter was pulled by the twins to the entrance to the room of needs and asked helplessly. We used to think we knew enough about the house, but we didn't expect to see only a fraction of it. George's expression was exaggerated and described in a dramatic tone. We spend a lot of time just using it as a room to rest after a night trip and, of course, a toilet. Fred followed up. But by chance, when we wanted to hide the big dung eggs we made in a room that no one else could find, a new world appeared before our eyes. It's a very large storage room, which has accumulated a lot of things that have been hidden for thousands of years. George said with a dreamy face. We just found a small area and we were very rewarding. It's the paradise of your dreams? What you should not find is that the room with a lot of things. Peter asked with a strange expression. How do you know? The twins looked at Peter with a look of amazement. I knew about that room where things were hidden a long time ago. Peter pretended to be calm, but his heart was already very surprised. Peter did not expect the two of them to be able to discover this hidden room in such a short time. You must know that inside is a horcrux of Voldemort. Fortunately, they told themselves at the first time, otherwise Peter was afraid that they would be confused by the crown, and then a Voldemort would be possessed. That's hilarious. After all, Lord Voldemort is still at Hogwarts, and if another horcrux is resurrected, the plot will be completely chaotic. Peter walked back and forth 3 times in his mind in the eyes of the two men. Then a gate appeared on the wall. Open the door and walk in. Inside is an oversized space, with almost no end in sight. Surrounded by rows of tall wooden shelves for things, it looks like a large abandoned warehouse. It looks pretty spectacular, isn't it? George looked around with a sigh, then took a slingshot from his pocket and showed it to Peter triumphantly. This is a slingshot I picked up here. It has been magically applied. It hits people with 100 shots, and it can also turn. Look at mine. This is a golden snitch I picked up, but unfortunately one of its wings is broken, but it is still worth a lot. Fred also pulled out a golden snitch and said ostentatiously, look at how good we are for you, and when I find this place, I immediately think of bringing you here. Touched or not moved. The twins grinned and put their arms around Peter's shoulders. We have prepared a big gift for you. That's what we've chosen after a lot of inner struggle. The twins had a sacrificial look for you. Dang dang. A unique specimen of a 5-legged monster? The twins tore off the rags, revealing a dry specimen of the pentagram, and announced passionately. Looking at the ugly, dry specimen, Peter guessed that it was at least hundreds of years old. Looking at the twins' expression that you have made a lot of money, Peter was speechless for a moment and said, thank you, I am still ashamed of it, so you should take it yourself. No, you must accept this gift. This is something we've been thinking about for a long time. The twins grinned. Then I still don't want it. Peter thanked the insensitive and direct refusal. Alas, we still wasted a piece of our hearts. The twins had a sad expression. Okay, you'll continue your treasure hunt, I'll go to the back and have a look. Peter said and went to the back. Are you hiding something in the back? Tell us about it. Watching Peter walk backwards so purposefully, the two were instantly curious. There is a thing, but that thing is very dangerous. I can't tell you yet, otherwise it won't be a good thing for you, even your families, so don't inquire. Peter said to them very seriously. Although the twins are usually mischievous, they are still very reliable at key moments, and when they see Peter showing a very heavy expression, they suddenly nodded their heads and restrained their curiosity. Peter looked at their expressions and smiled with relief. Then follow the phoenix's sensitive sensibility and approach the place where the magic is most intense. This room where things are hidden, the space is indeed huge. Peter walked for almost 10 minutes, skirting around various wooden shelves, before finally coming to a dilapidated marble statue with a worn-out crown on top of the statue of the witch. Peter's eyes were fixed on the crown, and a faint sound came from his ear, as if someone was whispering. A seductive voice kept urging him to put the crown on top of his head. As if tempted, he walked over in a daze and reached out to take off the crown, but just as his hand was about to touch the crown, Peter's hand stopped. Then the confused expression on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant, and he looked at the crown in front of him sarcastically, and said to himself, I thought how powerful it was, and the result was just there to deceive. Noisy is very noisy, the sense of temptation is not at all. The crown seemed to be enraged, bursting out more violent waves of magic. A steady stream of melancholy sounds resounded in his ears, tempting him and making him wear a crown. It's just that crown obviously doesn't know that Peter has the blood of a phoenix, and can naturally restrain black magic. not to mention the genes of the super-resistant, human-headed sphinx scorpion-tailed beast. The seduction magic on the crown had no effect on him at all. On the contrary, it made his ears hurt a little. Peter rubbed his ears, took out a pair of dragon skin gloves from his pocket, put them on, and directly took off the crown on the stone statue and placed it in a wooden box full of runes. As soon as you close the box, the surrounding melancholy sounds disappear instantly, and the magic fluctuations disappear instantly. Peter looked at the wooden box he called the Forbidden Box with great satisfaction. This box is Peter's imitation of the Roger family's forbidden magic handcuffs, and the same rune inscription is engraved on the wooden box to achieve the purpose of imprisoning magic. This forbidden box was the box that Peter used to hold the Book of Merlin, and he thought that the Book of Merlin was a dark magic item, so he specially made this box. Now that I have come across a crown as a horcrux, I just use it. Peter didn't want to touch this horcrux so early. However, the twins had bad luck and actually let them enter the room. If you don't quickly transfer the crown now, if these two sniffing guys collide with the crown, they will probably suffer. The problem now was that he was worried about Voldemort, who was possessed by Quirrell, and suddenly if his brain twitched one day and came to the room of requirement to check the horcrux, he would probably hit the grass and snake. After putting away the horcrux, Peter returned the same way. This time he was not so anxious, on the way back, curiously looking at the things around him. The whole room was like a recycling factory, with ink-stained textbooks, a wolf-toothed flying saucer with fangs missing from a corner, and a lot of worn-out desks and chairs. Peter even found a dozen sweeping brooms in the sweeping series, the earliest sweeping series to be produced, and well preserved. If you meet a broom lover who swept the series, you may use it as a collectible. Peter remembered the position and decided to tell the twins the news. Such a way to make money, they certainly will not miss it. Have you found anything good? As soon as he got back to the front, Peter saw the twins, rummaged through the boxes and cabinets with interest, and asked with a smile, "You're back." The twins looked up at Peter, asked with some surprise, and then happily pointed to some goods piled up on the side, and said, "Look at those things. We have sorted out the things, and if you take them to the second-hand store to sell, you can also sell a lot of money." Peter turned to look at their harvest and saw that it was some old dry pot, or something unknown. Although he couldn't see what the value was, Peter still said happily for them, "Then congratulations, your future store opening funds," and further. Then he told them the news of the broomstick behind him, and suggested, "You can find a buyer in advance. I think this kind of historical broomstick. There must be broom lovers who choose to collect, so you can give an appropriate high price." The twins were overjoyed when they heard this, and the two gave Peter a big hug, and then they rushed to the position he was pointing. There was nothing dangerous in the house except for the horcruxes, so Peter didn't go on with the past, but simply studied the specimens of the five-legged monster board. As far as he knew, the first five-legged monster to appear was the product of a wizard's attempt to transform magical creatures and failed. At the beginning, the animagus of the wizarding world did not define that it could not be transformed into a magical creature, but after experiencing many painful lessons, it gradually came to this realization. The specimen of the five-legged monster in front of me, with its strange 5 legs and a vicious face, was obviously something that the former professor used to teach. It's just that now the 5-legged monster has been wiped out, so this kind of thing is no longer taught in schools. Although this thing is long and ugly, if you meet a wizard who is interested in it, it can at least be worth a lot of money. After all, the pentapod is now extinct, and there are not many specimens left. No wonder the twins looked pained when they said they were going to give it to Peter. After a little stay of half a day, Peter left the room of needs and handed it over to the twins. Quickly back in his dormitory, Peter took out the wooden box containing the horcrux, locked it in his drawer, and cast a series of spells to prevent anyone from opening it. In fact, he was not too worried. It was only him and Alan in the dormitory, and Alan was also a very measured person and would not touch his things. Magic is applied just in case. The way to destroy the horcrux, apart from the basilisk's venom, is fierce fire. Peter has learned the fire curse, which can unleash fire and destroy horcruxes. It's just that he is a little reluctant to crown. After all, this is a precious magic prop made by Ravenclaw, which is said to increase the wisdom of the wearer. After putting the horcrux away, Peter walked out of the dormitory, and just as he was about to step into the lounge, he heard Draco Malfoy triumphantly say to his companion, "I've told my dad about the half-giant raising dragons, and he'll definitely come with the Ministry of Magic's raid inspectors. At that time, the half-giant will definitely be kicked out of school, and Potter will have nothing to do with it, and he will definitely be punished fiercely, and maybe he will be expelled." Hearing this, Peter was a little surprised. When did Malfoy become so smart? This is already off the main plot? In memory, Draco Malfoy had never done anything like this. Then Peter hurried to open the foreknowledge to see what was going on next. As his eyes glowed a faint blue light, he saw that the Ministry of Magic's raid team, suddenly coming to the school, directly raided Hagrid's hut. Then I bumped into Hagrid, who was teasing the little dragon, and the Potter trio who happened to be a guest in the wooden house. The evidence is conclusive. Hagrid was taken away directly by the Ministry of Magic personnel. The Potter trio, as a result, was implicated, was severely deducted 100 credits per person, and was locked up. Peter looked at the picture of the future and was speechless. If he doesn't do anything, the future will really be as Draco Malfoy expected. Not to mention that Hagrid is his friend, even if it is to maintain the original plot line. He will not let things develop like this. Peter went straight into hiding and quietly left the common room. From his foreknowledge, it was happening this afternoon, so he had to be prepared to deal with it in advance. In the afternoon, the students had just finished their classes when they saw the Ministry of Magic suddenly appear at Hogwarts, led by Minister Fudge and an arrogant middle-aged man with long platinum hair. Dumbledore received them, looked at the short, big-bellied Fudge with his eyes, and asked, "Corneli, I don't know what happened to you when you came to Hogwarts with such enthusiasm." Cornelius Fudge's eyes fluttered, not daring to look Dumbledore in the eye, but just kept wiping the sweat on his head with a sweat towel, and said, Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic has received an anonymous complaint letter saying that someone at Hogwarts has adopted a very dangerous magical creature. So I had to bring the members of the assault team to check it out, and you know it was a necessary measure. The premise is that you don't know if the anonymous letter is true or not." Dumbledore pierced Fudge's words with a single word. "Principal Dumbledore, Minister Fudge is just worried about the students in the school. After all, this is the most important place in the wizarding world. As a minister, of course, you have to be very concerned about the safety of these children." The arrogant man smiled falsely, as if speaking for Fudge. Yes, I am the Minister of Magic, and of course I have to check on the letter, just in case. The safety of the children is the most important." Fudge seemed to have found the main bone, and immediately straightened his body, and his tone was a little stronger. Although he tried to hold his head high, the slippery top of the shed was only at the same level as Dumbledore's shoulder, which seemed a little funny. "Malfoy, what are you here to do?" Dumbledore looked at the arrogant man and said with a cold look. "Principal Dumbledore, as the trustee of Hogwarts, after hearing such a dangerous rumor, of course I came here with Secretary Fudge with concern, to confirm whether the children here are safe." Malfoy spoke slowly, in a tone that sounded like he was reciting poetry. "Malfoy, you also said it was a rumor? Is it possible to raid at will based on rumors alone?" Dumbledore frowned and said in a slightly heavier tone. Fudge seemed to be startled by Dumbledore's tone, and quickly waved his hand to explain, "It's not a rumor, it's a student who saw it with their own eyes, and we came to confirm it." It was Malfoy's son who confirmed with his own eyes that Hagrid had raised a fire dragon privately. "Dumbledore, you know what Hagrid used to do, and we don't trust him very much." "Fudge, although I have no evidence, I have always been convinced that Hagrid's death was not caused by Hagrid. He's just an innocent scapegoat," Dumbledore said in a serious tone. "But it's a matter of certainty, Dumbledore. No matter how much you believe Hagrid, but without evidence, there's no way to take down his crimes." Fudge wiped the sweat from his head and explained. "All right, Minister, this concludes the conversation. In order to avoid the long night and dreams, we should hurry up and save the trouble. After all, Dumbledore is known as the greatest magician." Malfoy interrupted directly, reminding Fudge. "Yes, let's go and have a look." Fudge took a deep breath, held his head high, and tried to be on par with Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, we're just trying to keep the school safe, and if Hagrid doesn't have a dragon, then all is well. But if the evidence is conclusive, then I'm sorry. He was saved by you before, only to be ripped off by the wand. But this time, I'm afraid I'll only be able to go to Azkaban." Dumbledore's expression did not change, but he said lightly, "Then will I be allowed to follow you over?" Of course, the principal must be present for this kind of thing." Fudge nodded, and then, under the gaze of a crowd of onlookers, led the commando team straight to Hagrid's cabin. Within a few moments, word spread quickly in the school about Hagrid's dragon raising. Some students swore that they had been awakened by the roar of a dragon in the middle of the night. Some students also said that they once happened to pass by Hagrid's hut and heard the roar of the dragon inside. More and more students believe that Hagrid's cabin really has a fire dragon. And the more outrageous it is, saying that there is a group of fire dragons in it. The sane students expressed doubts, thinking that Hagrid's hut could not hide even an adult fire dragon. Where could it accommodate a group of dragons? Then some students who believed took the initiative to give reasons, believing that Hagrid's hut used the traceless stretching spell, so they hid these fire dragons. Hearing the news, the twins, with a heavy expression, quickly took out the Marauder's map, trying to find Peter's trail and see what he could do. It was only after a lap that they found that there were 2 Peters on the map. One of them appeared on the 8th floor and then suddenly disappeared. Another Peter's name appeared in Hagrid's cabin. Did Peter use the time turner? George looked at the map and said doubtfully, "How did Peter's name on the 8th floor suddenly disappear? Is it time? Stupid, he should have entered the room of demand. You forgot that the Marauder's map does not show the room of need." Fred reminded. "I remember there was only one class this afternoon, and he shouldn't need a time turner, right?" George said doubtfully, then turned to Fred and asked, "Which Peter should we look for? We don't know which house Peter entered with the room of requirement, so let's go to Hagrid's side and have a look," Fred proposed. "Well, let's hurry over and have a look. I hope Peter is prepared, or Hagrid will be killed." George nodded. Then the two rushed to the cabin outside the castle with a worried face, hoping that things would change. It was only when they arrived breathlessly near Hagrid's hut that they saw that the members of the Ministry of Magic's assault team had surrounded the cabin into an iron barrel. There is no chance to remind Peter anymore. They could only watch in frustration as Fudge and the others approached the hut, then smashed the wooden door with their wands and walked in. On the way from the Ministry of Magic to Hagrid's cabin, Dumbledore looked indifferent and relaxed. He also took out a bag of snacks and ate them with relish, and then enthusiastically sold his snacks to Fudge and Malfoy. Really, don't try it? Cockroach piles don't look very good, but they taste very good and are made with Wineheart chocolate. Dumbledore, please don't try to delay in this way. We are fully prepared. Hagrid and his dragon cannot escape. Malfoy looked at him with disgust, and Dumbledore pushed his snack and said indifferently, "Thanks, no, I can't eat this snack." Fudge also looked resistant, and quickly walked away and said, "Oh, what a shame. Very few people can appreciate the essence of this snack." Dumbledore had a look of regret on his face, then grabbed a handful of live cockroach snacks, stuffed them in his mouth and chewed them, directly disgusting Malfoy far away from him. Arriving at the hut, Fudge, at Malfoy's prompting, surrounded the hut with the commandos, and then slammed open the wooden door with his wand and walked in. When Fudge and his party broke into Hagrid's house, they were dumbfounded. "Hagrid, your fire dragon, hand it over. We already know that you raised a fire dragon privately." Malfoy swept around, found no trace of the dragon, and quickly asked in a loud voice, "Yes, Hagrid, we received an anonymous whistleblower letter saying that you had a baby dragon. Where did you hide the dragon?" Fudge also hurried to inquire, warning in a strong tone, "Now that you take the initiative to hand over the fire dragon, you can also alleviate some punishment, otherwise if we find it, the punishment will be doubled." "What fire dragon? Where did you hear that I have a fire dragon here?" Hagrid looked at them with a blank expression. "Don't pretend, Hagrid. Draco has already told us that he saw you raise a fire dragon here that has just come out of its shell. There was also Harry Potter and they were there." Malfoy looked at Hagrid grimly, as if he were lying. Hagrid was stared at by him a little weakly, and his eyes unconsciously glanced to the side. Malfoy then noticed that there was another person in the room besides Highway, only to see a handsome boy of 14 or 15 years old, sitting next to Hagrid, almost covered by Hagrid's huge body, so that no one could find him at the first time. "Who are you?" Malfoy asked sharply. "Mr. Malfoy, I'm a third-year Slytherin, Peter York," Peter replied, standing up and smiling. "Gentlemen, what happened when you broke in so suddenly?" Peter greeted the crowd politely. "It's you, Peter York, the boy who received Merlin's second-class medal at the age of 11. Why are you here?" When Fudge saw Peter, he immediately recognized him and asked in surprise. It turned out to be Minister Fudge. "Hello. When you first elected, I bet all my bets on your name and made me hundreds of gold gallons, and I didn't thank you so much." Peter smiled and said to Fudge. As soon as he heard this, Fudge suddenly showed a smile, but he knew that his odds were the highest, and almost no one looked at him favorably. Now, when he heard that someone supported him so much, he immediately said to Peter very kindly, "I also thank you for your support, Peter. After graduation, you may be able to apply for the assistant minister position. I believe we will get along very happily." "Thank you, Minister, I will try," Peter said with a look of delight. "I complained in my heart that I am afraid that you will not be a minister for so long." "All right, Minister, let's solve the Hagrid dragon first." "He must have hidden the dragon," Malfoy said, then looked at Peter. "I think this student is suspicious. He must have been Hagrid's accomplice." "Dragon? Mr. Malfoy, you said Hagrid had a dragon. You're kidding?" Peter looked very surprised. "Everyone knows it's illegal to keep dragons, Mr. Malfoy, you can't be so wronged. And I often come to Hagrid as a guest. If there were dragons I wouldn't know." "Peter York, don't be cunning. Draco has seen it with his own eyes. He quietly tracked down Harry Potter and found out about their dragon raising." Malfoy looked at Peter with a somber face and said, "Peter York, do you remember that you were a student of Slytherin, mingling with a half-giant all day, and you weren't afraid to lose Slytherin's face?" Peter's face sank, staring straight at Lucius Malfoy, and said coldly, "Mr. Malfoy, I have never disgraced Slytherin. And I'm the chief of Slytherin, and it's not your turn to lecture me. As for Draco, his contradictions with Harry Potter are well known. You don't have to raise a crowd for this, and you have also invited the Ministry of Magic personnel? You dirty mudseed. Relying on means to become the head of the academy, you think that everyone obeys you?" Lucius Malfoy looked at him angrily and said, "Slytherin is a pure-blood wizard's pure land, but it's not something you can contaminate. You'd better resign as chief yourself, or you'll see the consequences." "Oh, Malfoy, what are you going to do? Is it to unite other pure-blood families and let their children not listen to me? Or are you going to get me in trouble off campus?" Peter squinted. "Mr. Malfoy, you may have forgotten the rules of Slytherin. I am now the head of the academy. If a student doesn't obey my orders, he'd better have the strength to beat me, otherwise he will be punished within the academy? Or does Mr. Malfoy think your son, Draco, now has the strength to challenge me? Are you threatening me, Peter York? If you dare to hurt Draco..." Lucius Malfoy looked at Peter with a sinister look on his face and gritted his teeth as if he had been touched. "Lucius Malfoy, I'm not as mean as you are, and I'm going to bully a lower school student." Peter interrupted Lucius, looked at him coldly, and said, "I'm just trying to persuade you not to try and meddle in the affairs of Slytherin House. As long as I am still the head of the academy, your previous stereotypes and bad habits don't want to appear in front of me again? So you're thinking of Slytherin as your turf. You're not afraid to die." Lucius Malfoy looked at him contemptuously and said sarcastically, "I can't stand it or not, I'm still in the 3rd grade, and I still have 4 years to study. Originally I just wanted to be the chief of this year and stop doing it." Peter chuckled and said, But now that Malfoy has said all this, I will reluctantly sit down as chief for the next 4 years. Unless you find a student who is better than me and beat me. Malfoy's face was instantly colorful, and he now regretted having a conflict with Peter. The thought of Slytherin being under Peter's control for more than 4 years made him muggle. Although Peter said that he would not implicate Draco, he still did not believe it. He wondered if it was time to deepen his friendship with Snape. Don't argue between the two, let's get back to the point. Fudge stood aside, wiped his sweat, and said helplessly. Then he looked at Peter with a complicated look. He had thought that this 13 or 14-year-old boy was a good character to deal with, but he did not expect to see the wrong eye. Fudge, who was born in Slytherin, of course, knew the chief of the academy, which was the position he had longed for when he was a student. But he didn't expect that the third-year student in front of him was already the head of the college. But in an instant his attitude became more enthusiastic, and this kind of arrogance of heaven must be extraordinary in the future, so Fudge, with a kind tone, reassured Peter with a few words. Then he walked up to Hagrid and tried to suppress Hagrid with his stocky body, asking very seriously, Hagrid, Draco Malfoy real name report you raising dragons. Say, where did you hide the dragon? If you confess now, the crime can be lighter, but if you refuse to admit guilt, the punishment will be more serious. You probably don't want to be locked up in Azkaban for the rest of your life? Hagrid's body, though several times Fudge's, was like a child who had made a mistake, obediently sitting in a chair and being questioned by Fudge. Especially after hearing Azkaban, he looked a little flustered, and his mouth opened to say something. Then he noticed Peter's eyes on the side, and instantly settled down again. Hagrid looked very angry and said, I haven't raised a dragon at all. Even if I want to raise it, I don't have a source for dragons. Then he got up and took out a model of a dragon from under the bed, put it on the table, and said angrily, if you're talking about this, tooth and tooth toy, it's quite like the same thing. I saw the fire dragon model walking around the table vividly, spewing out small flames from time to time, and from a distance it looked like a real fire dragon. When Lucius and Fudge saw this, their faces were confused. Lucius Malfoy walked over in disbelief and grabbed the dragon model, then looked at Hagrid's fluttering eyes and Peter's playful smile on the side, and suddenly realized that he had been tricked. He said angrily to Fudge, Minister, they are confused in the ichthyosaur. They must have hidden the real dragon and let Ho use this dragon model to deceive us. Fudge looked at Hagrid, especially at Hagrid's weak eyes, and his heart was biased toward Malfoy. He directly ordered the commando team behind him to conduct an intensive search of Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, looking very angry but unable to refuse, stood at the door waiting for the Ministry of Magic personnel to search. Peter was also covered with dust from the searchers, rushed to the door, and then looked at Dumbledore who was watching the bustle, and asked in a bad mood, Headmaster, you have been standing here for half a day, what are you here for? Haha, I just came to see the situation, after all, I see that you are doing a good job. Hagrid has you as a friend, I am very relieved. Dumbledore smiled and squinted, then handed him the cockroach pile, want to try it? This time the taste was changed, it was a Wineheart chocolate. Thank you no need. Peter looked at the snacks that were exactly the same as the cockroaches, crawling around, and said quietly, Headmaster, if there are real cockroaches that burrow in, can you taste which one is real? Or did it just go down and swallow it? Dumbledore reached for the cockroach pile, paused, and then shrank back without a trace, looking at the pile of cockroaches in the bag, which looked like it was real. When Peter saw this, the corners of his mouth went up. This old fox knows everything, but always likes to stand in the corner and watch the play. Make you dare to eat cockroach piles? After several careful searches, no trace of the fire dragon was found. Hagrid, I've heard that the Ministry of Magic has come to search, and we have to send Norbert away. Well? Suddenly, Harry Potter's loud voice came from the doorway. He and Ron Hermione rushed in, and then they were dumbfounded, because the house was crowded with many people, including the Ministry of Magic. Lucius Malfoy, who was beside him, suddenly had a smile on his face. Looking at the 3 Harry Potter people who were stunned at the door, Peter helplessly covered his face. Ha, Minister, did you hear that? Harry Potter, they said they were going to sneak away the dragon. The fire dragon they named Norbert? Lucius said with a sly smile. Fudge also looked at the 3 first-year students in front of him with a serious look, especially Harry Potter, and asked, Are you going to notify Hagrid to send Norbert away? Is Norbert the dragon? Harry Potter opened his mouth, his face a little annoyed, eager to retract what he had just said. Norbert is not a fire dragon, Norbert is a sniffer. We're just afraid that the Ministry of Magic is coming and won't allow us to adopt it. Hermione saw that Harry was about to reveal the filling, and quickly interjected. We didn't have to listen to your explanation, mouthy girl. Lucius Malfoy said viciously to Hermione, then turned to Harry and asked, Say, is Norbert a fire dragon? Where did you hide it? Norbert is not a fire dragon, Hermione just said, it is a sniff. Harry looked at Lucius and said without changing his face, Ha, sniff? A sniff will make you run around in a mess to send it away? Are you fooling around, Harry Potter? Lucius sneered, where is that sniff, known as Norbert, now? Just get it, and I don't think you're lying. Otherwise you will be waiting for the service of the truth-spitting agent, and when the time comes, you and this half-giant's little secret will be wiped out. At that time, this half-giant was sent to Azkaban, and the 3 of you, just roll up and go home. The 3 of them were frightened by Lucius's words and looked pale and confused. Lucius, don't scare them so much. It is impossible to use the truth-telling agent on several 11-year-olds. And I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts, and the right to expel students is the only one I have, and the board doesn't have that right. Dumbledore said in a calm voice. Well, then take a good look at Dumbledore, how long you can stay in the headmaster's position. Lucius sneered, then looked at Harry and the three of them coldly, and said, now you can show us that sniff called Norbert. Of course it exists. Norbert escaped. It fled into the Forbidden Forest? Ron said with a flushed face. Ha, what a coincidence. As soon as we came, it fled. Lucius looked at Ron sarcastically and said contemptuously, you are the cub of the Weasleys, TBH, your father Arthur Weasley, still looks like a waste, the old robe on your body is your brother's hand, and the wand has been exposed. It's pathetic. You, don't insult my dad. Ron clenched his fists in anger and tried to rush up and fight with him. Fortunately, Harry and Hermione stopped them in time, and the two also glared at Lucius, thinking that this old Malfoy was more hateful than Malfoy Jr. Malfoy, you're such a big person, bullying a few 11-year-olds is getting excited. And don't be afraid to embarrass Slytherin? Peter's mocking voice came over. Peter York, are you deliberately working against me? Don't forget to be a Slytherin yourself. What does it mean to stand on Gryffindor's side again and again? Or do you feel that Slytherin doesn't deserve you? Lucius Malfoy looked at Peter coldly and said, Lucius, don't put a top hat on me. And you are not a student of Slytherin and are not qualified to represent Slytherin? Peter said sarcastically. Besides, don't you believe what Harry Potter said? Peter looked at the people around him and smiled. Just in time, I found that sniffer named Norbert, and I summoned it. As Peter said this, he waved his wand directly out of the window, and golden dust drifted from the wand to the outside. I never knew about the summoning spell, or was it like this? Peter York, are you entertaining us? Lucius said sarcastically. This is my self-created animal summoning spell, isn't it? Peter went straight back. Ha, you're so good. In the 3rd grade, he created his own spell? It seems that Merlin's 2nd-class medal is still too small for you? How about a 1st-class medal? Lucius said sarcastically, with a look of disbelief. Instead, Dumbledore looked at Peter's magic in amazement, with a very curious look. Squeak, suddenly there was a movement outside the window, attracting the attention of everyone. After a while, I saw a very cute sniff of Chubby Toot climb up the window, drill through the closed window and enter the house with ease. Sniffing was very naughty, especially seeing the brightest and most shiny Lucius Malfoy in the room, rushing straight over, taking off the jewel decoration on his feet as fast as he could, and then climbing up along the leg route without giving up, staring at Lucius's brooch. Damn, get this beast away. Lucius Malfoy was furious and tried to knock the sniff down, but he could not catch him. Come here to Norbert. Peter beckoned gently toward the sniff. Sniffing Peter's voice, he gave up looking for something shiny on Lucius. Nimbly jumping to the ground, he quickly came to Peter, stood on Peter's hand, and rubbed his palm affectionately. You see, this is the sniffer named Norbert. Peter showed it to the crowd and then said conclusively. In fact, this sniff was conjured up by Peter with the wishing spell, but obviously few people knew about this magic. Harry Potter, is that the sniffer you're talking about, Norbert? Fudge's mind was a little confused, and he couldn't help but ask Potter again. Yes, it's what we call sniffing, Harry said emphatically, his eyes fixed on the sniff in Peter's hand, curious where Peter had gotten it from. Ron and Hermione also had a look of affirmation, but their eyes were a little fluttery. Fudge looked around, glanced at Dumbledore, then at Harry Potter, and finally at Peter, who was calm, sighed, and said, it looks like a misunderstanding. I think it must have been Mr. Malfoy Jr., who, while tracking Harry Potter, mistook the dragon model for a real baby dragon, and then caused this misunderstanding. Mr. Minister, you have come to an end like this. A misunderstanding? Lucius Malfoy asked reluctantly. What are you going to do with Lucius? Our raid did not find any trace of the fire dragon. Could it be that someone would have taken the fire dragon away in advance without knowing the prophet? Fudge asked with an expressionless look on his face. Lucius. Dumbledore, it seems that I am worried in vain. The school is very safe, and the news of the dragon is also a misunderstanding. Fudge smiled and said to Dumbledore. Connolly, I'm glad you're able to think like that. Now that the inspection has been done here, do you want to go to my office and sit down? I just bought some snacks there and I'd love to share them, Dumbledore said with a smirk. No, Dumbledore, the department is still busy. We've wasted half a day here. We have to go back. Fudge shook his head in refusal. Minister, there is no danger here, but there is danger in the castle. When Dumbledore started school, he directly set the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor as a forbidden place, and he had a 3-headed dog in it. This has seriously endangered the safety of students. Lucius exploded another big material. After listening to Lucius's words, Fudge hesitated, but looked at Dumbledore calmly. He took a deep breath, then looked at Lucius expressionlessly and said, since today's incident is a misunderstanding, it is over. There are no fire dragons, and certainly no 3-headed dogs. Now we've wasted half a day here and have to go back to the Ministry of Magic. Lucius, if you want to stay here, we'll say goodbye. With that, Fudge took the lead and walked out of the cabin, then led the members of the Ministry of Magic out of the phantom shape-shifting forbidden zone and teleported away. Lucius, are you going to come and sit in my office? Dumbledore asked with a smile. No, Lucius Malfoy coldly refused, then turned to look at the people in the room, sneered, and said, "You may have fooled Fudge, but you can't fool me." What Draco saw was not a dragon model at all, but a real dragon. This half-giant loves to adopt strange things, once adopted monsters that killed a man. Dumbledore, you can save. This time the fire dragon you can also fool the past. But Dumbledore, how many times can you protect him? Next time I'll see if he'll make a basilisk and kill a whole bunch of people. At that time, I hope you can still laugh, Lucius said in cursed language. I rely on, oh prophet, Lucius. Peter looked directly at Lucius in surprise. Next semester is not a basilisk. Sensing Peter looking into his eyes, Lucius's look changed, and then he snorted coldly. Peter York, you have been following Gryffindor people like this, and sooner or later the congregation will rebel. Slytherin doesn't need a heart in Gryffindor's chief. You're wrong, Malfoy. I've been a Slytherin ever since I entered Slytherin, now and in the future. This can never be changed because of who I am involved with. Peter said solemnly. Remember what you said? When you meet the need to choose a side one day, I hope you can still be so reasonable. Lucius Malfoy sneered. Slytherin and Gryffindor have been opposites for thousands of years, and it's impossible for you to think left and right. You think too much, Malfoy. There will never be that day. Peter said confidently, and suddenly the momentum exploded, and he said domineeringly, even if there is, I will give it a straight face. Everyone was surprised by his words, and looked at Peter, who was now domineering, as if he knew him for the first time. Dumbledore looked at him with some mixed eyes, as if he saw the shadow of someone in him. Lucius Malfoy was choked up, his look changed, and then he looked deeply at him and said, Draco is also a Slytherin, he doesn't know anything, I hope you don't get angry with him. Malfoy, do you think you're such a person, and you think others are like that? Peter sneered and said, I Peter York aren't enough to bully a first-year student. Draco, I understand, is just a spoiled child by you, he also has a lot of respect for me, why should I anger him because of you? That's fine, Lucius breathed out, looking disgustedly at the surroundings of the wooden house, with a proud expression on his face, and then looked at Dumbledore with a fake smile and said, Then Dumbledore, I will say goodbye first. It seems that today is a day that is not suitable for going out. I hope you guys have a great time. Then Shiren walked away, holding the delicate snake-headed cane, taking a deep look at them, and then the phantom disappeared into the same place. This arrogant face, I really want to punch him in the face. Ron snapped at the place where Lucius Malfoy had disappeared and shook his fist viciously. It seems that there is nothing wrong with me. Goodbye everyone. By the way, don't forget the dinner. Dumbledore smiled and squinted at the crowd, and then went straight away, as if watching a play and doing nothing. Honestly, don't you think Dumbledore is a bit crazy? Hermione looked at Dumbledore's vanished figure and spat out these words with difficulty. It's true that he looks crazy, but it doesn't affect his greatest magician. Harry Potter said firmly. Every great magician behaves more or less strangely, Dumbledore, and that's nothing. Ron said disapprovingly. It's just an old fox pretending to be confused. Peter looked at Dumbledore's distant back and snorted coldly. The Harry Potter trio replied, looked at Hagrid, who had the expression of the rest of his life inside, and asked directly and curiously, Hagrid, Norbert, where are you hiding? Did you transfer it ahead of time? How did you know that the people from the Ministry of Magic would come? It was Peter who did it, and he removed Norbert an hour before the Ministry of Magic came, and taught me how to answer the Ministry's questions. I played well, they were tricked by me? Hagrid said triumphantly. Playing ahead, almost revealing the stuffing, I don't know. Peter poured cold water directly, looked at Hagrid and said, I obviously taught him how to deal with the people of the Ministry of Magic an hour in advance, but as a result, Fudge and Malfoy's few words directly looked like they were full of emptiness, afraid that others would not know that he had done something bad. When Hagrid heard this, he smiled and curled up in his chair, like a child who had done something wrong. Hagrid did a good job, at least he fooled the people of the Ministry of Magic over, didn't he? Harry looked at Hagrid's pitifully trained look and comforted him. Boom. Suddenly the wooden door rang again. Harry was startled, and then whispered nervously, could it be that the Ministry of Magic has killed another Carbine? Hagrid was also frightened and retracted directly into his seat, his face full of panic. Peter rolled his eyes, got up straight, and opened the door. Surprise. Surprised? The twins' heads came in first, laughing and giggling at the crowd. Everyone was relieved to see that it was the twins, and Ron complained, you scared me to death. We thought it was the Ministry of Magic who had returned. The Weasley twins walked in, carrying an iron cage covered with cloth in their hands, and placed it directly on the table. He said to Peter, you gave it to us outside, and it was enough to say that you would turn around twice, and the place was in the room of requirement. 2 laps? I know, then I'll go out first. Peter understood as soon as he heard it, and in the puzzled expressions of the others, he walked out of the wooden house. What 2 laps? George, what riddle are you and Peter talking about? Mysterious and mysterious? Ron asked with a puzzled look. Ronnie baby, this is the topic of adults, not what you little fart should know. The twins grinned at Ron. Don't call me that. And you are only 2 years older than me, what an adult, don't want to say it, don't say it? Ron said irritably. Okay, Ronnie baby. Don't be angry, Ronnie, baby. The twins grinned and teased Ron. You see, in the cage is Norbert? George Fred, how did you bring it back? Didn't he say that Peter was responsible for hiding it? Harry lifted the veil and looked at the young dragon inside in amazement. Of course Peter hid it. We just met Peter outside, and he asked us to bring this back to Hagrid. The twins said in unison. How is this possible? Peter had been in the hut all along and had never been out, so how could he have handed over the cage to you outside? Everyone looked in disbelief and thought they were joking. Anything is possible, folks, magic is so magical, the twins said in a mysterious tone. What is possible? Am I late? George Fred? Peter walked in again, somewhat inexplicably so asked. Welcome back, Peter. Is everything going well? George and Fred gave Peter a hug and asked curiously. It's not bad, but teaching Hagrid to act is a torture. I swear I'll never try to get him to act again. For a whole hour of practice, he started with a straight face. What a disaster? Peter said with a broken look. What are you talking about? Didn't Peter just go out and then come back? How to make it look like you haven't seen each other for hours? Harry looked at the three confused and asked in puzzlement. It's a secret. Peter and the twins looked at each other and smiled and replied in unison. After the crisis was resolved, Peter threw the rest of the matter to Harry Potter and said that he would no longer care about Hagrid's troubles. Although this time the dragon-raising incident was eventually confirmed by the Ministry of Magic to be false news, there are still many students who have sworn to it. Hagrid had only escaped the Ministry of Magic's raid, believing that he had hidden the dragon somewhere else. After all, the Forbidden Forest was so big that it was easy to hide a dragon. Even the Harry Potter trio, trying their best to explain to the other students, was just fake news. But still could not stop the curious students, who appeared near Hagrid's hut one after another, and always wanted to look inside. We must send Norbert away as soon as possible, or sooner or later it will be exposed. Harry Potter in the hut looked at his classmates outside the window and said worriedly. Now there are more and more students out there, and Malfoy has sworn that he saw a real dragon, and many people believed him. Ron also said with a sad face. Hagrid, we must send Norbert away. His body is getting bigger and bigger now, and he can't hide it at all, and there are more and more students outside, which will be exposed sooner or later? Hermione said with a serious face. But Norbert was just a newborn child, and he would have died without my care. Hagrid said with a weeping voice, full of reluctance. Looking at Hagrid's appearance of not entering the oil and salt, all three of them sighed helplessly. Or let's go to Peter for help. He helped last time, hiding Norbert in advance to escape the Ministry of Magic's raid. Ron proposed. I tried and couldn't find him in a few days. Hermione said dejectedly. I went to the library where he often appeared, and I didn't see him at all. Listening to the senior of his same grade, Peter came out early and returned late these days, and he couldn't see anyone at all. Even George and Fred, who don't know where to go these days, run upstairs after class, and then suddenly disappear. Lee Jordan said that they did not go back to the dormitory to sleep these days. Ron added with a strange look, I really don't know what they're doing. It seems that Peter and they can't count on it, and now they can only rely on us. Hermione said firmly, then looked at Harry and Ron. We can't let Hagrid go on like this, or if the fire dragon thing is exposed, it will be locked up in Azkaban. Just how do we send Norbert away? After all, he is a fire dragon? Did you find a place to quietly throw him away? Harry said helplessly. Hagrid heard this, hugged Norbert tightly, looked at them warily, and said, No, can you throw Norbert away? He's just a newborn child now, and if he throws it, he'll die. Looking at Hagrid's reaction, all three of them were a little helpless. Hey, I have an idea. Ron's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something, and said to the two companions, we can send him to my brother Charlie. Ron explains, Charlie works at a dragon farm in Romania, and they have a lot of dragons there, and one more is nothing at all. So what are you waiting for? Ron, hurry up and write to your brother. Ask if he can adopt Norbert. Hermione heard a look of surprise and quickly took out a piece of paper and pen from her bag. Peter is really busy these days, but he is also hiding from the trio of saviors. Now that things are back on track, there's no need for him to get involved. And he's not Hagrid's nanny, so he has to worry about everything for him. He was sitting in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, learning black magic with Professor Quirrell. Since signing the Unbreakable spell, in order not to be eaten by the contract, Quirrell has devoted himself to Peter's teaching. As long as Peter wants to learn, he will teach it without reservation. But Peter's terrifying learning speed also shocked Quirrell. Ordinary wizards could not learn black magic well for several months, and Peter mastered it in a week. This made him look at Peter's eyes, and in addition to the full of appreciation, there was an imperceptible color of jealousy under his eyes. At this rate of learning, I'm afraid it won't be long before he can quickly grow into the ability of a top great magician. If you can't use it for yourself, you have cultivated a fierce enemy for yourself. Quirrell had the intention of pulling out this thriving seedling, but due to the threat of the contract, he did not dare to cheat on the teaching of magic. Professor, if you use black magic for a long time, people's emotions will be negative for a long time, which will make people crazy. Is there anything you can do to avoid this? After Peter had learned the black magic of this stage, he asked Quirrell for advice. Of course there is, that is to deceive emotions, to deceive yourself when casting black magic, and it can also achieve results. Quirrell knew everything about Peter's question and replied with a smile. Cheating emotions? How to cheat? Peter asked dimly. Then do you know under what circumstances the first Avada spell was successfully cast? Professor Quirrell did not answer him directly, but asked instead. I don't know the professor, but I guess some wizard used this magic in a situation of extreme hatred, right? Peter shook his head and said, no, according to the more reliable accounts, a long time ago, a wizard's lover, after being caught by a muggle and undergoing a terrible torture, was in pain and begged the wizard to end her suffering. In order not to let his lover continue to suffer, the wizard successfully released the first Avada sorcerer's curse, took the life of a loved one without pain. Then he used this death curse to slaughter the muggle town, thus establishing the status of this black magic in one fell swoop. Professor Quirrell told the story expressionlessly. Professor, do you mean that the curse was born out of a wizard's desire to end his lover's suffering? Peter was surprised to say that he had not expected a black magic that made people smell different, and that there was such a history. Sounds ridiculous, right? Quirrell said sarcastically, a black magic that can easily take people's lives is actually born of love. Of course I'm not talking to you about love right now. Rather, it's to tell you that if you don't want to be affected by the negative emotions of the black magic, try to deceive your own thoughts. Quirrell looked at Peter and said, Professor, how should I deceive myself? When I want to kill a person, I still think about it for his own good. Peter asked with a puzzled look on his face. You're right, you just need to use black magic with this idea. Quirrell smiled and said, when you can skillfully deceive yourself and say that this is for his own good, you can successfully perform black magic with positive emotions. Can you still do that? Peter's three views were shattered. Professor, can this really work? Peter said with a skeptical face. You can try it now, I'll give you a little trick. You can try hypnotizing yourself and thinking that you're the real thing, everyone else is just incurable. You use black magic just to save these people. Quirrell spoke slowly with seductive words, and his expression suddenly became solemn, looking a bit like the temperament of a priest in the church. Professor, when you usually use black magic, don't you think like this? Peter looked at Quirrell strangely. No, in my eyes they are no different from the ants and bugs on the ground. Professor Quirrell looked at Peter without a trace of emotion, with a cold look in his eyes, and said, do you have any emotions when you crush an ant? Peter then thought of the Quirrell in front of him, but not the real Professor Quirrell, but the Dark Lord who regarded human life as nothing. Try it, Peter, I believe that with your talent, you will soon learn this little skill, and the Dark Cube will no longer have any restrictions on you. Quirrell said to Peter eagerly. Professor, we just signed the contract. Why do you seem so eager to let me learn the dark arts? Peter asked strangely. I said, Peter, you're a genius. Genius should not be buried. Quirrell looked at Peter with admiration, and then said dismissively, now the wizarding world has fallen. They avoid black magic like snakes and scorpions, but they forget that we once relied on this magic to stand at the top of the magical world. I can't bear you, a magical genius, to follow them to learn those little tricks, and then just do nothing. Quirrell stood up, pale and weak face, looking at Peter with admiration. You are born of magic, and the magic I taught you, you will soon be able to do so. Even if I call myself a genius, when I was at your age, compared to you, I was dwarfed. Professor, you're so praised, I can't compare with you, you're the famous Dark Lord. Peter said modestly, with an embarrassed look on his face. You don't have to be humble, Peter. Professor Quirrell shook his head slightly, and then formally extended an invitation to him, saying, as long as you swear to obey me, I will pass on all my knowledge to you and make you my heir. Standing above 10,000 people under one person, I'm sure you'll grow up to be like me and Dumbledore with my help, in a very short time. Although I despise Dumbledore's hypocritical appearance, he is the only character who can match me. Don't you want to have such strength? Listening to Quirrell's seductive words, Peter's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. He looked at Quirrell with expectant eyes and faintly refused. Professor, I don't have the idea of succumbing to others, and I don't want to be labeled a slave. That's a pity. For the first time I seriously want to take someone as an apprentice, said Quirrell with an expressionless expression and a regretful tone. I only hope that in the future you will not stand against me, otherwise I will feel sorry if I kill you with my own hands. Professor, I've never been a nosy person, and as long as people don't bully me, I'm a good audience. Peter didn't seem to hear the murderous intent in his words, and said with a faint smile, okay, let's get back to the point. Quirrell retracted, conjuring up a snake and saying to Peter, now you try to deceive yourself and use the death curse on the snake with positive emotions. I'll try. Peter looked at the colorful serpent on the table, nodded, and pulled out his wand. Trying to convince himself that it was in order to let the poisonous snake end the pain as soon as possible, he used the death curse. Peter remembers a movie character he had seen, in which a perverted killer, a father-type character, was caught, and the police asked him why he was killing. The killer had a compassionate look on his face and said that he was only doing this to save these people, and he didn't feel wrong from the bottom of his heart. He came with a piece of goodwill to save these fallen people. Peter remembers the character so much that he's trying to act out the psyche now. Peter tried to brew his emotions, his face gradually showing a compassionate expression. The wand was aimed at the serpent, and he said, Avada asks for his life. A flash of green light flashed, and the poisonous snake on the table directly turned into a dead snake. Did I succeed? Peter was a little hard to believe. It seems that you are very talented in this area. Quirrell also showed a look of surprise, and then praised with a smile. Peter was pleased at the first moment with the successful release of the death curse, because he was using positive emotions to guide the magic, and when he cast the spell, his heart was full of thoughts of saving the snake. Then he was agitated. I rely on, should I not have the potential to become a pervert? And this kind of behavior is not very similar to those miserable priests in the Middle Ages, who chant salvation in their mouths while tying innocent girls to the burning rack and burning them to death. Although it is to avoid getting yourself into negative emotions. But black magic has been used for a long time, should it not be affected by it and become a very hypocritical person? After thinking about it, Peter still felt that he would use it less in the future. However, Peter was also very happy to learn this skill. Hypocrisy is better than being crazy, and in the future he does not have to worry about using black magic excessively, and then being affected by it and becoming a crazy person. Well, today's teaching task is complete, you can go back. Quirrell began to chase people, and Peter came to him as soon as he had time to pick up wool, which annoyed him so much that he didn't even have enough time to inquire about the Philosopher's Stone. Then I'll go first, Professor. Thank you for your teaching today, see you tomorrow. Peter smiled and squinted, and then, as if thinking of something, took a small glass bottle from the bag and placed it on the table. This is the blood of the latest unicorn, Professor. You remember to drink it on time, otherwise your body will not be able to withstand the toss anymore. I see. Quirrell took the bottle, opened the cap and sniffed it carefully, then closed it again and casually placed it on the right-hand side, not taking it immediately. Peter saw this, smiled and did not say anything, but politely bid him farewell and left the office. Then, on the way back, Peter's eyes flashed blue light, and a scene of the future came into view. Quirrell, you still haven't given up on the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Can't you drink my unicorn blood well? It seems that you still have to teach a little lesson. Peter's eyes returned to normal, and he said with a sneer. For the next 2 days, Peter was still busy studying, occasionally going to the room of requirement and following the twins on a treasure hunt. Until one day, after hearing from the twins, Ron was bitten in the hand by something and was admitted to the hospital. Although Ron swore that he had been bitten by a dog, the twins looked at his swollen hands in disbelief. Not to mention Mrs. Pomfrey, who was the healer, but she didn't ask much, but after giving Ron some medicine, she let him lie in the infirmary for a few days. But before Ron could lie down, it suddenly came out of the school that the Harry Potter trio would transfer the dragon to the observatory on Saturday night to send it away. It turned out to be Draco Malfoy, who, not knowing how, secretly got the letter sent by Charlie to Ron, directly copied hundreds of copies, and publicized it everywhere. For a time, the topic of dragons, which had originally faded, was once again copied hot, and many students excitedly said that they would go to the observatory on Saturday night. Hearing the news, Peter was momentarily speechless. He had no hope of keeping the Harry Potter trio secret, and the fact that Malfoy could get the secret letter in this case could only show how big their hearts were. When Peter went to visit Ron in the infirmary, he saw that the 3 men were full of anxiety. As soon as the 3 of them saw Peter, it was as if they had seen the main bone, and they quickly asked Peter for a solution. Wouldn't it be better for you to write another letter to Charlie and ask him to change the address he handed over? Peter said calmly. Hearing his advice, the 3 were immediately disappointed. Lying on the hospital bed, Ron muttered, easy to say, tomorrow is Saturday, and it's too late to write a letter. How else do I change my address? Peter didn't say anything, just pulled out a gorgeous golden red feather and put it in Hermione's hand. This is the feather of the phoenix, and you clip it to the letter you want to send to Charlie, and it will be delivered to Charlie on time. Okay, I'll go first, and I wish you all the best. Peter chuckled and walked out of the infirmary. Is this the feather of the phoenix? It looks so beautiful. I wish I had a phoenix pet. Hermione looked at the feather in her hand and said in admiration. What did Peter mean by what he had just said? Why didn't I understand? Harry Potter asked puzzled. I don't understand. Ron said so. Are you 2 brains for decoration? Hermione glanced at them both in disgust and explained. Peter means to let us write a new letter and send it to Charlie with this feather. Didn't you say it was too late? And what's the use of this feather? Could it still deliver the letter to Charlie at once? Ron said with a pursing his lips. Yes, Hermione, this phoenix's feathers look beautiful, but they are useless. Harry continued. Haven't you 2 never read a book? Hermione looked at the 2 men angrily and explained, I saw an introduction to the phoenix in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which said that not only can the phoenix teleport many times heavier than itself, but even his feathers have the ability to teleport. And it's much safer than phantom migration? This means that we only need to rewrite a letter to Charlie now, and then use the phoenix feather that Peter gave to transmit it to Charlie's hand. You can change the location and time of the reception in time? Harry and Ron listened to Hermione's explanation and looked at the feathers on her hands with wide eyes. It's so cool. I want a phoenix pet even more now. Ron looked at the phoenix feather in amazement and tried to touch it with that intact hand. Spotting Ron's small movements, Hermione retracted her feathers, glared at him, and then said, We'll write a letter to Charlie right now and change the handover address, or, according to the current situation, tomorrow night, the observatory will probably be full of students. Yes, Malfoy is so hateful. Not only did he report Hagrid's dragon raising, but now he wants to sabotage our plan to send dragons? Ron said indignantly. If we had been careful not to get the letter from Malfoy, we wouldn't be where we are now. Hermione crossed her waist at her 2 useless boys. Now we have to let Peter help us, to be able to solve this problem? Both boys smiled at the look in her eyes. Saying that, Hermione took out a piece of parchment and began to write, then looked up and asked, Where is the location of the handover? Before the two of them could answer, they lowered their heads and said to themselves, "Forget it, it's useless to listen to you, so change the address of the observatory to the Owl Shack. That location is remote and very few people will go. Time has not changed, and it just attracts those people to the observatory." Listening to Hermione talking to herself, the two boys suddenly looked at each other, and then sighed helplessly. There is a strong friend, but also have to learn to adapt. Okay, that's it. Can send it to Charlie. Hermione closed her pen, looked at the letter, confirmed that it was correct, sealed it, and then tentatively inserted the phoenix feather on the side into the paper. The three of them widened their eyes and waited for a while without seeing the envelope being teleported. "Is there anything you need to do to get the phoenix feather to activate?" Harry said hesitantly. "Let me think." Hermione frowned and thought, and after a moment, her eyes lit up. "I thought of it." "What is it?" the two boys asked at the same time. "Ron, you're holding this letter." Hermione handed him the envelope and said expectantly, "You hold that phoenix feather, thinking about Charlie, thinking about sending this letter to him. Does this really work?" Ron took the envelope with some suspicion, and then tentatively closed his eyes in both of them, silently reciting Charlie Weasley's name. Poof, the phoenix feather in Ron's hand suddenly caught fire, and then disappeared out of thin air with the letter. "Well, I thought the fire was going to burn me. I didn't expect it to disappear," Ron said in horror. "Can that letter really get to Charlie?" Harry said doubtfully. "It should be able to. After all, we only have this way. Tomorrow we'll take Norbert to the owl shed and wait for Charlie to arrive," Hermione said helplessly. The next day, Saturday, the students, who did not have classes, began to discuss the rumors of Hagrid's dragon breeding and the gift of dragons at the observatory tonight. "Potter, did you really have a dragon with Hagrid? What kind of dragon is it? Are you going to send it off tonight? Can you show me?" Another student, walking up to Harry Potter, asked curiously. "No, that's fake," Harry replied without anger. "But everyone says that you really have a dragon, and it's impossible to come out of nowhere," the student who asked the question said with a look of disbelief. "Malfoy lied to you. He loves to go against us." Ron threw the pot directly to Draco Malfoy and said with a flushed face, "Sigh, poor red-haired ghost, it's not me who lies, just watch it tonight, I'll expose your true face." Draco suddenly appeared behind Ron, looked at the three of them viciously, and then sneered expectantly. "There will be a lot of people going to the observatory tonight, and then see how you send the dragon away. Then we are so afraid." Ron had a look of fear, and then rolled his eyes directly. He still wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Harry and Hermione on the side. When Draco saw this, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at these three people with a suspicious face. These three people were too calm, not in a hurry at all. After lunch, the three of Harry left the auditorium, not noticing that a tail was trailing behind them. "Seriously, you shouldn't have stopped me just now, this nasty Malfoy, who thought he had won," Ron said triumphantly. "Malfoy certainly didn't think we'd changed the location. They just blew a cold wind on the stage of the sky." "Shut up, Ron. Your big mouth, be careful of being heard by others," Hermione sternly interrupted Ron, then looked around warily. Draco, who had been following behind them, quickly hid in the corner. His eyes were full of surprise. He didn't expect these three people to give the address so quickly. Then Draco was full of unwillingness. He was not happy during this time. Since he found out about Hagrid's dragon raising, he originally wanted to use this as a threat to get the dragon into his hands. His name is Dragon, he's at Malfoy Manor, but he has his own toy room filled with dragon models and toys. Just know how much he likes dragons. Unfortunately, when he asked his father if he could adopt a dragon, a doting father sternly refused. Then one day, after he finished his defense against the dark arts class, he suddenly jumped out of the idea of reporting Hagrid's dragon raising, and he couldn't suppress it. He then told his father all about it, but he didn't expect him to bring people from the Ministry of Magic to raid Hagrid. But they were luckily dodged by the half-giant and Potter. The Ministry of Magic announced that this was a false news, and as a witness, he was ridiculed by everyone, saying that he would actually see a fire dragon model as a baby dragon. Draco was very atmospheric, and he dared to swear that he had seen with his own eyes the appearance of the young dragon when it broke its shell. But no one believed him. Looking at the triumphant faces of several Potters, Draco gritted his teeth and decided that he must prove that he was not lying. He managed to steal the letter from Potter and them. He was ecstatic to see the contents of the letter. "I waited for the right time to publish the letter." Now he told him to change his address and not to send him away from the observatory? So how else would he prove that Potter was the liar? Draco clung to the wall, hiding his figure, vowing to find out their secrets. "Prove you're not lying." "Hermione, you're being too careful, there's no one around here," Ron said unconcerned. "Well, I guess Malfoy should be very proud by now, waiting for us to go to the observatory, but he had no idea that we had changed to the owl shed." Harry smiled too. Owl shed? Hearing this address, Draco had a smile on his face. "Maybe I'm too sensitive, but I always feel like someone is following us." Hermione looked around in confusion, then said with a sigh of relief. After the three had left, Draco came out of the corner. He looked in the direction the three of them had left, and a vicious smile appeared on his face. He decided to catch them personally this time, and could not report them in advance as before. With curfew time approaching, Peter was once again thrown out of the library by Mrs. Pants. He rubbed his ass, lamenting Mrs. Pinz's ingenious technique of silent casting spells, and with a wave of his wand, the feather duster automatically chased after him and beat him, and specialized in spanking. On the way back to the cellar, Peter saw a few students in the distance, and quietly ran towards the astronomy tower. After confirming that there were no Slytherin students among them, Peter rolled his eyes, smiled evilly, and turned and walked toward Filch's office. Filch was teasing his cat lady when he heard a knock on his door. The wary shouted outward, "Who?" "Mr. Filch, I'm Peter York, and I have something to report to you." Peter's voice came from outside the door. Hearing that it was the good student of Slytherin, Filch was a little surprised and opened the office door with a puzzled expression. Looking at the young wizard at the door, who was praised by everyone, Filch flashed a trace of envy and jealousy in his eyes, and asked impatiently, "What's the matter with you? It's curfew time now, and if you don't have a valid reason, just wait for punishment." Peter didn't care about his attitude, and smiled and said, "I just came out of the library, and then I saw a lot of students heading in the direction of the observatory. Because there are a lot of people saying, 'Harry Potter, they're going to send a dragon out tonight.' So they all went to see the hilarity. If you go now, you should be able to meet a lot of people there. Is what you say true?" Filch looked skeptical. "Believe it or not, of course it's up to you, Mr. Filch. I know so much, and now I want to go back and rest." Peter smiled, then nodded at him to leave. "Wait, you're running around during curfew right now, so you're going to be punished too." Filch grabbed Peter's cuff and smiled evilly. "Filch, are you sure you want to arrest me? I had just come out of the library, and Mrs. Pants could testify for me." Peter was surprised, and then his eyes narrowed, and he looked at him indifferently and said, "But you didn't go back to the dormitory on time, but instead went around here. So you're breaking school rules too?" Filch grabbed Peter's cuff and said happily, "Let go, Filch." Peter's voice grew cold, his eyes suddenly became very penetrating, and he stared at him tightly, and then the corners of his mouth were raised, and he said sarcastically, "You said you can't use magic, you should go to your place. Instead of forcibly staying in this place and watching others use magic easily every day, and you can't even cast a small spell yourself, so that your jealousy will gradually corrupt your soul. All I can hear now is your jealousy and unwillingness, and those dark thoughts. Very ugly." Filch's face turned very pale, and he looked at Peter in horror, and in a sharp voice, he said, "How do you know? I've never said it to anyone." "Filch, are you making a fool of others? Obviously, as long as a clean-up spell can clean the corridor, but you have a mop, as long as you are a little smarter, you can think of your identity? Besides, you've been here for so long, you must have heard the Dementor chant this spell, right?" Peter looked at him gently, but in a cold tone, "The so-called secrets you hide in your heart are a book for me to read at any time. As long as I want to, you can't hide it. You. Filch looked at him in horror, his mouth quivering, unable to speak. "Can you let me go now?" Peter looked at him with a smile. Filch looked back, as if he were on fire, and instantly retracted his hand. "Thank you," Peter said politely, and swept the cuffs with his wand, and the folds were instantly smoothed. Then he smiled and squinted at Filch and said, "Your attention now should be on those students on the observatory, not me. I'll go back to my dorm first, Mr. Filch, good night." Peter turned away, leaving a stunned Filch. "Meow." The skinny cat walked up to Filch's feet and rubbed him. Filch looked at the place where there was no one in the distance, leaned over and picked up the cat, and muttered, "Loris, I only have you now." Then his expression changed, he lifted a lamp, rushed out of the office, and rushed in the direction of the observatory, with a sly smile on his face, and his mouth said, "These damn students, I'm going to give you a good look when you catch me." Peter thought he would be able to get back to the dorm room smoothly, but he bumped into Draco again halfway through. "Chief." Draco didn't expect to meet Peter here, shouting in panic, "It's curfew time, what are you out for?" Peter squinted at him. Because I. Something? Draco did not dare to look at Peter. At the time of the previous Ministry of Magic raid, Peter was in Hagrid's hut. Draco had always thought that Hagrid would be able to evade the inspection ahead of time, and Peter must have played a big role. Otherwise, with the Gryffindor people, there is no such ability at all. So now he was going to catch Potter on the spot about them, and couldn't tell Peter. He was afraid Peter would stop them. Looking at Draco's stoic look, Peter's eyes narrowed, and his mind-reading skills had not yet been completed, just in time to hear his heart. Since Draco didn't want to say, he didn't ask much, but only reminded, "You want to travel at night. As long as you are not caught, I will not care about you, but if you are caught deducting points, you must make up the credits before the end of this semester. Got it?" "No, Chief, rest assured, I will not be deducted points, maybe I will be extra points," Draco said confidently. He was going to catch Potter on the spot, and as a meritorious person, he would definitely be rewarded by Professor Snape. "I hope so, otherwise 50 credits, if you want to make up for it, it will be somewhat difficult," Peter said meaningfully. "Senior, what does 50 credits mean?" Draco asked puzzled. "It's all right, you'll understand later." Peter smiled, then ignored his reaction and headed for the cellar. Draco listened to Peter's inexplicable words, a little confused, and then shook his head, and ran to Professor McGonagall's office with an excited face. He was going to take Professor McGonagall to the scene to arrest people? As for why he didn't go to Professor Snape, Draco said that Snape's prestige is not only feared by other college students, they are also afraid. You're finally back. I tell you, the observatory is very lively tonight. Alan said to Peter with a curious face. I've heard that there are a dozen people in Gryffindor, ready to sneak to the observatory to see if Potter's news of their dragon delivery is true. It is said that there are also several Hufflepuffs, and I also want to go and see them. You said that if a professor happened to pass by, would he be swept away? There should be no one in our academy, so curious to look at it, right? Peter asked with a frown. No, you know that the people in our academy are more cautious. At least a dozen people were going to the observatory tonight, and it was easy to expose, so no one went. Alan shook his head. That's good. Peter nodded satisfactorily. Then Peter said with a bad smile, when I came back just now, I saw a few Gryffindor students walking in the direction of the observatory. So I kindly reported this situation to Filch, thinking that he should have a great harvest tonight. Hey, Peter, you're so bad? If they knew, they would hate you to death? When Alan heard this, he was stunned and then said with a snicker, I'm a good student, and this curfew time is still running outside, of course, to report to the professor. Peter said with a straight face. Then a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Of course, it would be better if you deducted more credits. After all, although we are now ranked first in the credits, other colleges are still clinging to us. Hey, the two looked at each other and smiled, full of anticipation of this situation. But if Draco Malfoy went out just now, would he be caught? Alan suddenly remembered and said, looking a little worried. Of course he'll get caught. Peter smiled and explained, in a puzzled expression, I've already met him, and this boy is going to take the professor to the scene to arrest people. Although the academy will deduct 50 credits for him, but at the same time let Gryffindor deduct 150 points, it is still we who earned? You predicted? Alan asked in surprise. It's not a prophecy, it's just a one-sided view. Peter waved his hand and smiled lightly. I really envy your ability. If I have this ability, I can use it to predict the final exam questions. Alan sighed with envy. Nothing? If you usually work a little harder, it is very simple to take an excellent score. Peter gave him a blank look. You say it lightly, you think everyone is a bully like you. To us such scum, only deserve a passing score, then dare to expect excellence? Alan said without fighting spirit, slumped on the couch. Peter ignored the slacker, looked at the time, and asked, although it is a weekend, do you still want to stay up late? Go to bed, tomorrow I will take you to the library to review, not far from the final exam? Spare me, Peter. Just let me have a good rest on the weekend. And there are still many months to go before the end of the period, and it is still long. Alan directly hugged the sofa without letting go, and then said expectantly, and I want to see if your prophecy is accurate. If Malfoy is really deducted 50 credits, then I will hold your thigh from now on. Anyway, at the end of the term, you can reveal a few questions to me so that I can pass the test. Don't even think about it. My prophecy is not meant to help you cheat. If you do fail the test, I will send my transcripts to your parents and let them see your roommates. Peter said with a sneer. Are you the devil? Alan looked at him pitifully and said grumpily. No, I'm your angel roommate. Peter said with a grin. There are no angels in the wizarding world, you devil. Alan slumped directly on the couch, covered his face and yelled dryly. Looking at the classmates who were attracted to him, Peter smiled and explained to the crowd, he's just sick, don't worry. Poof, the students around couldn't help but snicker. Alan, this guy personality is really funny. Peter was pestered by Ellen for another half an hour in the lounge, and as he was about to go back to his bedroom to rest, he saw Draco walk in with an indignant look on his face. Draco, have you been deducted 50 credits? As soon as Ellen saw him, he jumped up from the couch and ran a few steps to him and asked, Senior White, you. Did you know? Alas, how do you know? I obviously just came out of Professor McGonagall. Draco looked ashamed at first, then reacted and asked incomprehensibly. Of course Peter told me, and he said you'd be deducted 50 points. Then there are other Gryffindors who will deduct 150 points because of you? Is it true? Alan said expectantly. When Draco listened, he looked at Peter on the couch by the fireplace in shock, and he remembered what Peter had said to him just outside the cellar. It's true, I just took Professor McGonagall to the Owl Shack to catch Potter, but I pounced. But halfway through, he bumped into Potter, Granger, and Longbottom. Draco said somewhat weakly, then they were deducted 50 points each by Professor McGonagall. I was also deducted 50 credits? The reason is that I am also out of the curfew time? Well done, although 50 points were deducted, we finally killed our fierce enemies. Alan said happily. Senior White, will the chief prophesy? He just reminded me outside. Draco whispered to Alan, his eyes full of shock and curiosity. You say, and he's still a natural Dementor. This guy is a monster, and your little actions and careful thoughts can't hide from him? Alan said with a horror storytelling tone, his eyes full of smiles. Dementor. Draco had a frightened expression on his face, and his steps involuntarily retreated. Don't worry, his ability is self-controlled, so most of the time he turns it off. After all, there are always people buzzing in the head, which is also very annoying, right? Alan reassured. Peter got up and came to Draco, looked at the restrained student in front of him, and said calmly, since you have been deducted 50 credits, you must make up these points this semester. Can it be done? Yes, Chief. Draco's resolute assurances. That's fine, Peter nodded satisfactorily. Then Alan, who was hanging on the side, said in a bad mood, what are you doing with the pestle? It's not early, it's time to go to bed. Since you just said I'm a monster, you'll go with me to the library tomorrow morning to review. Improve your grades? No, I don't. Alan was dragged back to the dormitory by Peter with a wailing voice in the amused eyes of many classmates. Draco looked at the two with a look of envy in their eyes, and he came to the school. In addition to the two followers, there was a fancy-pansy Parkinson, but neither of them really became friends. He wondered if he was looking for a real friend. Although he had tried to be friends with Potter before, he became a sworn enemy. Speaking of Potter, he was suddenly angry again, and tonight he was going to expose Potter's lies on the spot, and then prove to everyone that he did not lie. But he was obviously a step late, and he pounced. Although the Potter trio deducted 150 points, but in the future, I am afraid that many people will think that they are lying and making up lies about Hagrid's dragon breeding. The next day, when all the students got up, they found that a tsunami was coming. Gryffindor students looked into their scoring hourglasses and were almost stripped naked. Percy Weasley, the prefect, was full of disbelief and rushed to Professor McGonagall's office to inquire about the situation, only to learn that Harry and Hermione, as well as Neville, were caught by her on the night tour last night, and directly deducted 150 points. Then Filch caught 3 Gryffindor students at the observatory, and was also deducted 150 points by the enraged Professor McGonagall. A full 300 points were deducted in one night. All the Gryffindor points gems were deducted, and I still owe a lot. Hearing this news, Percy was directly angry and fainted. He originally wanted to compete with Peter, but now it's a joke. Then Filch caught 2 Hufflepuff students, who also deducted 100 points. Coupled with the fact that Draco of Slytherin was deducted 50 points, only Ravenclaw students were not deducted points. Despite this, Slytherin is firmly at the top of the Academy's points rankings. This made the Slytherin students very excited, and they ran to Harry Potter angrily and thanked him for his contribution to Slytherin. Peter also quickly drank to stop these triumphant Slytherin students. Didn't he see that he had already provoked the anger of the crowd? Gryffindor was deducted 300 points overnight, and the incident caused a big stir. Harry Potter and his buddies were suddenly isolated by their classmates. Not only were they deducted 150 points, but 3 other students were also deducted 150 points. Yes, the other 3 students who were caught by Filch at the observatory swore that if it weren't for Harry Potter, they wouldn't have been so curious to see it, so the blame was still on Harry Potter's head. With so many credits deducted, Gryffindor had no hope of the Academy Cup this year, and even the twins had no interest in the treasure hunt, and followed Captain Wood to step up the practice of Quidditch and win the Quidditch Cup. Harry Potter was in a difficult situation, and they were unlucky enough to be punished by Professor McGonagall for voluntary labor and had to follow Hagrid on patrol in the Forbidden Forest. And Peter is busy, and he is ready to go to the Forbidden Forest tonight to wait for Quirrell's arrival. According to his foreseeable future, tonight Quirrell will go to the Forbidden Forest to hunt unicorns. Peter was not surprised that Quirrell had given up the unicorn blood that Peter had supplied regularly every half a month, and instead spent his energy running to the Forbidden Forest to hunt unicorns. Although Peter's unicorn blood was not cursed, it was created with the wishing spell, and the effect lasted only half a month. Once one day, Peter suddenly revoked this magic, the unicorn blood that maintained the life effect on his body would also disappear at the same time, and at that time his body would collapse immediately. This condition of being conditioned by man is not something that Voldemort, who has always been solipsistic, can endure. So Quirrell, who has already collected the evening primrose, is ready to go to the Forbidden Forest tonight to trap a unicorn and free himself from Peter's control. Even if such unicorn blood contained a curse, the effect of continuing his life was enough for him to persist until the end of the semester. Before Quirrell could act, Peter arrived at the Forbidden Forest Unicorn settlement early and informed the Unicorn King of the dangers of tonight. At this time, Peter turned into the form of a unicorn and said to the Unicorn King Raphael, "Tonight the Dark Wizard is ready to attack you. Raphael, you must take good care of all the unicorns. Don't let any unicorn run out, otherwise you will lose your life." The Unicorn King nodded, but said angrily, "I will be optimistic, but this man has come again and again to try to take the lives of my kind, and I want him to pay the price. Raphael, rest assured, you will have a chance tonight. As long as you find the right time, take advantage of his weakness to give him a hard time, so that he will not dare to covet you in the future," Peter said confidently. As the night grew darker, Quirrell in the office looked at the time, then took a handful from the drawer, the evening primrose that had been collected when the moon was full a few days ago, and then took the hood and quietly left the castle and entered the Forbidden Forest at night. Meanwhile, Filch in the castle happily takes Potter, Hermione, Neville, and Malfoy to Hagrid's cabin, where they are going to follow Hagrid on a tour of the Forbidden Forest tonight. After Quirrell came to the Forbidden Forest, he came to the highlands outside the Unicorn settlement. After quietly observing, after making sure that there was no doubt about safety, after staring at a unicorn on the outskirts, he once again took out the evening primrose. Place it in the direction of the unicorn's upper vent and let the wind drift to the unicorn with the scent of evening primrose. Evening primrose is the unicorn's favorite food, and when it smells this fragrance, even if the Unicorn King has told it to do so, the unicorn can't resist the temptation and leaves the settlement in the direction of the fragrance. Quirrell had thought that after the last experience, the unicorns would be a little more vigilant. But looking at this unsuspecting unicorn, my heart was suddenly overjoyed. and constantly along the planned route, constantly placed the evening primrose, luring the unicorn farther and farther. At the same time, in the unicorn tribe, the tall unicorn king also quietly left the settlement and chased after the departing unicorn. Placing the last of the evening primrose on a stone in a valley location, Quirrell waited quietly for the unicorn to arrive. In order to prevent the accident from happening again, this time he had prepared dozens of evening primroses to lead the unicorn farther away. Even if the movement behind it was too big, it could not attract people. After a while, the unicorn that was chasing the evening primrose finally fell into the trap position. The unicorn that was hiding on the high ground waved its wand, and the unicorn that was eating the evening primrose was suddenly surrounded by branches and vines and thick ropes around it. Wrapped around it like a giant python, no matter how it struggled, it had no strength to make, and it was half suspended in midair, and could only make a panicked hissing sound. Great! Haha, finally caught? Quirrell walked out of the high ground full of excitement, looking at the unicorn that was bundled up like rice dumplings with delight. He didn't have a single death curse attack this time, and it was also inspired by Peter. He was ready to capture the unicorn alive, then take it back to his office, get some blood from it every month to keep him alive, and then he wouldn't have to bother hunting again. Stupid, go see if this unicorn is real. Aren't the lessons ahead enough? Quirrell let out a hoarse reprimand on the back of his head. Yes, master? Quirrell shivered in fright, and hurried a few steps over, scrutinizing the unicorn and experimenting with the spell, but none of them changed. It just caused the unicorn to scream in horror. The host did not find anything unusual, should be a real unicorn. Quirrell said happily. Stupid, of course you checked like this and found no problem. Peter York's guy's wishing spell is amazing, and the living creatures that come out are no different from the real ones. You go get a little blood, taste it for yourself, and see if there's a curse? Voldemort said hoarsely, his voice unusually eerie in this quiet valley. Upon hearing Voldemort's request, Quirrell showed a hesitant look on his face, and he said hesitantly, Master, doesn't Peter York give us blood without curses every month on time, and maybe we can save more? Before he could finish speaking, Quirrell collapsed on the ground in pain, constantly begging for forgiveness. Master, I was wrong. Please spare me. Voldemort didn't torture him much, and after stopping, he said coldly, Peter York can't be trusted. Although the unicorn blood he conjured up did not have a curse, as long as he waved his wand, the effect of those bloods would no longer exist. We are now at a critical time, and the plan to capture the Philosopher's Stone must not have any influencing factors. I see, Master. Quirrell looked horrified and agreed. Then he directly conjured up a knife, cut a small hole in the unicorn's body, caught it with the bottle, and struggled to drink it. Suddenly, his body convulsed, and a series of blue-black lines suddenly appeared on his face, which instantly turned him into a very vicious one. Quirrell looked at the green lines on his hands in horror and shouted in horror, Master, what's going on? My body hurts so much, the Master saves me. Quirrell rolled directly on the ground in pain. Peter York. Voldemort, who was connected to Quirrell's pain, also let out a scream, and then he instantly understood and gritted his teeth. Snapping, applause suddenly rang out. A tree on the side twisted and instantly turned into Peter. He walked over to Quirrell with a clapping hand and asked Voldemort curiously, Lord Voldemort, how did you know it was me? I guessed it was you, Peter York. Why are you against me over and over again? Voldemort said in a hoarse voice. Peter looked at Voldemort hidden in the hood and said in a hurt tone, then you have wronged me. I was kind enough to provide you with unicorn blood every month, but you went to the Forbidden Forest to hunt unicorns? You defaulted first? As he spoke, flames lit up on the trapped unicorn, and his holy appearance faded away, turning into a nightmare of black flames that had been bubbling all the time, exuding the breath of evil curses. Quirrell, who was in severe pain all over his body, looked at this scene, suddenly waited for his eyes to widen, and shouted hard, another nightmare. Then he looked at Peter with horror. Peter York, you've disguised nightmares as unicorns again. You guessed it? Professor Quirrell, you obviously only suffered a loss last time. How did you forget it so quickly? You look at your body now, it's festering even worse. Peter smiled and said, with a look of regret, Master, save me, I can't die so soon. Quirrell looked at his body in horror, only to see that his body had quickly festered because he had just drunk nightmare blood. Voldemort in the back of Quirrell's head, listening to the cry for help from his men, asked Peter in a cold voice, saying, this time we confessed. How on earth did you save this idiot? Voldemort was very depressed. For the sake of the Philosopher's Stone, he could not abandon this body now, he could only save Quirrell first. Hearing Voldemort's words, Peter smiled and said with an innocent face, Professor, of course I won't do anything. You are teaching me the dark arts now, without your help, where can I find such a good teacher? As long as you swear not to touch the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, I will still send you unicorn blood as usual in the future, ensuring that you can persist until the end of this semester, and I think you should have already received the Philosopher's Stone by then. Voldemort hid in his cloak and did not speak for a long time, and then in the midst of Quirrell's incessant pleading, a cold voice finally came out, like a poisonous snake hissing. I agreed. That's great. Peter said happily as if hearing the good news, and then with a wave of his wand, the nightmare disappeared directly into smoke. As the nightmare disappears, so does the curse and poison on Quirrell's body. He stopped wailing, stood up trembling, and looked at a smiling Peter in horror. His fear of Peter was almost beyond that of Voldemort. This 14-year-old boy repeatedly let himself and Voldemort play with each other? Peter looked at Quirrell sympathetically and said, "Professor Quirrell, it looks like you're in a bad situation right now." Saying that, he directly conjured up a unicorn, skillfully took a small vial of blood, and then handed it to Quirrell. "Professor, you better drink a little blood first, otherwise your body may not be able to support it." Quirrell took the bottle tremblingly, then hesitantly asked behind him, "Master, drink it." Voldemort's voice was tinged with a hint of frustration. Upon hearing Voldemort's permission, Quirrell looked overjoyed and quickly drank the unicorn blood from the bottle. In an instant, Quirrell's body, which was on the verge of collapse, magically recovered again, and a trace of sick redness appeared on his pale face, and he let out a comfortable moan. Peter looked at him with disgust, then smiled and pushed the unicorn he had concocted, and said, "To reassure you, this unicorn will be placed in your place. In half a month, he will not disappear. You should be relieved, right?" When Quirrell heard this, he happily took out a dragon skin bag that had been prepared long ago, and cast a traceless stretch spell on it, and easily packed the unicorn into the small bag. "Professor, remember to feed it. Although this unicorn was concocted by me, it still needs to eat and sleep." Peter chuckled and reminded, "And I see, Professor Quirrell, that you are so good at finding evening primrose, and when you want to take its blood later, it is best to exchange it for evening primrose. Otherwise, if you take it out, it will be blood containing curses." As soon as Quirrell heard Peter's sarcastic tone, his face turned red, and he turned away in exasperation. "This time I returned empty-handed, and I lost all my face, and I don't know how I would be tortured and vented by the owner. Professor, you are so badly injured now, it is very dangerous in the Forbidden Forest. Do you need me to send you back?" Peter asked with a smile. "No." Quirrell's annoyed voice came and he quickened his walk. Peter smiled and squinted at the direction Quirrell had left, his eyes flashed blue, and then a smile appeared on his face, and he turned to the dense forest not far away and said, "He will meet Harry Potter later, and then it will be your chance. Remember to give him a little color to see, but don't get dead." There was a hissing sound in the dense forest, and then the figure emitting white fluorescence flashed by, chasing Quirrell in the direction. As Peter slowly returned to his dorm room, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Draco were all assigned to follow Hagrid on a hunting tour of the Forbidden Forest. Among them, under Hagrid's assignment, he and Hermione were of a group. Draco, Harry, and the Big Dogtooth group. The animals in the Forbidden Forest are very sensitive, and during these days, Quirrell often enters the Forbidden Forest, so it causes uneasiness among the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid sensed something strange, so this time he was ready to check out the Forbidden Forest. Harry and Draco were a group of two people who didn't deal with each other, walking together, fighting each other and following the teeth. I don't know if it was fate or the fate of Harry Potter and Voldemort, they actually collided with Quirrell. Wearing a hood and wrapped tightly in robes, Quirrell resembled a bat in the darkness of the night. When he saw Harry Potter, he was also stunned, and then a sly smile appeared on his face. "I can't get the Philosopher's Stone yet, and I've just been angry with Peter, and since I hit Harry Potter, let's kill this so-called savior first. Wouldn't it be sad to think of Dumbledore?" Tooth was the first to spot Quirrell and barked at him in panic, instantly catching Harry and Draco's attention. "Nasty dog." Quirrell made a muffled sound, and with a wave of his wand, his teeth were thrown far away and crashed into the trunk of the tree. Tooth let out a wail, then got up and turned his head and ran, leaving the stunned Draco and Harry behind. "Ah!" Draco screamed, threw down Harry Potter, turned his head and ran backwards. Quirrell didn't care about Draco's escape, his target was Harry Potter, who accidentally fell to the ground. He pulled out his wand and said in his mouth, "Avada," and the tip of the wand in his hand had faintly appeared green. Suddenly, an arrow came and interrupted Quirrell's chanting. It was Firenze the Centaurs, who took a few steps over Harry, pulling his bow and aiming it at Quirrell. Damn the Centaurs. Quirrell understood that the time had passed. He was still very weak, and he couldn't hold on for long, so he could only look at Firenze and Harry Potter with hatred, and then retreat backwards. Only suddenly, before he could react, a gust of wind came from behind him, and then a sharp pain came from his body. When Quirrell looked down, he found that his chest was pierced by a silver horn. Behind him was a huge unicorn, with a long sharp horn, directly picking him up. "Ah!" Quirrell couldn't help but let out a scream. Hissing, Harry and Firenze looked at this miserable situation and couldn't help but be stunned. I saw that the black-robed man who had been pierced by the unicorn's direct horn was like a rag, and was thrown out by the unicorn and fell to the ground. The unicorn had no intention of attacking again, but it still had its nose spewing air, and its hooves were constantly rubbing the ground, as if it was going to come again at any moment. Quirrell endured the severe pain in his body, and his body turned into a black mist and quickly fled. Firenze did not bother to greet Harry Potter first, but said to the tall unicorn in surprise, "Raphael, I didn't expect you to be here. Aren't you the one who won't leave your people?" The Unicorn King replied with a hiss. "What, you say Peter is here too? He told you to do it?" When Firenze heard the Unicorn King's words, his face was full of surprise, and he couldn't help but sigh, only this guy can do such a thing. The Unicorn King let out a hissing sound and then retreated backwards. "Okay, then go back first. There's time, I'll pass." Firenze listened to him and said. The Unicorn King nodded, glanced at Harry Potter, and then turned and sped back. Hello Mr. Centaur, just. Was that a unicorn just now? It's so big, it's 2 or 3 times the size of a horse? Harry watched with some amazement in the direction in which the unicorn had disappeared. Harry Potter, you can call me Firenze. Firenze bowed his head and said to him gently. You know my name? Harry asked in surprise. Of course, your name isn't just famous among wizards, Harry. Firenze looked at the scar on his forehead. Among the magical intelligent creatures, you are also famous. After all, you are the only one who survived the death curse. Why are you paying attention to this? I mean, after all, isn't that the business of wizards? Harry asked puzzled. Harry Potter, that death curse used to be the nightmare of many magically intelligent creatures. Countless times we have tried to figure out a way to resist this death curse, but to no avail. But here we see hope in you, because you're the only one who's unharmed by a death curse attack head-on. Firenze looked at Harry Potter with curiosity. Harry was very uncomfortable with his inquiring eyes, and asked off-topic, Mr. Firenze, you and the unicorn mentioned Peter just now. Are you talking about Peter York? Yes, it's him. He's the guest of honor of our Centaur's tribe. Ever saved us? Firenze nodded. And he's a good friend of the unicorns. The unicorn just now was the king of the unicorns, named Raphael. He had just been asked by Peter York to deal with the dark wizard just now. Harry was very surprised. He didn't expect Peter York to have such a relationship in the Forbidden Forest. Harry was momentarily disturbed at the thought of the dark wizard he had just been, and he asked, Mr. Firenze, who was that man just now? He just looked like he was trying to deal with me. I saw a green glow from his wand, and for a moment I felt like I was going to die. Harry Potter, that's the death curse. As long as you are hit, you will not be able to escape death. Firenze said solemnly. He's going to kill me. Why did he kill me? Harry asked in horror and anger. His target tonight is actually a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, and he is very weak now, and he wants to rely on the blood of the unicorn to recover his strength. But was stopped back by Peter? But he saw you and thought you were an obstacle to him, so he wanted to kill you. Firenze explained. Obstruction? I don't even know him. Why do you think I'm his obstacle? Harry looked at Firenze puzzled. Because you stopped him once 10 years ago. Now that he's in school, he'll see you as an enemy? Firenze said. You should know what is hidden in the forbidden area of the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor of the castle. Firenze looked into Harry's eyes. That's what the guy tonight is here for. The corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor? You mean Philosopher's Stone? Harry reacted instantly, looking at Firenze with wide eyes. You mean, that person tonight is Voldemort? Firenze nodded, then looked into the night sky and said quietly, tonight's Mars is very bright. Then he looked at Harry with a confused face and said lightly, Harry Potter, you should go, it's not safe for you here. Then he took Harry to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and kindly helped Harry on his back and quickened his departure. It didn't take long to meet Hagrid and a frightened Draco who kept urging Hagrid to leave the Forbidden Forest. At the same time, several other centaurs also ran out, led by Bane the Centaurs, who saw Harry on Firenze's back, laughed at Firenze, and said, Are you going to be a human animal, a camel? Firenze frowned and said somewhat angrily, See clearly he's Harry Potter. He's just been attacked by a mysterious man, and I'm just helping him? Then keep this savior in good hands. Bane snorted coldly and said, We received a notice from Peter that he asked us to patrol the Forbidden Forest for a few days. That person was so badly injured, he would definitely come to the Forbidden Forest to pick herbs. Peter said, Don't leave him a single tree. Bane then took the centaurs and rushed into the dense forest. Harry got off Firenze's back, and he kept hearing Peter in the mouths of the horsemen, and couldn't help asking, Mr. Firenze, I hear Peter keep appearing in your mouths. What kind of person is he? Peter. Firenze looked puzzled when he heard this, looked up at the night sky, and sighed, Actually, we don't know what kind of person he really is. He's sometimes more of a spectator than we centaurs, but sometimes he's strategizing. As if everything was not a secret in his eyes. The wise men of our race once said that Peter York saw a future longer than we do. He was like a witness to his destiny, seems to exist and does not exist. I don't understand. Harry shook his head in confusion, and Firenze's words were somewhat mysterious to him. But he understood the essence of the meaning, that is, Peter York was very good. Well, your partner is here too, so let's go here. Firenze saw Hagrid coming and looked down at Harry. Harry Potter, goodbye. Thank you, Firenze. You just saved me? Harry said gratefully. You're welcome, Harry Potter. Your fate would not have been so short, just the right moment. Firenze shook his head. Then he nodded to Hagrid, then ran into the dense forest and disappeared. In the darkness of the night, in the castle of Hogwarts, Peter hummed a song and walked leisurely to the cellar. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Quirrell is weakly finding many bottles of healing medicine from a wooden box. Then I ripped open the sleeve of my coat and exposed my chest, only to see a very conspicuous hole wound in my chest. There was a little white fluorescence on the wound, preventing the wound from healing, which was left behind by the unicorn's attack magic. Master, what should I do? The wounds don't heal and soon my blood will run dry? Quirrell said in horror and despair. Go to Snape's office, he has a lot of potions there. Can heal your wounds. Voldemort's voice rang out. The next day, Peter was having breakfast when he heard a lot of talk around him. He asked his roommate about the situation. I heard that the potions office was stolen last night and lost a lot of precious potions. Professor Snape was furious and vowed to find the thief. Alan explained. Stolen? What potions were lost? Peter asked in surprise. I don't know, it's been turned over anyway, as long as it's a potion, it seems to have been stolen. Alan shook his head and said. Peter thought about it for a moment and understood that Quirrell had done it, and this guy seemed to be seriously injured. It is no wonder that he was first pit by himself, drank the blood of the nightmare, and although he used the blood of the unicorn to survive later, the injuries caused would not be healed so quickly. Then the Unicorn King was followed by a fierce one-horned piercing chest. Unicorns are not decorations, they carry unicorn magic on them, and ordinary healing magic and potions are useless. In the whole school, I am afraid that only Snape will have a high-level healing potion. However, Peter guessed that Quirrell's IQ must have thought of such a solution, so it was probably Voldemort who came up with the suggestion. Peter tasted the food as he glanced up at Professor Snape, who was gloomy and exuding low pressure. Sympathize with him, this is a senseless disaster? Quirrell didn't appear in the professor's chair today, but not many people will pay attention to the garlic-stuttering professor. Peter had a defense against the dark arts class this morning, and he wondered if Quirrell could come to class. After this incident, Peter felt that Quirrell should settle down and stop playing unicorn ideas. After all, is it bad to obediently accept Peter's kindness and provide a bottle of unicorn blood without curses on time every half a month? Peter's first class in the morning was to take 3 classes at the same time. But Peter was already able to use the time converter very skillfully. Coupled with the fact that several of his companions knew about it, Peter was already able to use the time turner in front of them without hesitation. After finishing the other 2 classes, Peter used the time changer again and appeared in the defense against the dark arts classroom. He sat down in the position left for him by several of his friends and took the textbooks that his roommates had brought for him. Thanks, now with your help, my class is more convenient. Peter sat down and said with a sigh of relief. The other 2 courses went well, right? Alan asked curiously. The arithmetic divination class was quite smooth, but the Muggle study class was quite speechless. Peter shook his head helplessly and said, Professor Bubagy is a good person, but it's like he's never been to Muggles. His description of Muggle life made me feel like I had never been in Muggle society before. I doubt I might fail the Muggle studies exam, because what it calls the correct answer may contradict my perception. Haha, if you fail Muggle research, you'll laugh out your teeth. George laughed happily. Peter York, the bully, lost points for answering the correct answer on the Muggle study paper. How bad is this course? Fred said with a grin. Fortunately, we didn't choose this course, otherwise you will be taught a fool, the twins said in unison. It is true that this course is very imprecise. Muggle studies teachers should at least choose wizards who were born Muggles or lived in Muggles for a long time. But as far as I know, Professor Bubagy is a pureblood and has never been to the Muggle world. It was only when she was in school that she did well in Muggle studies that she became a professor of this course. But a course full of mistakes, the students who teach it, the same wrong knowledge learned. This is really not rigorous? Gossip Ace Alan agreed. What I'm thinking is that when it comes to the final exam, I will fill in the wrong knowledge with a clear conscience and get excellent results. Or do you just fill in the correct answer I know and get a fail? You know there's an OWL, ordinary wizarding level exam, behind me, and if I want a full O of the 12, I have to fill in the wrong knowledge in the textbook. Peter said bitterly. I want to say that you still fill in the answers according to the knowledge in the textbook. When you have the ability, then you will directly overturn these teaching materials and compile a book yourself. Alan gave the most pertinent advice. It's true that you're famous now, but once you're doing it with adults, they'll just treat your words like gibberish. George said in agreement. Peter, you'd go back to school and become a professor of Muggle studies. When the time comes, you can change the textbook as much as you want, and no one will say. Fred advised. Forget it, I'm just complaining. I don't want to take care of so much business. Peter leaned back in his chair and said. Immediately the topic turned, and he asked with a smile, I saw Professor Quirrell's illness yesterday. You said today's class, will he appear sick? Hack, is he finally sick with the smell of garlic on his body? George said happily, then he had better not come, so that we will not be attacked by his poison gas. Then you're going to be disappointed, because Professor Quirrell is here. Fred smiled strangely and said, but he looks very sick and feels like he will fall down at any moment. Peter turned his head to see that Quirrell had come to the classroom desk. His face was miserable, and his eyes were full of blood, as if he was about to hang up at any moment. Peter raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Professor Snape's potion was very powerful, so quickly saved him. Can come to class. Each for students too. It's time for class, please sit down and do a good job. Good location? Quirrell shouted weakly, and with his stuttering look, there was no deterrent at all. The students were still giggling and playing. Well, quiet down Slytherin and listen to the lesson. Peter didn't want a lesson to be consumed like this, so he said seriously to the Slytherin students. When the Slytherin students saw that it was Peter who had spoken, they immediately sat down obediently. Well, I was actually frightened like this. You snake people are really timid, like me. Not? A Gryffindor boy, seeing the appearance of a Slytherin student, taunted loudly. But then Peter waved his hand lightly, and he couldn't speak directly, desperately trying to make a sound, but it was as if he was muted. Peter, the twins said with some hesitation. Don't worry, it will be automatically solved after class. Peter said lightly, just enough for everyone in the classroom to hear. As soon as the others heard it, the original tense atmosphere was instantly relaxed, and the Gryffindor students looked at the forbidden classmates amusedly. Professor, you can lecture. Peter smiled and said to Quirrell. Facing Peter, Quirrell's pupils narrowed, then a fake smile squeezed out of his face, and he stuttered, Great. Great no. Wandless magic? Peter? Slytheringa. Plus 5 points? Thank you, Professor. Peter smiled and nodded, then sat down. After class, Peter and his companions giggled and came to the auditorium to eat. Just as he was about to enter the gate, Harry Potter stopped in front of Peter. Peter, can I talk to you alone? Harry, do you have any little secrets to tell Peter? Let's tell us first, he's an evil Slytherin. Can't believe it? The twins grinned. Seeing Harry Potter come looking for him, Peter raised an eyebrow. He didn't know this savior very well, so he shouldn't have talked to himself privately, right? But he was curious about what he would find himself to say. Okay, let's go outside and talk. Peter nodded yes, then asked his friends to go first to dinner. The two men came to the stone bridge of the castle. Harry, what do you want to say to me? Peter looked at Harry Potter with a mysterious look and asked with some amusement. Peter, it's like this. Harry then told him about the fact that he had almost fallen off Quidditch from the beginning, and that he had seen Professor Snape force Quirrell to take sides, and that Snape had been bitten by a three-headed dog, just hiding the Philosopher's Stone. Are you saying that you suspect that Professor Snape wants to kill you, and then he wants to pass through the third floor of the Forbidden Land and wants to steal the treasure inside? Peter looked at him strangely and then said, Are you looking for me to denounce Professor Snape, or? Looking into Peter's eyes, he thought Peter didn't believe him, and hurriedly explained, We have proof. When I was playing at Quidditch, Hermione saw Snape staring straight at me, until Hermione lit Snape's robe, and my broom stopped. I want to find you because I knew you from Firenze, and you wanted to stop Voldemort, right? You have a good relationship with the Centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, and the unicorns. Yesterday I was in the Forbidden Forest and I met Voldemort. Although he was stabbed in the chest by a unicorn, he escaped. Firenze says unicorns do what you want. I guess you'll have a way, right? Listening to a big call from Harry Potter, Peter understood. It turned out that the main reason he had come to find himself was the words that Firenze had revealed to him. Harry Potter, you can call the mysterious man by name to show that you are brave, but until you reach the corresponding strength, I suggest you use other titles as well. Peter solemnly reminds. Wizards in the wizarding world don't dare to call him by his name, not just because they're afraid of him. It's because he casts a spell on his name, and as long as he calls his name directly, he will feel it. I see, Peter. Harry nodded obediently, and then said anxiously, Snape already knows the way to the Forbidden Lands level, and there is nothing we can do about it. So I can only ask you to help us think of a way. We must not let him succeed. First of all, Harry, as a Slytherin student, and what I've learned about Snape over the years at school, I don't think he'll be the one who wants to steal the treasures of the Forbidden Lands. Peter shook his head and said. Then he stopped Harry, who wanted to speak, and continued, but if you really doubt him, you can go and react to Dumbledore. Dumbledore was a very enlightened headmaster and tolerant of his students, and even if what you say is wrong, he will listen to you. So why not go and find Headmaster Dumbledore? After all, he's on the 8th floor, close to your Gryffindor dorm, just a few steps away. Go find Dumbledore. Harry Potter shook his head hesitantly and said, He won't believe me. I'm just a first grader, and Snape has been in school for many years, and he has no reason not to trust Snape. Believe me, Harry, you may not be clear about your position. Peter smiled and said, You savior is very important in Dumbledore's eyes. Don't be presumptuous. Besides, you also said that you are only 11-year-olds, and if you tell Dumbledore the news and they are still not vigilant, it will not be the turn of a group of children to be responsible. But what Snape wants to steal is the magic inside. A treasure, then used to resurrect Voldemort. He was my enemy and almost killed me yesterday. Harry Potter said impatiently. If he gets his hands on it, Voldemort will be resurrected. It will become his turf and I don't want to leave Hogwarts. So Harry, you're looking for me to testify on your behalf. Proof that Professor Snape will go and steal the treasure from the Forbidden Land on the 3rd floor? Peter asked with a smile. Yes, Peter, since you can have a relationship with both the Centaurs and the unicorns, and you are the winner of the Order of Merlin too, the champion of the dueling tournament, and the best student. Professors will trust you. As long as you testify on our behalf, you can definitely organize Snape's conspiracy? Harry looked at Peter expectantly and said. Thank you for the compliment, Harry. Peter looked at him with a smile, then shook his head and said, But I'm sorry I couldn't agree to your request. Although what you say is very convincing, I believe that Professor Snape may have had some misunderstanding between you that led to such a view. Peter, you can't trust Snape like that just because he's your dean. Harry Potter said excitedly, if he really got the magic. Then it's too late. Harry, you come down first. Peter patted him on the shoulder and reassured, if you really suspect Professor Snape, I suggest you ask Dumbledore for help. Believe me, in school, the one you can trust the most is him, and he will give you the answer. Peter leaned over and looked into Harry's eyes and said. Harry Potter was so disappointed to receive such an answer that he hurried away after expressing his interruptions to Peter. Peter looked at Potter amusedly as he left and shook his head. Professor Snape seemed to have been carrying the pot for a while, and it was no wonder that anyone who saw his gloomy look would not think he was a good person. And Peter guessed that even if Snape knew Potter was suspicious of him, he wouldn't have reacted much, just taunted stupid Potter. Went back to the auditorium again for dinner and just sat down. The curious twins ran to the Slytherin table, squeezed away the people next to them, and sat down despite the glare of others. Peter, what's the matter? Harry looking for you. Tell us about it. And when did he become so familiar with you? I actually want to whisper to you. The twins put their hands on Peter's shoulders and asked curiously. Peter rolled his eyes and let go of the two of them. Then he swallowed the food in his mouth before saying, nothing, it's just that Potter suspects Professor Snape and wants to steal the treasures inside through the Forbidden Land on the 3rd floor. Forbidden Land on the 3rd floor? What's the good stuff out there? It's just a stinky, somewhat fierce three-headed dog, the twins said with a rare and strange expression. You've been there. When did you go? Alan asked in surprise. Peter also looked at the twins with some surprise, not expecting that these two guys had actually gone. Of course I've been there, not long after the start of school. There's nothing inside except a big three-headed dog, the twins said triumphantly. Didn't Dumbledore say he wasn't allowed to go inside? Alan said. Then Dumbledore said he wasn't allowed to go to the Forbidden Forest, but we're going as usual. The twins grinned. The three-headed dogs are only the first level, they have a trapdoor at their feet, and entering the inside is the real Forbidden Land. Peter explained directly. Really? Then we really missed an opportunity for an adventure? The twins said with a look of pity. Then he smiled and said, but it's not too late. You want to get through, and that three-headed dog is the first obstacle. Professor Snape accidentally bit his leg, don't lose your life. Peter reminded. Rest assured, brothers, we will never fight an unprepared battle. The twins said in unison. As soon as Harry Potter returned to Gryffindor's long table, Hermione and Ron looked at him. How's it going? Harry, did Peter say yes? Hermione asked impatiently. No, Peter didn't believe Snape was a thief, and he said that if he didn't believe it, he could go to Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry Potter said dejectedly. I said Peter wouldn't believe it, he had a good relationship with Snape, and what we need to worry about now is whether he'll tell Snape about it. Ron said worriedly. Harry, we should probably listen to Peter and tell Headmaster Dumbledore about it. Hermione thought about it and said to Harry Potter. They don't believe a few children, after all, many people know that I have a conflict with Snape. Harry shook his head. Hearing Harry say this, Hermione and Ron also felt that it was not very reliable. Now it seems that we are on our own, and we must not let Snape get the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione said emphatically. Then we will keep an eye on Snape at all times, and as soon as we find out that he has gone to the Forbidden Land on the 3rd floor, we will immediately tell Dumbledore that we will be able to catch him when the time comes. Harry spoke his own advice. The two partners also nodded firmly. At this point, the Gryffindor Protection Philosopher's Stone trio was formed. At night, the 3rd floor is forbidden. Your preparation is to pull me over. Peter looked at the twins wordlessly. Peter, you must have known the secret of this long ago, and only you can deal with that three-headed dog. The twins grinned and said with a look of all yours. Now that it's the end of the semester, do you still have the heart to break through here? Be careful of failing an exam and go back and get beaten by Mrs. Weasley? Peter said helplessly. Rest assured, we've reviewed it, and passing is no problem. The twins said confidently. You really explained what is meant by passing. Long live, more waste. Peter wordlessly rolled his eyes at the two men. You're right. It will be our motto from now on. The twins were not ashamed but proud, and said with a grin. Go in, Peter, it's up to you. You're also curious about it inside. Let's see what's in the penalty area this time. The twins said eagerly. Thanks, I'm not curious at all, I know exactly what's inside. If nothing happens, I'll go back to sleep. Peter said with interest. Peter, you can't leave us behind. The twins dragged Peter along, hung on to him, and said with a sad face, you can't see it yourself and forget about us brothers. Let go, you two guys. Peter cried and laughed, these two guys were too thick-skinned. Worn out of the way, Peter reluctantly agreed and took them into the forbidden area to see. Upon hearing Peter say yes, the two of them instantly let go of him, and the hippie smiling bow made a guiding gesture. Lord Peter, please. Flash aside. Peter watched the two brothers' funny movements and laughed and scolded. He then took out his wand and nodded at the locked wooden door, and the door opened. Peter, be careful, that three-headed dog is not easy to deal with. The twins cautioned. Rest assured, I know what to do with it. Peter walked in first. Although Peter already knew the plotline, he was still a little surprised to look at the three-headed dog like the hill in front of him. The three-headed dog woke up early, and as soon as he smelled the stranger's smell, he stood up with a grin on his teeth, and the three heads stared angrily at Peter and the twins. Peter, what do you have to do with him? Use it quickly. We almost got bitten by him last time. The twins urged nervously. Peter did not hesitate to conjure up a harp, and with another swing, the harp instantly played beautiful music. The original fierce expression of the three-headed dog, after hearing the music, directly yawned, the eyelids were heavy, and after a while it directly fell asleep. A piece of music just put it down? That's it? The twins looked at the scene in front of them with a look of shock. It's that simple. Peter turned and chuckled at the two men. The Muggle world records a way to deal with three-headed dogs. Three-headed dogs are also called hellhounds, and in Muggle mythology, there is a musician who bravely enters hell in order to revive his lover, that is, to rely on music to make the three-headed dog of hell fall into a deep sleep, thus successfully entering hell. When the twins heard this legend, they were even more surprised and said, "I didn't expect that Muggles would also have a way to deal with three-headed dogs." It is not unusual to know that wizards and Muggles were mixed together before the secrecy law was enforced. Peter said calmly, "Okay, let's open the trapdoor first and move on to the next level." The twins nodded, and with great interest, they removed the three-headed dog's feet, revealing the trapdoor below, and then opened it directly. Looking at the dark look below, the two were both curious and hesitant. "Jump down, there's a devil net underneath, you won't get hurt," Peter said with a smile. Hearing his words, the two jumped without hesitation. Peter followed suit. "Peter, these devil's nets are getting tighter and tighter. How do I unravel it?" George watched as he was tied tighter and tighter, and asked with some trepidation. Look at Fred again, his mouth is already entangled in a devil's net cane, and he can't speak. Peter looked at the two of them, sighed helplessly, and said, "Don't you never read books?" And in the 2nd grade, Mrs. Sprout, a professor of herbal medicine, had already talked about how to deal with the devil's net. The flames are raging. Peter directly summoned a ball of flames, and the surrounding devil's net rattan retreated. "Oh, I remember? Devil's net is afraid of light and fire?" George saw Peter's movements and suddenly remembered and said excitedly, "It's awesome, hindsight," Peter said with contempt in his eyes. The twins were already 3rd graders, and naturally didn't need Peter's help, and they themselves were quickly freed from the comfort of the devil's net. "Let's go, let's keep going. The first level is the three-headed dog, and the second level is the devil's net. I'm more curious about the levels that follow now." The twins looked at the road ahead with great interest, full of curiosity. The three of them continued to walk, and soon they heard a humming sound, as if it were the sound of wings flapping. "As soon as I entered the inside, I found that the sky was full of wings with a key. There is also a floating broom on the ground. So this pass, let's find the right one in these keys, and then open the door behind it." The twins looked at each other. Then the two brothers clapped at each other and confidently said to Peter, "This level is up to the two of us, we are Gryffindor batters, we will definitely find that key." "No, I've found it," Peter said lightly. Then his wand flickered, and a golden rope of light shot out from the top of the wand, wrapped around a classical key in the distance. As soon as Peter pulled, the rope quickly shortened, and the key was dragged back and fell into Peter's hands. "Well, solved. Let's move on to the next level," Peter said with a smile. The twins looked at each other and were instantly hit. Looking at the twins, who were caught up in self-doubt, Peter pulled them both straight into the back of the door. "Oh Black, what do you say this level will be?" Fred looked at the darkness in the room and couldn't help but ask. "If you look at it, you won't know." Peter lifted his feet and stepped forward. Just 2 steps away, flames suddenly appeared in the braziers of the surrounding walls, illuminating the surrounding area. "Wow, what a big wizard chess. Is that what we mean by playing chess?" The twins watched in amazement, and in front of them lay 2 rows of tall black and white statues on the huge chessboard. "What if we walked straight over?" George asked curiously. "You can try it," Peter said with a smile and encouragement. Fred tried to take a few steps forward, and the other side's creeps directly drew 2 sharp long knives and blocked the way ahead. Looking at the bright Sensen knife, Fred swallowed his saliva and quickly retreated. "It seems that we need to win this game of chess before we can continue to pass the level. The premise is that we can win this game of chess," George solemnly reminded, "and we don't have any wizard chess players here. Fred, you can't even win Ron, you will kill us. You seem to be quite powerful when you say it." Fred went straight back. "This live-action wizard chess game is so interesting. George, Fred, you go and be a knight, and I'll be king." Peter changed his bored look and said confidently, "Come on, Peter, you stinky chess basket." The twins replied in unison, looking at him with a look of distrust. "If you really want to be king, we will be cannon fodder." The twins didn't listen to Peter's words, and finally he had no choice but to give up, muttering in disappointment, "Why don't you trust me so much? This time I will definitely win." The twins who heard this rolled their eyes at the same time. Peter, this guy's wizarding level is too bad, but always inexplicably very confident, thinking that he can win? And it is more and more frustrated and courageous, always pestering them to play wizard chess, but the technology is not at all improved. Even Cedric, who had the best temper, as soon as he saw Peter take out the wizard's chessboard, immediately found an excuse to flee, and he was really annoyed by him. "Now what? Are we going back along the road?" George asked, looking at the chessboard in front of him. "So what else can be done? To be honest, all 3 of us have a pretty bad wizard's chess level." Fred had a helpless expression. Neither of them could think of any way, so they turned to Peter and asked, "Peter, is there any way for you to pass this pass?" "Yes." Peter smiled and said, "The easiest way is for me to use the Thunderbolt explosion spell to blow these pieces straight to smithereens. Then you can directly pass the customs? Are you trying to attract all the professors?" The twins rolled their eyes in unison and urged, "Think of another way." "I have a lot of ways to do it here," Peter said confidently. "The first way is to get the broomstick from the previous level and ride it over the air, without touching this game of chess at all." "Yeah, how did we not think of this method?" The twins patted their heads and said happily. But there's only one broom, and there are 3 of us, so how come we all flew over? Fred questioned. Stupid, Peter will fly to curse. Let him be in the last place, keep using the flying spell, summon the flying broom on the line, George explained. The second way is for me to summon Field directly and let him teleport directly with us to the next level, the simplest. Peter continued. When the twins heard this, their eyes lit up, but then they gave up. I feel that this kind of cheating means to pass the pass is not at all fun to pass the customs and explore. George and Fred looked at Peter expectantly to see if there was anything else he could do. Looking at the eyes of the two, Peter held his head high and said confidently, of course, the best way is to let me play this game of chess. I'm sure I'll win, you believe me? Cut. The twins raised their middle fingers in unison. I'll go get the broom. Fred turned and ran straight back, and the two chose the first option Peter had said. After a while, Fred rushed in with a broomstick, shouting in horror, close the door. Peter reacted instantly, and with a wave of his wand, the door behind Fred was closed directly. Immediately after that, there was a banging sound behind the door, as if countless arrows were shot at the door. Whew, scare me to death. Fred said happily, I just grabbed that broomstick and those keys were chasing me like crazy. It's fast, it feels like it can shoot people through. Hard work you brother. George grinned and hypocritically comforted him. Then he grabbed the broomstick in his hand and said, this time I should be the first to pass. Then he neatly rode on the broomstick, flew against the roof, and landed firmly behind the chessboard. During the whole process, there was no movement on the chessboard, and it was obvious that the person who arranged it did not think about this situation. It's my turn, Peter, hurry up and summon the broom. Fred couldn't wait to urge. Listening to his natural tone, Peter gave him a blank look. However, he still used the flying charm to summon the broomstick in George's hand. Fred, who had the broom, shouted in a hurry, you say, if I treat the chess pieces on the other side as a wandering ball, can I pass? Come on, Fred, you can do it. George shouted encouragement on the other side. If you want to die, I won't stop you, but don't expect me to save you later. Peter said coldly. Peter was speechless about this guy's deathly behavior. Couldn't he do it in peace? Hey, I'm just talking. Fred smiled. Then he jumped on his feet, flew high in the air on a broom, and flew to the opposite side against the roof. Peter didn't want to be so troublesome. He directly summoned Phoenix Field, and before Fred could land, he flashed directly to George's side. Fred, who had just landed, looked at George and said with self-doubt, brother, I feel like we're both stupid. I feel the same way, George said stunned. Peter lazily straightened out the two goods and pushed open the door directly behind. Then a foul smell poured out, almost without the three of them spitting out the meal they had eaten that night. Oh, it stinks? Merlin's stinky socks, what the hell is going on in there? George covered his nose and quickly stepped back. Are they piling up rubbish in this house and trying to stop the intruders? Fred said speculatively. Peter directly cast a bubble spell on himself and the twins to block out the smell. Whew, finally I can breathe. The twins breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, thanks, brother. Let's go inside. Peter took the lead. In the room, a giant boy was sleeping heavily. What the hell did they think? They actually locked up a troll here. I'm sure it was Professor Quirrell's idea? Fred whispered. Let's move a little quieter, don't wake him up. George also whispered cautiously. But apparently he said it was too late. The troll's keen sense of smell, smelling the smell that did not belong to him in the room, directly sneezed, opened his eyes and salivated, and looked at the 3 small snacks in front of him. Peter is going to think of a way. You've tackled a troll before, how do you deal with it? The twins said nervously. Except for your weapons. Peter poured out his magic and directly unloaded the stick from the troll's hand. Then with a wave of the spell, the stick automatically flew up and chased after the troll's head. The troll's eyes were smashed, and the whimpering monster screamed and held his head to hide, and finally he was hit hard by the wooden stick and fainted on the ground. Awesome. The twins gave a thumbs up. The 3 did not stay long and continued to move forward. You say, what treasure did Headmaster Dumbledore hide here? George asked suddenly. The Devil's Net should have been arranged by Professor Sprout, and the flying keys should have been Professor Flitwick's handiwork, and the giant chessboard must have been made by Professor McGonagall, and as for the monster, it was Professor Quirrell who did it. What kind of treasure will there be so many professors to arrange and guard together? There are already 3 deans of the academy in the front, and there must be Professor Snape's level in the back. Fred then said, you say we'll see Dumbledore's treasure at the last hurdle. Aren't you two going to be playing baby? Peter raised an eyebrow and looked at the twins and asked. Of course not, we're just curious about what that treasure is. So many levels have been set up with such a lot of trouble. George shook his head, indicating that he didn't have that thought. Just think about it, don't expect to be able to reach the baby. Peter brushed his lips and said, I think as soon as we enter the restricted area, Principal Dumbledore probably already knows. What? Dumbledore knew? The twins were startled. Strange, this is a forbidden area set up by Dumbledore himself. Wouldn't he have some vigilance and surveillance magic? Peter said quietly. Then will we not be caught? If you get points deducted, it's bad? Percy will kill us? The twins said worriedly. He fainted just before because of Harry's deduction, and he hasn't said a word to them until now. Don't worry, Principal Dumbledore is not enough to go to great lengths for a few curious students. Peter reassured himself. And don't you think these levels are too simple? Even we students can easily pass the pass, and can we still prevent thieves? The twins were stunned when they heard this. If you think about it, these levels have caused them a lot of difficulty. But as long as you listen carefully to the professor's lessons, you can easily pass these levels. Besides, if Professor Dumbledore really wanted to hide something, just take it with him. He's known as the greatest wizard. Who would dare to snatch something from him? Peter said meaningfully. At the time of the first opening banquet, Dumbledore solemnly announced to the students that the corridor on the right side of the third floor was a forbidden area. Students are not allowed to enter. But do you think a curious student will listen to him? The twins, both with nimble brains, looked at each other after listening to Peter's words, and said incredulously, "You mean, Dumbledore is tempting us in? Why did he do this?" Peter shook his head and said, "We don't know what he thinks, but I guess these levels are just for the students. The real last level is used to deal with thieves. And I'm sure that by the time the thief reaches the last hurdle, if Dumbledore wishes, he will be able to appear there in an instant to catch the thief himself." The twins were silent, because Peter's words were reasonable. "Don't you think Dumbledore is a little scary? It always felt like he could see through a lot of things?" Fred swallowed and said. George nodded in a trance. "Don't think about it too much, Dumbledore won't hurt us anyway, you'll just have to plan ahead." Peter's comforting words. "So now are we going back, or are we going to continue?" George asked hesitantly. "It's up to you, I don't care." Peter shrugged and said indifferently. "Of course it's going to continue. We have all come here, and we must have reached the end." Fred said firmly. "I always think Peter knows a lot of things, but you won't reveal them to us at all." George looked at Peter wryly. "Knowing too much is not good for you." Peter shook his head. "And none of this has anything to do with you. Isn't it good to be carefree?" The three of them walked out of this room of the troll and entered another room. There was only one table in this room, and on the table were 7 small bottles filled with potions of various colors. Potions. George saw the bottle on the table and guessed, this should be a level set by Professor Snape. A table and 7 bottles of potions, what does that mean? Fred asked with a strange face. As soon as the words stopped, purple flames rose behind them, and black flames rose from the door leading to the front. They were momentarily caught in a dilemma. "This flame doesn't look good, what do we do now?" Fred felt the scorching heat of the flames and hurried back. "Here's another tip." George grabbed a piece of parchment on the table and read it out. "Danger is in front of us, safety is in the rear. There are 2 of us who can help you. Drink them down, 1 neighborhood forward, the other sending you back to where you were. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 are killers, waiting in line. It should be a puzzle-solving problem, right?" The twins are confused. George simply gave up, shoved the parchment into Peter's hand, and said with a grin, "It's up to you." Peter looked at the contents of the parchment, then pointed to the smallest bottle and said, "This bottle allows us to safely pass through the black flames and move on." Then he pointed to the round bottle on the right. "This bottle is a potion that allows us to return safely." "How do you know?" The twins looked at Peter in amazement. "It's a simple logic problem, but many wizards have poor logical thinking skills, so it's a bit difficult for them." Peter said lightly. "I'm afraid there aren't many people who can see at a glance like you." George said in amazement. "This bottle of potion that can make people move forward is only enough for 1 person to drink, and it seems that only Peter can continue to move forward." Fred picked up the vial and shook it, saying with a look of regret. Peter took the vial, put it back in place, smiled at the 2 men and said, "Don't bother so much, have you forgotten Field?" "Peter, you mean to let the Phoenix take us in?" the twins asked in surprise. As soon as the words stopped, Field appeared directly in the room. In the empty room, with a flash of fire, Peter and the 3 of them were teleported here by the Phoenix. "Seriously, Peter, it's so cool to have this Phoenix. Go wherever you want," Fred said in admiration. "Yes, what an envy." George looked at the Phoenix on Peter's shoulder and said enviously, "Well, this is the last level, you should hurry up and take a look, there will be a curfew soon, and I will let Field send us out directly later." Peter said, "Is this where the treasure is hidden, and there is nothing but a mirror? Is the treasure referring to this mirror?" Fred looked around at the empty room, with only a mirror standing in the middle, and couldn't help but wonder. "Definitely not this mirror, I heard Ron say this mirror is called the Mirror of Eris." George shook his head and said, he and Harry once saw it in an abandoned classroom, and it was said that Dumbledore had put it away, and he didn't expect to be here. "The Mirror of Eris? I heard that I can see the desire in my heart?" Fred walked to the mirror with interest. "Let me see, what do I want most? Wow, that's great." Fred seemed to see something in the mirror and looked at the mirror with delight. "Fred, what do you see in the mirror?" George asked curiously. "Keep it secret first." Fred shook his head, then grinned and pulled George in front of the mirror and said, "Let's see what your desires are they the same as mine?" "Merlin, it would be great if that could happen." George looked in the mirror and was instantly immersed in it. George, tell me, what do you see?" Fred asked impatiently. "I saw both of us, and after graduation I opened a shop in Diagon Alley, which sold all kinds of joke props that we developed. We earn a lot of gold gallons." George stared at the mirror tightly and said without turning his head, "Ha, what a shame for my brother. I see the same as you," Fred said happily. Peter looked at the Weasley brothers with a happy look and said encouragingly, "Actually, you are very close to this dream, aren't you? You've now developed prank props like dung balls, fat tongue candy, and spitting out blood sugar, and we've got 4 years to graduate, and you still have a lot of time to prepare? That's right, we've now accumulated more than 100 gold gallons, and with a little more effort, we'll certainly be able to open our own joke shop in Diagon Alley. George reluctantly left the mirror, turned his head to look at his like-minded twin brothers, and said firmly with a smile, "Good-looking, brother. We're sure to be able to open our own joke shop, and I've come up with a name for the Weasley Magic Joke Shop," Fred said with great ambition. "Then there's nothing else here but a magic mirror. Where is Dumbledore's baby?" Fred asked incredulously after carefully observing the surroundings. "Yes, it took a lot of thought, but I didn't see any treasure here. Is it hidden?" George was also puzzled. The two of them rummaged around, but found nothing, so they turned their attention to Peter. "Look at his calm look." Fred said affirmatively. "Peter, you know for sure, right? Tell us where the treasure is hidden. I guess the baby must have something to do with this mirror of Eris, right, Peter?" George said so. "Nonsense, there's only this mirror in there, and what else can it have to do with?" Fred gave George a blank look and said. Peter walked up to the mirror again, thinking he would see his family again. But he didn't expect that the only one who appeared was himself. Seeing himself in the mirror, he smiled at himself, and then pulled out a red stone from his trouser pocket, showed it off to Peter, then slipped it back into his trouser pocket. Suddenly Peter felt that he had weight in his pocket. With a confused face, Peter tentatively slipped his hand into his trouser pocket, and then a ruby-like stone was pulled out by him. "Is this all right?" Peter remembered Dumbledore saying that only those who desperately wanted to find it, but did not want to use it, could successfully obtain the Philosopher's Stone. But the question is, he didn't desperately want to find the Philosopher's Stone? The biggest effect of this thing is to dispense the elixir of immortality. But he had already fused the Phoenix gene, and he didn't need the Philosopher's Stone at all. Moreover, according to Peter's understanding, although the Philosopher's Stone can make people immortal, it cannot stop people from aging. So Nick Flamel, who is now more than 600 years old, has aged so much that he is very incapacitated, and spends most of his time in seclusion. The elixir formulated by the Philosopher's Stone should be called the elixir of immortality. People live forever, but their physical functions are slowly decaying and aging, and Peter doesn't think this is a good thing at all. So he bored playing with the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, thinking about how to return it to Dumbledore. After all, this thing was only a trouble in his own hands. "Peter, what's in your hand?" "Ruby?" George noticed the red stone in Peter's hand and asked curiously. "Where did you get it from?" Fred asked, too. "This is the treasure that Dumbledore hid." Peter played with the Philosopher's Stone in his hand and said calmly, "What? This stone is a treasure?" The twins walked over in amazement, curiously watching the red stone in Peter's hand. "Show me what kind of treasure it is that allows Dumbledore to set so many levels." Fred took the Philosopher's Stone and placed it in his hand to observe it carefully. "But after watching it for a long time, I didn't find it. What is the magic place?" Fred schemed his lips, handed the stone to George, who couldn't wait, and said disappointedly, "It looks like an ordinary red stone, and I thought it was a precious prop." "Be careful, it's a Philosopher's Stone, and we can't afford to break it." Peter looked at the illiterate George, knocking and biting at the Philosopher's Stone, the corners of his mouth twitching, and quickly reminded, "Philosopher's Stone? This broken stone still has a name," George replied casually with a skimmer, and when the reaction came, he exclaimed with wide eyes, "What? You say it's the Philosopher's Stone?" The magic fossil in his hand almost didn't grasp it and fell down. "Peter, you said it was the Philosopher's Stone. That Nick Flamel's Philosopher's Stone?" Fred asked in disbelief, in a somewhat hurried tone. Looking at the two people's shocked looks, Peter was uneasy and snatched the Philosopher's Stone back. Although in the original plot, Nick Flamel gave up the Philosopher's Stone, but the ghost knows that if it is broken in advance this time, will it anger the legendary wizard who has lived for more than 600 years? To know that Voldemort and other tyrant figures did not go directly to Nick Flamel to snatch the Philosopher's Stone, but came to Hogwarts, they knew the strength of Nick Flamel. "This is Nick Flamel's Philosopher's Stone, and the treasure in the Forbidden Zone is the Philosopher's Stone?" Peter nodded in confirmation. Merlin's beard. "No wonder so many professors are invited to participate. This is the Philosopher's Stone, and it is not surprising that it is not surprising to pay more attention to it," George said in surprise. Hey, Peter?" The twins grinned as they approached Peter, eyes fixed on the Philosopher's Stone, full of longing. "You're fighting the Philosopher's Stone." Peter looked at the two of them with a suspicious look, and the two guys had a pig-like expression that was too obvious. "No, Peter, we've only heard that the Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into gold." Fred leaned over to Peter with a flattering look on his face and said expectantly, "Can you try this Philosopher's Stone to make gold?" Peter understood that the two guys were clearly thinking of turning the Philosopher's Stone into gold. Peter carefully felt the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, shook his head and poured cold water on them twice. "Don't think about this kind of beauty. I think this Philosopher's Stone is probably fake. Or would it be so easy for me to get it?" "Ah, fake." The twins were disappointed when they heard this, and they also understood that if it was really the Philosopher's Stone, the level could not be set up so simple. But still reluctantly said, "Peter, you better try it. Maybe it's true. You're still really not dead." "Well, I'll try." Peter looked at them helplessly. Then he took the Philosopher's Stone, swept around, shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "There are no metal items here that can turn into gold." Yes, my cufflinks are made of copper, you try. George grabbed the button on his dress and said expectantly. You too, money junkie. It's crazy to sniff. Peter looked at them helplessly and said, then put the Philosopher's Stone on the cufflinks and injected magic into the Philosopher's Stone. Suddenly, the Philosopher's Stone glowed red, and as Peter injected mana, it became brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire room red. Peter, who had lost his magic, was a little wary of disconnecting the magic, and when he had just entered the magic, he heard a phoenix sound from the Philosopher's Stone, and then the Philosopher's Stone uncontrollably began to absorb his own magic in a frenzy. It wasn't until he absorbed all the mana in his body that Peter could disconnect the mana input. He even heard a groan of satisfaction coming from the Philosopher's Stone, like someone who had been hungry for a long time had finally eaten a full meal. He had thought that this Philosopher's Stone was fake, but judging from the way he had just frantically absorbed his magic, it was definitely not as simple as a fake. Look, Peter, my buttons turned golden. It really turned into gold. George's surprised voice came. When Peter turned his head, he was surprised to find that the copper cufflinks on George's sleeves had turned into golden gold cufflinks. Peter, why is your face so pale? What happened? The twins noticed Peter's somewhat weak look and asked nervously. Don't worry, this Philosopher's Stone has suddenly sucked all my magic dry just now, so I'm a little weak, and I'll recover tomorrow when I sleep all night. Peter comforted. Hurry up and get rid of it. Upon hearing this, the twins hurriedly knocked the Philosopher's Stone in Peter's hand to the ground, then lifted Peter up and looked at him with a worried face. Blame me, it's very dangerous to run out of mana. I actually insisted that you use the Philosopher's Stone to make me gold. George said very remorsefully. I shouldn't spoil you either, Peter, and we'll hurry up and take you to the infirmary now, where Madame Pomfrey must have a potion to replenish her magic. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you may become a squib. Fred lifted up Peter and, along with George, tried to take him out of here. Looking at the anxious look of the two, he shook his head amusedly and said gently, Don't worry about me, I'm fine, my magic has recovered quickly, and now I can simply use the floating charm and the fluorescent charm. Peter, don't comfort us, we must send you to the infirmary for treatment now. One of our distant cousins accidentally ran out of magic when he was young and directly turned into a squib. Later, he was sent to live in the Muggle world, but I heard that I have been living very unhappily. You are such a powerful person, more talented in magic than anyone else, and you can't be ruined because of us. Tears of self-reproach began to flow from George's face. I'm a ghost. Obviously you've already said that this Philosopher's Stone is fake, but you still want to make gold. Peter looked at the two self-condemning eyes and smiled with relief. Although the two brothers were cheerful and lively, but perhaps because of their family's poverty, they always had an obsession with money. But now, they are still the kind and lively, funny twins. Can you tell the old man why Mr. Weasley ran into the box in the middle of the night and wept? Dumbledore's voice came out of the doorway. Only to see Dumbledore slowly walking through the door. The black flame seemed to be fake, not even a strand of his hair was burning. Mr. Weasley, and Peter York, what are you doing? Running to the exclusion zone to exchange feelings? Dumbledore smiled as he looked at the three men, especially with George's red eyes and Peter's pale face pausing. Headmaster Dumbledore, you're going to save Peter. His magic is exhausted, and he needs to replenish it as soon as possible. The twins saw Dumbledore as if they had seen a savior and cried out for help. Mana run out. Dumbledore looked at Peter's pale face in astonishment, and then walked quickly with a serious look, emitted a white light with his old wand, and examined Peter carefully. Only to see Peter's body appeared a faint red light like fog. A closer look will find that the red light is slowly increasing. Seeing this, Dumbledore's serious expression turned to surprise, and then he said gently, Don't worry, Peter's situation is not serious now. Although incredible, the magic in his body is recovering rapidly. Just get some sleep and you'll be fully recovered tomorrow. Really? That's great. I thought Peter would turn into a squib because of me? George was very pleasantly surprised to hear that no one would doubt Dumbledore's diagnosis. Can you tell me why Peter suddenly lost so much magic? Dumbledore asked curiously. It's like this. The twins made it clear what had just happened. The more Dumbledore listened, the more surprised he became, and then looked at Peter, seeking his explanation. Headmaster, I thought it was a fake Philosopher's Stone, so I tried to inject mana into it, but I didn't expect that the Philosopher's Stone would suddenly increase its suction and directly suck all my magic away. I don't know what's going on. Peter explained. He was also confused at this time. He didn't know that the Philosopher's Stone had such an ability. Dumbledore didn't say much, but walked over to the Philosopher's Stone that had fallen to the ground, picked it up, and looked at it carefully, constantly testing it with his wand. His face also became more and more exciting, as if he had encountered the problem of the century, full of puzzled expressions. Then Dumbledore exhaled, turned his head to look deeply at Peter, full of curiosity. He walked up to Peter with the Philosopher's Stone, exclaimed, Maybe it's a miracle, Peter, you succeeded in making a half-finished Philosopher's Stone truly transform into a real Philosopher's Stone. Professor, I don't understand what you mean. Peter was a little puzzled. You mean, this Philosopher's Stone was originally a fake Philosopher's Stone, but after such a process, it became real. Yes, this Philosopher's Stone was once a semi-finished Philosopher's Stone made by Nicolim, and it does not have the ability to turn stones into gold, nor does it deserve the elixir of immortality. But now, with your magic infusion, it metamorphoses into a true Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore explained. But how is that possible? If he had only used magic infusion, Nicole would have been able to create a lot of Philosopher's Stones long ago, Peter said with puzzlement. I don't understand. I'm afraid I'll have to find Nicole to answer. Dumbledore shook his head and said. Then he looked at Peter and said, I took this Philosopher's Stone with me first. It's not suitable for it here now. I'll give it back to Nicole, and I think he'll be interested in you. Headmaster, George, what are they? Peter looked at the two men with confused faces and asked in doubt. Oh, what just happened is not suitable for them to hear, so they will forget about it later. They will only remember that they are here, and then they will go back happily. Dumbledore said with a smile. Headmaster Dumbledore, if you send this Philosopher's Stone back, won't the Forbidden Zone be useless? Peter asked doubtfully. Dumbledore looked at the young wizard with curiosity in his eyes, shook his head and smiled. Of course not. Nick still has a lot of half-finished Philosopher's Stones, just go get another one. Professor, are you not going to catch the thief until you don't give up? Peter asked with a grin. When Dumbledore heard this, he looked at Peter with a smile in his eyes and said, it seems that Peter knows a lot of things, and you already know about the Philosopher's Stone, right? Harry Potter, they're obviously not the ones who can keep secrets, and I happened to hear them in the library discussing the Philosopher's Stone, so I knew about it early on. Peter pushed the pod onto Harry Potter on him. Dumbledore nodded, with a look of understanding. He looked at the confused Weasley twins next to him and said with a smile, you have a good relationship with the Weasley brothers, and this time they dragged you down. Otherwise, according to your nature, since you know that this is a fake Philosopher's Stone, you will definitely not want to come. You really know me? Peter grumbled. Although the old fox looked idle, it was obvious that nothing in the school could escape his eyes. Peter smiled at him and didn't speak, and waited until the magic had been restored a little bit before he got up and said to Dumbledore, it's late for the headmaster, and I want to take them both back to rest. Dumbledore nodded and waved casually at the twins, and the two woke up. Headmaster Dumbledore. The twins exclaimed, completely oblivious to what had just happened, and looked at him with a blank face. Peter was amazed at Dumbledore's methods, and in 3 or 2 clicks he quietly erased the twins' memories of what they had just remembered. Good evening, Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore looked at the two brothers with a smile and said, it's really powerful that you can get here through all the levels. But it's still too late, and you'll have to go back to your bedroom and go to bed. The twins nodded obediently and were caught by the headmaster in the forbidden area, even though the headmaster had a kind look at this time, and their hearts had been beating drums. Headmaster, then we'll go first, bye-bye. Peter said politely, and then summoned Phoenix Field. Then, under Dumbledore's gaze, Peter tugged at the phoenix's tail and disappeared into the Forbidden Zone with the twins. In a blink of an eye, they appeared in an instant, outside the gate of the restricted area on the 3rd floor. Oh, it scared me to death. I thought the principal would deduct points for us. The twins said happily, patting their chests. But then again, the final reward for completing the level is really disappointing. There is nothing else but the Mirror of Eris. Fred said with a disappointed face. That is, so many levels have been set up, and the result is to protect a mirror. George also said incomprehensibly for a year. Well, I really forgot about it. Peter could only shake his head darkly as he watched this situation. Well, after a night of level with you today, your curiosity should be satisfied, right? Peter looked at the twins helplessly, and then with an impatient face, he urged, now give me back to rest. It's almost time for the exam, so stop swimming at night. Okay, old Mother Peter, we'll listen to you and go back to sleep. The twins replied with a hippie smile. Peter didn't bother to take care of the two goods, and raised his hand to look at the schedule. It was already past 12 o'clock in the morning, and there was still a class tomorrow. He grabbed Phoenix Field's tail directly and disappeared in front of the twins. I'm so envious, I wish I had such a phoenix. The twins sighed in unison. Entering June, it is close to the end of the term. Professors have stopped teaching new classes, reduced homework, and spent almost all of their time reviewing. Students who usually do not like to study also force themselves to carry out surprise review before the exam to avoid failing the exam. The weather in June was hot and stuffy in the castle. Students with pre-test anxiety disorders also have more and more grumpy tempers. While desperately stuffing the knowledge in the book into the brain, he suppressed the emotions that were about to collapse. Alan, can you put down your wand? I'm going to feel like it's going to explode. Peter looked at the wand in Alan's hand, and with his impatience, it constantly burst into sparks, like a lit lead. Hearing Peter's words, Alan sadly lowered his wand. Then he looked at Peter, looked at the Daily Prophet with a relaxed face, and asked curiously, Peter, don't you review? I remember you had 12 courses to take. No, I've already memorized the knowledge of the exam, Peter said calmly. What an envy, if I had a clever head like Peter, I wouldn't have to worry about failing the exam. Alan looked enviously at Peter with a relaxed look. If you work like this in normal times, don't say pass, even if you are excellent, you can get it. Peter gave him a blank look and continued to look at the newspaper in his hand. You keep reviewing, I'm going out for a walk, and there's not an air conditioner installed in this library, it's too stuffy. Peter wiped the sweat from his forehead and said helplessly. Air conditioning? What's that thing? Alan asked curiously. It's a muggle machine that sucks hot air in and turns it into cold wind, and it won't be as sweltering as it is now. Peter explained simply. How can muggles do this? That's awesome, Alan said with a look of surprise when he heard it. Then he wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve and said with emotion, "Why can't wizards invent a similar spell? Fortunately, we lived in the cellar at night, and Fred said that they often woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't sleep at all. On this hot summer day, apart from the comfort of living in Slytherin and Hufflepuff Underground, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, who live on tall buildings, are very stuffy. Coupled with the tense final revision time approaching, it is no wonder that every student is grumpy." For Alan's complaint, Peter also deeply felt deeply. Most of the spells invented by wizards in the wizarding world are applied to individuals, and there are few group magics. But he thought that the runes he had recently learned from Merlin's book might be able to solve this hot summer. Thinking of this, Peter took out the Book of Merlin directly from the dragonskin pocket he carried with him, and consulted the knowledge about the rune. Today's Merlin's book, after Peter constantly injected new knowledge, has become Peter's personal laptop, and if you want to find any knowledge, you can quickly search for it. In the past, Peter would foolishly read a book, and then extract the knowledge about the book in his memory and inject it into Merlin's book. But since he was in his second year, a partial spell he learned from Professor Flitwick made it very easy to copy the entire contents of a book and paste it into Merlin's book. After a semester of hard work in the second grade, Peter almost copied the school library and books outside the forbidden area. Under Alan's puzzled eyes, Peter took out a delicate carving knife and a purple wooden plate from the dragon skin pocket. Then skillfully hold the carving knife on the wooden plate and carefully carve it. Soon, a peculiar rune was carved into the wooden plank. At the same time, the wooden sign suddenly emitted a trace of cool air. Peter held the wooden card as if he were holding a piece of ice. Peter looked at the wooden card in his hand with satisfaction. He did not expect to succeed in one go. Alan on the side also noticed this situation, looked at the wooden sign that had been frozen with a layer of frost, and asked in surprise, "Peter, what is going on? I obviously didn't see you using spells? And what's engraved on it?" "This is the ancient rune, and the rune itself has magic, which is why it is like this," Peter explains. Between the words, the cold air emitted from the wooden sign was more and more, and the two obviously felt that the temperature around them had dropped. "It's amazing, Peter, that a piece of wood combined with an ancient magic script actually has such an effect." Alan was amazed. "I just said that it's sweltering hot now, Peter, and it's so timely that you've made such a result." Alan picked up the wooden sign and looked at it in surprise, feeling the slightest coolness, and then asked, "How long can this effect last?" "It can only last for about a week or so, and then it needs to be re-injected with magic to make a difference," Peter said with some regret. "This is still made of wood made of wand material, otherwise it wouldn't work at all if it was just an ordinary tree." "It's already nice, Peter," Alan said, shaking his head. "You're too much for perfection, and such a magic wood card is much better than casting a spell." Then Alan rushed to Peter and said, "You taught me how to make magic wood cards. It's hot summer, such magic props will be very popular. Then we will be able to make a lot of money." Peter looked at him with excitement and couldn't bear to interrupt his dreams. However, he took another wooden plaque from his pocket and handed it to him along with the carving knife, asking him to try it himself. Alan was very confident. He looked at the rune on Peter's wooden card. It was not too complicated, so he took the carving knife and carefully imitated Peter's carved rune, carving it one by one. After a while, Alan's finished product came out. Alan's sculpting talent was not bad, and the runes were similar to Peter's. But after waiting for half a day, the wooden plaque he carved never changed. It was still just an ordinary piece of wood. Alan was dumbfounded, and asked with a puzzled face, "What's going on? I obviously carved the same as you, how come there is no magic effect?" Peter looked at him amusedly, pointed to the delicate carving knife in his hand, and explained, "This carving knife is an alchemical prop specially carved with magic patterns, and you must inject stable magic at the same time when carving to activate the magic of the magic pattern itself. You're just a simple carving, of course it doesn't work. You didn't tell me in advance, how do I know?" Alan muttered complainingly. "Well, you try again." Peter smiled and pulled out another wooden plaque. "How much wood do you have in your bag?" Alan looked at Peter strangely. He had never seen anyone carrying wood with him. "Where did you get so many questions? Hurry up and carve, aren't you going to make money?" Peter gave him a blank look. In fact, the carved tools and wooden plagues are the materials left behind by Peter's last time he made the magic box. In order to make the magic box, he wasted a pile of wand material wood. Fortunately, he controls the owner of the Rozier family, so the wood can be supplied in unlimited quantities. If Ollivander, the wand maker, saw him so wasteful, I am afraid it would be very heartbreaking. However, after so many practices, Peter's magic engraving technique has also improved significantly. His first successful work was the magic box that now houses the Ravenclaw crown. The runes carved on it were all painted by him one by one, imitated countless times from the forbidden magic handcuffs of the Rozier family, before they were successfully reproduced. Magic pattern carving looks very simple, but in fact, in the process of carving, the carver needs to inject magic without interruption, not too much and not too little, which is a test of the carver's magic control ability. So after seeing Alan's second failed carving, Peter smiled as he deserved. "How is it so hard? I couldn't control my magic at all, it was always intermittent." Alan gave up completely. "Nothing to practice, you will succeed." "I wasted an entire house of magic wood to succeed," Peter comforted. "Why don't I have any comfort when I hear it?" Alan glanced directly at Peter and said enviously, a whole room of magical wood. Ollivander will fight with you when he hears it. How many wands can this make? In the wizarding world, magic wood is also very scarce, and wand makers often hire people to travel to ancient forests in search of wood that can be used to make wands. Such trees are generally very rare, the most significant of which is that there will be tree protection pots living on the trees. These little guys will attack anyone who destroys their trees. So in order to be able to obtain magical trees, the wand wood collector will bribe the tree protector with turtles in exchange for 1 or 2 branches. Among them, the most famous magic wood in the magical world is elderberry, snakewood, yew wood, holly wood and other materials. The 2 wands in Peter's hand now are a yew wood wand he bought from Ollivander and a custom wand made of snakewood. Peter, you make another magic wood card, and I'll take it with me when the time comes. It's going to be very cool. Alan said with a pleading face, otherwise this ghost weather is too hot. I can't read a book. Come on, if you don't want to read a book yourself, don't throw the pot to the weather. Peter schemed his lips, looked at him with contempt, and then handed him the made piece of magic wood card. You can hold this piece first, and when the magic effect on it is gone, then give me the magic to replenish the magic. Thank you Peter, love you to death. Alan happily took the wooden sign and tucked it into his pocket. Whew, it's cool. Alan was provoked by a magic wood brand ice. It's not okay for you to carry a magic wooden card like this, it emits cold air all the time. You'll catch a cold? Peter looked at him and shook his head, reminding. Give it to me. Peter asked for the wooden sign back, then used his wand to drill a small hole in the top of the wooden card, conjured a thin rope, put it through, and tied it to Alan's backpack. Well, this magic wood card can reduce the temperature around you by about 1 meter, which is enough for you to use. Peter said satisfactorily. Peter took a leisurely stroll around the Black Lake before returning to the auditorium for dinner. He was picked up by a few friends, even a not-so-pop Cedric, and the twins looked at him with a grudge, as if he had done something sorry for them. Looking at the triumphant Alan on the side, Peter instantly understood the reason. Peter, are we still good brothers of yours? On this hot summer day, you actually only made this magic item for Alan? Fred looked at Peter with a resentful expression. When you weren't there, you didn't see Alan's triumphant expression. He showed us the magic wood cards you made for him, which is so hateful. George glued straight up, leaned on Peter with a rogue expression, and said, you have to make us the same magic wood card. Otherwise I'll be here with you. Peter tore open and glued to his own George in disgust, looked at the several friends around him who were full of expectations, and sighed helplessly. What kind of friend is this? It's like a debt collector? Immediately, having prepared, he took out 3 wooden plates from his bag, put them on the table, and said, these are the 3 wooden plates that have just been carved, and you will divide them yourself. As soon as the twins saw the wooden card, their eyes lit up, and their eyes quickly grabbed a piece. Cedric, who was a step slower, gave a blank look to the 2 predatory twins and picked up the last piece of wood. The 3 of them happily groped, and the cold wooden signs in their hands emitted cold air, and in an instant, all around them cooled down. Wow, that's awesome. I don't feel hot at all. The 3 said in amazement. Peter, you're getting stronger. Even such magic items can be made. Cedric looked at Peter adoringly. Peter was very impressed with this, and smiled and said to several people, this magic wood card is almost the same, it can last for a week, and when it has no effect, you can take it back to me, so that you don't have to feel stuffy. Peter thought it was over, but he didn't expect that under the twins' big mouths, almost the whole school knew that Peter could create magic props to cool down. The students, who were suffering from the heat, flocked to Peter and asked him to make them a cooling wooden card. They offered to pay. Looking at the students in front of him with at least 100 people, Peter had the heart to refuse. After all, if you want to make hundreds of magic wood cards, it will definitely take a lot of time. And he didn't have that many wooden cards to make. But looking at their expectant eyes, how can they say no? Seeing Peter's embarrassed look, the twins, who knew they had caused trouble for Peter, were full of self-blame. Quickly separated the surrounding students, put Peter out of the crowd, and quickly left. The 5 of them sat together on the edge of the Black Lake, and Alan and Cedric looked at the twins disapprovingly. Look how much trouble Peter has caused, and told you not to say anything to outsiders, but you can't hide a word. Now that so many students are waiting for Peter's reply, what do you ask him to do? Alan scolded the twins with his face covered. Before you talk about this matter with great fanfare, you should think about the consequences of this. If Peter refuses now, he will offend many people. But if you accept it, there will definitely be more people in the back who want Peter to help. Where did he come from with so much time? Cedric also looked at them with a reproachful look. The twins bowed their heads in self-blame and did not speak. Well, don't blame them, since you made a magic wood card, someone will find out, it will be sooner or later. Peter quickly interrupted, then looked at the silent twins and said gently, now you think for me, how do you solve this matter? It would be unwise to reject it outright, and it would offend a lot of people. Cedric frowned and then suggested, or let them prepare the wooden plaque themselves, and then Peter will only need to carve it. No, compared to wooden cards, magic carving is the most energy consuming. I've tried it, and that thing requires a lot of concentration and requires mana, which doesn't relieve much of the task at all. Alan shook his head. So what to do? Only Peter can do this delicate work of magic writing, and no one else can help? Cedric said with a melancholy face. The twins listened lower and lower, as if they were eager to bury their faces in the grass. I wish this ghost weather would get cooler, so that there would be no need for this cooling wooden card. Alan sighed and said, I have a solution, I don't know if it works. George's feeble voice rang out. The others all looked at him instantly. George, is there any way you can say it? Peter looked at him and said encouragingly. Seeing the look of no blame in Peter's eyes, George breathed a sigh of relief and said, actually, we can just put a few magic wood plates in the auditorium and the public dormitories of the colleges. Because these places are the most concentrated places for students, and they are also the most stuffy places. We've tried, and just 2 wooden plagues from me and Fred can cool down quickly in a 4-person dormitory. The common room is not much bigger than the dormitory, and 4 wooden plagues are enough. In total, it only takes a dozen pieces at most. And the common room is closed, and connected with the dormitory. If the dormitory is hot at night, you can directly open the dormitory door. The cold air in the common room will enter the dormitory. The same has the effect of cooling. After listening to George's words, several people looked at him with some surprise. George, your brain is spinning pretty fast, and it's a pretty good idea. This can indeed save a lot of time and effort. Peter smiled and praised, if I have 20 pieces, I can get it out in half a day. When all was said and done, Peter pulled out dozens of irregular pieces of wood directly from the dragon skin bag. Then he used his wand to turn a few stones on the ground into tools for cutting wood, handed them to the 4 people, and said with a smile, you are responsible for flattening these pieces of wood so that I can carve runes on them. Well, let's get this done in one afternoon. Alan said excitedly with a planer. Cedric smiled mildly, picked up a piece of wood at random, and cut it. The twins worked hardest, their heads bowed and humming the wood. Looking at his hard-working partner, Peter immediately took out a carving knife and concentrated on carving a wooden plaque. With the cooperation of several people, when the sun set, 30 magic wood plates were neatly placed on the grass. The cold air emitted by the 30 wooden tablets could not be underestimated, and in an instant, the green grass on the ground was frozen out of frost. Hiss, it's cold. Fred was shaken by the cold and said excitedly, this ancient magic text is really magical, just a simple rune, and it actually has such power. Ancient magic is powerful, but Peter is also more powerful. Alan also said excitedly, this magic pattern carving is very difficult. I have tried several times without success, but Peter has not failed. Then how do we take this pile of wooden signs? If you take it directly, your hands will freeze. Cedric questioned. Or shall we take them separately, and one person will take 6? This way you won't freeze your hands? Fred said. Don't bother. Have you forgotten that you are a wizard? Peter smiled and shook his head. He then took out his wand and waved at the pile of wooden cards that emitted cold air. I saw the wooden card float up out of thin air, and under the pull of Peter's wand, it moved far behind him. Let's go to the auditorium first. Peter said. Peter, or shall we put this pile of wooden plagues in the auditorium? Make sure it's going to be winter? That's absolutely exciting. Haha, George suggested again with a lively, bad smile. In the auditorium, students are having dinner. For example, taking into account the recent hot weather, the house elves prepare mostly cold food for the little wizards. But this still does not allow the students to get rid of the sweltering irritability, and the cold drink with ice cubes is the object of the students' robbery. As long as you don't pay attention, a large bucket of cold drinks will disappear in an instant, making those backward students jump straight to their feet, and they will not continue to fill the spell, and they can't conjure up more cold drinks for themselves. It looks like we're late, and I don't know if these guys will leave me a little food. Alan saw the lively scene in the auditorium and said with a skim, what's the hurry? We'll go to the back kitchen to find food later. Fred said without any worries, we've become acquainted with those house elves. Not to mention Peter the guy, don't know how to buy it. Those elves are dead set on him. Don't you notice that the guy's food is different from ours? Now let's put on a powerful show. The twins grinned, then took out their wands and put them on their throats and said, we wasted a lot of energy in order to learn this spell. Loud sound. Hey, did you hear that? The twins, with a bad smile, used magic to maximize the sound, which directly startled everyone and directly made the lively lobby instantly quiet. Even the top professor stopped eating, smiled, and looked at the 2 living treasures. And what were they going to do today? Cough. Given that at noon today, there are a lot of students who want Peter's cooling artifact, but there is no way we can make so many quantities in a short period of time. George said loudly and passionately. So we came up with a way to get the best of both worlds. A way to take care of the vast majority of people. Fred continued. Let us now welcome our Peter York with the warmest applause. He spent an afternoon today, painstakingly producing a batch of magic pattern props. Bring us welfare? The twins said excitedly, and first warmly applauded. When the students at the table heard the news, their eyes lit up, and they were very much looking forward to the news. Especially at noon, before Peter could promise them, he was pulled away by the twins. So they all clapped with the Weasley brothers, and even some unknown students also followed in confusion. Mommy? Peter, who was outside the door at this time, was embarrassed at this time and only wanted to be invisible immediately. He thought that the twins had made themselves wait a little while, taking into account the big cold they were carrying, and he didn't expect to make this scene for him. He just wants to kill these 2 guys now. He now felt like a gorilla who had been watching all the time, especially the smiling professors on the stage, not to mention Dumbledore's unconcealed look. Our Peter, that is a very kind man. In order to take care of some students, he directly gave up the method that could bring him benefits, but chose the free way to provide convenience for everyone, George said excitedly, and pretended to wipe the tears of emotion from his face that did not exist. Peter couldn't stand it anymore, and directly 2 spells turned the voices of the 2 brothers out. Then he walked in expressionlessly, and the cold wooden plaque behind him that followed him was very eye-catching. Suddenly, the nearest student was pleasantly surprised to feel that the temperature around them had dropped. Peter ignored the dumb twins who pleaded with him and went straight to the front. A wooden plaque flew toward Dumbledore, and Peter explained with a smile, "Headmaster, given the recent heat, I happen to have discovered that this ancient magic script has the property of refrigeration, so I used it to make a simple magic pattern prop to cool off the heat. I want to set it up in the auditorium and the common rooms of the 4 colleges, and I hope you will approve it." Dumbledore grabbed the wooden sign with a smile on his face, looked at the runes on it carefully, and said in a surprised tone, "Peter, you have surprised me again. This magic pattern is probably the oldest generation of runes, right?" Then the hand spread out, and the wooden plaque flew towards Professor Bablin. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Basehedda, you are a researcher of ancient magic literature, and you know more about this than I do, so you can evaluate Peter Andioke's magic prop." Professor Bablin shook his head and said, "Dumbledore, you are so modest. You were the one who was able to communicate alchemy with Nicolamé, and you discovered the 12 applications of dragon blood." Having said that, Professor Bablin took the wooden sign, looked at it carefully, and then looked at Peter in amazement. "Peter, I thought your talent in magic literature was enough to surprise me. I didn't expect your magic pattern carving ability to be so outstanding. This rune is indeed the original rune, and only the original rune has its own magic. The original runes aren't much left, and you're very lucky to find one. Treasure and use it. It's your most precious magic treasure." Professor Bablin looked at the rune in surprise and said to Peter, "I will, Professor." Peter said obediently, "But I secretly said in my heart, I have all these runes." Dumbledore smiled and squinted until Professor Bablin had finished reading it, and the wooden card automatically flew back into his hand. He looked at Peter affectionately, and then solemnly said to Peter, "First of all, Peter, I want to thank you. You are more thoughtful than all of us professors. I'm glad you're able to think about it for your classmates. In this hot summer, your heart is precious, so I reward you with 30 points. Then he looked at Peter's companions, especially the twins who had been keeping their mouths open but couldn't make a sound, and smiled deeper. Of course, these gentlemen have also given their hearts, so Alan White, Cedric Diggory, and the 2 Mr. Weasley, each rewarded 10 points. Then he clapped his hands, and the wooden cards behind Peter pushed in, and 9 more wooden cards flew out, gathered in his hands, and he smiled and asked Peter, 10, right? This auditorium should be enough." Peter nodded. He had thought that 6 would be enough, but since Dumbledore felt that it was not enough, let him go. Anyway, there were 30 wooden plates. Dumbledore waved his hand, and 10 wooden plagues quickly flew around, clinging to the wall, constantly emitting cold air to offset the sweltering heat in the room. Looking at Dumbledore's flowing operation, Peter was secretly envious. In particular, he also noticed that Dumbledore's wand had been on the table all the time, and the whole time it was used without a wand. Dumbledore, who had done all this, looked at Peter kindly and said, "I have used a permanent paste spell on these wooden tablets, and they will continue with this castle in the future, bringing refreshment to the students in the hot season. But, Headmaster Dumbledore, these wooden plagues of mine can only last a week. Later, you need to constantly replenish your mana to work." Peter reminded worriedly. Replenishing mana is not simply pouring mana into it. It also requires a very stable mana output, otherwise it will be scrapped directly. Rest assured, just now I have quietly changed a little mana input node. The subsequent mana replenishment of the wooden card will be responsible for the castle. You must know that this castle is built by the 4 giants. It is magical. Dumbledore whispered to Peter and winked at him. When Peter heard this, the pride in his heart dissipated. It is really worthy of Dumbledore, who quietly changed the magic pattern props he made to the magic connection node. Peter simply gave Dumbledore the rest of the wooden cards. He didn't want to have to run 4 houses to replenish his magic in the future. Dumbledore moved quickly, and by the time Peter and his party had finished eating, Peter's cooling wood plaque had been posted on the wall of the common room. That's right, Peter named this wooden card a cooling wooden card. In this regard, several of his companions are complaining that his level of naming is very bad. But Peter didn't think so. The name was simple and straightforward, and he knew what it was doing as soon as he heard the name. This cooling action increased the Slytherin by 40 points, Gryffindor by 20 points, and Hufflepuff by 10 points, which made several people very happy. But they weren't happy for long, and the final exams were coming. Everyone had no energy to pay attention to the rest, desperately trying to review in the last time, and even Peter saw a Hufflepuff girl directly collapse and cry. To this end, Peter and a few people were also very kind, and sent Cedric, the direct handsome brother of Hufflepuff, to comfort the student for a while. Successfully made this freckled little girl blush, and she couldn't cry anymore and ran away. In the 3rd week of June, a week-long exam begins. Peter, you're really busy with this exam, and on Monday morning you have to take both Transfiguration and Arithmetic Divination. In the afternoon, both magic spells and ancient magic literature are examined. Later, I also take 2 courses at the same time. If you don't know, I'm afraid you think this is a fake exam form, George said with a sigh as he held Peter's exam schedule. This is the difference between a bully and a scum. Peter is 12 courses all want to excel, and we scum only hope to be able to pass. Fred followed suit. Peter, are you going to get too tired of taking 4 courses a day? Cedric said worriedly. Indeed, Peter, are you sure your brain is enough? You should know that the exam is not the usual class time, and you need to use your brain for the whole time? Alan was worried about him too. Rest assured, these courses are very simple for me. Peter smiled and said, besides, even if I'm tired, I can use the time turner to go back to sleep for a few hours, which is enough to replenish my spirits. Seriously, I regret that I didn't take all the classes. Fred said with a look of envy, if I had such a time turner, I would sleep as long as I wanted. Just dream. You can't even learn the 9 courses you have now, and you still want to challenge 12 courses? Who gave you the courage? Peter glanced at him and said, still worry about tomorrow's exam. If you fail, be careful of relegating the grade. Rest assured, I checked. Hogwarts rarely repeats. Except for those who were caught cheating on exams, I never met a repeat student. Fred said with a reassuring look. Have you checked it out? Several people looked at Fred with a proud face with a wordless face. But I think Mrs. Weasley, receiving your transcript will beat you up. Because of this summer vacation, I plan to invite your family to my house as a guest. Mrs. Weasley will be curious about my transcript. Peter said with a sinister smile. What, you're going to invite us home? When was this? The twins asked in surprise, completely ignoring the previous words. The other 2 companions also looked at Peter curiously. Last year Mr. and Mrs. Weasley invited me to your house. My aunt was very happy about this, and she thought that the etiquette was still exchanged, so she planned to write an invitation to Mr. Weasley during the summer vacation. Peter explained with a smile. Of course, I'll invite Alan and Cedric when the time comes. It's just that they are just one person, but they can come at any time, so they don't have to be too formal. Peter then looked at Alan and Cedric and said, ah, great. The twins jumped up happily and said, we've always been curious about the Muggle world, but my dad didn't allow us to go to the Muggle world without permission. Now it's time to go there and play. Peter, you've got to get ready to take us around the Muggle world. This is our first time. The twins bounced and said, their faces full of anticipation. First of all, you'd better do well in this exam, and don't anger Mrs. Weasley and leave you at home, then you won't have a place to cry if you want. Peter smiled and warned. Rest assured, we will definitely exert 12 points of strength to take this exam well. The twins spoke in unison. Then Peter looked at Cedric and Ellen again, smiled, and said, if we say, feel free to contact the owl. Let me know when you're free, and I'll let Field take you straight over. Both of them were very happy when they heard it, and even said that they would be free at any time. Moreover, they also want to try to be teleported by the Phoenix. The last time the twins told them about the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, but the envy was broken. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the first exam officially began. The first exam was Transfiguration, and since this was a big class, Slytherin and Gryffindor took the exam together. Sitting in a large classroom, the Transfiguration exam is first and foremost a theoretical exam. To avoid cheating, Professor McGonagall directly dispensed quills for exams. Peter usually writes with a fountain pen, but when he comes into contact with a quill pen, he is a little unaccustomed. But soon, Peter finished the exam paper. At this time, only 10 minutes have passed since the start of the exam. After checking it again and making sure there were no errors, Peter got up and handed in the papers. In the eyes of many students, Peter went straight to the podium and handed the scroll to Professor McGonagall. Don't check it anymore. Professor McGonagall habitually asked. It's been checked twice, Professor. Peter replied obediently. Then turn this teapot into a turtle, and the better it gets, the higher the score. Professor McGonagall pointed to the steaming teapot on the table. Peter nodded, pulled out his wand, and tapped the teapot gently. The teapot instantly transformed into a living green turtle, crawling around the table with its head outstretched. Okay, nice silent spell. Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Peter joined her Transfiguration Club in the 2nd grade, and then the Transfiguration level improved by leaps and bounds, directly leaving all the members of the club behind. Directly shocked all members including Professor McGonagall. So Professor McGonagall had no doubts about whether Peter would pass the exam. I remember that you still have a fortune-telling exam to take. You can go outside and take a break, and then turn around again, then the time is just right. Professor McGonagall smiled and made a toggling gesture. Okay, Professor, thanks for the reminder. Peter suddenly realized that Professor McGonagall knew that he had taken 12 courses and had a time turner. Peter walked out of the classroom under the envious gaze of the students, and then walked slowly in the hallway. It wasn't until it was almost 10 o'clock that he, in a no-man's corner, turned the time turner forward for an hour, and then went to the place where the arithmetic and divination class was taken. The week's exam time was finally completed one after another, and everyone was relieved. Run around the castle with joy, because they have no classes for the next week, and they can play as much as they want. Only the Harry Potter trio was worried these days, and seeing Peter was also a look of wanting to talk and stop. Peter knew that the Philosopher's Stone would happen soon, but he still had a laid-back look. During these days, Quirrell was very quiet, doing nothing, and the unicorn blood sent by Peter was also calmly accepted, as if abandoning the goal. Peter, however, knew he was lurking, waiting for the best time. Peter didn't ask for advice anymore these days, and he was quietly waiting. Having just finished the exam, Peter also plans to relax for a while. He took Fred and a few of them and was about to go to the lake to relax. Then around the corner, the Harry Potter trio was anxiously asking Professor McGonagall about Dumbledore's whereabouts. Professor McGonagall, we have something to do with Principal Dumbledore. Where is he now? Harry Potter asked Professor McGonagall with an anxious look. Do you have anything to tell me? Professor McGonagall frowned. This is a very important thing, and we can only tell the headmaster of Deng unfavorable. Harry Potter spoke wordlessly, revealing his distrust of Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall listened to his tone, first stunned, then looked a little angry, with a straight face, and a somewhat cold voice. Dumbledore is not only the headmaster of Hogwarts, he is also the chief grand mage of Wessengamo. Every day, there is no time to see you now. Seeing that the three men were slow to speak, Professor McGonagall turned impatiently to leave. When the three of them saw this, they couldn't hide it any longer, and they shouted in unison anxiously, "We know about the Philosopher's Stone." When Professor McGonagall heard this, he was so frightened that the books in his hand fell. Hurriedly picked up the book on the ground, and then asked with a serious face, "Where did you know about the Philosopher's Stone?" Professor McGonagall, we know that there is a Philosopher's Stone hidden in the Forbidden Zone, and now someone wants to steal it. We must warn Dumbledore of this, otherwise it would be bad if it was stolen. Hermione said with an anxious look. We just went to the principal's office and the stone statues there won't let us in. Where did Principal Dumbledore go? Harry Potter asked impatiently. The headmaster is not in the school now, he has received a letter from the Ministry of Magic today and has rushed to the Ministry of Magic. Professor McGonagall replied. I don't know where you learned about the Philosopher's Stone, but rest assured, it's safe to hide. Professor McGonagall said comfortingly, you don't need to worry about these things, now you can go outside and relax. Then Professor McGonagall hurried away. What to do? Professor McGonagall didn't believe us? Hermione was so anxious that she was about to cry. Oops, Snape definitely wants to do it today. Harry Potter seemed to suddenly understand and said, Snape has taken the way through Luvi from Hagrid, and now Dumbledore has suddenly been summoned by the Ministry of Magic, which must be his ruse. He wants to take advantage of Dumbledore's absence to enter the Forbidden Area to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Good afternoon. A deep, indifferent voice came from behind them. As soon as the three turned around, they found Snape staring straight at them, which startled them. My heart was very flustered, afraid that what I had just said would be heard by him. You should be relaxing outside the castle now, not running around here, or otherwise others will think you're going to do something bad. Snape looked at the three men with disgust and said. The three of them were stared down at by Snape's eyes, and then Hermione plucked up the courage to find an excuse and said, Professor Snape, we are ready to ask Professor McGonagall. Snape stared at the three of them a few times, snorted coldly, and then stepped away, driving his robe to fly like a bat. The three saviors were suddenly relieved and hurriedly left the place. Peter and a few people who had listened to him in the corner for half a day also looked at each other at this time. So, the treasure in the Forbidden Zone is the Philosopher's Stone. So why didn't we see it the last time we went? Fred said in surprise. Stupid, something so important as the Philosopher's Stone, of course it can't be placed there. George glanced at Fred and said, it must be very secretive and cannot be detected. Merlin, that's the Philosopher's Stone. Legend has it that it can turn stones into gold and make people immortal. Actually hidden in the Forbidden Area? Alan said in surprise. Didn't you hear Harry Potter say that someone wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and they suspect it's Professor Snape? Cedric frowned and said, I think Potter is quite right. If the Philosopher's Stone is stolen, it's bad. It's none of our business. As far as I know, the Philosopher's Stone is Nick Flamel's thing. Since he had given the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, it was a matter for the two of them. We can't afford to worry. Alan said indifferently. But do you really believe that Professor Snape wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Although he looks gloomy and scary, I feel that he is not a thief. Snape is your dean, and of course you're going to speak for him. The twins said in unison, and then said firmly, we are on Harry's side. Snape must also want to steal the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone can be equipped with the elixir. Snape is very obsessed with potions, he will certainly not let it go. Well, don't worry about it. Dumbledore had already made arrangements, so we didn't need to worry too much. Peter interrupted the conversation between several of them, laughed mysteriously, and said, in a few days things will be revealed, and then you will know. Several people looked at Peter at once. Seeing his calm face, Alan asked curiously, Peter, did you predict anything? Tell us about it. Yes, but I can't tell you yet, you'll know in a few days. Peter smiled and shook his head. Cut, that's what it says again. Several of his companions schemed their lips and became accustomed to Peter's mysteries. Peter, Harry, they're all right, are they? My stupid brother Ron was involved, but don't go wrong. George asked worriedly. Don't worry, Dumbledore won't let them be in trouble. Peter comforted. Let's go to the Black Lake to play, relax our minds, after so many days of testing, you shouldn't want to hide here, right? Peter said with a smile. Peter didn't want to run into Harry Potter in the castle, lest they come to him for help. This Forbidden Zone playthrough game was originally a savior cultivation plan arranged by Dumbledore. He didn't want to spoil it. It's just a pity that Professor Quirrell, tonight is his death day. Peter had wanted to have fun with him, but he still remembered the gifts that Quirrell had given him at Christmas, and not giving him any retribution made Peter feel that he was a graceful man. Late at night, Peter sat in a responsive room, surrounded by several companions who had not returned to their dormitories, all staring at a piece of parchment on the table. That's right, in order to observe tonight's situation in real time, the Weasley twins released a map of the Marauders' Point directly to their partners. Look, Professor Quirrell appeared in the corridor of the forbidden area. The sharp-eyed Alan pointed in surprise at the name of a person on the map. As soon as the crowd heard his words, they immediately focused their attention on the third-floor location on the map. I really found Professor Quirrell's name and are quickly moving into the forbidden area? Who is this Tom Riddle? Does we have that name in our school? Cedric looked at the stranger's name that was moving with Professor Quirrell and asked puzzled. Why did Professor Quirrell go to the Forbidden Zone? Is he the thief? Alan said incredulously. It's possible that he was controlled by that Tom Riddle, and this man is certainly not from the school. I don't have the slightest impression of this person's name at all. George shook his head and said, it is impossible for a stranger to enter a school without being detected. How did he do it? Fred also said with a puzzled face. Leave this stranger alone. Look here, the Potters are out too. It looks like they're also ready to go into the restricted zone. Peter smiled faintly and pointed to another location on the map. There, the names of the Potters were running quickly towards the restricted area. Oops, they're going to bump into Professor Quirrell. It's too dangerous and we have to go and save them. The twins couldn't sit still, but there was his brother inside. Don't worry, George. Fred. Peter pulled them both aside, pointing to the headmaster's office. Look who's there. Dumbledore. The twins looked at the name that appeared in the headmaster's office and said in surprise, didn't that go to the Ministry of Magic? How is it in the office now? Alan and Cedric were also drawn over, and looked at Dumbledore's name on the map, equally amazed. Fred. George, you've all been to the restricted area. Can you tell Harry Potter if the three of them can get through these levels? Peter asked the twins with a smile. The twins were stunned, then hesitantly glanced at each other. Peter didn't wait for them to speak. He said directly, the first level of the Forbidden Zone is the three-headed dog, which is Hagrid's pet, and with Potter's relationship with Hagrid, it is easy to get the way through the three-headed dog from Hagrid. The second level is the Devil's Net. Even if Potter and Ron don't know it, Hermione Granger is a clever and studious little witch, and she must be able to think of using flames and glare against the Devil's Net. The third level is the Flying Key, which is a lot like a golden snitch, who needs to ride on a broom to chase after the real key, and it just so happens that Harry Potter is a talented seeker. No problem for him. As for the wizard's chess in the fourth level, although I don't want to admit it, Ron's chess skills are better than all of us. It's not a problem for them either. The trolls of the fifth level, Potter, they have already had the experience of defeating the trolls, and they already know the weaknesses of the giants. It's easy to fix it too. Besides, there is a Professor Quirrell in front of them who is opening the way for them. The logic problem of the sixth level is also very simple for Hermione, who also comes from the Muggle world, so they can pass. However, considering that only one person can pass this level, it is very likely that Harry Potter will go down to the next level alone. Of course, in this last hurdle, Harry Potter will definitely collide with Quirrell and that Tom Riddle, but I think with Dumbledore's ability, he certainly won't let him be in trouble. After listening to Peter's words, everyone froze. Peter, you sound like Dumbledore had specially prepared for Harry and the three of them. Fred said hesitantly, his eyes filled with shock. No wonder. I've always felt that the checkpoint in the Forbidden Zone is so easy. It doesn't look like I want to stop the thief at all. Isn't this a game of breaking through? George murmured. So everything before, Dumbledore was luring Potter and them to break through. And then they're on top of Quirrell? Cedric said in disbelief. How do I find Dumbledore's methods a little scary? Feel more Slytherin than Slytherin? Alan wiped the goosebumps from his body and said incredulously. Well, don't think about it. Peter got up and patted the frightened companions, looked at them and said, Dumbledore is doing this for the good of Harry Potter. Have you forgotten Potter's other identity? Another identity. Several people looked at him puzzled. It's Potter's savior status. Peter said directly. But hasn't he already defeated the mysterious man? Several people still looked at him puzzled. You also said that you just defeated. And not to be wiped out. Peter reminded emphatically. Then he pointed to the names that had been pasted with Quirrell and prompted them, you guys rearrange this Tom Riddle name and see what it becomes. Several people were puzzled, but according to Peter's request, he wrote Tom Riddle's name in midair with a wand, and then combined it at will. The twins who started the work obviously did not understand Peter's meaning, and the names that were randomly grouped were some messy, unreadable words. Instead, Cedric, cleverly in the corresponding order, smoothly composed a sentence. It was just that he looked at the regrouped names, and his face was frightened in an instant. His hands trembled and he pointed to the words in midair, his mouth open, but he could not speak. Cedric, you're out of the group. Alan, who was beside him, saw the words in front of Cedric and said in surprise. The twins also stopped, came over curiously, and said with great interest, let's see what the hell is it. I am Voldemort. The four of them looked at the shiny font in midair, and their faces were suddenly frightened. Haha. Peter, you're kidding me, right? The twins looked at Peter stiffly and asked in a dry voice. Peter looked at them frightened and smiled. Then with a wand in midair, to rewrite Tom Riddle's name, followed by a wave of letters rearranged. It is the word Voldemort. The next few people are completely convinced that they are not mistaken. Peter, you mean that the man who followed Quirrell was the mysterious man? Alan asked in a weak tone. Yes, Voldemort's real name is Tom Riddle, but few people know that name. Peter nodded. Am I dreaming? Cedric had a confused expression on his face, then pinched himself fiercely, and then cried and said, It's true. No dreams? No, we can't sit here anymore. My brother is still in the Forbidden Zone, and he will die if he meets a mysterious person. The twins couldn't sit still, panicked but desperate to save Ron. Let's be quiet. Peter grabbed the terrified twins and reassured, Voldemort is very weak now, he has no strength at all. In fact, we've had a lot of close encounters with him, but aren't they all okay? Have we been in contact with mysterious people? No kidding, Peter. Several people said with a look of disbelief. They would even be horrified to hear the name of the mysterious man. Not to mention encountering it, it was a nightmare. Voldemort has no body now, so he's been attached to the back of Quirrell's head, hidden by that stinky turban. Peter said directly. Then he looked at the twins with a funny face and said, I remember when you were Christmasing, but you were very brave and hit Professor Quirrell in the back of the head with a snowball. When the twins heard this, their faces became even more miserable. Cedric and Alan, on the other hand, looked at them with a look of sympathy and admiration. Being able to paste a mysterious person's face is a unique operation. What should we do now? How did this mysterious man suddenly appear at Hogwarts? The twins asked with a worried look. The other two also looked at Peter, wanting to find answers. Don't do anything? This was originally a trap laid by Dumbledore, let's not mess with it, save it from ruining his plan? Peter shook his head and said, Dumbledore is going to train Harry Potter, we can understand, after all he is the savior. But my brother Ron, what do they do? This is a murderous dark devil head who doesn't blink? Why get him involved? Fred said with a worried look on his face, his tone full of complaints about Dumbledore. Although they often bullied and teased Ron, it did not mean that they did not love this stupid brother. Now he is guided to face the legendary Dark Lord, in danger. Even though they admired Dumbledore, they were very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's behavior. Looking at the twins' expressions, Peter sighed and said, Don't you blame Dumbledore, although he guided Harry Potter to the Forbidden Lands, but will Ron, as Harry's good friend, stand by and watch when he learns of this situation? If Harry Potter were me, would you ignore me? Peter asked the two men. No, it won't. You are our good friend, even if you know that there is a mysterious person in front of you, we will accompany you, the twins said in unison. Then you can understand why Dumbledore would let them go. Peter smiled and said, And now that Dumbledore is in the school, he can be in the Forbidden Land at any time. If Ron were in danger, I'm sure Dumbledore would protect them. In the Room of Needs, Peter looked at the map. Quirrell seemed to be in no man's land, without the slightest obstacle to pass the way through, directly and smoothly came to the last room, stopped. At the same time, the Harry Potter trio followed close behind and smoothly entered the room of the giant chessboard. After a while, the map showed Harry Potter and Hermione continuing to the next room, but Ron's name stayed on the board. What's going on? Could it be that something had happened to Ron, and why hadn't he continued to follow Harry and them? The twins looked at the map worriedly and said, Rest assured, Ron is all right, he just fainted. He was brave, sacrificed himself, and managed to win the game so that Harry Potter could keep going, Peter said with a smile. The twins breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Ron was all right, then reacted, looked at Peter and asked, How do you know? He must have predicted it long ago. Alan said affirmatively, Didn't you notice that from the very beginning? Peter looked confident. If he doesn't see the results of the future, I won't believe 100. Really, Peter? Cedric asked curiously. Almost. Peter said vaguely, he can't say that he is based on the plot. I envy your gift for prophecy. Alan said enviously, maybe I can study divination with Professor Trelawney, and maybe I can inspire the talent of a prophet. Think beautifully, didn't you hear the professor say that the power of prophecy is talented, and without the blood of the soothsayer, you can only see a cloud of smoke on the crystal ball? Cedric said with cold water. But Peter, who came from a muggle background, still has no prophetic blood, and is not still able to predict the future. I've always felt that Professor Trelawney was just, and she couldn't believe a word? Alan said firmly. What did you all prophesy with Professor Trelawney during the final exam of the divination class? Seniors said that as long as the divination class predicted how tragic the future would be, the professor would give a high score? Alan asked. I am vaguely saying that someone will regret leaving us this year, and looking at Professor Trelawney's expression, it should not give me a high score. Cedric said regretfully. We are predicting that this year's Professor Quirrell will definitely be very miserable, and next semester will not teach us defense against the dark arts. The twins chuckled and said, looking at the current situation, we can definitely get high scores. How did you make such a prophecy? You are not afraid of making mistakes, and the professor will fail you? Cedric asked in surprise. Of course not. Have you ever seen a professor in defense against the dark arts for more than a year? And every one of them ends badly. Not to mention Quirrell's look that he was going to hang up at any moment. The twins said confidently. Peter, what about you? If you have the power to predict, you will definitely make real predictions? Several people asked curiously to Peter. Me. Peter smiled and said, I'm predicting something similar to Fred's, but in more detail. I saw Quirrell's death on the crystal ball, his body quickly growing bubbles, and then directly turning to ash, and the time of death is tonight. Peter described it with a smile on his face and said very calmly, you didn't see Professor Trelawney's expression at that time, and you were stunned. I think she must not have scored my divination class yet. I'm sure I'll have to wait until the results come out tonight, and if my prediction is true, I'll be able to get a good one. But if you are wrong, you will definitely fail. Several people listened to Peter's words and looked shocked. Peter, you mean that Quirrell is going to die in the penalty area tonight? George asked, swallowing. That's right, and it's dead at the hands of Harry Potter. And the mysterious man fled again? It's about to happen anyway, and Peter doesn't mind spoilers in advance. You mean the mysterious man fled? Didn't Dumbledore keep staring, and didn't he stop it? Fred asked nervously, thinking that Dumbledore would succeed in eliminating the mysterious man this time. The mysterious man is not alive at all now, not even a ghost, so the attack of the spell is ineffective against him. He wants to escape, and Dumbledore can't stop it. Peter shook his head and said, that's really cheap for him. The twins said with a look of pity, if only I could destroy him. Save yourself the fear of him reappearing all day and messing up the magical world. He'll show up, and then it's time for the real war. So you'd better take advantage of the time you still have to practice your magic so you won't get hurt when you face the enemy in the future, Peter advised seriously. These partners are 14-year-olds, and they need a little pressure to force them to be strong, otherwise Cedric and George are both victims of the original plotline. Is this a prophecy? Cedric asked worriedly. Not really, but it's an inevitable result. Peter shook his head and said, Dumbledore should have known about it, that's why he quietly guided Harry Potter against the mysterious man, who was cultivating him. Of course, you'd better rot these things in your stomach and don't tell outsiders, or they'll think of you as crazy. Peter looked at them and instructed, shouldn't it be better to announce the return of the mysterious man in advance, so that many people can be prepared to deal with it? The twins asked incomprehensibly. Sometimes, many people are more willing to believe what they are willing to believe. Peter shook his head and said, what if Harry Potter, who has defeated the Dark Lord now, personally stand up and say that the Dark Lord has appeared again? What do you think will be the reaction? The twins shook their heads and said they didn't know. They must think Harry Potter is crazy. Cedric gave the answer with a sad face. The wizarding world has been at peace for nearly a decade, and many people believe that the mysterious man has disappeared, and once Potter tells the news, many people will focus their anger on him, and I am afraid that even the Ministry of Magic will attack him. Alan said solemnly. So it's good that you know this matter yourself, and saying it will only cause you trouble. Peter said seriously. Several people nodded their heads in affection. After all, no one believed this matter. Look, Harry Potter has entered the last room, and now I'm with Quirrell. Fred exclaimed with sharp eyes. Eyes are once again focused on the map, which shows the names of Harry Potter, Professor Quirrell, and Tom Riddle. Okay, now it's time for me to play. Peter got up and smiled and said to the crowd. Immediately, Phoenix Field appeared in midair, emitting a series of roars. Peter, are you going to go now? Several of the companions reacted, surprised and worried, and asked. Peter nodded, sneered, and said, I'm going to send Professor Quirrell on one last ride. He gave me such a big gift at Christmas, and I still remember it vividly. With that, he grabbed Field's tail feather and disappeared straight into the room. So the fatal Christmas gift was given by Quirrell. Alan suddenly said, and then looked puzzled. Usually Peter often asks Quirrell for advice, and I thought they had a good relationship. Will something happen to Peter? After all, the other party is Professor Quirrell, not to mention a Dark Lord to help him. Cedric said worriedly. Don't worry, we have to believe in Peter, but we never do anything we're not sure of. The twins, instead, had faith in Peter. The room at the last level of the forbidden area. Harry Potter is pulled by Quirrell to the mirror of Eris and asks him what he sees. I saw myself win the house cup for Gryffindor. Harry replied. He's lying. A hoarse voice, fluttering around the room. Tell me what you saw. Quirrell angrily pointed his wand at Harry Potter, almost poking him in the eye. Quirrell, let me talk to him, the hoarse voice sounded again. Master, but your body. Quirrell said worriedly. Don't worry, I still have this little time and energy. Voldemort said, verbally interested in Harry Potter. Then, in Potter's terrified eyes, Professor Quirrell removed the turban from his head in front of him, and then turned around, and a vicious face appeared on the back of his bare head. Harry Potter, Voldemort looked at Harry Potter. Even if the Dark Lord was weak, he could easily see that Harry Potter was lying, and clearly pointed out that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden in his trouser pocket. However, Voldemort was obviously interested in Harry Potter and was not in a hurry to ask for the Philosopher's Stone, but with a seductive tone, he wanted Harry Potter to surrender to him. Obviously, he failed. Enraged, Voldemort ordered Quirrell to go and snatch it, and Harry Potter turned and fled, but was stopped by flames summoned by one of Quirrell's fingers. Harry Potter, do you want to rebel against me like your stupid parents? Surrender to me, isn't it a pity that you died at such a young age? As long as you surrender to me, we will join forces to create a new future in the future? Voldemort said half threateningly and half seductively. Think again. Harry Potter said angrily, then turned and tried to rush into the flames. Catch him. Voldemort commanded angrily. Quirrell was also worthy of being a good student of Ravenclaw, just a ring finger, a rope directly tripping Harry Potter's feet. Let him fall heavily, his jaw slammed the stone steps, and his eyes were starry. The Philosopher's Stone in his hand also rolled to the side. Quirrell seized the moment and stomped Harry's hand, which was trying to grab the Philosopher's Stone, and then, in Harry Potter's pained expression, he grabbed him by the neck and tried to strangle him. Ah, my hand. My hand? Quirrell clutched his right hand in horror and stepped back. I saw that the hand he had just grabbed Harry Potter's neck quickly burst out a lot of blisters, as if they had been burned by fire, and then quickly festered into ashes. Stupid, kill him with magic. Voldemort in the back of his head said angrily. But before Quirrell could go, he noticed that his body had suddenly become weak and his body had suddenly begun to fester in a large area. Master, what's going on with me? Save me? Quirrell couldn't stand up at all, and directly collapsed on the ground, watching in horror as his body began to decay and his life force was rapidly passing away. Peter York? Damn, it's him? He cancelled the wishing spell, and the unicorn blood in his body disappeared. Voldemort screamed angrily. Why did he do this, Master? We've already promised him? Quirrell said in horror and unwillingly. Harry Potter also came back to his senses at this time. He had seen Quirrell touching his hand. It would bubble and fester. I wanted to rush straight up and touch his face, but I didn't expect that Quirrell would suddenly collapse and rot and become dying. And it said it had something to do with Peter? This made him very curious. What exactly did Peter have to do with Quirrell? Who's there? Come out. Voldemort suddenly roared toward the mirror of Eris. Professor, you are really very sharp. You have been so badly injured, you can still detect that there are people here. Peter grinned as he lifted his invisibility and stepped forward. Peter York. Quirrell exclaimed in resentment. Peter York. Harry shouted in surprise. Peter York, my good student? I have taught you black magic for so long, and even if you don't miss it, you must at least abide by our agreement. Why sabotage my plans? Voldemort looked at Peter coldly and said. What, Peter, you learned black magic with Voldemort? Harry Potter said in surprise, and then looked at him with some wariness. Apparently, though, neither Voldemort nor Peter paid attention to him. Peter looked at Quirrell's miserable appearance at this time, smiled and said, Lord Voldemort, you are afraid that you forgot. At Christmas, I received a big gift from you, and it almost killed me. As I said, it was Quirrell's claim. And haven't you already taught him a lesson before? Voldemort gritted his teeth. Come on, Voldemort, you're so good when I'm a 3-year-old. If not for your permission, would Quirrell really have the courage to do this? Peter sneered. I don't pursue it in front of you, just because you are still useful. After all, you are the Dark Lord, and I can get your personal teachings. I'm here to give you a ride. Peter smiled and squinted. Truly worthy of being a Slytherin student, Peter York. My promise to you is still valid. As long as you snatch the Philosopher's Stone from Harry Potter's hand and give it to me, I will accept you as my only student and give you all my magical knowledge. Voldemort hoarsely, full of appreciative promises. When Harry Potter heard this, he looked at Peter warily, and then quickly tried to pick up the Philosopher's Stone on the ground. Only to be preempted by Peter. Peter waved, and the Philosopher's Stone on the ground flew directly over and fell into his hand. Don't give it to him. Harry Potter shouted. Voldemort thought Peter had agreed, and said happily, haha, that's it. Give me Peter, my good disciple, and when I am resurrected, I will reward you. Peter casually played with the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, then looked at Voldemort playfully and said, when did I promise to give it to you? You're playing me. Voldemort's face changed and he said gloomily, you've wronged me. Professor? Peter said with a smile, and then threw away the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. Besides, what I have in my hand is not a real Philosopher's Stone, but just a semi-finished product, and it is difficult for you to worry so much. You say this is fake? No way. Voldemort and Quirrell screamed in disbelief at the same time. I've been wondering if you two souls are squeezed together at the same time to make you look so stupid. Otherwise, who would put the real Philosopher's Stone here for someone to steal? Peter had a look on your brain-broken face. Impossible, it's not true. Quirrell said angrily that he had wasted so much time and energy in order to get the Philosopher's Stone. The result is now that it ends up saying that this is just fake. Since you don't believe it so much, let's give you a look and let you die a little more at ease. Peter smiled and threw the Philosopher's Stone in his hand to Quirrell. Don't. Harry Potter shouted in panic, trying to rush over to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Peter directly pulled him back with a spell, looked at him glaring at himself, and explained with a smile, this Philosopher's Stone is fake, you don't have to worry too much. How do you confirm that it's fake? If it's true, it's bad? Harry Potter shouted angrily. Fred and I have been here, and that time we got the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror and gave it back to Dumbledore, whom Dumbledore himself told me. Peter explained with a smile. Fake, fake. Dumbledore, you mean old fellow. Voldemort had just finished examining the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, and then he was furious and threw the Philosopher's Stone in his hand out. I'm going to kill you. Kill all of you? Voldemort's face on the back of Quirrell's head became even more vicious, and then quickly moved forward, trying to cover Quirrell's face. At the same time, Quirrell's face in front of him became frightened, and he kept begging for forgiveness. Master, please. Don't do it. No. But soon, Voldemort's face was completely covered in Quirrell's face. The two faces merged with each other and became very strange, looking like a patchwork face. Then Quirrell's eyes opened and turned red, and they were sharp and thin, looking like the eyes of a snake. Somewhat surprised by the change, Peter raised his wand, ready to respond at any moment. Peter York, Harry Potter. Even if I don't want this body today, I will kill you before Dumbledore comes. Quirrell, no, it should be said Voldemort, looked at the two men viciously, the only remaining left hand holding the wand, said murderously. Voldemort, even if you temporarily control this body, how much strength can you exert? I'm afraid it won't cost me a penny, Peter said without fear. Even if I only have 1 point of strength, I can kill you. Peter York? Voldemort looked at Peter with hatred. I have given you the opportunity again and again, and even taught you advanced black magic. But you don't know what to do, and you have repeatedly opposed me? You're going to die at my hands today. Avadaso. Voldemort threw out the death curse directly. Peter had been prepared to be direct, and before he could recite the spell, he dodged it and dragged Harry Potter with his wand behind a stone pillar. Now it's not something you can participate in. Take care to protect yourself and don't come out. Peter gave Harry Potter a serious command. Harry Potter was a little confused, but instinctively nodded, and he knew Peter was protecting him. Peter saw him nod, and then went straight out, using his wand to pick out a spell, and then using the snakewood wand, he quickly hit back a spell. Wishes come true. As soon as Peter waved his wand, golden sand poured out of the wand and quickly condensed into a huge fire dragon shape. Professor Voldemort, this is the spell you taught me, now I salute you. Peter chuckled. With a wave of his wand, the fire dragon completely formed, transforming into a ferocious Norwegian ridgeback dragon, filling most of the space. The fierce head of the fire dragon was facing Voldemort, directly spewing out flames. Voldemort had a magical barrier blocking the dragon's flames, and he looked at the living dragon and said in an appreciative tone, "The wishing spell you have improved is indeed extraordinary, but it is a pity that you are such a genius. If you obey me, there will be brilliant achievements in the future. But now you can only die here." Then a death curse directly ended the life of this fire dragon, and the fire dragon after death retransformed into golden sand and dissipated. Professor, who lives and who dies is not certain. If you regain your original strength, I will definitely retreat. But you're just borrowing Quirrell's mutilated body right now, and no matter how you overdraft him, it won't change anything? Peter said with a light smile. Then another wishing spell came out, turning into a unicorn, directly against the sharp horn, rushing towards Voldemort. The unicorn's silver horns emitted a dazzling white light, hitting Voldemort, who was not in a hurry. Voldemort couldn't help but let out a scream, and his right shoulder seemed to have been hit by a sulfuric acid, quickly corroding the bone. Voldemort was directly furious, enduring severe pain, and directly a death curse resulted in a unicorn? Professor, why are you so cruel? You know that the unicorn just now, but it provided you with a lot of blood. You're your food and clothing parents? Peter said with a condemning face, a tone of ridicule. Peter York, you damn it. Voldemort was covered in blood and his body was unusually weak, desperately squeezing the magic and vitality of Quirrell's body. He's going to kill Peter before this body can't hold it up. As for Harry Potter, he had left it behind. At this time, Harry Potter was also careful to hide behind the stone pillar, and his position could clearly see the situation of Peter and Voldemort. So he looked at Peter with shock, all kinds of brilliant magic. He watched as Peter conjured up a fire dragon half the size of a house, and then conjured up a unicorn, constantly harassing and attacking, and making Voldemort suffer a big loss. This shocked him so much that he felt that this was the real magic. Those matches they learned were killed. Peter's eyes were glowing blue at this point, ready to anticipate what was coming. Then he directly transformed into a poisonous horned beast, and before he could rush to Voldemort, he was hit by his one-hit death spell and transformed back into the golden sand in the sky. Peter happily conjured up werewolves, eight-eyed spiders, phoenixes, trolls. Although they were all hit by Voldemort with the death curse, they did not touch him once. But looking at Voldemort, gasping for breath, Peter smiled as his war of attrition was achieved. Professor, you've used so many death spells, your magic is running out. Do you want to take a break? Will we fight again later? Peter said with a smile. Peter York, if you have the ability, come out and duel with me face to face. Aren't you a dueling champion, and have you forgotten even the basic etiquette? Voldemort cried out with a heavy breath. He also found that his magic was about to run out, but he was not willing to just leave, at least let Peter die in his own hands. Sorry, Professor, I'm very timid, so let's leave it at this kind of duel. Peter said with a grin. Coward, Peter York, I want you to stand up and fight me in a dignified duel. Voldemort said angrily, and another death curse killed the poisonous leopard that rushed over, and he gasped for breath. Professor, you forgot I was a Slytherin, your radical method is useless. Since the energy consumption killed you, why should I risk coming out to pick you up? Peter said with his eyes wide open, and then conjured up a winged demon and quickly flew towards Voldemort. This kind of human brain-eating monster flies so fast that it is almost difficult to catch it with the naked eye, and it was once Newt Scamander who successfully captured the first generation of Dark Lord Grindelwald. So Peter hopes it works wonders this time too? However, Peter was obviously disappointed. The Dark Lord who did not exist in strength was the Dark Lord after all, and the curled wing demon was directly hit by a death curse from Voldemort and retransformed into a golden sand. Peter was not too disappointed. He still kept releasing magic beasts to attack, especially after seeing Voldemort save mana, starting not to use the death spell, and constantly conjures up stronger magic beasts to consume his magic. After killing a unicorn again, Voldemort stumbled and half knelt on the ground, sweat and blood mixed on his body. His body at this time had already shed blood. If it were not for Voldemort's soul supporting, I am afraid it would have been a corpse long ago. Voldemort looked like he had run out of magic. But Peter didn't believe that Voldemort had conceded defeat like this, and his eyes flashed a blue light, and a sneer appeared on his face. At this point, the whole room had been thrown into a mess by the battle between the two of them, and there was rubble everywhere, and Peter was hiding behind the stone pillar not far from Harry Potter, and he used the wishing charm again, only this time it was not a magical creature, but another Peter. Harry Potter, who was hiding not far away, looked at this scene and was directly stunned. Seeing another doppelganger again, Peter handed Peter his wand to Peter too, smiled and said, "You go out and take care of attracting attention. I'm responsible for finding the right moment." Peter too took the wand, gave him a blank look, and said, "Who called me a doppelganger? No human rights?" Then he walked straight out and came to Voldemort. "Professor, look at you, you've all tossed poor Professor Quirrell's body into shape. He is so loyal to you that you can be so bad. How do you make others believe you?" Peter too said with a smile and a sigh, "Peter York, my good student, you are finally out." Voldemort had a sinister smile on his face, then quickly waved his wand. "Avadaso. Except for your weapons." Both of their spells successfully hit each other. In Voldemort's vicious smile, Peter's eyes turned into golden sand and dissipated, and the wand in his hand fell to the ground. And the wand in Voldemort's hand was also a disarming spell, and the wand was successfully surrendered. It's just that Voldemort wasn't happy yet. He watched Peter on the other side turn into golden sand after death, and instantly reacted to being tricked. Before he could recall his wand, a wave of magic came from behind him, and he was hit by a petrified spell. Then Peter's figure gradually appeared from the air. He laughed and cut off Voldemort's other hand directly with the cutting spell, then walked over to him, who was half kneeling and petrified, and said, "Professor, surprised? You're caught by me now." It really opened my eyes, but it was a surprise that a wishing spell was actually developed by you into such a powerful magic. Although Voldemort was petrified, his face was still strangely moving, and he looked at Peter mockingly and said, "Do you think this will trap me? I'm Voldemort? This body is useless, and I'm sure we'll see each other again in the future, Peter York." "Yes, Professor." Peter smiled slightly, and then with lightning speed, he pulled out a pair of shackles and directly locked Voldemort's legs. "What did you do?" Voldemort's original smiling face instantly disappeared and became a little frightened. "Why can't I leave this body?" "Whew, it's really useful." Peter was relieved and said with some surprise. Looking at Voldemort's panicked look, Peter smiled and said, "This is the forbidden leg cuffs I prepared for you. You can't cast any magic. Now you are no different from ordinary muggles. Now you should stay in this body." Voldemort heard Peter's explanation and screamed with anger, "You want to trap me in this body forever? Dream?" Then Voldemort suddenly staggered to his feet in Peter's astonished eyes, and then rushed to the side of the raging flames. Then, in a miserable scream, the body of Quirrell occupied by Voldemort quickly burned in flames, and finally only a pile of ashes remained, and a pair of footcuffs fell there. Peter was unable to react at this time, and then he sighed stunnedly, "What a cruel person. Actually burned himself alive." Harry Potter saw that Peter had destroyed Voldemort, so he walked out relaxed and said to Peter with a look of admiration, "You are so powerful." In this way, the demons were defeated. Peter didn't expect Harry Potter to come out now. His face changed, and he shouted, "Watch out for the back." Only to see that a black mist floated up from the ashes, and then turned into a vague face of Voldemort, angrily passing through Harry Potter's body, and then straight at Peter. Peter's reaction was swift, directly in front of a magic block, in a slight gap in Voldemort's soul, dodging his attack. The blow was unsuccessful, and Voldemort's soul looked at Peter angrily, then reluctantly turned into smoke and left the room. "What a failure." Peter regretfully said that he had originally wanted to use the forbidden demon's foot handcuffs to trap Voldemort directly in Quirrell's body. Then he extinguished the flames and picked up the footcuffs on the ground, and only then did he react, and the petrification spell he used against Voldemort at the beginning had probably been cancelled out after putting on the forbidden footcuffs. It's just that this Voldemort is really fierce enough. In order to get rid of this body, he chooses to self-destruct. Harry Potter, who had been penetrated by Voldemort's soul, did not know that it was because of another piece of Voldemort's soul in his body, and he was directly unconscious, and the scar on his forehead became very red and swollen. Although Peter knew that Harry Potter would be fine, he still worried and went forward, checked it, and when he saw that his breathing was stable, he was relieved. He was deeply afraid that he would give the savior to the butterfly. Then he turned to the air beside him and said, "Headmaster Dumbledore, you've been there for so long, you can come out. Now that Harry Potter is in a coma, you come and see what's going on." "Peter, I guessed you would have found me earlier, and sure enough, you are still very sharp." Dumbledore's voice came from the air, and then he lifted his invisibility and appeared in front of Peter with a smile. Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter beside Peter with a twinkle of worry in his eyes. A few steps up to them, nodded Harry Potter with his wand, and checked it out before he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said kindly to Peter, "Don't worry, Harry Potter's body is fine, he just fell into a coma." Dumbledore then turned the conversation and looked at Peter in amazement and asked, "Is the magic you just used called the wishing charm? What a magical and unique magic! It's possible to conjure up a truly magical creature? You can also conjure up a doppelganger? What an incredible achievement! Was it Quirrell who taught you, right?" "Yes, Headmaster," said Peter to him, "but Quirrell, no, Voldemort was only a wizard he had learned from an old wizard from the Middle East. It was only able to last 3 seconds, so it was very chicken. Later, I fused it with ancient elemental magic, so that it had today's effect. But ordinary wizards can't cast this magic. You need to become an elemental magician to use it. If the headmaster wants to learn, I can teach you," Peter said. "No need for children, thank you for your kindness, but my magic path has come a long way, and it is difficult to change it." Dumbledore smiled and said, "But I suggest that you can continue to develop the value of this magic in the future. It is definitely more magical than any kind of magic today. If you can study this magic thoroughly, your future achievements will be extraordinary. Although there is a suspicion of boasting, but with this magic alone, Peter, you surpass me as an old man. It is only time. Thanks for your advice, Headmaster Dumbledore." Peter sincerely thanked him. Then he looked at the Philosopher's Stone on the ground and asked, "Headmaster, the half-finished Philosopher's Stone you said I got had become a real Philosopher's Stone. Did you show it to Nick Flamel? What did he say? Is it true?" "I did go to Nick over the weekend and gave him the Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore said, looking at Peter with curiosity. "Nick was amazed at this, and very curious about you. He wanted to invite you to his place during the summer vacation. And I hope to discuss and study together why your magic can make the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone real." Dumbledore smiled and said, "You must know that Nick also created a real Philosopher's Stone by accident. In the hundreds of years that followed, although he tried many times, he only refined the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone. He had thought that the secret of the birth of the Philosopher's Stone could only follow him into the tomb. Unexpectedly, your appearance once again stimulated his curiosity and curiosity. Headmaster, you mean that Nicole Flamel intends to give up using the Philosopher's Stone? He doesn't want to live forever?" Peter looked at Dumbledore in amazement and asked. "Yes, Nick has lived a long time, and he has no interest in anything in the world anymore. That's why he decided he wanted to stop using the Philosopher's Stone and wait for the next journey of his life. It's just that he didn't expect to be able to appear such a magical boy as you. This made his curiosity explode again, so he decided to give up his preparation to lie in the coffin and rest before he could figure out the secret of the Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore said with a smile. Peter was very surprised when he heard this, and he didn't expect that Nick Flamel would change his mind because of his appearance. You must know that in the original plot, Nick Flamel finally gave up the last Philosopher's Stone and chose to wait for death with his wife. Dumbledore then looked curiously at the handcuffs on Peter's hand and asked, "Peter, can you show me that magic prop in your hand?" Peter did not refuse, but directly handed the footcuffs to Dumbledore, explaining, "This is a prop I made, and the magic of the person who takes him will be suppressed, so that the magic will not be used. I made it by imitating an alchemical product, and I named it Forbidden Magic Footcuffs." "Forbidden Devil's Footcuffs? What a very useful magic item." Dumbledore looked in amazement at the mysterious runes on the handcuffs. Then he reminded Peter with a serious look, "You can make this kind of forbidden magic prop, don't tell outsiders. Magic is regarded as life by wizards, and being able to use magic without a broken wand has always been regarded by wizards as the most serious punishment. If others knew that you could create a wizard and become a magic-free person, many people would avoid you like a snake and scorpion. Especially those who have bad intentions, they will attack you by any means, and they will try their best to get the manufacturing method in your hands." "I see, Headmaster, I haven't said this to anyone other than you?" Peter nodded solemnly. "Cunning boy." Dumbledore tapped Peter's head with his hand and scolded with a smile, "I'll keep it a secret for you. Well, now that it's over, let's get out of here. Harry's 2 friends should be in a hurry by now." Dumbledore ended the conversation and picked up Harry with ease. "Headmaster, you send Harry first, I don't have to go over, my friends are still waiting for me." Peter summoned Phoenix Field directly and smiled at Dumbledore. "Your Phoenix is called Field, what a beautiful lad." Dumbledore looked at the Phoenix standing on Peter's shoulder and smiled and said, "When you have time, Peter, you will take him to my office and spend more time with my fox. She has followed me for so many years and has been very lonely. I'll be there when I have time." Peter smiled and nodded, complaining that the fox, who looked like a turkey, was not worthy of my field at all. Dumbledore was going to hold Harry Potter and go back the same way, but Peter was teleported directly by Field back into the room of requirement. What happened to Peter? Is it going well? How do we see that the Dark Lord's name suddenly disappeared? Was it killed by you? As soon as Peter appeared in the room of needs, several of his companions gathered around and asked excitedly. "No, it's just that Quirrell turned to ashes, and Voldemort turned into a ghost and fled again. And Harry Potter was also unconscious by him." Peter replied. "What? Harry Potter is injured? Is it serious, and how is it now?" Several of the partners asked worriedly. "Don't worry, you should have seen Dumbledore there just now. He checked Harry, only to pass out, and his body was not in serious trouble. I don't think it's long before he wakes up again," Peter reassured. When several of his companions heard that Dumbledore was also there, they immediately put their hearts back on it. Immediately, several of the partners were full of curiosity and kept asking Peter, who was very curious about what was going on in the forbidden area. Listening to the chatter around him, Peter's head hurt a little. Quickly waved his hand to stop them from continuing to ask questions, saying, "It's late now, you all go back to rest. Tomorrow we will get together again, and when the time comes, you will ask everything you want." Seeing that Peter was indeed a little tired, the partners stopped asking questions, suppressed their curiosity, and left the room with their needs. The next day, before Peter could tell his companions about the forbidden area, the news that the Harry Potter trio had broken into the restricted area alone did not go away. It was only a morning of hard work, and the whole school teachers and students soon learned about it. Ron Weasley, in particular, was discharged directly after a simple treatment by Mrs. Pomfrey. Surrounded by the crowd, he returned to Gryffindor House like a hero. Ron, who had never received such attention, fell into this beautiful life of being sought after. He was in the common room, standing in a chair, telling passionately about what they had broken into in the forbidden area, and how heroic and clever he won the giant chessboard level and successfully let them advance to the next level. In addition to lying in the hospital, Harry Potter could not wake up from the mystery. Both Ron and Hermione received the attention and admiration of the whole school. For the protagonist of this matter, Harry Potter, he has been away from his classmates because of the deduction of points. Changed attitude again. Each of them took their own gifts and went to the school infirmary to visit Harry Potter. Peter also followed the Weasley twins to visit Harry Potter, who was still in a coma. According to Mrs. Pomfrey, Harry Potter could take 2 or 3 days to wake up. This caused Fred and George, 2 Quidditch batsmen, to keep frowning when they came out of the school infirmary. Because tomorrow there's a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. If Harry Potter doesn't wake up tomorrow, Gryffindor won't have a seeker and will definitely lose. In this regard, Peter pretended to be comforted, or Harry Potter's body is important. As for Quidditch matches, it's all about participating. For this consolation, the twins gave Peter a blank stare. Don't think they don't know, if Gryffindor loses to Hufflepuff tomorrow, it will be Slytherin who will win the Quidditch Cup. This edition of the Quidditch tournament, with the addition of Harry Potter, Slytherin initially lost to Gryffindor. But with Peter's support, the next 2 games against Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff won 2 games with a large disparity in points. So, if Gryffindor loses to Hufflepuff in tomorrow's game, Slytherin will be number 1 in the number 1. The Quidditch Cup will undoubtedly fall into their hands. Coupled with the current college scores, Slytherin Yao Yao occupies the first place, which is a big gap with other colleges. Not to mention Gryffindor at the bottom of the line, the score is only 110 points today. This was earned through the efforts of Hermione Granger and Percy Weasley. So if there is no accident, this year's Academy Cup and Quidditch Cup will fall into the hands of Slytherin again. In view of this, Gryffindor Quidditch captain Oliver Wood continued to run to the school infirmary with a burning look. Oliver sat in front of the unconscious Harry Potter hospital bed, looking like he was trying to shake him awake. This directly angered Madame Pomfrey, drove Oliver Wood out, and forbade him to visit again. Later, in small talk with the twins, Peter learns that Oliver has been praying to Merlin all night to win tomorrow's game, hoping that Harry Potter will wake up before the Quidditch game. But his prayers apparently didn't work until the game officially began, and Harry Potter couldn't get out of the school infirmary. So even though the Gryffindor team desperately wanted to score points to open up the gap with Hufflepuff, there was still no miracle. Today's luck is on Hufflepuff. Cedric, as Hufflepuff's seeker, successfully caught the golden snitch half an hour after the opening half an hour, ending the game. In the end, this year's Quidditch competition officially came to an end. With 1 loss at each house, Slytherin managed to win the Quidditch Cup thanks to the highest number of points. Although Gryffindor lost the Quidditch Cup, no one complained to Potter this time. After all, he succeeded in stopping Professor Quirrell's plot. Gryffindor's innate hero worship. As for Peter's involvement in this forbidden area, no one else knows about it except for a few of his companions and Dumbledore. And several of his companions, at his request, did not publicize the matter. As for Dumbledore, he would not have taken the initiative to say it. So far, unbeknownst to the other students, Peter has also entered the restricted area. Harry Potter, on the other hand, woke up the day after the Quidditch game. It was only after Dumbledore's magical explanation of love that he met his 2 companions. He learns that he has missed a Quidditch game and that he has defeated Professor Quirrell. But it's not Professor Quirrell I defeated. You're mistaken. It was Peter who defeated Quirrell and Voldemort, Harry Potter explained excitedly. He didn't expect that when he woke up, Peter York's credit would fall on him. This made him very uneasy and ashamed. Hearing his words, Hermione and Ron were dumbfounded. None of them made it to the last level, and naturally they didn't see Peter. Naturally, Harry succeeded in defeating Professor Quirrell. But we only saw Headmaster Dumbledore bring you back, and we didn't see Peter. Hermione and Ron said in amazement, and we asked if it was Harry. You defeated Professor Quirrell, and Headmaster Dumbledore acquiesced. Dumbledore acquiesced. Harry Potter said in surprise. So why hasn't Peter refuted this matter these days? After all, this matter has been known to everyone, Ron said with puzzlement. After all, such an honor, in his understanding, no one should give up. I think maybe Peter doesn't want to make himself more famous. After all, he is now very famous. Hermione said speculatively, I see that he rarely appears in everyone's eyes, maybe he doesn't care about such a false name. But I don't want such a false name either. And it's someone else's credit? Harry Potter said excitedly, what if Peter thinks I'm deliberately robbing him of his credit? How will I face him in the future? Harry, take it easy. Peter came to see you yesterday, and if he had been angry, he wouldn't have come to see you? Hermione reassured, we just need to clarify this matter and we'll be fine. After being discharged from the hospital, Harry Potter, with 2 companions, constantly explains that it was Peter and not himself who finally defeated Quirrell. He also came to apologize to Peter and explained that he didn't want to take credit for him. Peter looked at Harry Potter with a look of guilt in front of him, and couldn't help but laugh and say, Harry, you don't have to feel sorry, this matter is not your fault. And without my involvement, you could have defeated Quirrell. Principal Dumbledore must have told you that Quirrell can't touch you. You had already scrapped one of his hands, and that's what made me pick it up. Speaking of which, it should be that I want to thank you for making me avenge. You may not know that at Christmas, Quirrell gave me a fatal gift, causing one of my schoolgirls to suffer innocently and almost die. Peter looked into Harry's puzzled eyes and explained. Deadly gift? Are you sure? Harry asked in surprise, I mean why would Quirrell give you such a gift? After all, you're just a student. Because I had already discovered his secret by then. He wanted to kill me to keep it a secret? Peter said with a smile. Peter, you discovered his secret so early. It's amazing, Ron said in surprise. Peter, Voldemort said you learned black magic from him. Is this true? You really followed him to learn black magic? Harry Potter hesitated, and finally asked with a complicated look. What, Peter, you learned black magic? Black magic is very evil? This is fake, right? Hermione exclaimed. She hadn't heard Harry say anything about it. Peter was not much surprised to hear Potter's question. After all, when Voldemort said it, he knew that there would be such a day. He smiled and nodded. That's right, I've been learning black magic with Voldemort a lot this semester, of course, only within the theoretical scope. After all, these black magics are very dangerous, and it is easy to get on the road. Peter, you can't do that. Black magic is evil. You will become a dark wizard? Ron said in horror and concern, looking at his expression. It was as if Peter would turn into a dark wizard at any time. Peter, I read in the book that many wizards have become dark wizards because they have learned black magic. You must forget about the black magic you have learned, Hermione said with a worried look. Peter looked at them as if he were terminally ill, shook his head amusedly, and explained, you have confused the dark arts with the dark wizards. Black magic is the magic that is lethal and has no anti-curses, but it is not just 3 unforgivable spells. Dark wizards, on the other hand, are those who do bad things. The two are not directly related. The person who can do black magic is not necessarily a dark wizard, and the dark wizard may not have a black magic. Looking at the 3 people's still incomprehensible expressions, Peter said, you just need to remember that the person who can do black magic is not necessarily a dark wizard. Even Dumbledore has some understanding of black magic. You don't need to avoid black magic like a snake and scorpion. How is this possible? How could Dumbledore have black magic? He was the greatest white wizard. All 3 said with a look of disbelief. In their minds, Dumbledore was a mighty figure, and would never touch such black magic. White magic refers to magic that has no lethal power, such as quick healing, patron saint charms and other positive emotions. Do you expect Dumbledore to use these spells to defeat his enemies and become the mightiest magician? Peter asked with a smile. And there's a Durmstrang with the same name as Hogwarts, where black magic is taught. Do you think the students at that school are dark wizards? All 3 of them were stunned by Peter's words, although they always felt that something was wrong, but they felt that what Peter said was quite reasonable. The 3 eventually left. Whew, finally gone. Peter was not easily relieved. On the last night before leaving, the school held a grand dinner. Thanks to Peter's frequent homegrown elf recipes, in the past 2 years, the teachers and students of the whole school have tasted almost all the world's delicacies, and their mouths have been raised. Almost as soon as they returned from vacation, the students were very nostalgic for the school dishes, especially in Britain, which is known as a food desert, and the little wizards returned home to eat a lot of food. Tonight's dinner, the main course is Chinese food. After 2 years of exercise, the Chinese cooking skills of the house elves have improved by leaps and bounds, and all the students can't wait to start the banquet. But first of all, it needs to be announced that tonight's Academy Cup champions belong. The Slytherin students were beaming with joy. The auditorium was already decorated in silver green, and on the wall behind the auditorium hung a huge tapestry embroidered with a silver serpent. Peter's classmates, pushing cups and cups filled with pumpkin juice, celebrated each other as they celebrated Slytherin's 7th consecutive victory. Peter, as the head of the academy and the biggest contributor to the score of the academy, many students ran to him to salute the pumpkin juice, which made him worry that he had not eaten dinner, and his stomach was full of pumpkin juice. Compared to the Slytherins' euphoria, the Gryffindor atmosphere next door was somewhat low pressure, and their house score was the first to last. The Quidditch Cup, which could have been won, was also lost because there was no seeker in the last game. Although no one blamed Harry Potter, he sat silently in his place. Dumbledore stood up, and the students in the auditorium fell silent. Before we eat, I announce this year's Academy Cup winners. First 4th place Gryffindor, 110 points. 3rd place Hufflepuff, 350 points. 2nd place Ravenclaw, 395 points. 1st place Slytherin, 470. Upon hearing the ranking, the Slytherin students cheered excitedly. Yes, the Slytherin students did a good job. Dumbledore smiled and said, but the recent events should also be counted. As soon as the words stopped, the Slytherin students looked confused, felt bad, and became quiet. Peter sat in the first place, looking at Dumbledore calmly. He wanted to see what Dumbledore would do. First of all, Ron Weasley. He played the best game of chess and had the courage to sacrifice himself. I rewarded him with 100 points. Dumbledore looked at Ron with a smile and said. Gryffindor suddenly boiled up, and Ron, hit by the pie from heaven, was surrounded by dreams. There were also twins and Percy shouting excitedly, "This is my brother." There was a dead silence on the Slytherin side, and Deputy Chief Anthony Clyde asked Peter with some uneasiness, "Chief, what should I do?" "First of all, let's see what the principal is going to do." Peter squinted and said quietly. Dumbledore looked at the cheering Gryffindor below, smiled happily, and then said, "Hermione Granger, use her ingenuity to help her partner through one crisis after another, and reward 100 points." Gryffindor cheered again. Harry Potter, with fearless courage, defeated the enemy and blocked the conspiracy from happening. Reward 150 points? Dumbledore looked kindly at Harry Potter below and announced. Gryffindor erupted in cheers, and everyone looked at Harry Potter with admiration and kept tapping him on the shoulder. "Chief, Gryffindor now has 460 points, only 10 points short of us." The students around them were even more upset. "Calm down, look again." Peter frowned and said lightly, but with a sense of momentum emanating from his body. The chiefs around them all calmed down. Only the first-year Chief Draco, somewhat impatiently, said, "If Dumbledore, the old fellow, dares to give our house cup to Gryffindor, I will definitely tell my father and dad." "Peter, what are you going to do if Dumbledore does give the house cup to Gryffindor?" Third-grade Chief Alan, leaning over to Peter, asked. As a roommate who had been together for 3 years, he could sense that Peter was not happy now. "He's the headmaster, what else can I do?" Peter said, but then his eyes turned cold, and he smiled and said, "But if that's the case, then we Slytherin will give up fighting for the house cup completely. Let them compete with other colleges? After all, the credits we have worked so hard to earn are not as rewarded as the principal's words." When the chiefs heard this, they immediately said indignantly, "Yes, there will be no dispute in the future." At the beginning of the school year, Dumbledore repeatedly ordered students to enter the Forbidden Area, and now the 3 Potters violated the school rules to catch any thief, and they can reward so many credits? So what credits do we earn? Well, there is no conclusion yet. Let's be quiet. Let's see what happens. Peter gestured for silence around. Dumbledore did not seem to notice the storm below, and opened his hand happily and said, "Finally, I would like to say that we all need great courage to face the enemy, but to stand firm in front of our friends requires greater courage. For this I will reward Neville Longbottom with 10 points. So, if I'm not mistaken, the decoration here has to be changed." Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the decorations inside the auditorium, half of which turned golden red. Dumbledore was overjoyed to announce, "Tonight Slytherin and Gryffindor win both the house cup." Suddenly, Gryffindor students burst into thunderous applause. The atmosphere on the Slytherin side was eerie, and although they hadn't lost the house cup, it felt a little strange to share the victory with Gryffindor. "Chief, what now?" the first of the grades below asked stupidly. They had thought Dumbledore would surely find another reason to give Gryffindor ahead of Slytherin and win the house cup. But now the situation is that Slytherin has not lost the house cup, but has one more sharer, and this time they will not make trouble, nor will they make trouble. "What else can I do?" "Celebrate? Celebrate our college's 7th consecutive year winning the college cup," Peter said without anger. Now this situation, although it hurts the interests of Slytherin, does not touch the bottom line, and most students will choose to rest in peace. Peter turned his head to see Dumbledore smiling and raising a glass to himself, Peter almost out of breath. "This old fox? Just say it in favor of Gryffindor? Big deal, we don't play anymore. What does it mean to make a double yolk egg?" With Peter, the head of the academy, the opinion conveyed, Slytherin was once again rejuvenated and happily celebrated with each other, but the focus of the celebration was on winning the championship. Things settled, Peter lazily ate the food, then looked at Anthony Clyde, who had graduated, and asked, "Anthony, what is your direction after graduation? Do you go back to help your family with your business, or do you go to work in the Ministry of Magic?" "Chief, I have received an invitation from the Department of International Magical Cooperation of the Ministry of Magic to go there for an internship and become a regular staff member," Anthony Clyde said with a hint of pride in his tone. "Congratulations, it's not easy to join the Ministry of Magic, let alone the International Department of Magical Cooperation." Peter smiled and congratulated. "Thank you," Anthony said with a look of delight. "You've managed Slytherin only this semester, so that I, the irresponsible chief, can be lazy." Peter smiled and said, "You've graduated, and you don't know who to look for to help me next semester. Anthony, do you have any good recommendations?" Anthony Clyde thought for a moment and said, "William Orff, the chief of the 6th grade, is a good candidate and does things seriously. There's also 5th grade Chief Troy Jackson, who could also be considered. Of course this requires the chief to choose for yourself. I'll think about it. Thanks for the advice." Peter nodded after listening. He and Anthony Clyde got along well this year. Anthony was an interesting person. Anything big would be reported to him in advance, never overstepping his authority. Now that he has graduated and left, Peter is a little reluctant. After all, such a good worker is not easy to find, and he is very lazy, and he does not want to care about those trivial things. As for not being the chief, Peter felt that the happiest was probably the extreme purebloods. At that time, if a pureblood becomes the chief, I am afraid that a bunch of trouble will be found. Therefore, the position of the chief of this academy, when he was still in school, it was better for him to be the head of the school. On the day of school, Peter and his friends got together again. Seriously, I always wish they had forgotten to send this thing to us. Fred threw Professor McGonagall's notice of the prohibition of the use of magic outside the school sent by Professor McGonagall on the table, and then reluctantly signed his name. You're a wizarding family, and it won't be good to use it. Petrify signed his name, then looked at him blankly and said, like me, I am the only wizard around. What magic is used? The Department of Forbidden Magic Abuse of the Ministry of Magic. We all know it all. If I'm unlucky, a wizard happens to pass through the area where I live, and if he uses magic, it will be counted on my head. Then you're really unlucky. Can't use magic for a summer vacation. Alan and Cedric looked at Peter sympathetically and said, don't sympathize with him, you don't know this guy last summer, but he made a mess of the Prohibition of Magic Abuse Division. The twins directly debunked the road. Don't forget that this guy can do wandless magic, and last summer he used wandless magic unscrupulously at home. George chuckled and said, then I received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic for the first time. But he went straight to the Ministry of Magic and said they were making false accusations? Since he hadn't used his wand once in his entire summer vacation, how could he possibly unleash his magic? Fred said with a smirk. Then he also gave the wand directly to the people of the Ministry of Magic and asked them to check. Of course they didn't check out anything. I had no choice but to withdraw the warning and apologize to Peter. George picked up Fred's words, and then couldn't help but snort and laugh. My dad said that throughout the summer, the Department for the Prohibition of Magic Abuse could detect every day that Peter's manor had used magic. But they had no proof that Peter had used magic, because he had never used his wand once. The people in the Ministry of Magic knew that Peter had used magic, but because there was no evidence, they gave up the surveillance of Peter after more than a dozen investigations and evidence collections. Fred continued, so now Peter is the freest one, and no one cares how he tries to cast magic. Cedric and Alan were stunned when they heard this, and they looked at Peter with reverence in their eyes. Peter modestly waved his hand and said, this is a loophole in the laws of the wizarding world, because few wizards can do magic without a wand, so when the Ministry of Magic collects evidence, it uses the wizard's wand to determine whether it is illegal. That gave me the opportunity. How nice it would be if we could also do wandless magic. Just wave your hand, you can do the enemy, and don't worry about being disarmed and dropping the wand. All four partners said with envy. Don't think about it for a moment, if you have perseverance, you can try silent magic in the summer vacation. This is useful for boosting your strength. Peter said with a smile. You think we are only in the 3rd grade, and we can't learn such a high-level thing as silent casting? Several people collectively rolled their eyes at Peter and said in unison, it's 4th grade soon. Peter corrected, and then said solemnly, next semester, the school is not calm, you better strengthen yourself, so that even in the face of danger, you can protect yourself. Did you prophesy something? Alan asked in surprise. Several others also looked at him curiously. After all, Peter's prophetic ability was obvious to all. Next semester, if you don't run around, there won't be much danger. But there was indeed a monster that had been hidden for 1,000 years and was released. If you are not careful, you will be killed. Peter said solemnly. After several people listened, they were immediately frightened and looked at Peter in horror. Peter, you mean there's a monster in the castle that's lived for 1,000 years? Alan grabbed the point and asked hurriedly. Peter nodded and said to several people, you all grew up in the wizarding world, you must have heard rumors about the Slytherin chamber, right? Aren't you saying that the rumors of the Slytherin chambers are true, and that monster is what Slytherin used to get rid of those who don't deserve to learn magic? Alan said in surprise. What's the matter? We don't know anymore. However, the Chamber of Secrets is true. There is a monster that has lived for thousands of years, which is very dangerous for many people, Peter said solemnly, so I will remind you now not to wave next semester. Especially Fred George, you too, next semester a little bit, don't mess around. Rest assured, we cherish our little lives. The twins grinned assure. Peter, you haven't said what that monster is. Where exactly is it hidden? Cedric asked very uneasily. I can't tell you right now, I'm afraid that if I say too much, the future will change. That's bad. Peter shook his head and said. According to the plotline, Tom Riddle's diary will fall to Ginny Weasley, and the ghost knows if it will change because of his appearance. When the time comes, it will fall directly into the hands of the twins or others, and it will be suffered. After all, the original plotline, for a whole semester, because of all kinds of luck, all the people who encountered the Basilisk were just petrified, and not a single person died. But Peter did not dare to gamble on such luck. In case the gamble was lost and someone died, then the responsibility would fall on his head. After all, he is the only variable. Peter, you're annoying like this. Halfway through, we will not say it directly, and such a dangerous thing, we should be more prepared, the twins said disapprovingly. Fred George, don't you like inventions? This holiday season, you have developed a prop that can emit the name of a rooster, which will be used later, Peter said mysteriously. Rooster chirping? What's the use of this? Isn't that monster still afraid of the rooster's cry? The twins said puzzled. Cedric's father worked in the Magical Animal Management Division of the Ministry of Magic, so he knew a lot about dangerous magical animals. After hearing the twins' words, combined with Peter's previous prompts, he instantly guessed what Peter was talking about as a monster. He opened his mouth in horror to say something, and then saw Peter secretly shake his head at him, signaling him not to say it. Cedric quickly closed his mouth, and then quietly sat down next to Peter, whispering in a trembling voice, "Peter, you mean that there is a basilisk that has lived for thousands of years in Hogwarts Castle?" Peter nodded slightly at him and whispered back, "Don't say this, it will cause panic. When I come back next semester, I will solve this monster as soon as possible. Don't let it have a chance to wreak havoc." "Can you really solve it? That's a basilisk? Just see his eyes and you'll die?" Cedric was very worried and advised, "Or we'll write to the professors right away and say, preferably Dumbledore. He should be able to solve this monster." "Then how do you explain to them that I predicted it?" Peter asked rhetorically, and then he reassured, "Cedric, you don't have to worry too much. It's after Halloween next semester, it's still early. You have to wait until the right time to tell the professor, or they will just think that we are just talking nonsense." "Well," said, "relax, and if you look so nervous again, George, they'll find out." Peter gently patted Cedric on the shoulder and said. Just as the twins were turning back, they smiled and asked, "What whisper are you talking about? Tell us about it too." "I'm just talking to Cedric about summer vacation, and I'll invite you over in mid-July," Peter said with a smile. As soon as this matter was mentioned, everyone was instantly interested and looked at Peter with anticipation. "Peter, what are you going to prepare for Muggles?" Alan asked curiously. "Yes, tell us that we have never been to the Muggle world, and don't be prepared when the time comes." The twins also hurried to speak. Even Cedric, who had a worried look on his face, was distracted. "You don't have to prepare anything, just people will arrive. The rest, I, the master, will prepare for you." Peter looked at his companions and smiled. A crowd of people giggled and sat on the Hogwarts Express, heading for their way home. When the train stopped at platform 9 3/4, the group got off the train. Peter politely greeted Cedric and Alan's parents and then explained to them about inviting his friends to the house during the summer. Peter was also well known in the wizarding world and was a good friend of his own children, so both families happily accepted the invitation. After saying goodbye to them, Peter and the twins left the platform together and appeared outside at King's Cross Station. "Look, Mom, I saw Harry Potter." Peter had just crossed the wall and appeared outside when he heard a scream. Looking at the sound, Ginny excitedly took Mrs. Weasley's hand and pointed at Harry Potter, who came out with Ron. "Don't be so rude, Ginny." Mrs. Weasley scolded angrily, and then said something kindly to Harry Potter. Peter followed the twins. Mrs. Weasley spotted Peter at the first moment, happily gave him a hug, and said, "It's a pleasure to see you, Peter, you look a lot taller." "Mrs. Weasley, long time no see," Peter said with a gentle smile. "Mom, we're your son. Check out us. Don't think of us as invisible people," the twins said disapprovingly. "Well, if you can be as well behaved and good as Peter, I will be happy in my dreams," Mrs. Weasley said in a nonchalant manner, then glared at them with a crossed waist and said, "Percy said you were very restless at school, and even gave Harry a toilet lid." "Oh, model student Percy? He will only make small reports," the twins said with a skimmer. "If you had obeyed and settled down, Percy wouldn't have written to us," Mrs. Weasley said angrily. Seeing that Mrs. Weasley was about to start a conference to criticize the twins, Peter hurriedly said, "Mrs. Weasley, this summer I would like to invite you to my manor, probably around the middle of July. I don't know if you have time." The twins gave Peter a grateful look. Mrs. Weasley did not expect that Peter to invite them, and was slightly stunned, and then smiled more gently, touched Peter's head, and said, "Son, you can invite George to them. If our family passes, it will make you very troublesome." "No, Mrs. Weasley, my estate is just me and my aunt, and if you come, it will be more lively." Peter shook his head and said, "And that's what my aunt meant. She was grateful that last semester's summer vacation, you invited me to be a guest." Upon hearing that it was Peter's family, Mrs. Weasley thought about it for a while and happily accepted the invitation. And some nervously asked what to prepare. After all, they had never dealt with Muggles. "Nothing needs to be prepared, Mrs. Weasley, the manor is fully equipped, and you will be able to get the whole family when the time comes," Peter said with a smile. Seeing Harry Potter standing next to Ron, with a look of envy, Peter turned to him and invited, "Harry, I also want to invite you to be a guest. I don't know if you have time." Harry Potter was a little flattered. He did not expect Peter to invite himself, and suddenly nodded happily, saying, "I have time at any time. Happy to visit your home. This is the phone number of my estate, and when the time comes, I will contact you in advance and let the housekeeper pick you up," Peter said with a smile. Harry nodded happily. He didn't want to go back to Dursley's house at all. After meeting everyone in mid-July, Peter took the lead in saying goodbye, then got into the car that had been waiting for him and left the station. "Peter's car is so cool, it's so much better than Daddy's car." Ron looked at Peter's car and said enviously. "Do wizards also drive?" Harry asked in surprise. "No, it was a car my dad had secretly got from Muggles, and my dad was obsessed with Muggle stuff, and he converted that car into a flying car and gave it to us when school started," Ron explained. "Your dad is awesome," Harry said in admiration. Then he noticed that his uncle Vernon Dursley, who was far away, was in a bad mood for an instant. "Come here? What are you doing standing there stupidly?" Vernon Dursley saw Harry Potter and shouted in a bad manner. He stood far away from the car and saw the Weasleys as if he had seen some virus. Mrs. Weasley frowned when she saw this, but she was not good at interfering in such a thing. Harry then said goodbye to the Weasleys, then carried his heavy luggage to Dursley's car, laboriously moved the salute into the car, and then was rudely stuffed into the car by Dursley and left. Peter's side, he sat lazily in the car and opened the system panel that had not been seen for a long time. Looking at the more than 100 points on the system, Peter smiled with satisfaction. Now the system points are getting harder and harder to earn, and it took him a whole semester to earn this score. Of course, the main thing is that he is becoming more and more Buddhist. He is now fused with the Phoenix bloodline and possesses the ability to not die. The bird snake's genes give him the ability to get bigger and smaller, Bogart's genes allow him to deform, plus the stealth ability of the invisible beast, and the super magic resistance and strength of the human-headed sphinx scorpion-tailed beast. His life-saving abilities are already full. However, this time, the system points are 100 points again, and it can be exchanged for another genetic fusion opportunity. Peter pondered, what kind of magical animal genes should be chosen? First of all, he didn't think about those animals with strong life-saving skills. This time he wanted to choose magical animals with strong attack power. After all, he was not too prominent in offensive magic. In fact, what he most wanted to choose was Phoenix's close relative, the Thunderbird, this gorgeous bird living in the Americas. In addition to being able to perceive the near-term danger, the ability to control the lightning storm with one hand made Peter very covetous. It's just that the rarity of the Thunderbirds is comparable to that of the Phoenix, and even if the French Roger family mobilizes all its strength, there is still no trace of the Thunderbirds. Peter wanted to go to Newt Scamander himself and ask where he had released the Thunderbird he had once been. Instead of finding Thunderbirds for Peter, Heyman Roger caught a poisonous leopard, which is said to have been cured by hundreds of wizards. The cystic leopard is a magical creature with the highest level of danger, except that the skin has a high degree of magic resistance, and the breath it exhales is highly toxic. There was a record of a Muggle town where a poisonous leopard was poisoned overnight. At least hundreds of adult wizards will need to be shot at the same time to subdue this dangerous magical creature. However, Peter gave up fusing the cystic leopard gene. After all, even people with bad breath can only faint people at most. But if he fused the blood of the poisonous leopard, I am afraid that he could poison people as soon as he opened his mouth. He didn't want to be a gas sprayer. And if you kiss later, do you have to be very careful? If you don't pay attention to it, you can directly let your lover go straight to heaven. Peter shook his head, threw away the messy thoughts, and then closed the system panel. He has already decided that this integration opportunity will be slowed down for the time being, and then prepare after the school starts. That's right, he had his eye on the 1,000-year-old Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Originally, he was worried that if he fused the Basilisk genes, would his eyes become the troublesome ability to die when people saw it? But the system gave him the assurance that the genes that have been fused by the system are controllable. That is to say, he can freely control the ability of his eyes to kill. In this way, his ability is very powerful, and once he opens the ability, he will be killed immediately when he looks at him. Indirectly seeing his eyes, you will also be petrified. Medusa's version of the ability? But just thinking about it now, Peter withdrew his thoughts, looked at the housekeeper Welsh who was driving in front of him, smiled and asked, "Wales, has anything happened at home lately?" "Little young master, there is not much going on, except that there are some nobles inquiring about your going outward, and I am afraid that Miss Christine has changed her boyfriend recently," Wales said with a smile. Changed again. Peter was speechless for an instant, and couldn't help but ask curiously, which country is the man this time? He's an American Hollywood star, and he's said to be quite famous, but I don't watch movies as an old man, so I don't know what he's playing. Wales shook his head and said, "But if you go back, you should be able to see him. Miss Christine seems to have invited him to the manor today." Peter had an instant headache, and his Aunt Kristen didn't know whose genes he had inherited. Peter's grandparents and parents were very affectionate, but they gave birth to an outlier. Peter can't count how many boyfriends she's had. However, this kind of thing, Peter as a junior is not easy to say. Besides, with the wealth of the York family, even if Aunt Christine does not marry for a lifetime, it is enough for her to live this life richly. Not to mention that Christine herself is also a little rich woman, with squandered capital. It wasn't long before Peter was back at York Manor, and before he could enter the gate, he heard the giggles of his aunt and the voice of a man. "Aunt, I'm back." Peter deliberately shouted outside in case he suddenly went in and bumped into something inappropriate for children. "As soon as I entered, I saw my Aunt Christine sitting with a handsome man, and the smile on her face had not yet converged. My aunt hasn't been seen for a long time. Who is this?" Peter pretended not to know and asked. The lazy state of the body was gone, revealing an elegant and gentle temperament, and his eyes looked at the man on the other side faintly. "Peter, dear nephew, I haven't seen you for a long time and wants to kill me." Christine hugged Peter in surprise, gave him a heavy forehead kiss, and then complained, "At Christmas, you won't come back, leaving me alone." "Sorry, I had something to do back then." The corners of Peter's mouth twitched and he said casually. He remembered that at Christmas, Christine was still fighting with her last boyfriend, so he didn't see it and didn't come back. But in front of his current boyfriend, Peter did not break his aunt's words. By the way, this is my boyfriend Tom, an actor who is a popular fried chicken in Hollywood. Christine introduced with a smile. The man stepped forward, held out his hand cheerfully, and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Tom Cooper, and it's a pleasure to meet you, little Earl of York. The last sentence, with a joking tone. A Tom again? Peter looked at the familiar man and said politely, hello, my name is Peter August Philip Mountbatten York, it's a pleasure to meet you. Whoops, your English names are so long, it's not easy to write them down, the man said with a smile. Then he took the initiative to shake Peter's hand, looked at Peter's appearance in amazement, turned his head and said, Christine, your nephew is so handsome. None of the Hollywood male stars can match him. If he goes to Hollywood to mix, there will be many agencies that take the initiative to sign him. Christine frowned slightly as she listened to her boyfriend, but said to the man, you can call him Peter later, he's just joking with you. Peter looked at his aunt's reaction, then at the man's appearance, and shook his head darkly, afraid that he would soon blow. Peter wanted to deal with a few clicks and leave, but the other party obviously didn't think so, and a very familiar ass sat on the couch, as if he were in his own home, and said with great interest, Peter, where are you studying? Is it a boarding secondary school? I went to a public middle school in the United States and didn't go to boarding school, but in my opinion there was no difference between the two. Peter was already impatient with the gushing man, and he looked at his Aunt Christine with a look of you have such a boyfriend, means. This male star from Hollywood is a straw bag in Peter's eyes. I don't know how Christine fell in love with him, but it should be the reason for the appearance. After all, every boyfriend she has made is a big handsome guy. Christine quickly interrupted Tom Cooper and said coldly, Peter has just returned and needs a break, let's go out first. Tom Cooper was caught off guard and frowned involuntarily. Nervous, he did not notice the coldness of his girlfriend, just looked at the classical luxury decorations around him. His eyes stayed for a moment, and then he said happily, we do need to go out on a date, and it is not a matter of staying at home. How about we go to a movie? Just had my movie released? My agent said I was great in this movie. No, let's go find a place for afternoon tea, and then I'll announce to you something important. Christine said with an indifferent look. The empty-headed man did not notice the strangeness, and after a bout of obvious disappointment, he followed Christine out the door, and before leaving, he enthusiastically told Peter that he would bring him a gift next time. Peter smiled and sent them away, heart saying you don't have a next time. After the people left, Peter directly restored his lazy nature, and complained to the housekeeper Welsh who was watching the play, my aunt doesn't know what she thinks, and found a man who is so narcissistic. You don't see in his head, already fantasizing about how to take the York family's property after marrying Christine, and then throw me out and let his children inherit the title? Oh my god, he thought it was acting. Who gave him the courage? These Americans are so hilarious. I will never allow Christine to associate with these stars again, the idea is too dirty. Almost didn't make me throw up? Peter said with great dissatisfaction. Wales looked at Peter with a funny look in his eyes and said, little young master, after all, you can't expect others to have mind-reading skills like you, and be able to see through people's hearts. Moreover, Miss Christine is only talking about a relationship, not marriage. Let her? Forget it, don't bother with her, she can talk about as many loves as she wants. When one day she actually finds someone she thinks she can entrust for life, I'll go and see people again? Peter shook his head and said completely abandoned. Wales, you'll prepare a few invitations for me first, and I'll send them to the homes of a few friends I've made in the wizarding world, and invite them to come to the house in a few days. Peter turned to the butler and said, I'll prepare it, little young master. The butler Welsh nodded, and then said expectantly, we can't help us in the wizarding world, this time I will be well prepared to make your wizarding friends have a good time here. Harry Potter's days were very uneasy, and as soon as he returned, his ceremony was locked up by his uncle Vernon Dursley, and then even the pet owl was kept in a cage. Although the Dursleys vacated the second floor, the toy room belonging to Dudley, for Harry to live in, they ignored his presence. Harry Potter didn't expect anything from them, and naturally wasn't sad. But during this time, he never received a letter from his classmates, especially Ron and Hermione, without a trace of news, as if he had forgotten him. It made him so sad that even the Dursleys were constantly mocking him for having no friends. This morning, Harry got up on time to make breakfast, otherwise the family would not have been kind enough to leave him a little leftover. As soon as the door opened and walked down, I saw that the Dursleys had risen early and were carefully cleaning the room. Vernon Dursley, who was too fat to see by his neck, was struggling to pull a colored rope and arrange the surrounding walls. Good morning, Uncle Vernon. Good morning, Aunt Petunia. Harry habitually said hello. The two saw Harry Potter and didn't ignore him as usual. Vernon Dursley came straight to him and warned him with a serious look, this afternoon, we will have guests coming to the door, and if the negotiations are good, my company will have a large order. So you'd better do things obediently now and don't make any mistakes. Otherwise I'll break your ridiculous stick and leave you without going to that ghost school. Well, Uncle Vernon, I'll stay quiet in my room and not make a sound. Harry said obediently. Vernon Dursley showed a satisfied expression when he heard this, and then his expression changed and he shouted, then don't hurry up and cook. We're so busy right now. Harry nodded, walked calmly to the kitchen counter, and skillfully made breakfast. Until the phone rang in the living room, the Dursleys were too busy to answer the phone, so they shouted, Harry Potter, go answer the phone. Harry helplessly stopped what he was doing, quickly ran over, and picked up the phone. Hello, this is the Dursleys. Hello, I'm Billy Wales and I want Harry Potter. The man's mellow voice came from across the phone. Are you looking for your own? Harry was astonished, and then remembered Peter's invitation. His eyes were excited, and he said with an expectant tone, I am Harry Potter, Mr. Wales, what are you looking for me? The man's voice on the other side suddenly became more cordial and said, I am the housekeeper of York Manor, Mr. Potter, and our little young master invited you to the manor before. Don't know if you're free today? We sent someone to pick you up? Harry was very happy when he heard this, and his voice was a little excited. Of course I am free, I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Don't know when you're coming to pick me up? Finally Harry happily put down the phone, and the man across from him asked for his address and said that he would be picked up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to play with Peter. Although Harry wanted the person across from him to come and pick him up earlier, instead of colliding with the Dursleys' guests, he was a guest after all, and he didn't want to give the other party a bad impression, so he hummed a little tune full of expectation and returned to the kitchen counter to continue cooking. Vernon Dursley finally finished decorating a wall with ribbons, looked at Harry humming a song, and asked with a skeptical face, who just called? Harry did not hide it, and said happily, it was a housekeeper from the senior's house who said that he would come to pick me up in the afternoon, and his manor was a guest. Butler? Do your weird friends have butlers? Dursley looked at him questioningly. His parents are not wizards, and it seems that they are still nobles here, so it is not strange that there are butlers, Harry explained. Vernon Dursley walked away with a skeptical look on his face, not quite believing Harry Potter's words. After all, in his opinion, how could the upper nobility send their children to a wizarding school? After eating, it was noon, and the Dursleys were working intensively and rehearsing the steps to welcome the guests. Harry went straight back to his room, making sure he didn't make a sound. He lay on the bed and watched the time pass a little, hoping to pick up his car faster. Downstairs came the sound of the door opening and the warm welcome of the Dursleys. Harry didn't want to hear the sound below, so he moved to the window and stared blankly out the window. Suddenly, there was movement behind him. As soon as Harry looked back, he saw a very thin creature with big, bat-like ears and protruding green eyes the size of a tennis ball, standing on the bed bouncing around. Who are you? Harry had never seen such a creature before, and asked warily and curiously. Oh, Harry Potter, it's such an honor to meet you. I'm Dobby the house elf. The house elf said excitedly with wide eyes. The next thing, as in the original plot, Harry learns from Dobby that his letters have been intercepted by him, and he angrily wants to retrieve them. Then the two of them hid in your pursuit and went downstairs to the living room. Dobby had a magical brain and wanted to stop Potter from returning to school, so he just snapped his fingers. The cake carefully prepared by Penny Dries floated above the guests' heads in the terrified eyes of the Dursleys. Harry cautiously approached the guest and reached out to stop it. But before it was too late to catch it, the floating cake fell straight down and smashed on the head of the guest, falling full of cream. I'm sorry? This is my nephew, he has a brain disease, Vernon Dursley said with a weeping expression in the angry eyes of his guests. Business naturally collapsed, and in the constant apology pleas of the Dursleys, the guests were very angry and determined to leave. It's a humiliation, Dursley. I won't think about your business anymore, the guest said angrily, then opened the door to leave, only to almost hit Peter and Wales outside the door. Who are you? Dursley's guests asked with a frown. An irrelevant person, Peter said with a smile. Immediately waved at him, and in an instant the guest's eyes were hazy, and he stood in the doorway in a daze. Dursley looked at the eerie scene in front of him, as well as the two strangers in exquisite costumes, and asked warily, Who are you? Hello Mr. Dursley, I'm Peter York. My housekeeper, who has called you in the morning, wants to invite Harry Potter to my house, and I'm here to pick him up, Peter said gently. Peter, here you are. Harry inside the house heard Peter's voice and ran over in surprise and shouted. No, Harry Potter can't go anywhere. He just gave me a good time to stay in the room. I'll seal his room, Vernon Dursley said angrily. He ruined the business I was fortunate enough to receive. We raised him so big that we didn't expect anything good for us, but now he deliberately spoiled my business. He's going to be punished. Looking at Dursley's bloodshot eyes and an out-of-control expression, the butler Welsh was warily blocking in front of Peter. Wales, don't worry about me, Peter patted the butler on the back and said in a gentle tone. The housekeeper Welsh moved halfway away unassuredly. Mr. Dursley, your guest hasn't left yet, don't be so excited. Peter pointed to the confused, still guest next to him. You. What did you do to them? Dursley saw this and said in horror. Nothing, just to make them forget about the unpleasant things they just did. Peter smiled and said, then he clapped his hands, and Dursley's guests followed Peter into the house. The Dursleys did not dare to stop Peter, but watched him control the guests and enter the room. Long time no see, Harry. Peter smiled at Harry Potter. Peter, I didn't expect you to come in person, Harry said in surprise. No way, I saw you were in trouble, so I had to come over. Otherwise, the Dursleys wouldn't have let you out easily, Peter explained with a smile. So what you can predict is true? Harry asked in surprise. Almost, but sometimes prophecy is only a few words of the future, so you can't believe it too much, Peter said simply. Then he looked at the couch, a mess. With a wave of the hand, the sofa quickly becomes neat and tidy, and the cream and cake residue disappear. Then he waved at the guest at Dursley, only to see the guest walk to the sofa in a daze and sit down again. Harry and the Dursleys watched the scene stunned. Well, Mr. Dursley, your guest will wake up in a little while. Peter turned to Vernon Dursley and said, he will not remember the bad memories of the past, and as long as you continue, you should be able to negotiate a successful business. Now, can I take Harry Potter with me? Peter asked with a smile. The Dursleys looked at Peter in horror, their ability to manipulate people at will. But, okay, Vernon Dursley stuttered nervously. That's good. Peter smiled satisfactorily, then turned to Harry Potter and said, Harry, take your salute down. You shouldn't have time to come back this summer? Harry Potter looked surprised, and he thought Peter was going to keep him until school started. But before Harry could go upstairs to get his luggage, there was a knock at the window, and Harry opened the window curiously. Then an owl flew in, threw the envelope on its foot to Harry Potter, turned and flew away. Puzzled, Harry picked up the envelope and opened it to look at it, only to see that it reads, Dear Mr. Potter, we have received information that you have released a floating spell in front of several muggles in the Muggle settlement at 2:03 p.m. This is a serious violation of the Act on Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards and Article 13 of the International Confederation of Magicians Secrecy Act, so we will issue a formal warning to you. If a similar act occurs, you will be expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the Ministry of Magic will destroy your wand. I hope you take care. You are loyal to the Mafalda Hopcock. The Ministry of Magic forbids the abuse of the Division of Magic. Harry Potter was a little stunned when he saw the letter. Then he looked anxiously at Peter and said, Peter, you believe me, I didn't use magic at all. My wand is still locked in the box. Just now it was a house elf named Dobby who intercepted all the letters sent to me and used magic to smash the cake on the guests. He wanted to stop me from going back to school? Hey, house elf, why don't you say it's the Smurfs? Vernon Dursley said sarcastically. We obviously saw that it was you who controlled the cake and smashed it on my guest. Not me. Why am I doing this? Harry Potter roared angrily at Dursley. Who knows, maybe you're trying to threaten us, Dursley said in a strange way. Before he could finish speaking, another owl flew in through the unclosed window and threw a letter on the table. Potter uncomfortably opened the letter, only to see that the letter read, Dear Mr. Potter, we have received information that you have cast a confusion spell and an amnesia spell in front of several muggles in the Muggle settlement at 2:15 p.m. This is a serious violation of the Act on Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards and Section 13 of the International Confederation of Magicians Secrecy Act, given that you have received a formal warning before. So we regret to inform you that you have been expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please go to the Ministry of Magic for trial before July 15th. If the allegations are established, the Ministry of Magic will destroy your wand. I hope you take care. You are loyal to the Mafalda Hopcock. The Ministry of Magic forbids the abuse of the Division of Magic. Harry was completely stunned this time, and said to Peter in panic, Peter, what should I do? I was expelled from school. They say I used the confusion charm and the amnesia charm, but the problem is that I don't even know the confusion charm and the amnesia charm. How is it possible to use such a spell? Harry, don't worry, they're just scaring you. You're a savior, and they won't fire you like that, or the people of the wizarding world will squirt the Ministry of Magic to death. Peter hastened to reassure. And I've received many times like this. Do you see I'm okay with that? Peter said in a tone of complete indifference, Take it easy, I am familiar with this business, I will take you to the Ministry of Magic in a moment, and find them to settle the account. Really? Am I really going to be okay? Harry asked pitifully. I promise you'll be fine. I was very familiar with Toad, the director of the Department for the Prohibition of Magic Abuse. Peter swore. Toad? Harry asked doubtfully. Oh, the nickname I gave her. Her name is Umbridge, and she looks like a pink toad. But you don't have to care too much. Peter explained casually. Harry, you go upstairs and get your luggage down. Remember to carry your wand with you. The Ministry of Magic will check it later. Peter reminded. When Harry had gone upstairs, Vernon Dursley cringed and asked, Mr. York, when will my guest wake up? The guest sitting on the couch was still confused by the confusion spell and did not make a sound. Don't worry, Mr. Dursley, as soon as we leave, they'll wake up, Peter explained with a smile. Looking at Peter's well-spoken appearance, the Dursleys relaxed slightly. They quietly looked at Peter and the dress of the suspected butler behind them, the luxury car outside their doors, and guessed their identities. Mr. York, are you the people who live here? Or is it from the wizard's side? Vernon plucked up the courage to ask. Peter looked at him with some surprise, but replied politely, My parents are ordinary people, Mr. Dursley. The surname York is rare, Mr. York, you and York of the White Rose family are the same surname, haha. Vernon Dursley said tentatively, with what he thought was funny. This one before you is the Earl of York, Mr. Dursley, if you want to ask, and he is now the head of the House of York. Butler Wales said proudly. Wait until Harry Potter has packed his bags and gone downstairs. I was surprised to see that the Dursleys were warmly entertaining Peter, with a flattering expression on their faces, even more enthusiastic than the guests in front of them. Peter, what's wrong with them? Did you use magic on them? Harry asked in surprise. No, they just knew who I was, Peter explained, shaking his head. What identity refers to your status as a count? Harry asked incomprehensibly. He also learned from Ron that Peter was a count, but he was also surprised. After all, he still carries the identity of a savior and does not feel any change. Harry, for someone like Dursley, the lure of money is always more effective than the threat of magic. Peter smiled and said, you can try exchanging some pounds for Gringotts later, and then exchange them for the Dursleys in exchange for an undisturbed request. Looking at the face of the pound, I think they will happily agree. Harry shook his head and said indignantly, I don't want to give them any money. They have made me live in cramped cupboards for as long as I can remember, exchanging my labor for food. I accidentally did something wrong, and they shut me in the cupboard and didn't give me food. I wouldn't want to stay here at all if I could. Harry's emotions were a little agitated, and his voice was a little loud, so the Dursleys heard it too. Vernon Dursley wanted to say something, but the two men shut up at the sight of Peter. Under the gaze of Peter and Peter, Penny Dries fled the living room with some embarrassment. Peter looked at the Dursleys, sighed, and shook his head. Then he stood up and bid them farewell. Mr. Dursley, thank you for the hospitality. I will take Harry with me now. Wales then took Harry's luggage and took it to the trunk of the car outside. Harry, on the other hand, left the Dursleys with no nostalgia and joy. The three members of the Dursley family stood in the house, saw the limousine outside through the window, and slowly drove away from sight. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Dursley, I seem to have just taken a nap. But the joke you just told is funny. The guest on the couch behind him suddenly made a noise, startling the three Duras. Vernon Dursley watched the guest regain consciousness, and quickly put away his surprised expression and continued to tell his completely unfunny joke. Penny, on the other hand, was silently serving tea and pouring water for the guests, except that the words became less, and the etiquette was still thoughtful. The guest was finally signed by a family of three, complimented and happy, and Vernon Dursley also negotiated the biggest business of his life. Peter on this side. Harry sat in the car, looking out the window, and his mood became very happy. Then he asked, Peter, are we going to your manor now? No, let's go to the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic in London first. Peter shook his head and said, he looked at the two letters in his hand, we have to solve your problem first, otherwise the more we delay, the more troublesome it will be. Ministry of Magic? Are they in London? Harry Potter asked in surprise. Peter nodded. Thankfully the Dursleys were not far from downtown London, otherwise a lot of time would have been wasted. It didn't take long for Peter's car to stop next to an old red phone booth where Wales waited for them. Peter led Harry to the phone booth and, in his puzzled eyes, expertly pressed the Ministry of Magic button. After a while, an indifferent voice came from the microphone. This is the Ministry of Magic. Please say your name and come to do things. Peter York and Harry Potter, to ban the Division of Misuse of Magic to apply for revocation of the charges. Peter replied. The voice on the other end of the phone paused, then continued, Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please wear a badge to enter the Ministry of Magic. After saying that 2 silver badges fell out of the metal slot of the return coin, Peter took the lead in wearing the badge, and Harry also learned Peter to wear it. Immediately after that, the phone booth gradually sank into the ground, and after a brief moment of darkness, they appeared in a gorgeous elevator. Peter pressed the elevator button on the 8th floor and stood back in place. Peter, is the Division for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic on the 8th floor. What am I going to say later? Harry asked nervously. The Department of Prohibition of Misuse of Magic is on the 2nd floor, but we first need to go to the main hall on the 8th floor. Do a wand check, then register the name of the visitor, and then go to the 2nd floor. Peter explained, you don't have to say anything, just leave it to me later. I'm familiar with this. Peter, why do you say you know this business well? Have you also received warning letters from the Ministry of Magic? Harry asked curiously. Well, I've received it, and there's quite a few. I can't even remember how many letters I've received. Peter sighed with a look of recollection. How is this possible? Didn't the Ministry of Magic's letter say that the first time was a formal warning, and the second time he would be expelled from school and his wand would be broken? Harry said with a look of disbelief. Put it this way, Harry. Even if the Ministry of Magic accuses me of using magic, if my wand shows that I have not used this spell, then this accusation is not valid? Peter smiled and said, if they send me a warning letter, I can directly bring my wand to the Ministry of Magic to complain. After all, I have never used a wand to cast magic. But how is this possible? How can the magic be unleashed without a wand? Harry listened to Peter's words, opened his mouth, and reacted immediately. So, Harry, didn't you unleash your magic once before you received your acceptance letter? I saw you with my own eyes and lost the glass of the reptile hall. Peter said with a smile. Not really. Aunt Petunia once shaved my hair, leaving only a handful of scars on my forehead. Because it was so ugly, I desperately thought that my hair could be restored, but I didn't expect to wake up the next day, and my hair would really recover. It drove Aunt Petunia crazy, Harry said. Another time, I was herded into a tree by Dolly and a few of his friends. They gathered under the tree and tried to beat me up when I got down. But I just floated down gently and escaped their siege. Hearing Harry's words, Peter said with some surprise, Harry, it seems that your talent is good. You may try to practice casting without a staff. In this way, even if the Ministry of Magic wants to trouble you in the future, they will not have a problem. Wandless magic? I heard Hermione say that. I heard that it is an ability to cast magic without a wand, Harry said, and then he suddenly realized, looking at Peter with his mouth wide open and exclaiming, Peter, you will cast spells without a staff, right? The confusion spell and amnesia spell in the back just now are the wandless magic you used, right? Woo. Peter put his index finger in front of his mouth and motioned for him to whisper. Then he said with a smile, although this is a well-known secret, we are now in the Ministry of Magic, be careful that the partition wall has ears. Otherwise, it is easy to be used as evidence by them. Harry quickly shut up and nodded obediently, with an expression of deep fear of being heard. Ding, the main hall of the Ministry of Magic has arrived. The indifferent girl rang out. Well, follow me, don't get lost, Peter said to Harry. Then the two of them stepped out of the elevator and went to the main hall of the Ministry of Magic. The two went straight to a counter in front of the hall, and Peter handed his wand straight up and said, We're going to the second floor division for the prohibition of misuse of magic and apply for revocation of the charges. Peter York, it's you again. Aren't you going to get a warning letter again? The people of the Prohibition of Abuse Division are also too persevering. After accusing you dozens of times in a row, haven't you given up? The bald old wizard on the counter, who obviously knew Peter, asked in surprise. Unfortunately, they probably don't want to face my handsome face anymore, so I haven't received a warning letter this year. Peter smiled and shook his head. Then he gave way, revealing Harry behind him, and introduced, this time it's Harry Potter, and he received both a warning letter and a trial notice. But I happened to be there and can testify that Harry Potter didn't use a wand at all. This time it was clear that the Department for the Prohibition of Abuse had gone wrong again. They actually wanted to break Harry Potter's wand. What, you say he's Harry Potter? The old wizard stood up in surprise, leaning over the counter and looking at Harry behind him. Harry, show him your forehead. Peter smiled and turned to Harry. Harry obediently pulled his hair up, revealing a smooth forehead, but a scar in the shape of a conspicuous lightning bolt. That's right, it's really Harry Potter, the old wizard said excitedly, and then quickly jumped off the counter, walked over to Harry, excitedly shook his hand, and said, It's nice to see you, Harry Potter. What a real honor. It's a pity you met him on the way to the Harry Potter trial. I think he's upset now. After all, he didn't use a magic spell outside of school, but he was accused. They're going to break his wand? Peter said quietly. What? They were going to break Harry Potter's wand. This is disgusting. The old wizard was furious. The Prohibition of Abuse Division has become more and more depraved since it was taken over by the woman Umbridge. Every 3 to 5 mistakes. No, I'll have to take you to her myself. If they want to break Harry Potter's wand, they'll cross my body first, the old wizard said indignantly. Mr. Saxony, you are the clerk in charge of the inspection and registration of the wand, so I am afraid that you will not leave your post without permission, Peter said with a worried look on his face. Don't worry, it's afternoon now, it's almost time for work, and not many people will come to the Ministry of Magic at this time. Now follow me to the Department for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic and ask the old woman in Umbridge in person, the old wizard said with his head held high. Then the two followed the imposing old wizard and walked toward the elevator. Peter, why are you looking for him? Harry asked in a puzzled whisper. The old man of Saxony is one of the members of Wizengamot, very influential, and he is doing this job, but he just doesn't want to be idle. Peter explained softly, as long as he is present, the pink toad can only hold its breath. The second floor of the Ministry of Magic is the Department of the Enforcement of Magical Laws, and as the largest department of the Ministry of Magic, it is a collection of police and judicial facilities, and the Horror Department, the Department for the Prohibition of Muggle Goods, the Wizengamot Administration, and the Division for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic are located on this floor. As director of the Department for the Prohibition of Abuse of Magic, Dolores Umbridge was now sitting in her office, leisurely sipping tea. Her office was decorated in pink by her, and the surrounding walls were covered with pictures of cats, and with her pink clothes, the whole office was a pink time. Umbridge was not yet the future senior under-minister for magic, but she had recently successfully hooked up with Fudge, and with her rhetoric and flattery, she won the heart of Minister Fudge. She was listening to a song from the magic record player when the office door slammed open, startling her. When she was about to get angry, she saw that the old man of Saxony was the leader, and the expression on his face suddenly froze, and then he squeezed out a smile and asked, Mr. Saxon, what are you doing here with me? Director Umbridge, I haven't seen you for a long time. Peter stepped out from behind the old man of Saxony, smiling and greeting first. As soon as Umbridge saw Peter, the fake smile on his face almost didn't hold up, and he stared at him and gritted his teeth and said, Peter York, what are you doing again? We haven't sent you a letter lately. Umbridge, your office is as impressive as ever. Peter glanced at the pink decorations around him, said sarcastically, and then looked at her and said, I don't want to come over. After all, I've come here so many times, I'm going to make this place my home. But this time I came here as a witness. Peter's tone changed. You accused Harry Potter of using a floating spell, a confusion spell, and an amnesia spell. But I was there. Harry Potter didn't even have a wand with him. How could he cast magic? Not to mention that spells like the confusion charm and the amnesia charm are both high-level spells. How could a first-grader Potter have this kind of magic? As he spoke, Peter took out 2 letters from the Ministry of Magic and placed them on the table with a questioning expression. Umbridge, what the hell is going on with you? You're trying to expel Harry Potter and break his wand. Who gives you the right? The old man of Saxony also asked with a dissatisfied look. Umbridge then realized that there was a little boy standing behind the two of them, and asked with some surprise, Harry Potter, Then she thought about it carefully, and vaguely remembered that in the afternoon, a subordinate came to report that there was a magic fluctuation in the area where Harry Potter was monitored, and asked her how to implement it. She seemed impatient, and let her subordinates do it according to the usual practice. But I didn't expect to attract now 2 very difficult characters. Umbridge cursed silently in his heart, the subordinates who did not do things firmly. Then he smiled and said in a goosebump-inducing sweet voice, Mr. Saxony, we are only doing things impartially. After all, the magic monitoring instrument has detected that there are traces of spell casting in the area where Harry Potter is located, and only Harry Potter is a wizard, so we can only think that it is the magic used by Harry Potter privately. That's how you do things. Just because there are traces of magic in the area where Harry Potter is located, it is believed that he did it? So what if another wizard passes by? The old man of Saxony said angrily. Can't you move your noble feet and go to the door to check if it's really Harry Potter's magic? Mr. Saxony, calm down first. Umbridge kept cursing the nosy old man in his heart, but with a stiff smile on his face, he said, we are quite sure that the location of the spell is in Harry Potter's room. In this case, there is no other explanation than his own casting. I didn't do it. It was a house elf named Dobby who suddenly appeared in my room to try to stop me from returning to Hogwarts, so he used magic to smash a piece of cake on the head of Uncle Vernon's guest. Then I received your warning letter? Harry Potter retorted excitedly. Ha, house elf? Mr. Potter, you're not kidding, are you? Umbridge's voice was shrill, habitually used as a maiden's voice to speak, and his broad, sagging face looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, don't you know that house elves are slaves of the ancient wizarding family, and they can't go out without the orders of their masters? You mean there are pure-blood wizards against you? I don't know. He said he sneaked out without his master, saying that there will be terrible things happening next semester, so he wants to stop me from going back to school. Harry Potter explains. Mr. Potter, this is ridiculous. Who doesn't know that house elves are controlled by their masters and will sneak up on you without the master's orders? Umbridge had a joking look on his face. At this time, the old man of Saxony also looked at Harry Potter hesitantly, and in his cognition, he had never betrayed the master's house elf, so he also began to waver a little. Seeing this, Peter brought Harry Potter forward and confidently said, since Director Umbridge, you don't believe Harry's words, let's speak with facts. You control Harry Potter with the floating charm, the confusion charm, and the amnesia charm, so check Potter's wand with the flashback charm, and if there are indeed these 3 spells in the wand, then we confess to FUFA. But if not, you need to immediately withdraw the lawsuit and formally apologize to Harry Potter. Also pay him for mental damages? Peter said in a cold tone, and then showed a smile to Umbridge. I just happen to have some friendship with the reporter of the Daily Prophet, and I think she will be very interested in the Ministry of Magic's attempt to break the Harry Potter wand. Seeing Peter's smile, Umbridgeton felt bad. Every time this guy came here, nothing good happened. As soon as he wanted to speak, the old man of Saxony preemptively said, yes, check the wand, and you will see it at a glance. I happen to be a wand inspector and know this best. Will give the most just result. Director Umbridge, are we going to check the wand in your office, or are we going to ban the abuse of magic department in person? Peter asked with a smile. Otherwise, we'll go to Director Bones, who is the director of the Magic Law Enforcement Division, and happens to be your leader, and I've met her and should be happy to preside over this incident. No. Umbridge's face was gloomy, his eyes looked like he was going to eat Peter, and his pretentious voice was a little lower, and he said, check it out here. Don't bother anyone else? Of course, as you wish. Peter shrugged indifferently. Then Peter said to Harry, Harry, give your wand to Mr. Saxony, and he will examine it carefully. Harry obediently took out his wand and handed it to the old man of Saxony. The Holly Wand, the core of which is a phoenix feather, is a good performance, and is the work of Ollivander, right? The old man of Saxony examined his wand carefully and said to Harry Potter. Harry nodded. Okay, now let's see what magic has been unleashed in your wand recently. The old man of Saxony said curiously, and then waved his wand and recited the flashback spell. Huh? Is this last spell the dancing spell? The old man of Saxony asked in surprise. This is the content of my final exam, the spells exam. Professor Flitwick asked us to cast a dancing spell on a pear so that it could tap dance. My pear fell, so it only got good? Harry said with some embarrassment. So you haven't touched your wand once since your final exam? The old man of Saxony asked in disbelief. Peter also looked at Harry wordlessly, how much he didn't like to learn. He hadn't used his wand once in such a long time. Harry lowered his head in embarrassment at the look in their eyes. See, Director Umbridge, Harry Potter hasn't touched a wand at all lately. His last spell was the content of the final exam of the previous semester. Peter looked directly at the bad-looking Umbridge and smiled. Now that there is enough evidence, you can now remove these 2 accusations. Indeed, Umbridge, you hurry up and withdraw the complaint. Harry Potter has never even touched a wand, and you have been wronged like this. How did you become the director? The old man of Saxony also said disapprovingly. It is true that we made a mistake, and we will withdraw the charges as soon as possible. You can rest assured. Umbridge said with a smile on his face. As soon as possible? Umbridge, how soon will your as soon as possible be? Don't drag it around and end up becoming a headless case. Peter said sarcastically, but I remember that you also used this trick to deal with me in the first place. I just saw through it. Old Man Saxony also reacted, and with a serious look urged, "You quickly withdraw the lawsuit now. You are the director of the Department for the Prohibition of the Abuse of Magic. This is your word, don't try to delay it. Do you really want to expel Harry Potter from school and break his wand?" "Of course not, Mr. Saxony, it's just that it's time to leave work, and it takes some steps to withdraw the lawsuit. We promise to resolve this matter as soon as possible." Umbridge habitually learned the girl's voice and said, with her sagging old face, "Very strange. That being the case, we'll go back now, just in time for Harry Potter to be interviewed by the Daily Prophet. I think the people of the wizarding world should be very interested in what happened to Harry Potter," Peter said lightly, turning and pulling Harry along the way he was leaving. "Wait." Behind him came Umbridge's shrill voice. Peter turned his head and asked, pretentiously, "Director Umbridge, do you have anything else?" "I'll sign the order now. Immediately drop the charges against Harry Potter." "That's it," Umbridge said with a gloomy shriek, fat fingers pinching the file on the table to death. "Wouldn't that have been the case earlier? Ms. Umbridge, you see it's just a one-sentence thing, you have to drag it around, it's not good for everyone," Peter said with a smile. I saw Umbridge quickly write something on a piece of paper, and then the paper flew out of the office and flew to the office of the Department for the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic not far away. After a while, a document flew in and landed on the desk. Umbridge didn't even look at it, signed his name, and then copied the document into 3 copies, one of which flew out of the office, one left on the desk, and the last one floated to Harry.com. "Now that the charges against Harry Potter have been dropped, are you satisfied?" Umbridge said gloomily. By the time Peter and the 3 of them walked out of the office triumphantly, the time had passed for a while. Peter smiled and tossed the dragon skin bag in his hand, and then threw it to a confused Harry. "This is the 100 gold gallons that the Ministry of Magic has compensated you, take it as pocket money." Harry looked at the bag in his hand, shook his head quickly, wanted to return it to Peter, and said, "I can't ask for this, Peter, you've helped me a lot." "Well Harry, you still have it, this little money is nothing to me." Peter smiled and blocked. "From what I know of Umbridge, the money must have come out of her own pocket, and she now wants to fight for a higher position, so it won't let the Harry Potter thing affect her reputation." The Old Man of Saxony said happily, "Today's event can be successful, and I have to thank you for your help, Mr. Saxony." Peter said gratefully to the wizarding old man, "You're welcome. If I encounter this kind of thing, I will definitely take care of it, let alone Harry Potter." The Old Man of Saxony smiled and said, "It's not too early now, I should also leave work, let's separate here, and pay attention to safety when you go back." "Okay, we'll pay attention." Peter and Harry smiled and nodded. The two then watched the Old Man of Saxony leave before taking the elevator to leave the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts principal's office, Dumbledore had just received word from the Ministry of Magic that Harry Potter had been accused by the Ministry of Magic of using magic outside of school, and that it was twice in a row, so he would be tried. Dumbledore had a serious look on his face, but when it came to Harry Potter, he hurried to put on his coat and prepare to go to the Ministry of Magic to inquire about it. But before he could leave the principal's office, he received another letter. The letter explained that Peter had taken Harry to the Ministry of Magic today, and that the person who had written the letter was the Old Man of Saxony. Dumbledore looked at the letter, the details of what Saxon had said, a smile on his face, and sat back down. "Dumbledore, why didn't you go again?" The portrait of the principal on the wall asked doubtfully. "No need for me to go, Peter York, that little guy, has helped me solve things. He has helped Harry Potter get the Ministry of Magic to withdraw the charges against him, and has received an apology and compensation. I think even if I had done it in the past, I may not have done better than him," Dumbledore explained with a smile. "Peter York? Haha. I remember the boy, he was the one who gave the Ministry of Magic a lot of headaches. The Ministry of Magic forbade the abuse of the Department of Magic, and has now sent him 36 warning letters, accuse him of using magic outside of school during the holidays, but they were all revoked due to insufficient evidence, because the boy would have no wand magic. The Ministry of Magic could not find any evidence at all, and finally had to apologize to him. Now they have given up on him," a portrait of a vice principal on the wall said with a smile. "And there's something like this, haha, this boy is so good for my appetite. Truly a Slytherin student." The portrait of Principal Black on the wall shook his beard and said, "Aha, I remember when you hated people's blood and felt that they were not worthy to stay in Slytherin? How do you feel right now?" Another portrait on the wall said sarcastically. "Really? How, I don't remember me saying such a thing," Principal Black said in denial. Listening to the conversation on the wall, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, smiling and squinting without speaking. Then he sighed and said, "If only Harry and Peter's talents could be exchanged. That way I can have a good rest." Dumbledore, you're dreaming." Headmaster Black on the wall sneered, "I've already noticed that Harry Potter kid, and there's no difference between him and the other little wizards except for the name of a savior. Not to mention Peter's extraordinary talent, not many people can compare with his hard work to learn." Peter's longest place in recent years was the library, and he often read books at night until curfew time to return to the dormitory. Can your Harry Potter do that? Indeed, Peter's learning power was terrifying, as if someone was chasing him from behind, and the 7th graders could not compare to him. A female principal on the wall said in agreement. The child's talent is indeed very terrifying. It is said that not only is he a natural dementor, but also a transfiguration magus, and a talent for prophecy. I suspect he is Merlin's reincarnation? One of the principals on the wall exclaimed in amazement. It is indeed incredible, and if it were not for the fact that his age and the time of prophecy did not match, I am afraid that I would have doubted that he was the true savior. Another principal said. Dumbledore didn't speak. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes long, as if he were thinking about something. Then he said as if to himself, maybe you can let him communicate with Harry more. He will be a very good help in future wars. Headmaster Black on the wall heard Dumbledore's words and sneered as he reminded, Dumbledore, don't forget he's a Slytherin. He's not someone at your mercy, so don't be self-defeating. Of course not, Adonis. Peter is a very assertive child, and I just need to make sure he doesn't go astray. Don't you see that he did a good job in the box this time? He almost caught Tom. Dumbledore said with a smile. But you gave Harry Potter all the credit. He also blatantly rewarded them with so many points. Peter, you were not willing to give a point. Principal Black said sarcastically. Hey, Harry's kid needs a little encouragement. Dumbledore said with a long sigh. Snort. Principal Black let out a smirk, then closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. On Peter's side, the car he and Harry were riding in finally returned to York Manor, and with the opening of the manor gate, the car slowly drove into the manor. Peter, your house is so big. Harry leaned over the window and looked out at the manor and said in amazement. After getting out of the car, Peter smiled and invited him into the house, saying, Tonight you will rest for the night, tomorrow the Weasleys will arrive, and then your partner Ron will also come, and you will not be bored. Ron, are they coming tomorrow? It was so nice. Harry said excitedly when he heard the news. Peter, you're back. Oh, this is the student you're going to pick up? What a cute little boy. Aunt Christine sat in the living room and greeted Peter happily when she came back, and then saw Harry, laughing and teasing. This is my Aunt Christine, just call her by her name. Peter helplessly knocked off his aunt's claws that were reaching out to Harry, and then introduced himself to Harry. Hello, I'm Harry Potter and it's a pleasure to meet you, lady. Harry said nervously. What a cute little gentleman. Hello Harry, you can call me Christine. Aunt Christine squeezed away her nephew, reached out and pinched Harry's little face, smiled and said, Don't be nervous, just treat this place as your own home. Peter looked at his aunt helplessly, changed the subject and asked, What about your Hollywood star, why didn't he appear? Dumped by me, a fool with an empty skin bag. Christine schemed his lips and said casually, completely unconcerned. You're awesome. Peter had to give a thumbs up. This is the dozens of boyfriends. If she hadn't been his own aunt, Peter would have given her the nickname of a scumbag. Well, Harry, you'll follow Wales to your room to wash up, and then we'll eat together, and you'll be hungry. Peter quickly snatched Harry from his aunt and told him to follow the butler. At night, Harry, after dinner, lay on the large bed in the guest room, looking at the beautiful manor view outside the window, and felt like he was dreaming. Today he first met a house elf, then followed Peter to the Ministry of Magic, argued with a woman in a pink dress who looked like a toad, and dropped his accusations. Now lying on the soft and comfortable bed of York Manor, all this made him still not come back to his senses. Thinking that he would see the Weasleys tomorrow, Harry fell into a deep sleep with anticipation. The next day, Harry Potter woke up refreshed. After waiting for a morning, near noon, an old Ford sedan came outside the estate. The young man with the red ponytail sitting in the driving position looked at the note in his hand, then reached out and looked at the house number on the manor gate, and said uncertainly, Chelsea County, Sloane Square, York Manor 7, it should be here. Fred, squeezed into the back row of seats, said to the ponytail youth with a questioning face, Bill, are you sure it's here? Did you point the wrong way? I've long said let me come, let Bill this road fool show the way, we've been lost all morning. Don't look in the wrong direction again, George said disapprovingly. Shut up Fred George, I'm sure this time it was really right. Bill Weasley, who just wanted the two twin brothers to shut up, had been a headache for them all morning. Charlie, you go down and knock on the door and ask if this is York Manor. Bill said to Charlie, who was co-pilot. Let's come, my ass I've sat is numb. The twins said hurriedly, then opened the car door and jumped. The two brothers came to the gate, looked inside from the iron gate railing, and saw only a large view of the forest garden. Fred, are you sure this is Peter's house? George turned to his brother and asked. It should be. You see the door number says York Manor, but it's so big that no one inside can hear it even louder. Fred said. Who are you looking for? While the twins were discussing how to call out to someone, a man appeared in the manor and asked them warily. Seeing someone, the twins happily asked, Is this York Manor? Peter York's estate? Welsh saw these two children who were about the same age as Peter, and then saw the car outside, and immediately reacted, laughing, and saying, You are Peter's classmates, we are still wondering when you will come. Then the door opened and warmly welcomed the Weasleys in. Since the gate was still some distance from the house, the Weasleys warmly invited Wales into the car. Butler Wales looked at the old four-seater Ford, which had been crammed with Weasleys, and had the heart to refuse. As a result, as soon as I entered the car, I found that the back seat of the car was very large. Even if there were 7 people sitting down, it was still very spacious. Wales can't help but marvel at the wonder of magic. When Peter received the housekeeper's notice, he took Harry with him and waited outside the door for the Weasleys. Peter hasn't been seen for a long time. As soon as the car stopped, the twins jumped out of the car and gave Peter a hug. "Long time no see, Fred George. Have a great holiday?" Peter hugged the brothers and asked with a smile. "It's not bad. Bill is back from Egypt. He brought us some interesting things, and he's here as a guest," the twins said cheerfully. Then the Weasleys got out of the car one after another. Peter looked at the big man who came down from the four-seater Ford, and he couldn't help but be stunned, and then reacted and asked the twins, "The traceless stretching spell you use for this car?" The twins nodded, then whispered to Mimi, "But don't tell my mother about this. She always thought Muggle cars were like this, and if she knew the truth, my father would be bad." The last to come down was Mrs. Weasley, who looked like she had dressed up today and gave him a warm hug when she came to Peter. "Mrs. Weasley, you are beautiful today." Peter smiled and praised. "Oh, Peter, your little mouth is so sweet. I'm old and yellow. Where is the beauty?" Mrs. Weasley shook her head, but the smile on her face was even worse. "Merlin, Peter, this guy doesn't blush when he lies. You see, my mother is very happy." Ron was hugging his friend Harry when he saw Peter and blurted out his mouth. "Ron, we hear you. You say Peter is lying. Do you mean that Mom is not beautiful?" The twins appeared in front of Ron and asked with a bad smile. The twins then shouted at Mrs. Weasley in Ron's frightened expression, "Mom, Ron thinks Peter is slapping your ass. He said you dressed up all morning and it didn't work at all." Mrs. Weasley, who was greeting Peter, instantly turned angry and shouted directly, "Ron, you must finish your homework these days, or you will not be allowed to play." Ron, with a frightened face, was about to cry, but his homework had not been written at all. "Hi Ronnie, little baby, remember to be careful of the curse coming out of your mouth in the future." The twins looked sympathetic and patted him on the shoulder. Harry on the side was stunned, and then he patted Ron's shoulder sympathetically, and it was also his bad luck to have such a brother on the stall. "Mrs. Weasley, why didn't Mr. Weasley come over?" Peter looked around, but didn't see Arthur Weasley, so he asked curiously. "Hey, he has an urgent matter to deal with in the Ministry of Magic, and he can't come over until after work." Mrs. Weasley sighed and said that she was used to her husband working overtime at any time. Then Mrs. Weasley put away her emotions, happily introduced her eldest son behind her to Peter, and said, "This is Bill. You have not yet met. Get more familiar with it. You can contact more in the future." Peter looked at the tall, ponytailed young man in front of him, wearing a jacket, the most brilliant of the Weasleys. Bill took the initiative to warmly hold Peter's hand and said cheerfully, "Hello Peter, I have been looking up to the great name for a long time. I've always wanted to meet you, the legendary character." "Hello Bill, nice to meet you." Peter smiled. "Well, please come and take a break. You've driven all the way, I'm afraid you're tired." Peter smiled and invited the crowd in. "We went out early in the morning, but Bill, a guy with a poor sense of direction, waited for more than an hour to find that he had gone in the wrong direction, so he went back the same way and detoured for half a day to find here." George complained directly. "I really regret letting him drive, and I don't know how he didn't lose himself in that desert-filled place in Egypt." Fred then said. "Shut up, Fred George." Bill looked at the realization that Peter had thrown over, and yelled in annoyance at the two inattentive brothers. "Cut, isn't it okay not to say it?" the twins said with a skimmer. Not long after, Christine, who had been outside for a morning, also returned, saw the guests coming, and instantly turned into an elegant lady, very thoughtful to entertain the Weasley family. Cedric and Alan, also brought back by Field, whom Peter sent over. With the addition of the two, York Manor became even more lively. They've never been exposed to TV, refrigerators, etc., and are always fussed about seeing them. In the evening, Peter also deliberately asked the housekeeper Welsh to set up a small movie theater in the manor to enjoy Muggle movies together. Do Merlin, Peter, and Muggles also have visible potions? Everyone in this movie will move. Mrs. Weasley looked at the characters in the movie in amazement and couldn't help but ask. "No, Mrs. Weasley, it was taken with a machine called a video camera, which is like a camera," Peter explained simply. The twins said to Peter as they watched the plot, "Peter, this kind of movie feels quite interesting. You say that if we also make a magic movie, will we make money?" It's quite possible to make money, but unfortunately there are already magic movies in the American wizarding world, and they have been released in many countries. So that's not your idea anymore? Peter was surprised, but still poured cold water on him. "Ah, that's it," the twins said disappointedly. "By the way, have you developed something that can make a rooster cry?" Peter asked. "Dang dang, look at our rooster gummies. Eat one to make a rooster cry for 5 minutes. The twins took a few fudges out of their pockets and proudly said, "We modeled on the Honeyduke's vocal candy, and it took only a week to make these fudges." Peter picked up a candy in amazement, not expecting the twins to be so capable that they could make a rooster call candy so quickly. "Try it, Peter, we've already tried it, absolutely no problem." The twins looked at Peter expectantly, wanting to see what would happen after he ate it. Cedric and Alan were also curious, picking up a fudge from the twins, looking at it with some hesitation, not daring to put their mouths down. After all, they had suffered a lot of losses before. "Then I'll try." Peter looked at the twins with a look of anticipation and smiled. Holding up the candy in his hand, he looked like he wanted to stuff it in his mouth, and then when the twins were not paying attention, he threw it directly into Fred's mouth. Fred didn't react yet, just instinctively swallowed, and then the fudge was swallowed by him, panicking and trying to speak, only to make a rooster cry. Several of the surrounding partners burst out laughing, especially George, who laughed the most, and Fred rushed straight up to him and fought with him. Quiet! I'm watching a movie. Mrs. Weasley yelled directly at these noisy guys, and she and Christine and the little girl Ginny were immersed in the love of the male and female protagonists in the movie, and as a result, these confused boys were still bothering them. Peter and his party quickly shut up, and the angry Mrs. Weasley was not easy to mess with. In the time that followed, in addition to playing in the manor, Peter also took the crowd to all over London. Mrs. Weasley followed Christine for a stroll or afternoon tea at the estate. As for Arthur Weasley, who was busy at work, he simply did not come over. For the second time, Mrs. Weasley, who was not worried about her husband, simply took Ginny home after a few days at the manor. Without Mrs. Weasley's suppression, a group of people went completely crazy, and it was not until they had been in the manor for more than half a month, and it was already August, that they were caught by the angry Mrs. Weasley. Harry also followed his companion Ron to the Weasleys. As for Cedric and Alan, they were only at York Manor for a week before they were called back by their parents. Suddenly York Manor was once again quiet. Just when he thought he was going to spend the holiday like this, a phoenix suddenly appeared in the study. It was Dumbledore's phoenix fox, who hovered in midair and threw a letter to Peter. Peter curiously opened the envelope and looked at it, saying that Dumbledore was going to take him out for a trip, and Nick Flamel wanted to see him. Peter suddenly realized that he had almost forgotten about it. In Exeter, Devon, Peter followed Dumbledore to the streets of the town centre. Looking at the bustling crowd around him, Peter asked in amazement, "Headmaster Dumbledore, does Nick Flamel live in the Muggle community? Nick likes to be lively, and he thinks that places with many people are easier to hide and not be disturbed." Dumbledore said with a smile. Dumbledore then led Peter down a street lined with roses, stopping between two adjacent apartments. In Peter's puzzled eyes, Dumbledore smiled and said, "Apartment 13, Rose Street. Remember this address, Peter." As soon as the words fell, Peter saw that between the two apartments, an apartment suddenly squeezed out of the middle, separating the two houses that were originally adjacent. "Did you cast the curse of boldness and faithfulness on this house?" Peter said in surprise. "Why am I not a little surprised? Peter, you've learned a lot about magic." Dumbledore smiled and praised. Then he knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened from the inside, and a house elf dressed in elaborate clothes appeared. When the elf saw them, Tennis's big eyes widened and his voice said in a sharp surprise, "Mr. Dumbledore, the master has been waiting for you for a while, please come in. Oh, and this little gentleman. Nino, long time no see." Dumbledore graciously flirted with the house elves. Then he introduced himself to Peter. "Nino is Nick's butler, a very powerful little master. Mr. Dumbledore, you're so praised, Nino isn't doing a good enough job." While leading the two of them in, the house elf said modestly, behaving politely, if it were not for the obvious house elf appearance, he would feel that this was a qualified housekeeper. Peter was the first time he had seen such a non-neurotic house elf, especially seeing that his every move was very standard, and he was curious about how Nick Flamel had made it successful. The two followed the elf to the living room of the house, and saw a very old and thin old man sitting on a chair. "Albus, here you are." The old man first smiled at Dumbledore, and then his eyes fell on Peter, revealing a kind smile to him. "You're Peter York, right? And it's nice to meet you, amazing boy." Peter looked at the 80 or 90-year-old man in front of him, and it was hard to imagine that he was already more than 600 years old. He politely stepped forward and greeted, "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Flamel. Just call me Nick, kid. I've been looking forward to your arrival ever since Albus returned the Philosopher's Stone to me." Nick Flamel said kindly. "Albus, is black tea still 5 sugar cubes?" An old lady with an elegant temperament came out of the kitchen, followed by 4 cups of hot black tea. "No, Perenal, I've got something to do, so Peter will put it here first," Dumbledore said, shaking his head. "Well, I thought you'd be able to drink my black tea," Perenal said with some disappointment. Dumbledore hurriedly put Peter down and resigned. "Try the black tea I made, this is my best skill." Perenal looked at Peter with a smile and said, "You're the magic kid who can turn Nick's half-finished Philosopher's Stone into reality. This is the best black tea I've ever had." Peter took a sip of black tea and sincerely praised, then shook his head and said, "Actually, I don't know what the reason is. After the Philosopher's Stone sucked my magic away, Dumbledore said that the Philosopher's Stone became real. This surprised me too. I may have some guesses, Peter, that's why I asked Albus to bring you here." Nick Flamel said slowly, and then his tone changed, and he said with a smile, "But now let's try the black tea that Perenal has carefully prepared." In the process of drinking tea, the three of them chatted about the scene when they first met Dumbledore. According to the two old men, Dumbledore was brilliant in his youth, and had often corresponded with Nick Flamel when he was in school, and when he graduated, the two officially met and discussed alchemy with each other. They also talked about how when they were living in France, they met Newt Scamander, who had been sent by Dumbledore, and succeeded in stopping Grindelwald's plan to destroy Paris. By the time he had finished his tea, Perenal did not participate in the conversation between the two, but took the house elf Nino to the courtyard to bask in the sun. "Peter, do you know why I made one Philosopher's Stone and never succeeded in making another?" Nick Flamel asked suddenly. "I don't know, Mr. Nick Flamel, but I guess maybe the material used to make the Philosopher's Stone is rare." Peter shook his head and guessed casually. You guessed it right. In order to successfully create the Philosopher's Stone, in addition to the material is very important, the timing is also very important. Nick Flamel said with a long look in his eyes, the Philosopher's Stone is also called the Sage Stone, and now the wizards only know that I am the only one who has the Philosopher's Stone, but they don't know that someone has successfully made the Sage Stone before me. What? Mr. Flamel, do you mean that there are other people who also have Philosopher's Stone? Peter asked in surprise. Yes, there was before. Nick Flamel shook his head and deliberately mentioned, later, for various reasons, these Philosopher's Stones and their owners disappeared into the river of time. I was fortunate to find the way to make the Philosopher's Stone in the notes of these ancestors. Therefore, he has become the only one who has the Philosopher's Stone now. I have heard of you in Muggle legends, and it is said that one night you dreamed that an angel came to your dream and gave you a copy of the Jewish Book of Abraham, and you used it to make the Philosopher's Stone. Peter asked curiously. Haha, Muggles are always full of whimsy. Nick Flamel smiled happily when he heard Peter's words. He then explains, in fact, it took me 21 years to gather information about the Philosopher's Stone, to put together a book of hieroglyphs, also known as the Jewish Book of Abraham, before I succeeded in making a Philosopher's Stone. There was no so-called international secrecy law at that time, and my wife and I lived with Muggles, so the news that I made the Philosopher's Stone at that time, known to many Muggle friends, naturally became what it is now. So there are no angels who preach the Fa in their dreams. Peter also asked jokingly with a smile. Haha. Angels are creatures of Muggle mythology, but I am an evil wizard, how could I possibly give me guidance in my dreams? Nick Flamel was amused, and his long white beard kept shaking. This is your Philosopher's Stone. Nick Flamel pulled a red jewel out of his pocket and handed it to Peter. Peter looked at the Philosopher's Stone in amazement, then at Nick Flamel, then quickly shook his head and said, this is your Philosopher's Stone, I can't ask for it. Nick Flamel explained, this is the piece of the Philosopher's Stone that you turned into a real Philosopher's Stone after you infused it with magic. My own piece is still with me. Peter still shook his head and refused, this is the Philosopher's Stone you made, and I just accidentally completed the last step of it. And it didn't do much for me either. Hearing Peter's words, Nick Flamel nodded in relief and said, that's why I'm willing to give you this Philosopher's Stone, because I can see that you don't have much desire for it. Once when I made the Philosopher's Stone, there was a time when I was complacent and thought I was the best alchemist. Finally, my wife beat me up with her wand before she woke up. Although the Philosopher's Stone is considered by many people to be the highest achievement of alchemy, in fact, it has no other effect than to delay human life and turn stones into gold. Our husband and wife already have a Philosopher's Stone, and that's enough. This piece is yours because you made it real, so we discussed it and thought it would be best to give it to you. Of course you have to keep it a secret, and many wizards are very covetous of it. So far, it's just us and the couple, and you know the news. We didn't even say Dumbledore, so you better take it. Seeing the determined look of Nick Flamel's repeated requests, Peter still took the Philosopher's Stone, looked at it carefully in his hand, and then jokingly said, if this Philosopher's Stone is taken to the Muggle world, it may be considered a ruby, and it can sell for a lot of money. When Nick Flamel heard this, he laughed and said, this Philosopher's Stone belongs to you now, and if you sell it as an ordinary gem, we have no problem. But in this way, it is also too violent. After all, you can use it to constantly make gold. Once I was just a poor boy, and I almost spent all my money to make the Philosopher's Stone. Thankfully, my wife, Perenald, was always with me, so the first time I made the Philosopher's Stone, I used it to make a lot of gold. I remember when I was overjoyed after owning a whole house of gold. Please forgive me for my nagging problem, it always does when I get older. Nick Flamel looked at the black tea that had cooled down and smiled at Peter. Then he lit a teacup with his wand, and the black tea suddenly became hot again. No, it's interesting to hear about your previous experience. After all, someone like you who has lived a long time is, in Muggle words, a living dictionary? Peter said with a smile. A living dictionary. When Nick Flamel heard that, he smiled and said, indeed, Perenald and I have lived for more than 600 years and have seen a lot of things. If you are interested, you can come to us often in the future and accompany me, the old man, to listen to the previous stories. Of course, I also want to know what happened hundreds of years ago. After all, no one knows more about the past than you. Maybe later, I can write a book about you, maybe even become a best-selling author. Peter said with a smile. By the way, Mr. Nick Flamel, do you know why my magic, after being absorbed by the semi-finished Philosopher's Stone, becomes real? Peter asked curiously. When Nick Flamel heard this, he did not explain it at the first time, but said to him, there are many ways to make the Philosopher's Stone in the Wizarding world and the Muggle world, but no one has ever successfully made the Philosopher's Stone. In fact, some parts of those manufacturing methods are correct, but the necessary materials and timing are missing. Peter was curious about how the Philosopher's Stone was made, but didn't ask. After all, it was Nick Flamel's secret. But Nick Flamel obviously had no idea to hide, and he asked, Peter, do you know about the magic element? Magic elements? I know that Mr. Nick Flamel, the 4 elements of earth, water, and fire, respectively, the 4 houses of Hogwarts represent these 4 elements. And I'm from Slytherin House, representing the water element? Peter replied. Nick Flamel nodded and said, everyone knows about the 4 elements of magic, but they don't know that there is a 5th element. It is a double and living mercury that possesses its own spirit and can handle all the imperfect metals that are not strong. And this fifth element is the source of the Philosopher's Stone? The fifth element? Peter asked in surprise. This fifth element is the mystery within the mystery, the limit and purpose of all things under the heavens, and the perfect essence of all elements? The Philosopher's Stone can act as a medium for changing metal and elemental materials, which is why it can turn all metals into gold. Nick Flamel explained. You have the blood of a phoenix in you, right? Nick Flamel said suddenly to Peter. How do you know, Mr. Nick Flamel? Peter asked in surprise that only Ollivander should know about this matter. Was it Nick Flamel who told him? There's always a way for a guy who's lived for hundreds of years, and when you're able to turn a half-finished Philosopher's Stone into a reality, I heard from Dumbledore that you have a phoenix pet, and I probably guessed it. Nick Flamel explained with a smile. Then Nick Flamel said, in fact, the most important material for making the Philosopher's Stone is the blood of the phoenix, or a mysterious power contained in the blood of the phoenix, and this mysterious power is also the reason why the phoenix can be reborn in Nirvana. The Philosopher's Stone is not real, it can make people immortal. Rather, it acts as a medium that allows the owner of the Philosopher's Stone to form a cycle of his own. Just like a phoenix, the magic and life force in the body are constantly circulating. It's just that human beings don't have the ability to Nirvana, so the body will get older and older, just like I am now, and become very fragile. Peter, you were able to turn that half-finished Philosopher's Stone into reality because you have the phoenix bloodline in your body, and you also have that mysterious power. When you inject your magic into the half-finished Philosopher's Stone, the Philosopher's Stone absorbs the mysterious power in your body, which is why it can succeed. Mr. Nick Flamel, does that mean that I have been sucked away by the mysterious power in my body? Then Peter stood up in horror. To know this power, but the source of the maintenance of his Nirvana, if he is sucked away by the Philosopher's Stone, how can he still achieve Nirvana? How can you not die? Don't worry, Peter, the mysterious power in you is actually like running out of magic to you, and it can be restored. You can actually feel it, can't you? Nick Flamel reassured. Peter did hear the same thing, after all, except for the weakness of the first absorption. The next day he was alive again. Subsequently, Peter asked Nick Flamel some alchemical questions, and asked him about the problems he had encountered in ancient magic literature. After all, alchemy had a deep connection with ancient magic texts. Then he also showed the magic wood card he had made to Nick Flamel, hoping that the other party could give him some good advice. Nick Flamel was a character who had lived for more than 600 years, and knew many things, not only in alchemy, but also in the problems of ancient magic literature, and was even very proficient in other fields they talked about. This made Peter feel great admiration for Nick Flamel's vast knowledge, and he seized the time to ask him for advice. And Nick Flamel was also very surprised by Peter, a 13 or 14-year-old child. He could feel that the boy in front of him had excellent talent, so he was patient in answering Peter's question. Several hours passed between the two of them, and finally they were interrupted by Pear Nail because it was time to eat. Peter looked at Nick Flamel with some embarrassment, especially now that Nick Flamel had a tired look on his face. Unconsciously, he had been disturbed for so long. Well, don't have such a guilty look, I haven't talked to people like this for a long time. Nick Flamel didn't mean to blame him and said kindly to him. Came over for dinner, today Nino made a big table of food, we have a good time. Perennault said with a smile. For the next week, Peter stayed at Nick Flamel's house. Sometimes he basked in the sun in the courtyard with Pear Nail, and sometimes he asked Nick Flamel for magic knowledge. Old people like Nick Flamel and Pear Nail, who have lived for hundreds of years, have been given enough insight to be able to easily see through people's hearts. So Peter did not give any thoughts to the two old men from the beginning, but simply regarded them as friends who could be associated. So he didn't have any psychological burden and communicated with the two old men at will. Even if it was the Philosopher's Stone that Nick Flamel had given him, he had only used it as a collectible, ready to play with in his hand. Even after mixing with Nick in the past few days, he still complained that there were too many Philosopher's Stone magazines, and the texture was not as good as ordinary gems. Angry, Nick chased after Peter to get the Philosopher's Stone back, and Peter was a smirk that the gifts he had given out had a reason to be taken back. Perennault laughed amusedly as he watched. On this day, Peter was taken to his underground laboratory by Nick Flamel. Nick, you mean to try, can I make another Philosopher's Stone? Peter asked in surprise. Yes, since your magic can make the half-finished Philosopher's Stone real, there's no reason why it can't be done now. Nick Flamel nodded, his face full of curiosity about the experiment. Although I successfully made the Philosopher's Stone, I still haven't discovered all its secrets. I used to think that this would be the only way to go in this life, but your appearance gave me the desire to continue to explore. So I wanted to unravel this question that all alchemists were curious about before I was buried in the coffin. Nick, you're a man with the Philosopher's Stone, and you can live as long as you want. There is no need to be in such a hurry. Peter said with a smile. Peter, you don't know, although the Philosopher's Stone can keep me from dying, there is no way to stop the aging of the body. When I live to this age, the Philosopher's Stone is no longer a benefit to me, but a curse. When the body is so fragile that it shatters with a light touch, you can't do anything. Feel the aging of the body like a terminally ill patient, but you don't die, which is no different from those who use unicorn blood to survive half-dead people. I've had many times the idea of destroying the Philosopher's Stone, but my love of alchemy kept me going. And Perennial, on the other hand, loved me and decided to go on with me? Nick Flamel shook his head, showing an emotional disgust at the Philosopher's Stone. Perennial is indeed a gentleman. Nick, you're in luck. Peter said sincerely. Yes, I have never been proud of making the Philosopher's Stone, but taking Perennial. I knew that she had not been very interested in immortality, but she chose to continue to walk with me, Nick said triumphantly with a gentle look on his face. Perennial and I had already decided to abandon the use of the Philosopher's Stone, so we gave it to Dumbledore, hoping to destroy it when the time was right. But it wasn't until Dumbledore handed me another Philosopher's Stone that I knew I was reluctant to die for the time being. And Perennial still supported my decision, and she decided to continue to wait with me, but this time I don't want her to wait a long time, so I'm going to hurry up and crack the secret of the Philosopher's Stone. Then I can be happy, lie in the coffin with Perennial, and rest well. Nick Flamel said in an expectant tone. Well, although I can't understand it, I sincerely hope that your wish will come true. Peter paused, then said. Haha, you're still young, so naturally you don't understand the idea that we old guys have lived enough. Nick Flamel looked at Peter's expression and smiled. Any creature that is intelligent will feel lonely. When I used to make the Philosopher's Stone, I also didn't understand why my predecessors gave up the Philosopher's Stone. But in the past few hundred years, watching the people around you grow old and die one by one, you will have a sense of distance and loneliness. Fortunately, I have my favorite Perennial by my side, otherwise I would have a hard time imagining what I would have become. Peter thought about the situation, and felt a little frightened, but it was too early for him to consider it for the time being. Okay, let's see if you can still make the Philosopher's Stone. Nick Flamel used his wand to convene a wooden box engraved with runes, and with a gentle touch, the wooden box opened from above, revealing at least dozens of red half-finished Philosopher's Stones inside. Well, Nick, you actually made so many Philosopher's Stones. It's awesome, Peter said in amazement. This is the Philosopher's Stone I've tried to make over the centuries, but I failed in the last step. Nick Flamel sighed and said. I've spent hundreds of years studying experiments, but the mysterious energy in Phoenix blood is really unstable. Not to mention that the Phoenix is a very rare magical creature, and it is difficult to obtain their blood. Once I aimed at Albus's fox, and almost didn't let Albus and I break off friends. Nick, don't you want to shift your sights on my Phoenix? That's not okay. Peter looked at him warily and said. What do you think? If I had thought this before, I might have thought so, but now that I have you, I don't bother to fight your Phoenix idea. Nick Flamel glanced at him and said. Why don't I feel a little comforting? Peter spat wordlessly. Come, Peter, hold this Philosopher's Stone and send magic into it to test the effect. Nick Flamel was eager to try it, and picked out a half-finished Philosopher's Stone from it and handed it to Peter. Peter didn't resist, took the Philosopher's Stone and looked at it, and then tried to channel magic into it. Suddenly, the Philosopher's Stone emitted a brilliant red light, and then it exploded with suction, sticking tightly to Peter's hand, absorbing the magic in Peter's body. Peter instinctively panicked and wanted to throw the Philosopher's Stone out of his hand, but the Philosopher's Stone was firmly attached to his hand and could not be shaken off. Don't worry, Peter, the Philosopher's Stone will stop as long as it absorbs enough mana. Nick Flamel quickly reassured. Then, in surprise, he took out a pair of gold wire unilateral glasses from his pocket and put them on his eyes, carefully examining Peter and the changes in the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. It's not you who absorbed the magic, of course you won't be afraid. Peter replied directly. However, at this time, Nick Flamel did not pay any attention to Peter's words. The gold wire one-sided glasses emitted a faint fluorescence. He looked at Peter in surprise and exclaimed, Peter, you are really a magical guy. Your body is full of the mysterious energy of the Phoenix. No wonder it makes the Philosopher's Stone real. If I hadn't been able to confirm that you were human, I would have thought you were a phoenix in human skin. Peter felt the last trace of magic in his body being drained, unable to throw away the Philosopher's Stone, collapsed on the ground and gasped for breath, silently complaining in his heart that you guessed correctly, Lao Tzu's other form is a phoenix. This time, Nick Flamel did not forget Peter, and directly took out a bottle of potion and handed it to Peter's mouth. This is a magic supplement, you can quickly restore your magic, drink it quickly. Peter did not refuse, opened his mouth and drank the potion directly, and then felt a burst of warmth coming from his abdomen, and then spread out. The weakness of his body quickly disappeared, and his pale face became rosy. This magic replenishment potion works well. Immediately effective, very powerful. Peter stood up and praised. Of course, this is a potion made by Perennial, who was once Busbaton's best student, especially in potions. Nick Flamel said proudly. Seeing that Peter was all right, Nick Flamel picked up the Philosopher's Stone, examined it carefully, and then said in surprise, this semi-finished Philosopher's Stone has also become the real thing. Now there are 3 Philosopher's Stones in the world? It's incredible. I have tried countless times to refine the second Philosopher's Stone, but I have not succeeded, but now 2 pieces have appeared at once. Nick Flamel said with a complicated sigh, then looked at the pile of half-finished Philosopher's Stones in the wooden box and said, maybe there are more than 3. What do you think, Nick? Do you still want to make these Philosopher's Stones real? Peter looked at him warily and warned firmly, if you dare to think so, I will immediately tell Perennial that you once liked a woman named Emma before you met her. How did you know about this? I obviously didn't tell anyone, Nick Flamel exclaimed. who told you to talk to me when you were in school at Boosbatten? This person's name appeared in your head. Peter said with a skimmer. You stinky boy, you dare to read my mind, it's really disgusting. Nick exhaled and said, I will definitely keep the brain occlusion in front of you at any time in the future, so that you don't have to look at me completely. Cut. Who would be interested in an old man's brain? I'm not a pervert. Peter retorted, don't try to turn me into your philosopher's stone charger. If you're not curious about my brain, why are you using dementors? You bad boy? Nick said with a look that saw through him. Nick, are you really too old to remember anything? Obviously, you were teaching me the technique of dementoring before. Who knew that you would have such a thought in your head at that time, and I couldn't give myself a forgetfulness? Peter replied unceremoniously. What are you arguing about? Come up and eat. Quirrell suddenly appeared at the door of the laboratory, smiling and looking at the two men. There's no quarrel, Peter and I are arguing about a problem, Nick Flamel quickly replied, and gave Peter a look to make him pay attention to talking. Peter looked at the old man who was hundreds of years old and afraid of his wife, and then smiled and agreed, yes, Nick and I are discussing the Philosopher's Stone. Well, the experiment is not urgent, let's come up to eat first. Nino prepared a lot of new dishes and delicious fish soup. Quirrell said with a smile. Under Peter's resolute resistance, Nick Flamel did not realize it, turning all the half-finished Philosopher's Stones in the wooden box into real ideas. Although he had a great time here in Nick Flamel, the arrival of a 4th grade book list reminded him that the start of school was approaching. So Peter, after saying goodbye to the two old men, teleported directly back to York Manor with the help of Feld. After so many days of wandering outside, I am finally willing to come back. As soon as Peter entered the door, his Aunt Christine sat down on the couch with her hands in her arms and looked at him. Christine didn't know where Peter had gone, only that it was their headmaster who had taken him away. Your aunt hasn't seen you for a few days and you've become beautiful again, and this is a gift for you. Peter smiled and took the initiative to hug her, and then pulled out a red gem for her. Christine took the huge ruby, looked at it in surprise, and asked, did you go to the treasure hunt with your headmaster? Such a big gem is rare? I've been to Nick Flamel's house, and the one you have in your hand is not a ruby, but the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Peter said with a smile. Nick Flamel? Philosopher's Stone? Are you talking about Nicholas Flamer, who made the Sage Stone? Kristen said in disbelief, is he still alive? Then Christine, looking at the ruby in his hand, asked with some excitement, is this the legendary Philosopher's Stone that can make people immortal? Don't think too beautiful, Christine, of course it can't be a real Philosopher's Stone, it's just a failure made by Nick Flamel. Peter poured cold water and said that this was the half-finished Philosopher's Stone that Peter had picked up from Nick's wooden box when he was leaving. Although he was carrying a real Philosopher's Stone, he was not ready to take it out. However, Christine did not show a disappointed look, and said excitedly, of course I know that it can't be the real Sage Stone, but it's Nick Flamel. This is something made by a legendary character. Oh my god, it was perfect? Looks like a ruby. If it were a real Philosopher's Stone, how beautiful would it be? The real Philosopher's Stone doesn't look any different from this, so don't be fanciful. Peter continued to complain. Don't spoil my fantasies. Stinky boy. Christine glanced at him whitely, and then continued to look at the Philosopher's Stone in his hand with a dreamy face, muttering to himself, do I collect it as a treasure, or do I make it into a piece of jewelry? No, making jewelry will destroy it. Nick Flamel has such a box of Philosopher's Stones there, if you still want it, I'll give you a few more when I go over. Peter said blindly. Who do you think Nick Flamel is? That's a famous alchemist, and it's great to give you one. How many more do you want? Dream? Christine glanced at his nephew and said rhetorically. Peter shook his head, but he had a door key specially given to him by Nick LeMay, and if he wanted to pass later, as long as he injected magic into the door key, he could teleport to Nick LeMay's house. By the way, your classmates sent you a letter the other day saying that the owl couldn't contact you recently, and they were going to go to Diagon Alley on August 25th to buy school supplies together, and asked if you wanted to go. Christine suddenly remembered and hurried to Peter. In addition to using the fierce loyalty spell, Nick Flamel cast all kinds of magic on the house, and the owl could not find the house at all, and those who wanted to contact Peter certainly could not find him. Even the list of school starts was sent by Dumbledore, using Phoenix Fox. August 25th? Isn't that tomorrow? Peter said in astonishment. The next day, Peter got up early, and after breakfast, Wales drove him to the Leaky Cauldron bar. The ragged pub was still dirty, and Peter refused the owner Tom's drink and entered Diagon Alley through the backyard patio. Peter didn't have much cash left and needed to go to Gringotts to get it. As soon as they entered Gringotts, the goblins greeted Peter warmly as if they had seen King Garin. In fact, it is also true, after all, the French Roger family's vault in England was given to Peter by Hayman Roger. The Roger family is a well-owned pure-blood family, and the vault given to Peter alone contains a hill of gold gallons, and that's not even the other treasures. Peter came to the counter, and there was someone lining up in front of Peter. It was a father and daughter, both with pale blonde hair that looked like white hair from a distance. The man was talking to the goblin, and the little girl next to him looked around in boredom, and then he met Peter's eyes. The little girl looked like a freshman, with long pale blonde hair up to her waist, a fair complexion, long pale golden eyelashes, and when she blinked her eyes, she looked like a psychic little fairy. When the little girl saw Peter, she did not look timid, but looked at him curiously. Peter smiled and winked at her. Okay Luna, it's time for us to go. When the man was done, he pulled up the little girl and walked outside. It turned out to be Luna Lovegood, and Peter raised an eyebrow before remembering that she had indeed enrolled in this year. Ah, Mr. York, do you want to do business? The goblin on the counter, seeing Peter, asked enthusiastically. Yes, I'm going to take some money. Peter said. Goblins have a slightly pale face, these goblins are born with a love of money, even the money in the vaults of wizards, in their eyes, it is temporarily belonging to wizards. The wizard took out a penny from it, as if he were cutting their flesh. How much is Mr. York going to take? The goblin still asked with a fake smile. Take 1,000 gold gallons first, and then you will take it later when it is not enough. Peter said casually. The goblin's face was tense when he heard it, and he could only say depressedly, so much money can't be withdrawn on the counter for the time being. Mr. York, you can only go to the vault to get it now. Peter looked at the reactions of these goblins, and it was very interesting. These goblins loved money as if they were trying to kill him. Coming out of Gringotts again, Peter first went to Madame Morkan's robe shop, where his body was now in a stage of rapid growth, and his former robe was somewhat ill-fitting. Peter, you're here too. Cedric, who was being tailor-made in the robe shop, saw Peter and said in surprise. Sighed, long time no see. Peter beckoned happily and asked, Alan, have they not come yet? Alan is at the Lycan bookstore now, and there's a star writer signing there today, and his mom is a fan, so I pulled Alan and asked him to help get the autograph. Cedric smiled, his face full of sympathy. As for Fred and George, we haven't seen them yet, but they're supposed to come with the Weasleys. Cedric said. Star writers? You're not talking about that Gilderoy Lockhart. Peter was confused at first, then reacted and asked with a strange face. Yes, that's him, he's signing at the Lycan bookstore today, and there's a lot of people there now, all of whom are his fans. Cedric nodded, then said with a complaining face, this year's new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor must be a big fan of him. Have you seen the list of books to buy? The Defense Against the Dark Arts guide textbook is actually a series of Lockhart's books? Peter looked strange and said, then you guessed wrong, because this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is Gilderoy Lockhart. What? It's him? Merlin's stinky socks, although it feels a little bad, but I feel that he is a little unstable to become a Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Cedric looked surprised and then frowned. Not only is it unstable, except that the memory spell is used better, it is a straw bag. Peter snorted coldly and said directly. Probably not, I mean in his books, he did a lot of practical things, and those experiences don't look like fakes. Cedric said in surprise. Take your time, there's a semester anyway. Peter said lightly, not choosing to say what Lockhart did now. Anyway, that straw bale will be exposed sooner or later, and even if it is not exposed, he will let him be exposed. After measuring their clothes, the two left the robe shop and went to the Lycan bookstore to buy books. As a result, as soon as I arrived at the door of the bookstore, I saw that it was very chaotic inside, 2 adult wizards hugging each other and beating each other, and a group of wizards crowded at the door to watch the liveliness inside. Peter and Cedric squeezed in, fixed their eyes on it, and found that the 2 people who had been fighting were Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy. The books around them were knocked to the ground by the 2 people, and the clerk shouted anxiously from the side, trying to stop it but did not dare to come forward. Daddy beat him. Give him a right hook punch? The twins shouted at the side, Ginny, and Ron, and Harry, all looking worriedly at Arthur on the ground. Peter looked at the scene in front of him. Not only was he a little speechless, he didn't see anyone blocking nearby, he had to play on his own. Peter walked up and waved his hand slightly, and the 2 were instantly separated from each other, and the fists swung at each other only hit the air. Well, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Malfoy, this is a bookstore, not a place for fighting, and there are so many people here. Peter reluctantly exhorted. At this time, Lucius Malfoy's right eye socket was blue, the cloak was scattered, Arthur Weasley's chin was red and swollen, and the corner of his mouth was broken. Neither of them could hit each other, and they snorted at each other coldly. Seeing that neither of them was moving, Peter lifted the spell. Lucius Malfoy picked up a second-hand book on the ground, walked over to Ginny Weasley, stuffed the book into his second-hand dry pot, and said fiercely, "Put away your book, little girl. Your father may only be able to buy you second-hand books." Then he turned to the angry Arthur Weasley and said, "Weasley, we're not done yet." "I'm waiting, Malfoy." "Not to be outdone," Arthur replied. Lucius Malfoy then pulled a terrified Draco out of the bookstore, leaving behind a field of books and a tearless clerk. Peter looked at this clerk with some helplessness. Wouldn't he use a recovery as before? Only good people can do it to the end, waving at the books on the ground, and the books on the ground immediately return to their original positions, and the torn pages are restored to new. "Thank you, Mr. York. If it weren't for you, the store manager would have scolded me again," the bookstore clerk said gratefully to Peter. "You're welcome, but you should find time to learn this spell that is restored to its original state," Peter said to the clerk. Hey, I didn't study hard when I was in school, and now I've forgotten about it," the clerk said with an embarrassed face. "No wonder you can only be a clerk," Peter said wordlessly. Mr. Weasley has not been seen for a long time. What just happened? How did the fight start? Peter asked with a smile, healing the wound on Arthur's face with a healing spell. Thank you, Peter, Arthur said gratefully, touching his face, and then said angrily, that Malfoy is my old rival, and I don't know what's going on today, frequently provoking me, and I can't help but give him a punch. Arthur was a little embarrassed to say it, after all, in front of a group of children, a little humiliated. Oh, is it? Peter couldn't deny it, and his eyes inadvertently schemed to the book in Ginny's crucible. Arthur, I heard someone say, you got into a fight with Malfoy. A rough voice came from outside the store, and it was Hagrid who was late. Hagrid, you're late, or you'll be able to see Malfoy, who was beaten by me like a plucked peacock. Arthur said triumphantly with a smile. What, Arthur, you actually fought? Mrs. Weasley's voice came from the side, only to see Mrs. Weasley crossed her waist and angrily said to her husband, I let you take good care of the children, but you fight in front of them. This gives them a bad head. Oh, Mom, it was that Malfoy who was so disgusting that Daddy couldn't bear it before he beat him. The twins cried out for their father. Shut up, Fred George, you don't dissuade Arthur, you're still arching fire on the side, and if Percy is here, he'll hold your dad. Mrs. Weasley reprimanded the twins. Oh, model student Percy, George said with a pursing his lips. Mommy's good baby Percy, Fred said in a yin-yang-yin weird way. Shut up. Mrs. Weasley glared at the two men. Mrs. Weasley hasn't been seen for a long time. Have you been okay lately? Peter hurried up to say hello, saving the twins from continuing to be trained. Oh, Peter, thank you, you're such a good boy, I just heard that you pulled Arthur away. Mrs. Weasley had seen Peter, her expression had become very gentle, and she gave him a kind hug. The twins made a strange expression behind Mrs. Weasley's back, causing Peter to give them a blank stare. Peter York. Peter had just left Mrs. Weasley's arms when a voice of surprise came from behind him, and then the man was pulled over. When Peter returned to God, all he saw was Lockhart's greasy smile. Peter York, winner of the Order of Merlin II, champion of the International Wizarding Duel. It's you, right? I've seen your picture. Lockhart looked at Peter with a curious look. It's a good day, Harry Potter and Peter York are coming to my signing party? Come on, let's take a photo together, and it's sure to make headlines in the Daily Prophet. No, thanks, I don't want to take pictures. Peter coldly refused. Don't do that, Peter, you may not know that I am your defense against the dark arts professor this semester. Surprised? Lockhart dragged Peter hard and did not let go, revealing 8 large white teeth, thinking that he was very handsome. Peter was not a bully like Harry, and seeing that Lockhart would not let go, he gently patted Lockhart's hand and quietly used a magic. Lockhart threw his hand away in pain, and he felt the pain of his hand being pricked by countless needles just now, and looked at Peter in disbelief. Thanks, Peter smiled and nodded, then left him. The twins noticed the movement just now, walked to Peter's side with a grin, and asked curiously, what did you just do, and that peacock actually gave up on you? Nothing, just gave him a little curse that made him feel like his hand was pricked by a needle. Peter said lightly. Cool, good job. The twins gave a thumbs up and then complained, this peacock has become our defense against the dark arts professor, and I suspect he is selling books. If you look at our guidebooks, there are 7 books, such as Break with the Female Ghost, Swim with the Ghoul, Vacation with the Mother Night Fork, Walk with the Troll, and so on. Do we get so many books in a semester? And there are no second-hand books, let alone very expensive. You also know the situation in our family, so many people have to buy so many books. When I wake up at night, I hear my parents discussing whether to sell some ancestral things. The twins said with a look that was no longer cheerful, and said worriedly, we are thinking about whether we should subsidize the family with the funds for opening a store in the future. Peter didn't say anything, just patted the 2 brothers on the shoulder. The knowledge of the wizarding world is expensive, basically the price of a book is around 1 or 2 gold gallons, not to mention that each of Lockhart's books is 2 gold gallons, and 7 books need 14 gold gallons. And the Weasley family is now studying in Percy, Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny, who has just entered the school, in total, but the Book of Defense against the Dark Arts class is 70 gold gallons? Don't think this is not much, you know that the dragon liver in Diagon Alley, the price has recently risen to 17 silver West K 1 ounce, which has been complained about by many wizards. Know that it's the liver of a dragon. But the price of books is more expensive than dragon liver, which reflects the expensive nature of magic knowledge, so if many wizards can't learn as much as possible in school, it will be difficult to get more magic knowledge out of school, unless you have enough financial resources. And that's why the founder of Hogwarts was respected by so many wizards. Only because they give many wizards a chance to learn. Of course, Lockhart's book, although it is only a travelogue, is sought after for reasons other than his writing. There is also a lot of reliable knowledge against dark creatures, although this knowledge was plagiarized by him. Then again, Peter looked at the twins with a sad face, quietly pulled them aside and said, I give you a suggestion. In fact, you don't have to buy them all. After all, your defense against the dark arts class is not at the same time. You only need to buy a set of books, and then your brothers will take turns to take the book to class. Hearing Peter's words, the brothers' eyes lit up. In fact, I have the simplest way, that is, to use the copy spell, directly copy a few sets of books out. No cost at all, Peter whispered, blocking his mouth. The twins' eyes lit up even brighter, but then they went out again, and they said, but unfortunately, the copied things will not last long before they disappear, but we will use it for a whole semester. Don't worry, Professor Flitwick taught me a copying spell, Just prepare a blank book, you can copy the words from another book, and it will never disappear. Peter said with a smile. That's a good idea. The twins said in surprise, then hugged Peter and hugged Peter. Peter, you are really our timely rain. Harry just gave Ginny a set of Lockhart's books, and we just don't have to buy them. The twins said to Peter expectantly, parchment is cheap, it doesn't cost much at all, but it depends on you when copying. We don't copy spells. No problem, when the time comes, I'll also use transfiguration to make the bookshelf for you, and make sure it's exactly the same as the real book. Peter smiled and assured. Then Peter walked up to Ginny, smiled and pointed to the crucible in her hand, and said directly, Ginny, can you show me the books in your crucibles? I just saw Malfoy mixing things in the books that were returned to you. As soon as Ginny heard Peter's words, she quickly looked at the second-hand books in her crucible, and took a closer look, and really found an old diary. Just as he wanted to reach for it, Harry Potter on the side of him vigilantly blocked Ginny's hand and said, Don't touch it, Ginny, this is Malfoy sneaking in, be careful of danger. He had also noticed Malfoy's movements just now, but he didn't think about it so much. Yes, very alert, Harry. Peter said appreciatively. Then he reached into Ginny's crucible, took out the old notebook, and looked at it carefully. This Voldemort's horcrux was quite powerful, and there was not a single wave of magic, and if Peter had not known it earlier, I am afraid that he would have thought that this was just an ordinary diary. Is this what Malfoy gave Ginny? A diary? Harry asked in a different way. Of course it's impossible for Harry, Malfoy to be so bad, how could he possibly send a simple diary? There must be black magic hidden on it, but we just didn't find it? Ron retorted affirmatively. Yo, clever, Ron. The twins stepped forward and teased Ron, then looked solemnly at the diary in Peter's hand and asked him, Peter, do you know what this is? Peter nodded, then turned the page behind the diary to them, only to see the diary with Tom Riddle's name written on it. Sizzle. When the twins saw the name, they had a frightened expression on their faces. They had only been exposed to this name in the last semester. This is the man's. The twins looked at Peter with wide-eyed eyes and asked, Yes, that's the man's diary. Peter nodded, then instructed, If you know, don't say it. Otherwise there will be a change. The twins nodded nervously, their mouths closed, but when they looked at the notebook, it was as if they had seen the most terrifying thing, and they didn't want to get close at all. Especially seeing Peter casually flipping through the diary, he shouted very worriedly, Peter, don't touch it. This stuff is very dangerous. It's okay, you don't have to worry. I know what this thing is. He won't come out without the right time. Peter said with a smile. You know what this is, right? Who is that person? Can any of you tell us that? Hermione said disapprovingly. They were confused. You still don't have to know about this. Just know that this diary is dangerous and accessible to you. I'll find an opportunity to destroy it or give it to Dumbledore, and you don't have to ask any more. Peter said that the horcrux thing was still not suitable for them to tell them for the time being. Malfoy stuffed in, or we'll tell Daddy to let him go to Malfoy's trouble. Ron said indignantly. Malfoy actually stuffed such a dangerous thing into Ginny's crucible. He obviously wanted to hurt Ginny. Useless, Ron. We don't have evidence to find Malfoy in trouble. Hermione Yao said. He just provoked Mr. Weasley a few times and got into a fight. I think he just wanted to take the opportunity to secretly stuff this diary to Ginny. And it's all over the place with books. Malfoy cannot admit it. Hermione is right. Since Malfoy has painstakingly delivered the diary to Ginny's hand, the purpose is certainly not simple, and he will definitely have follow-up actions. Harry was clever and said speculatively, Now that the diary is in Peter's hands, whatever Malfoy thinks, it doesn't work. We don't have to worry too much, George said with a smile. That is, what we should worry about now is how to persuade our mother to give up buying Lockhart's books, Fred said. But Mom is now very infatuated with Lockhart, and it's very difficult. The twins sighed in unison. Don't buy books? Lockhart is our defense against the dark arts professor next. Will he kick us out of the classroom if he doesn't buy the book? Ron asked in surprise. He was going to buy his wand this year, and as a result Lockhart's book was going to cost 14 gold gallons, directly bankrupting his wand purchase plan. We already have a plan for Ron. As long as you don't tell your mother that they are, we have a way to save you money to buy books, and you can buy your own wand. The twins said confidently. Is your plan reliable? Ron asked with a skeptical look. Of course, very reliable. That's Peter's advice to us? And he'll help? The twins pulled Peter up and confidently assured, Peter can copy the spell, he can easily copy the entire book. We don't have to buy such expensive books anymore. And it's 7 whole useless books? It's against the law, you can't do it. If others knew about it, it would be very bad. Hermione retorted sternly. We have no choice, Hermione, and if Lockhart had chosen the Dark Arts Defense Guidebook like the other professors, instead of assigning us 7 books he wrote himself, we wouldn't have been able to do that. The twins sighed and said. Hermione also knew the Weasleys' family fortune and said with a struggling look, But this is against the law, and if you are discovered, you will be punished. Our clever and lovely Hermione, you certainly won't tell anyone else, right? The twins grinned at Hermione and said politely, giving her a shoulder bump. Of course I wouldn't tell anyone. Hermione blushed and said, But that's good. The twins clapped their hands together, then gathered a group of people around and arranged. Ginny, you're responsible for getting Mom's attention and taking Mom to buy other things on the admissions list. Ron, you'll persuade Dad to go to the bar for a drink later, and I'm sure he'll be happy. As soon as the money for the book arrives, we will take you to buy a magic wand. Just don't let Mom know that we didn't buy Lockhart's book, or she'll be angry. Ginny nodded obediently in agreement. He didn't want to spend so much money on defense against the dark arts. As for Ron, he nodded happily in agreement. After all, the twins had promised to buy him a wand with the money from the book, and he had had enough of the wand in his hand. Things went well, and Ginny pestered Mrs. Weasley to buy other study aids, and asked the twins to give the money for the books, who were responsible for buying the books. Although Mrs. Weasley did not trust the twins very much, she was very fond of her only young daughter, and after sternly advising the twins not to spend the money, she took Ginny out of the bookstore. The twins gave Ron another look, and then Ron, like a chicken blood, tried to fool Arthur Weasley into the tavern to rest, promising not to tell Mrs. Weasley. Coupled with the twins' assists, Arthur Weasley smiled and followed Hagrid to the cauldron bar. The mission was complete, and the twins happily clapped at each other, looked at the money bag in their hands, and took Ron directly to the Ollivander wand shop, leaving Hermione with her mouth open to say something. It didn't take long for Ron to rush to the crowd, showing off his latest wand, and said happily, "This is my willow wand, and the core of the wand is the hair of a male unicorn." "Congratulations, Ron, it's a nice wand." Peter said congratulations, sympathizing with the poor boy in his heart. If it were not for his intervention, I am afraid that he would not be able to get his wand until the 3rd grade. Ron's eldest brother, Bill, excelled in his studies, was president of the student council, and after graduation went to work at Gringotts. The second brother, Charlie, is captain of Quidditch, and after graduation, he went to work at the Dragon Farm. Percy, the third brother, is now a Gryffindor prefect and will be the president of the student council in the future, and his grades are also very good. Although the fourth brother and 5 brothers George Fred are not too good, they are very lively, very popular, and very talented in making prank props, and will open a Weasley joke shop in the future, becoming the richest member of the family. Ron was not the youngest, nor was he talented, but just a very ordinary person, and among so many children, it was inevitable that he would always be overlooked. No wonder he complained to Harry at the beginning of the 1st grade that he was wearing an old robe handed down. The wand he used was the wand that the second brother Charlie had eliminated, the book was a second-hand book, and the pet was also a rat that was dissected. In this way, Peter had to be very sympathetic to him, and there was no long crooked to thank Merlin for his blessing. Ron's wand cost 7 gold gallons, and after not buying Lockhart's book, we have a lot of money to buy a new robe for Ron later. The twins counted the money in their bags and said happily, "Don't spend any more money for me, I'm already fine with this wand." Ron looked at the wand in his hand silly, shook his head, and said, "Of course you have to buy. Ron, you used to wear the old robe, this time you have to wear a better one. And we can't save this money, otherwise Mom will be suspicious." The twins insisted, "Of course, your robe must not be worn at home, otherwise it will be exposed." Although the twins often teased Ron, they still cared deeply about this stupid brother. Peter looked at the way they got along, and he was a little envious, but he wished he had a younger brother or sister. "It's a little hot, so I invite you to the Florine cold drink shop for ice cream." Peter smiled and announced to the crowd. "Hooray! Thank you, generous Peter." The crowd cheered. A group of people rushed into Florine's cold drink shop, and the boss Florine saw Peter pull out a golden gallon, and smiled and squinted in an instant. Enthusiastically serve everyone a large portion of ice cream. Everyone sat around a round table and watched as Peter took out his wand and copied Lockhart's book on the spot. Only to see Peter gently wave his wand, the twins spent less than a golden gallon, bought a large stack of parchment, and quickly automatically arranged and sewed into blank books. Peter then rested his wand on one of Lockhart's books he had bought, and recited the text copying spell, and the words on the book jumped and merged into Peter's wand. Peter pressed his wand against the blank book, and with a slight shake, the words in the wand quickly poured out and filled the entire book. Take a closer look at the contents exactly like the original book. Peter then used transfiguration to make the shell the same as the original, and finally appeared in the eyes of everyone, which was a book that was no different from the Lockhart book sold in the Lycan bookstore. "Well, Peter, you're so good." George picked up the book that Peter had concocted, turned it over carefully, and said admiringly, "It's exactly the same. I'm afraid that no one can recognize this as a fake. In fact, it is not fake. The books in the Lycan bookstore are actually pasted with text copy spells, so in addition to the different producers, the books are no different." Peter explained with a smile. Then Peter continued the previous operation, and before long the table was filled with 28 new and exquisite books, just enough for 4 people. The others were stunned by Peter's flowing operation. "Magic is magical." Alan, who had just met Peter, said in amazement, and then said with a pity face, "I knew that I would not buy Lockhart's books, and if Peter came to help, I could save a lot of money and buy other things." Ron licked the ice cream in front of him, looked at Peter across from him with blank eyes, and then whispered to Harry next to him, "Seriously, I feel that Peter is more powerful than those professors, and he is only in the 4th grade. I really don't know how he learned so much magic." Harry nodded in shock, and then said with a look of admiration, "Peter is really powerful. You don't know that last semester in the Forbidden Area, Peter played Voldemort around, almost didn't kill him." "Really? That's awesome. I think he's going to be like Dumbledore in the future." Ron said in amazement and then adoration. "I think he can too." Harry said in agreement. He remembered that Voldemort had revealed in the Forbidden Zone that he wanted to take Peter as an apprentice. Afterwards, he asked Hermione about the origin of the apprentice, and only then did he know that the apprentice was a very close inheritance relationship similar to that of father and son, and he knew how much Voldemort attached great importance to Peter. The only thing he was thankful for was that Peter had turned down Voldemort's invitation. Otherwise, he didn't dare to imagine that a man as powerful as Peter, if he followed Voldemort, would probably become as dangerous as Voldemort. Hermione was not nagging at this time that this was not right, but looked at Peter urgently, wanting to ask him for the spell he had just given. "Kids, you're here." Mrs. Weasley dragged Ginny in. When Mrs. Weasley saw the books on the table, she relaxed and said, "It turns out that you have bought books, and I am worried that you will spend money indiscriminately before you finish buying them." "Of course not, Mom. You see, we bought 4 whole sets of Lockhart's books. It's so expensive." Obviously, we used to take Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and the professors asked for the Defense Against the Dark Arts guidebook at most, but Lockhart asked for his whole 7 books, and we suspected that he was just making money. The twins pretended to be indignant, as if they were distressed about spending so much money. The twins' acting skills were good, and Mrs. Weasley did not notice anything unusual, but instead reprimanded, "You must call him Professor Lockhart. He asked you to buy these books maybe just to make you learn more. Ginny is coming. Peter has already ordered ice cream for you, and if you don't eat it again, you'll melt it." Fred beckoned Ginny over and showed off with a large box of ice cream. Ginny's eyes lit up as she watched the ice cream and she ran over happily to take her share of the ice cream. "Peter, you're too broke." Mrs. Weasley looked at her children eating ice cream and said with some embarrassment, "There is no such thing, Mrs. Weasley." Peter waved his hand and said, "I invited everyone to eat, but not just Fred. By the way, Mrs. Weasley still has your share, don't let George eat them." Peter suddenly remembered and quickly reminded him, "I won't eat it as an adult, so you can eat it." Mrs. Weasley said softly to Peter, "Fred, George, they have a friend of yours, and it is their good fortune. I have friends like Fred and they are also my luck." Peter smiled and squinted. At King's Cross Station, Peter looked around and then rushed into the wall. In the blink of an eye, we came to the 9 3/4 platform. Peter came early, directly occupied the front box. After putting away the luggage, Peter also deliberately looked at the position of the platform, to see if the house elf named Dobby had arrived. However, the magic system of the house elves is different from that of wizards, and Peter has not found any trace of Dobby for half a day. Not long after Cedric and Alan arrived. As soon as the two of them put down their luggage, Alan excitedly pulled out the Daily Prophet, pointed to the location of the headlines for Peter, smiled and said, "Peter, you and Harry and Lockhart have made headlines in the Daily Prophets. Our Professor Lockhart really knows how to make up stories, and you didn't even agree to take a picture with him, so he didn't know where to get your picture out of nowhere." And then in the Daily Prophet, he preached that you and Harry were both fans of his books. Listen to this passage of his interview. Lockhart says that when he saw Harry Potter and Peter York and looked at him with adoring eyes, he knew how right he had been to accept the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Because the students of Hogwarts will have one more Professor Lockhart who can do magic from today onwards. Alan chuckled as he read the contents of the newspaper and said, "He actually dared to say that Peter, you looked at him with adoring eyes. Peter taught him a good lesson, and strived to completely establish your title of Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor Killer." "Shut up, Alan, don't slander me. I'm not a Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor Killer." Peter gave Alan a blank look and said, "Don't deny, Peter. Look at the Defense Against the Dark Arts professors of the past 3 years. Which one was not finally removed by you? The second-year professor had a better life, but you were sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for magic. The other 2 are dead." Alan said with a look of affirmation. "I've said it's just a coincidence. Besides, Professor Quirrell in the 3rd grade was Harry Potter. It's okay with me." Peter refused to admit it. "Cut, don't try to push this to Harry Potter. Everyone says you did it," Alan said with a pursing his lips. Cedric smiled and watched the two fight, then looked at the time, frowned and said, "It's already 10:30. Why haven't you seen Fred and them? There's still half an hour to go. No hurry, the Weasleys always arrive at the last hour," Peter said with a smile. When the final time came to leave, the Weasleys rushed out of the wall and boarded the train in the final time. Peter and the 3 of them sat at the window and saw this scene. "Do you say the Weasleys have overslept collectively? Otherwise the train will have to run before it catches up," Alan said speculatively. "Are you stupid enough to sleep until 10 o'clock unless they are collectively under the sleep curse?" Peter looked at Alan with a look of your retarded face. "The Weasleys have a lot of children, and they should have lost too much, so they have dragged on until now." Cedric guessed the truth. "But did you find out that when you came out of the wall just now, there were 2 fewer people, Ron and Harry?" Cedric frowned and said with a worried look on his face, "Aren't they supposed to have missed the train?" "Hey, I didn't react until you said that, and I didn't see Ron and Harry when I came out just now," Alan said in surprise. "What if they don't catch the train?" Both said worriedly. "Don't you think you really can't come to Hogwarts without catching the train?" Peter looked at the 2 and said, "Then I saw the expressions of the 2 people, and I really thought so." Peter explained wordlessly, the train ride is only in accordance with the conventions required by the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, where did the train come from hundreds of years ago? Even if you can't catch the train, you can take the Knight's bus or through the fireplace to Hogsmeade, but you can get to Hogwarts faster than we can. The two of them showed their faces. It turns out that it can be like this. Expression. It turns out that you are here, so we have been looking for you for half a day. The twins came in from outside the box, sitting on a chair and breathing a sigh of relief. It's so exhausting to us, and in a moment Ron's textbook falls. Percy's prefect badge wasn't on for a while. After a while Ginny forgot to bring her school uniform again. 3 times, 3 whole times. The cars were almost in London, and they went back 3 times in a row. I almost missed the train. All 3 looked at the twins amusedly. Fred, George, didn't you notice that you were 2 less people when you got to the platform? Alan asked with a smile. Less. We didn't pay attention. At that time, in a hurry to catch the car, who would pay attention to whether there were fewer people behind? The twins said in surprise, who is missing? So unlucky not to catch the car? Guess for yourself. Peter smiled and said deliberately. Well, it was Percy who was the first to get in the car, then us, then Ginny, then Harry. Oops, is Harry. We forgot Harry? He didn't get in the car at all. The twins screamed and jumped up. Except Harry, don't you remember anyone else? Alan looked at the twin brothers with a strange look. Is there one? Who else but Harry fell? The twins asked blankly. Merlin's beard. I really feel sorry for Ron. Cedric said with a sympathetic look. Oh yes? Forget about Ron. The twins cried out in a trance. The 3 Peters looked at the 2 of them wordlessly. How much did it take to heart before they could forget about Ron's existence? We're relieved to have Ron there. He's just good enough to be with Harry. The twins breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in their chairs. They must have stayed outside the platform, and when Mom and Dad go back, they'll be able to see them, and there must be a way to get them to Hogwarts. I suppose Mrs. Weasley, they should not have seen Ron and Harry. Peter said lightly, a smile on the corner of his mouth. Why? The twins asked puzzled. Because they're both sitting in a flying car right now, chasing our train. Peter couldn't help but smile and pointed out the window. Several people then looked out the window and saw that not far away, an old Ford car was flying in the air, and Harry and Ron were sitting in it. Merlin, they're actually driving a flying car. Alan exclaimed. Are they going to fall? It's too dangerous? Cedric looked surprised with concern. It was so cool. Why didn't we think of this? The twins were not worried, looking enviously at Harry and Ron outside the window. Peter looked at the 2 of them wordlessly. How big did these 2 people have to be before they could think of these things? Oops, Harry is going to fall. Alan exclaimed. Only to see the flying car flipping over in midair, and then Harry was thrown out of the car. Only one hand grabbed the door handle and swung in midair. Peter, save Harry. The twins shouted nervously. Peter had wanted to say that Harry would be able to go up on his own, without me. But looking at his companion's anxious pleading, he still took out his wand and aimed it at Harry in midair, and a floating spell sent him back to the car. Oh, I'm glad I have you, otherwise what if Harry fell? George said with a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter to me, Harry himself can go up. Peter said calmly. Did you foresee it? Alan asked in surprise. Well, said Peter vaguely, and have you forgotten that last semester Harry was thrown off his broomstick, but it was much more thrilling than that. Seeing Harry's speeding car disappear into sight, several of them sat back in their seats. Fred George, how many rooster gummies did you make during your vacation? Peter asked. Fred opened the suitcase, took out a paper bag and put it on the table, and then said triumphantly, we made more than 500 fudges. Enough for a long time? George randomly took out a small bag and handed it to Peter and said, of the 100 gold gallons you gave us, we only used 55 gold gallons, and there are 45 gold gallons left. We have long said that we don't need so much, and now the rest of the money is returned to you? Peter looked at the money handed over, shook his head and refused. I can't ask for the rest of the money. You spent so long making so much fudge. The rest of the money is even a manual fee. No way. That's too much, Peter. Where is there so much manual cost? The twins also refused. Besides, we are friends. Even if you are very rich, we can't charge you so much money. Well, my brother is still calculating. You go to inquire about the candies in the Honeyduke's shop. The production cost is only a fraction of the selling price. Compared with them, you are nothing. Peter insisted, remember to give me some discounts when you open a store in the future. Okay, then we'll take it first, and then tell us what you need, and we, the Weasley brothers, will serve you wholeheartedly. Giggle, the twins didn't insist any longer, and said with a grin after taking the money bag back. Speaking of Peter, you made us make so many rooster fudges, what is the use? Now that school has started, you can tell us? George asked curiously. Yes, do you expect these roosters' cries to scare off the monsters in the Chamber of Secrets? Fred said with puzzlement. Cedric, who knew the truth about the Chamber of Secrets monsters, also asked with a worried face, Peter, are you sure these rooster fudges are useful? That monster may only be afraid of the real rooster crying? Of course the rooster fudge can't hurt that thing, but at least it can scare it. Otherwise, that thing had lived for nearly 1,000 years, and even if it was a real rooster crying, it wouldn't have much effect. Peter explained. The purpose of making these fudges is mainly to protect themselves. Especially if you accidentally encounter it, you can scare it away with the sound of a rooster to avoid victimization. Hearing the two men guessing the same riddle, Alan and the twins were immediately dissatisfied, and protested, "Please both of you say what we can understand. What the hell is that monster in the Chamber of Secrets?" Since the diary had fallen into his hands, Peter had no worries and said simply, "The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is actually a basilisk that has lived for 1,000 years. Basilisk." The twins looked confused and said they hadn't heard of the creature. Basilisk. Alan was surprised, and then asked with a look of fear, "Peter, are you sure it's a real basilisk?" "It's true." Peter nodded and reminded, "Have you forgotten what the logo of our academy is? And the Salazar Slytherin logo? The logo of our academy is a snake, the symbol of Salazar Slytherin. Are you talking about the snake guys?" Alan reacted and said, "Yes, the basilisk can command all snakes, including the basilisk." Peter nodded. "Anyway, can any of you explain to our brothers what a basilisk is?" The twins asked complainingly. "Cedric, you explain to these two scum." Peter said to Cedric. "The basilisk is a giant venomous snake, a creature bred by the Dark Wizard. The vile Helbo was the first to breed a basilisk. He hatched an egg from a 7-year-old rooster that was laid when Sirius was in the air, and placed it under the body of a toad. The basilisk is a large, green-clad, dazzling snake that can reach up to 50 feet in length. The male snake has a bright red feather on its head, and its tusks are unusually venomous. But its most dangerous way to attack is to use its big yellow eyes to stare at the target. Anyone whose gaze touches its gaze will kill him. If there is enough food, the lifespan of the snake will be very long," Cedric explained. Cedric then explains, "Spiders run away at the sight of the basilisk. The basilisk is their natural enemy, and the only thing that can make the basilisk escape is the rooster's crow, because it is fatal to the snake. So the monster in the Slytherin vault is a big snake with eyes that can stare at dead people." The twins said in surprise. "Yes, and this basilisk was released more than 50 years ago, when a man died." Peter nodded. "Ever been released? Dead people?" The other partners in the carriage were suddenly not calm. "I remember my dad saying about it, as if he had caught the killer." Cedric said suddenly. "The murderer has been caught." "Who is the murderer?" the twins quickly asked. "The murderer identified by the Ministry of Magic is Hagrid." Peter replied. "Hagrid? How could it be him?" Everyone looked at Peter in disbelief. "Of course not him. You know that the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets only obeys the instructions of the Slytherin descendants. Do you think Hagrid would be a descendant of Slytherin?" Peter said. "How can that be?" Everyone shook their heads. "If Hagrid were a descendant of Slytherin, I would still be a descendant of Merlin," Alan said with a pursing his lips. "So Hagrid is framed." Fred said affirmatively. Hagrid did have an 8-eyed spider at the time, so a student personally testified against Hagrid, believing that his pet had killed the girl. The Ministry of Magic and the school then quickly identified Hagrid as the murderer, and since Hagrid was still young, he was expelled from school and his wand broken with the help of Dumbledore? Peter recounted. "What the hell? Do people in the Ministry of Magic eat dry food? Couldn't they tell the difference between the damage of the 8-eyed spider and the basilisk attack?" The twins said indignantly. Because of the delay in finding the murderer at that time, and Hagrid did have dangerous animals, plus there were people who personally testified, the Ministry of Magic was certainly happy to close the case. Peter sneered and said that he had never had a fondness for the Ministry of Magic. "And do you know who the person who testified against Hagrid is?" Peter said with a strange face. "Who?" Everyone was very curious. The person who testified against him at that time was the president of the Slytherin Student Council, and his name should be impressive to you, Tom Riddle. Peter said sarcastically. "What? It's him?" Everyone exclaimed. "So, 50 years ago, the person who controlled the basilisk to kill people was actually a mysterious person. Then he framed Hagrid as the murderer." Several of the partners in the carriage suddenly understood. Peter nodded and said, "That's right, the young mysterious man at that time planted this matter on Hagrid, and the Ministry of Magic directly identified Hagrid as the murderer in order to end the matter as soon as possible. Only Dumbledore believed Hagrid at the time, and suspected the mysterious man of the time, and there was no evidence. Because of this, the then headmaster, Armando Dipete, retired shortly after, and then Dumbledore took over as headmaster. This mysterious man is really bad. He actually killed people when he was a student. He also planted the bad things he had done to others." The twins said indignantly. "Peter, you said that the basilisk came out only because it was controlled by people. Does that mean that the mysterious man will come back this semester?" Cedric asked worriedly. Could it be that his goal failed last semester, and this time he was angry, so he wanted to control the basilisk to take revenge in the school? Fred said speculatively. "No, that guy should be hiding somewhere now, ready for a comeback." Peter shook his head and said. Then he took the diary out of his bag, pointed at it, and said, "This is the diary that has been doing something strange this semester." As soon as the people saw the diary, they immediately felt as if they had seen a virus, and they were far away from it in an instant, and did not dare to come closer. "Peter, you mean that this mysterious man's diary is capable of controlling the basilisk?" Alan asked in surprise, and then moved further away from it. "You don't have to be so afraid of the diary, as long as you are vigilant about it, it is not too dangerous." Peter saw that the crowd was so frightened, and smiled, and reassured. "That's not dangerous to you, we're not necessarily. We are still self-aware of our own strength." Alan said with a pursing his lips. That is, this thing can control the Basilisk, which means that it is thoughtful. My dad said, for something with a mind, unless you can find out where its brain is, don't touch it easily. The twins watched warily, with a diary on their desk. Peter, although your strength is great, to tell the truth, I still recommend that you hand over this dangerous thing to Dumbledore as soon as possible to deal with, and be careful. Cedric said with a worried face. Rest assured, I just want to find an answer from it that I want, and I'll give it to Dumbledore immediately. Peter assured. You should put it away now, I am always terrified when I see it. Alan said urgently. Did you see Harry and Ron? I searched around and couldn't find them. The carriage door was opened and Hermione walked in, asking with a worried look. See you. The twins grinned and preemptively replied. Really? So where are they? Hermione's eyes lit up and she asked quickly. They're on a flying car to Hogwarts now. Maybe we arrived earlier than we did? The twins replied in unison. Don't make a fuss, Fred George. I've checked many carriages and asked a lot of people, and they all said they hadn't seen Harry and Ron. Hermione thought they were joking and explained anxiously. We're not kidding. Ron and Harry were just outside the train and performed a thrilling, 360-degree rotation of the flying car. The twins grinned and assured. Hermione looked at the two with a suspicious look on her face, then looked at Peter, who was the leader, and asked, Peter, do you know Harry where they went? Did they not catch the train? They didn't catch the train, and then they got into Mr. Weasley's flying car, and they kept following the Hogwarts Express, and now they're one step ahead of us and should be getting to Hogwarts soon. Peter explained with a smile. What? Flying cars? Hermione exclaimed, then frowned, and said in an even more anxious tone, this is too dangerous. Aren't they afraid of falling from the sky halfway down? Why can't you just stay there and wait for help from others? Don't worry, Hermione, they'll get to Hogwarts safely. Peter gently soothed the impatient little witch. Rest assured, Hermione, Peter is our #1 prophet. What he said was correct, and Ron and Harry were sure to be fine. The twins grinned and said, that's a cool way to get to school. Why haven't we had such an opportunity? Tomorrow Ron will receive a letter from Mrs. Weasley, and Mr. Weasley will be suspended from the Ministry of Magic for investigation. Do you still think it's cool? Peter said coolly. Suspension investigation? What the hell is going on here? Peter, tell us about it. The twins also nervously asked, knowing that the source of their family's livelihood depended on Arthur Weasley's work in the Ministry of Magic. Although Bill and Charlie are now working, they are both in a foreign country and can't take care of much of the family. Suddenly an owl flew in from outside the window, threw a roll of newspaper at his feet into Peter's arms and flew away. Peter picked up the newspaper, opened it, pointed to the headlines, showed it to the twins, and said, you can see why if you look at the news in the newspaper. The twins quickly picked up the newspaper and read it, and Hermione rushed over to the side, only to see the headline of the newspaper read, Ford cars can fly, Muggles are surprised. Hermione read aloud, 2 Muggles in London were sure they had seen an old sedan flying over the post office building. At noon in Norfolk, when Mrs. Barris dried her clothes, Mr. Angus Follett of Ebos reports to the police. 6 or 7 Muggles saw a flying car. The Ministry of Magic launched an urgent investigation into this and learned that the car belonged to Arthur Weasley, who worked at the Office for the Prohibition of Muggle Misuse, but Mr. Weasley refused to disclose the situation to reporters. Oh my god, they've been seen by so many Muggles, the Ministry of Magic is already investigating, and they're sure to get Mr. Weasley in trouble. Hermione exclaimed worriedly. The twins looked worried, completely devoid of the cheerful they had been before. You don't have to worry about Arthur, he won't be fired from the Ministry of Magic, at most he'll lose a sum of money. Peter comforted. Hearing Peter's words, the two were slightly relieved. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express finally reached the Hogsmeade platform. Guided by Hagrid's loud voice, the freshmen staggered along another trail like a flock of ducklings. Peter and the others got into a carriage and hurried to Hogwarts Castle. When they reached the school gate, a cry of surprise attracted the attention of many people, only to see a flying car swaying in the air, and then the front of the car tilted down and began to fall, faster and faster, crashing straight into the castle wall. Tracking the car dangerously turned in a circular arc, rubbed across the city wall, and in the midst of the students' exclamations, crossed the grass and crashed straight into a large willow tree. Merlin, they hit people Willow. Hermione, who had followed Peter and his party, screamed with concern. As soon as the words fell, the willow that hit the person moved instantly. Furious arches up the trunk, and the branches of the tree are pounded like pythons on the car. One of the thickest branches, as thick as a siege mallet, seemed to be hammering a pancake, frantically hammering the roof of the car, collapsing the roof. Merlin's stinky socks? My dad would have killed Ron, and he actually made Dad's favorite car like this? The twins said with a look of surprise on their faces. You should be worried about Ron and Harry. They're in the car right now? Hermione glared at the twins and said disapprovingly at the two unreliable men. Don't worry, you see the professors have passed, they will be fine. Peter smiled and said, but it seems to be Professor Snape. Then now we really should worry. Professor Snape is more dangerous than that punching Willow? The twins grinned. Hermione didn't look at the two of them angrily, both of them were in this situation, and they were in a funny mood. Peter looked at the twin brothers funny. These two guys, the most reliable in an emergency, but usually the most unreliable people? When the group arrived at the auditorium, they returned to their own academy's long table, and many people were talking about Harry and Ron's flying car adventure. Phew, Potter, who loves to be in the limelight, always likes to make trouble. Draco, who was sitting not far from Peter, said disapprovingly. Peter smiled and shook his head. Draco and Harry were natural rivals and didn't look at each other well. Soon it was time for the freshmen to sort out, and this time the Slytherins were divided into 11 students. There were only 3 freshmen in the sorts, and Peter had an impression of their names. One of them, of course, was Ginny, who deservedly entered Gryffindor House. There was also Astoria Greengrass, who entered Slytherin House, a pale little girl with curly blonde hair who would marry Draco in the future. Finally, there was Luna Lovegood, who had been assigned to Ravenclaw College, and the last time Peter had seen her was when he was withdrawing money from Gringotts. At this time, Luna, with her eyes ethereal and looking trance-like, also had a pair of carrot-shaped earrings on her ears and a necklace made of butter and beer corks. This kind of dressing, which made Ravenclaw welcome his students' applause, was tinged with hesitation. However, Luna did not perceive this atmosphere, and happily found a place to sit down. When Peter saw this, he couldn't help but laugh a little. At the time of the dinner, neither Harry nor Ron showed up. After eating and singing the school song, the students began to leave one by one. Peter and Alan chatted as they returned to the cellar, and as for the first-year students, they were put in charge of the prefect. It wasn't until all the students were present that Professor Snape arrived. Professor Snape remained expressionless, and after preaching a few precautions, he immediately conjured up a wide high platform. Now that the chief challenge has begun, those who want to compete for the chief position, come to the stage. Snape said expressionlessly. The first-year students were still rookies pecking at each other, and they shot a few spells at each other in a confused way, and finally let Astoria Greengrass win and become the rare female chief. The second grade improved slightly, especially Draco Malfoy, although he was a drag brother, but his strength was a little higher than his classmates, plus there were 2 loyal followers, 3 or 2 beats the competitors, and continued to be elected as the chief. Except for the change of the chief of the 6th grade, the chief of the other grades has basically not changed. As for Peter's 4th grade, he still didn't participate, so the head of the grade was still Alan. Now the competition is the head of the academy, and anyone who wants to fight for it can come up and challenge. Snape looked at Peter and then announced to the crowd. In the sight of everyone, Peter slowly walked up to the stage, then looked at the people under the stage and asked faintly, "Is there anyone to challenge me?" Peter had thought that no one would challenge him. After all, the senior students basically knew his strength. But unexpectedly, as soon as his voice dropped, a 7th grader came up, stood opposite Peter, and said to him, "I want to challenge you. But you can't summon your phoenix?" Peter looked at the man across from him, amused. He seemed to be named Roar, so he smiled and nodded, and promised, "Okay, I won't let my phoenix help me." The people in the audience immediately whispered, and they all felt that Luo was not self-sufficient, who did not know Peter's strength, but it was never dependent on the phoenix bonus. Among the 6th and 7th grade students in the audience, several students secretly looked at each other, looking at Peter's eyes with eagerness and ill will. They were all radical blood worshippers who were suppressed by Peter. Peter didn't notice the undercurrent below at this point, and he and Roll shook against each other, pointing their wands at each other, waiting for Snape's order to begin. Go. Professor Snape stood outside the stage and announced coldly, 10,000 bullets at once. Roll quickly conjured up a pile of steel needles and then read it aloud, only to see countless steel needles, flashing with sharp silver light, shooting at Peter at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Each of these steel needles is more than 20 centimeters long. If you don't guard against it, you're afraid you'll be shot as a hedgehog. However, Peter was not in a hurry, just waved his wand in front of him, and countless sharp steel needles suddenly stopped in front of Peter out of thin air. With another wave of the wand, the steel needle instantly changed direction and returned along the way to shoot at Raoul. The defenseless Roar, looking at the steel needles that were shooting at him, closed his eyes and let out a cry of horror. The students in the audience also took a deep breath, their eyes widened, and they couldn't bear to look at Luoer, who was about to be shot into a hedgehog. It was just Roll's cry, and before he could finish shouting, he stopped. It turned out that those sharp steel needles did not shoot through Luo, but stopped around him in an instant, only 2 or 3 centimeters away from his skin. Luo looked at the countless steel needles around him, swallowed his saliva, did not dare to move, and then quickly shouted, "I concede defeat. I concede." Snape looked at the scene in front of him, silently withdrew his wand, quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and then announced, "Winner, Peter York." Just after the announcement, the steel needles around Luo instantly ignited sparks and disappeared out of thin air. The people in the audience immediately cheered and clapped, and looked at Peter with admiration. They noticed that throughout the game, Peter hadn't uttered a single spell, using silent magic in his movements. Roll is such a piece of crap. Let him procrastinate a little longer. A gloomy 7th grade boy in the crowd, with a sudden mouthful of phlegm, said hatefully, "Don't worry, just slowly consume it. I don't believe he can hold on to so many games without rest." Another boy said calmly. After the students had finished cheering, Snape stepped up to the stage, looked at the crowd and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" Peter had thought that after the game just now, no one would challenge it again. Unexpectedly, as soon as Snape finished speaking, a 6th grader in the audience stepped on stage and said, "I'm going to challenge Peter York too." Snape raised an eyebrow, and he looked deeply into the 6th grader in front of him and asked, Birdseed, are you sure you want to challenge Peter York? Yes, Dean. The 6th grade boy said affirmatively. Okay, let's move on. Snape didn't say much more, stepped aside, and held his hands and watched with interest. Peter looked at the 6th grader named Bird, his brow furrowed, and he was a radical pure-blood supporter who challenged him? Peter curiously turned on mind reading. He wanted to see what these people were thinking. Do you know you can't beat yourself and still have to go to power? When he eliminated the noisy thoughts of the students around him, his eyes looked straight at Berthid on the other side. Bird looked into Peter's eyes, which saw through people's hearts, and always felt as if he had been seen through, and he was uncomfortable. Hey, want to win me in a war of attrition? Which of you came up with the idea? Peter asked with a smirk at Bertrand. It turned out that since Peter became the head of the academy, these radical pure-blood supporters were very dissatisfied and had always wanted to challenge Peter. It's just that because of Peter's strength, there has been no good way. It wasn't until these radical pure-blood wizards, after getting together over the holidays, came up with a solution that wasn't the way to do it. That is, they joined forces to challenge Peter in turn in the chief challenge, causing Peter to fall into a wheel war, and finally ran out of magic and lost the position of the chief of the academy. Because in the college challenge, especially the college chief, it is impossible to refuse the conditions of others, otherwise it is to concede defeat. In fact, this rule hides the evil intentions of pure-blood wizards. Because many half-blood wizards are equally talented, there will be cases where they defeat all the students and become the head of the academy. But in order to ensure that the chief of the academy is a pure-blood wizard, so when the chief of the academy is not a pure-blood, they will tacitly unite and challenge it in turn until they finally fall into failure. However, this trick they wanted to use on Peter, afraid that it was used wrong. When voters heard Peter debunk their intentions, he was shocked at first, and then said triumphantly, even if you know, what can you do? I know I can't beat you, but I can drain you a wave of mana first. Anyway, there is a steady stream of challengers behind. Until you finally concede defeat or run out of mana, the position of the head of the academy has never been something that you can contaminate with mud. Looking at Bird's arrogant expression, Peter smiled calmly and said, then I would like to see how you have exhausted my magic. The race is on. Snape's voice came. Birds hurriedly cast several armor spells on himself in succession, with an expression waiting for you to attack. Peter went straight to a smashing spell, but only one iron armor spell, and Birds immediately added another iron armor spell, which looked like he was going to wrap himself in a turtle shell. Peter smiled angrily, gestured, grabbed his wand in both hands, and thrust it fiercely into the ground. Suddenly, the whole platform, as if it had turned into an ocean, centered on Peter. The ground surged with a wave, and threw Birds out fiercely, and his iron armor spell suddenly had no effect. With a wave of Peter's wand, Birds, who was thrown in midair, suddenly looked like a stone statue, remaining motionless and falling back to the ground. Professor, it's time to announce the results. Peter turned to Snape and said. Snape glanced at Peter and announced to the crowd below, winner, Peter York. He then lifted the petrification spell on Birds and swept him straight off the stage with his wand. Who else is going to challenge Peter York? Snape asked again, and turned to Peter and said, you have 10 minutes to rest. Professor, the chief challenge does not stipulate that the challenged person can rest. A 7th grader below raised his hand in disapproval. Their purpose was to rely on the wheel war and consume Peter's life, but they didn't want to give him a chance to breathe. Snape looked coldly at the opposing student and said, I'm Dean, and I said yes. Mr. Foley, do you have an opinion? Of course not, Professor, Foley said, shaking his head. Then he sneered and said to the pure-blood wizards around him, even if you rest for 10 minutes, you can't change the ending. You'll get up there and drain his magic in a little while. When the time comes, whoever is the chief will be stronger than the mud seed. Yes, that's it. If he continues to be there, we Slytherins will all be polluted by this mud species. The other boy said angrily. Then, one by one, these people boarded the competition stage, trying to exhaust Peter's magic. The unsuspecting students in the audience also gradually sensed that something was wrong at this time, and then whispered to each other, and then looked at Peter with a complicated look on their faces. Especially the mixed-race people who make up a lot of Slytherins, their status has changed greatly after Peter is in charge, and they are very hopeful that Peter will win. But this kind of wheel tactics against non-pure bloods has never been heard of being able to win. After all, no one's magic is endless. So I was very worried about Peter, and I had hoped that Peter would be able to defeat these shameless people. As for the likes of Draco, there is the ambivalence of wanting Peter to win and not wanting him to win. However, Peter didn't care what the people below thought at this time. He was a little bored now, especially these challengers, who all had the idea of consuming his magic, so they were grinding and grinding, very boring. As for their desire to consume their own mana, Peter could only indicate that they were doing useless work. Because of his current magic, it is recovering rapidly almost every moment. Unless they got a philosopher's stone from somewhere to suck all of his mana out, even if they hit tomorrow, they wouldn't have spent much mana. Peter didn't have so much time to play with them, and directly challenged his 7th graders at this time, slapping them directly and then handing over his wand. Then he looked at the radicals in the audience and said with contempt, I don't have so much time to spend with you here, and all those who want to challenge me come up. I'm alone to pick you up. Peter York, don't go too far. We have a lot of people, and when you lose, don't be in debt. Foley said excitedly, his eyes flashing with joy. Well, Foley, don't talk nonsense, isn't that what you organized? And hurry up and lead your group of fox friends up. If you don't win against me today, your life will be difficult in the future. Peter glanced at him and said lazily. Foley's eyes flashed with irritation, and he asked Snape, who was standing nearby, Dean, Peter York wants to challenge all of us, I don't know if you agree. Snape looked at Foley and the people around him, frowned, and then turned his head to look at Peter on the stage. Asked, Peter, are you really going to challenge all of them? If you feel tired today, you can continue to play tomorrow night. There is no requirement to decide the outcome tonight. Don't use the professor. If I can't even win this group of turkey-tailed dogs, then I don't want to be the chief. Peter looked at the men with contempt and said. Snape looked at Peter, finally nodded, and then announced to the crowd, due to Peter York's request, this time the Academy Chief battle, everyone can come forward and challenge Peter York together. The ultimate winner will be this year's Academy Chief. As the words fell, radical pure-blood supporters, led by Foley, all took to the stage, and there were 13 of them, all 6th and 7th graders, accounting for almost a third of the students in both grades. Peter looked at the group of people opposite. There were men and women, and several of them were people who were doing things silently, and he did not expect to walk among these people. 1 to 13, the ones on both sides pointing at each other, and the atmosphere is about to erupt. Race, start. Snape gave an order. Crushed to pieces. All petrified. Fainted. 13 senior students, in an instant, concentrated on the fierce attack on Peter. They also continued to cooperate, attacking one after another, so that the opponent could not find the opportunity to counterattack. Although Peter had just despised them in his attitude, he did not dare to underestimate these people. After all, these people were all 17 or 18-year-old wizards, and they were all children of pure blood families. They had already been exposed to black magic, and their combat effectiveness was not weaker than that of adult wizards. Peter waved his wand intently, constantly picking up the spell that flew at him, and leaned towards the other side step by step. Then seizing the opportunity, a casual one flew a spell that attacked him into the opposite crowd. With a scream, one of the challengers was thrown out by a boy, crashed into the wall, and then fell heavily, motionless. This caused a commotion among the challengers and panicked. Calm down, he's just one person, and there are 13 of us here. Foley said loudly with encouragement. There are only 12 left now. A boy next to him, no, reminded. Traverse, you shut up, you don't need to be reminded. Foley said sheepishly. Foley's words still worked, and the 12 men's attacks stabilized again, desperately firing at Peter. Except for being a little rusty at first, Peter became more and more adept at dealing with these people's attacks. Instead of erecting an ironclad spell on himself, he took the means of attack, steadily approaching these people and constantly picking up the spells that flew in. The closer Peter got to them, the more anxious they became. After flying hundreds of spells, Peter became more and more skilled, and the fused genetic bloodline gave him extraordinary sensitivity, and he began to try to adjust the direction of the spell that attacked him. As Peter expected, this time Peter easily bounced the spell back to a girl on the other side. With a scream, the girl seemed to be hit by a sandbag, flew straight up, and then landed far under the stage and passed out. From this moment on, Peter's attack was fierce, and the spell he provoked to fly became more and more accurate, accompanied by a scream, and the challengers were like dumplings. One by one, they were knocked out. The good luck will fall on the soft things like the sofa, and the bad luck will directly hit the wall and then fall down. Others fell directly among the onlookers, who reacted quickly and avoided them in time before falling. Therefore, these unlucky people, without encountering the meat pad, fell down heavily, and originally did not faint by the spell, and at this time they also fainted. But in a moment, only 3 of the original dozen people stood opposite Peter, including Foley. The other 2 were lucky not to be hit by the bouncing spell, while Foley was deliberately left by Peter. After all, as an organizer, he had to take good care of Foley to be worthy of him, and it took so much effort to bring himself down. The 3 men on the stage watched in panic as Peter walked over. They didn't expect that after integrating more than a dozen people, they couldn't win Peter and lose so badly. Peter smiled at them and then switched attacks. After all, he had just attached the iron armor spell to the wand, and one by one he had picked up the spells, and had not fired an attack spell. Only to see his wand swing in a spiral, rebounding to attack his spell at the same time, another fierce blow to repel the spell, shooting to the opposite side, successfully hitting both people left and right of Foley at the same time. With 2 screams, the 2 fell out heavily. One of the people who was hit by the knockback spell hit the ceiling directly and fell down. Everyone around them is worried about whether this guy's neck has been broken. Now, Foley, it seems like we're left. Peter smiled at him and said. Foley looked at Peter on the other side. His eyes could not hide the panic and fear, and sweat was already flowing from his forehead. The wand pointed at Peter trembled majestically, and for a moment it did not even cast a spell. You don't attack me anymore. Peter seemed to have waited for a long time. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and then he said impatiently, if that's the case, then change me. I just blocked your spell for a long time, and my hands are a little sore. Foley looked into Peter's eyes, suddenly feeling bad, and wanted to admit defeat. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Peter's hand waved, and his throat seemed to be stuck, and his face was red and he couldn't make a sound. Then, with a smile, Peter waved his wand directly, and Foley felt that he had been hit in the stomach by an iron fist. Suddenly, he felt a pain he had never felt before, and his stomach rolled upside down, trying to spit it out, but his mouth was tightly glued together. Finally, vomit came out of his nostrils, causing Foley to run out of water. Foley wanted to throw his wand out of his hand and raised his hand in surrender. But Peter on the other side seemed to see through his mind, and directly a silent spell firmly stuck the wand to his hand. His hands involuntarily held up his wand, looking like he was fighting against it. It seems that you want to continue to challenge me. Truly worthy of being the heir of the Foley family, the indomitable spirit deserves praise, Peter said with an appreciative expression. Then, in Foley's tearless, pleading eyes, he said slowly, in that case, then I will continue to play with you, and if you are seriously injured, I will send you to Madame Pomfrey, don't worry. Then, in Foley's desperate eyes, as soon as Peter's wand was waved, Free immediately felt countless needles stuck in his body, and he was so painful that he wanted to shout, but his mouth could not make a sound. He looked at Peter, who was still smiling across from him, and felt like he had seen a demon. His whole body seemed to be controlled by the other party. This reminded him of the effects of the Soul Reaper charm. However, unlike the soul-snatching spell that felt like being in a cloud, he was now real and felt endless pain. All right, Peter York. Foley has already lost. Snape, who was beside him, noticed the look in Foley's eyes and hurriedly waved his wand, and the spell that Peter had inflicted on Foley was interrupted in an instant. As soon as Foley was untied, he collapsed to the ground for the rest of his life, and then he cried, and the 18-year-old sat directly on the ground without scruples, crying with tears. Professor, Foley himself has not conceded defeat, you make a decision for him, Peter said with a look of regret. Snape looked deeply at Peter and said disapprovingly, he's a student after all, and you can't punish him like this. Besides, you are still the head of the academy, don't forget your duties. Professor, I don't agree with that. Foley, when they want to challenge me, I'm not the chief. And he's just my opponent? If he is upright and wants to challenge me, I am very welcome. But if you want to use such disgusting means to maintain their so-called pure blood superiority, then don't blame me for being cruel, Peter said and looked sternly at Foley on the ground. Foley, who was sobbing, saw Peter's eyes, his body trembled, and then quickly shouted, I concede, I concede. Snort, Peter sneered, too lazy to look at him again, turning his head and smiling at Snape and saying, Dean, you can announce it. Snape looked at Peter, then at Foley, who was frightened, and at the people lying around him, and suddenly had a headache. Winner, Peter York. Snape announced, then asked, who else is going to challenge Peter York? The students below looked at each other and shook their heads quickly, who dares to go? This is a fierce man who singled out 13 senior students, and they don't want to die. Well, this year's academy chief, it's still Peter York. The chief of all grades in this school year is responsible for him, Snape announced. The lower grade students who were watching looked at Peter with adoration in their eyes, and even Draco, who was dragging his brother, looked at Peter with excitement, as if he had seen an idol. As for the senior students, although they knew that Peter was strong, there was no specific comparison. But the 13 people who are on the stage today, basically the top of the grade, are still beaten by Peter. This shocked them and looked at him with complicated eyes. You must know that he is only in the 4th grade now, and compared with him, these people who claim to be the proud sons of heaven are suddenly dwarfed. Well, the chief scramble is over, let's all go back to our respective dormitories, Snape shouted. Then he looked at the idle Peter in disgust, dragged him over, pointed to the people lying on the ground wailing and groaning, and said, now these people are handed over to you. Hurry up and send them to the infirmary for treatment, don't delay the lessons later. Ah, how am I? Peter said helplessly, Professor, do you see that I have been fighting for so long, or I am still surrounded and beaten by so many people, and I am very tired, otherwise how about you find the prefect to be responsible? Beating you up? I'm afraid I won't be beaten up by you? The corners of Snape's mouth twitched, and he had seen this guy's cheeky face. These people were all injured by you, you sent them to treatment yourself, I don't want these idiots to catch their first class. And don't forget that you're the chief, this is your responsibility. Ah, I miss the graduated Anthony Clyde, and I don't have to worry about so many things with him. Peter looked at the dozen wounded on the ground and sighed. Then his eyes lit up and he said to Snape, Professor, my deputy chief, should be able to continue to use it, right? I think William Orff in the 7th grade is a good candidate. Professor, I want to promote him to be my deputy chief, for me to manage the school's affairs. What do you think? Snape looked at Peter with a strange look in his eyes, and then said helplessly, do as long as nothing happens, I'm too lazy to take care of you. Thank you, Professor, Peter said with a grin. Then turning his head and shouting loudly to the 7th grade chief, William Orff shouted, Orff, with Dean Snape's consent, I have officially appointed you as the deputy chief of the academy, and the affairs of the academy will be handed over to you later. William Orff, who was waiting for the meeting, suddenly looked surprised and said gratefully, Chief, you can rest assured, I will help you take care of it. Professor, you see, isn't that solved? Peter turned his head and said triumphantly. Snape was speechless, leaving a message of solve this. He turned and left the common room. Peter then looked at the wounded on the ground, smiled, and said gently, don't worry, as the chief, I will send you to the school infirmary. You're all guaranteed to catch the first class tomorrow. No, no, we can go by ourselves. All the wounded looked at Peter in horror, not wanting to be sent by him at all. Don't hold on, I see some people's ribs are broken, this is not a small injury, now lie down. With a wave of Peter's wand, he directly fixed the 13 people with a petrification spell, and then in their frightened eyes, he used the floating spell to float them all. After thinking about it, he conjured up a long rope and tied everyone's feet, and then he was satisfied with pulling one end of the rope and walking toward the lounge door. Looking at such a strange scene, the students in the lounge looked at each other, and then looked sympathetically at the wounded, which was the end of offending the chief. The chiefs of each grade had to meet, so they didn't leave. Will Chief York be in the middle of the road and inflict some more injuries on these guys? The 3rd grade chief asked unconsciously. Of course not, you don't know the chief's temper, he wants to teach these people a lesson, he won't sneak around. The 5th grade chief said affirmatively, and then said happily, it's just that they're afraid they'll be back tomorrow and the whole school will be famous. There is no curfew yet, and there are still many people in the corridors? Seriously, I don't know what these people think, but they actually came up with such a way to deal with the chief. I thought they had a good chance, and they all felt sorry for the chief. As a result, 13 people were quickly picked up by the chief in the blink of an eye. The chief is really powerful? The 6th grade chief sighed and then looked happy. Fortunately, I didn't agree to Foley's invitation, otherwise I would definitely be one of these people lying down. It's time to die of shame. The chief is the best. Did you see what he looked like on stage? Good fellow, in the face of 13 people attacking, the chief directly pressed them to fight. Just the flying spell quickly solved them? 2nd grade Chief Draco said excitedly, and then with a longing expression, if only I had such an ability. When the time comes, you will definitely be able to beat the broken ass to the urine stream. The other chiefs couldn't help but laugh when they heard it, and the whole school knew that Draco and Harry Potter didn't deal with it. Draco, I see that you don't leave Potter. Are you afraid that it is not because Potter rejects you, so you hate because of love? 4th grade Chief Alan, teasing him amusedly. Draco's face instantly turned red, a look that wanted to be angry but did not dare to be angry. Well, since the chief asked me to manage the academy for him, let's start the meeting now. 7th grade Chief William Orff said with a smile. Turning his gaze to Peter's side, he dragged 13 people slowly and leisurely toward the school infirmary, attracting the attention of many people along the way. Especially the situation where a rope is tied to so many people. It is really too strange. Many students watching the hilarity, stretching their necks to watch what is going on. The 13 petrified people, who wanted to cry without tears at this time, were watched by everyone, and they did not want to see anyone for a while to come. Well, Peter, what's going on with these people? The twins, who couldn't stay idle as soon as they returned to school, walked over, looked at it, and asked curiously. Oh, they were only injured in tonight's chief scramble, so Professor Snape asked me to take them to the infirmary for treatment. Peter replied calmly. Chief scramble? It looks like tonight's scramble is a bit fierce, and so many people have been injured. The twins were surprised and then asked, do you need our help? No, you can keep playing, I'll be alone. Peter shook his head in rejection of their kindness. Then he pulled the rope in his hand, signaled that they had this, and then dragged a long line of people away. The twins looked at the long list of people behind Peter, and in the corner, because of inertia, they directly hit the wall and then wiped the wall away. If I hadn't been petrified, I'm afraid I would have screamed bitterly. The twins looked at this scene in amazement. Fred, have these people offended Peter? George said curiously. Definitely, or Peter wouldn't have done that. Fred said affirmatively, and then suddenly said, isn't Peter the chief of their academy? He just said that these people were injured in the chief scramble? This means that these wounded people were all caused by Peter, and now Peter is still sending them. Fred was astonished. I really feel sympathy for them, and I have the courage to dare to challenge Peter when I meet him. The twins smiled and drew a cross on their chest and said in unison. When they came to the school infirmary, the doors of the infirmary were closed, and Peter had to knock on the door, hoping that Madame Pomfrey had not yet slept, or the men would have to stay for one night. After knocking for a while, when Peter thought there was no one in the school infirmary, the door opened and out came Madame Pomfrey in her pajamas. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Peter and a dozen people floating in midair behind him, and exclaimed, Merlin, what the hell is going on? Lady Pomfrey, don't worry, they just had some skin injuries, and tonight we have a chief scramble at our academy, and there was a little accident, so they can only be sent to you for treatment. Peter explained gently. When Madame Fat Frey heard this, she calmed down and said quickly, then bring them in, and I will go get the potion. Peter nodded, and without turning his head back, he walked straight in, ignoring the wounded behind him, and slammed into the door frame one by one. Hiss, be careful. They are all wounded. Mrs. Pomfrey felt pain for these people and quickly reminded them. Oh, sorry, didn't pay attention. Peter said insincerely. Really, I said long ago that the barbaric system of chief scramble should be abolished, and on the first day of returning to school today, so many people were injured. Mrs. Pomfrey was tinkering with the medicine bottle in the cabinet next to her, complaining. Madam, there don't seem to be enough beds in the infirmary. Peter looked at the 7 beds and said, Peter, help me make some more beds, and listen to Minerva say that your transfiguration is very good. Madame Pomfrey said without turning her head. Well, Madame Pomfrey's words still have to be listened to. Peter could only swing his wand and turn some chairs into hospital beds from local sources. Put them on the bed, Madame Pomfrey said to Peter, looking at the men tied up with ropes, the corners of her mouth twitching, and not angry, and lifting their petrification spell. Peter scratched his head and explained shyly, I just petrified them to avoid them from being chaotic and seriously injured. Looking at the wounded with their grey heads and swollen noses, Madame Pomfrey looked at the boy in front of her with a suspicious face. Peter, as if unaware of Madame Pomfrey's gaze, sent all the wounded to their hospital beds and lifted the petrification spell. In the quiet infirmary, there was a sudden burst of wailing and moaning, very noisy. Madame Pomfrey regretted letting Peter lift the petrification spell, and shouted impatiently, Quiet, if you argue again, just lie down for me for one night, and treat me tomorrow. All the wounded suddenly fell silent, and could only make a faint groan, and lay on the hospital bed without tears. It's really worthy of the invisible queen of Hogwarts, Peter said with a sigh. Really, the chief system should be abolished, so many people have been injured. Is it necessary to wait until there are human lives in the future to stop? Madame Pomfrey poured the potion into the mouth of the wounded one by one, and complained that the next day, word spread in the school that Peter York had taken a dozen seriously injured Slytherin students to the infirmary overnight. Plus some Slytherin students, who offered to confide in friends from other houses about last night. Everyone knew that it was Peter York himself who had done the upperclassmen. Once again, Peter York enjoyed the treatment of onlookers. Dude, on the first day of school, you made such a big news, it is really worthy of Peter York. The twins grinned as they walked over to the Slytherin table and sat down directly next to Peter, pushing Alan aside, who was eating. Slytherin students had become accustomed to these two guys, and the twins were popular among all the houses, and some Slytherin students would buy them prank products or commission them to buy Hogsmeade products because they had many secret access to the outside world. Ignoring Alan's glare, the two men picked up 2 loaves of bread from his plate and ate them as they said, I heard they wanted to defeat you by wheel war, and you defeated them all. 13 people, Peter, to be honest, how are you doing now? Can you beat Snape that guy? If you can, teach him a good lesson for us. He had so much homework during the holidays that we had a long rush last night to finally finish it. My hand still hurts. The twins said angrily. Very well, today I will focus on your homework, Mr. Weasley. Snape's voice came from behind. The twins turned their heads in fright and saw Snape standing behind them with a sneer. Snape looked at them and smiled sinisterly, if you don't do your homework well, or if you copy someone else's, you can do it 10 times. Then he snorted coldly and said, I remember that this is the Slytherin long table, do you want to transfer to our academy? The twins did not dare to say anything at once, and with a weeping face, they quickly ran back to the Gryffindor table. Snape snorted coldly, then strode straight away. The surrounding Slytherins couldn't help but be amused. These two guys couldn't even control Professor McGonagall, but they were crushed to death by Snape. And often unlucky, when saying bad things about Snape, he happened to be caught by Professor Snape, typical of eating and not remembering. Deservedly, Alan recollected the two guys for snatching food just now, and for the schadenfreude of what had happened to the two guys. But soon, the eyes of the crowd were drawn to the sky full of owls. Unfortunately, I don't understand, when the owl delivers a letter, can't he choose when he doesn't eat? Alan looked at an owl fluff floating down his milk, gave up his intention to continue eating, and complained. Suddenly, a grey owl fell straight down from midair and fell directly into the milk jar in front of Ron, drenching Ron and the others with milk. Shouldn't this owl be dead? Alan, who saw this scene, said in surprise. Then, after Ron let out a wail, the red envelope from the owl in front of him unfolded directly, turned into a large mouth, and yelled at him, Ronald Weasley. Poof, George, their brother got a roaring letter. Alan couldn't help but laugh. From the envelope came Mrs. Weasley's angry voice, which seemed to have been cast by a loud curse, and filled the hall directly, even shaking off the dust from the ceiling. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they kicked you out of school. If I catch you, you'll have a good look. I don't think you've ever thought about how worried Mom and Dad would be when they found out the car was missing. Mrs. Weasley's loud voice directly shook the plates and spoons on the table up and down, and the sound of the stone wall bouncing back was also deafening. Looking at a frightened Ron, Peter plucked out his ears and complained to Alan next to him, Mrs. Weasley's voice is usually impressive. I didn't expect that the effect of the roar letter was dozens of times stronger than usual. It was almost like an explosion spell exploded at close range. Haha, Mrs. Weasley is so mighty. You see Ron is scared silly. It's really pitiful. Alan rubbed his ears and said happily. The envelope continued. I received a letter from Dumbledore last night, and I thought your father would die in shame. We never taught you to do this. You and Harry should have crashed to death. Peter noticed Harry covering his ears, pretending not to hear the voice, and hiding his head in his hand with a look of shame. It's a shame for the family. Your dad is suspended from the unit to investigate. It's all your fault. If you dare to take another wrong step, we will take you home immediately. Mrs. Weasley's envelope was finally finished, and it spat a tongue at Ron, then tore itself to pieces and finally turned to ashes. After a moment of silence, laughter erupted in the hall, especially Draco and George Fred, who laughed the loudest. Ron ran out of the hall with Harry in disguise, and Hermione ran out after him. After eating, Peter's first class was a herbology and arithmetic divination class, and in line with the principle of proximity, Peter first went to the arithmetic divination class. After finishing his arithmetic divination class, Peter walked out of the classroom to a no-man's corner, then pulled out the time turner, then moved the time back 2 hours, and the time around him went back to before the first breakfast lesson. Peter tucked the time turner back into his clothes and strode toward the glass chamber of herbalism. The time turner was returned to Peter by Snape last night, and during the summer vacation, the time turner was taken back. You can only wait for the results of the previous semester before applying to the Ministry of Magic to continue using this semester. However, this did not have any difficulties for Peter. His 12 grades in the last semester were all excellent, and Peter was still somewhat famous, so the Ministry of Magic did not have the embarrassment to approve the use of the time converter this semester. Coming to the glass conservatory, Professor Sprout of Herbalist Medicine saw Peter. His eyes lit up, and then he shouted, "Child, just when you came, come and do me a favor. We went to bandage the willow. Last night Potter and their car knocked the willow off a lot of branches. If you don't bandage it, the wound may be infected." "Professor, isn't hitting a willow a plant? Why do you say that it is like an animal and still has wounds infected?" Peter asked with some puzzlement. Although the human willow is a plant, it is a plant that can be moved like mandrake grass, and has some animal habits, so if they are injured, they will also get sick or even die. So we need to take care of them, Sprout explained. Speaking of Mandela grass, Peter has a deep memory. Although this grass is a plant, it can cry and run, much like the legendary ginseng doll that became a fine, and the cry is fatal, and it must wear magic earmuffs during class to operate. In the 2nd grade, for a whole semester, they were dealing with Mandela grass, from loosening the mandrake grass at the beginning, to putting sweaters on them later when the temperature dropped, just to avoid them from freezing to death. Taking care of the mandrake grass is like taking care of a newborn and very dangerous baby, which makes the students who are already impatient with it very disgusted. Following Professor Sprout, holding a pile of gauze and white fresh, they came to the punching willow. "Oh, poor fellow, a lot of the branches are damaged." Sprout looked at the beaten willow and said very sadly. Then, with a wave of her wand, a stone on the ground hit a knot scar on the body of the hit willow, and the hit willow did not move for an instant. Sprout turned to Peter and said kindly, "Professor Flitwick said that your spell is very good, and if you have a good time later, you will hit the knot scar with a stone every 2 minutes so that it will not move, and I can bandage the wound." "Okay, Professor." Peter nodded, and the wand slid into his hand, and with a wave of his hand, a stone on the ground hit the knot scar of the willow with precision. Professor Sprout saw this, nodded with satisfaction, and then confidently held the gauze, came to the tree, controlled the white freshness with his wand, and evenly applied it to the wound that had been broken by the blowing willow, and then wrapped it in gauze. Peter looked at the scene in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched, always feeling very strange. The plants of the magical world are always unexpected, the devil's net that can trap people, the mandrake grass that cries deadly, and the grumpy hit willow that likes to hit people. It's weird. When the bell rang in class, and most of the branches were still untied, Peter couldn't help but wonder, "Professor, isn't this lesson not going to work?" Sprout skillfully bandaged his head and said, "Don't worry, Peter, I've already asked Cedric to take their classmates to study, and it probably won't be long before I can bandage them." Peter watched for a moment, and the method of bandaging was not complicated. So he hit a stone on the knot scar again, and when he hit the willow without moving, Peter's wand waved, and the white freshness on the ground flew evenly and landed accurately on the remaining wound. Then the long gauze flew up to the tree, wrapped in circles on the wound, and even finally tied a bough for himself. After a while, the broken branches on the tree were all bandaged with gauze, and the whole tree looked very strange. "Peter, you've learned spells so well, no wonder Professor Flitwick praised you so much." Professor Sprout said in surprise, "Maybe in the future you can take Flitwick's class and become a professor of magic." "Thank you, Professor, for your praise, but this matter is not in a hurry, wait until after the 5th grade. Peter smiled softly and said, "You have a good relationship with Cedric, right? This kid is very responsible, just don't know how to reject others, and with you, you should be able to learn some shrewdness, so that you don't have to worry about him being cheated in the future," Sprout said with a smile. Peter ignored Sprout's teasing and smiled and said, "Cedric is a good friend of mine and a very reliable companion. Well, your classmates are always pure, you have to cherish, the future will be your most precious wealth," Sprout said with relief. "Well, since the beating willows are all bandaged, let's go back to class," Sprout said kindly. "Since you helped me, I will reward you with 20 points. "Thank you, Professor," Peter said happily. "No thanks, you deserve it." Sprout smiled and said, "Slytherin is very lucky to have you. You have earned a lot of credits for your house in the past few years, and the house cup has been taken away by you every year, and your credit is a lot. No, other students have also made a lot of contributions, and I have contributed very little." Peter shook his head and said modestly. As soon as the two of them walked to the door of the greenhouse, they saw that there was a commotion inside, and Sprout's face suddenly became serious, and then he walked in. "As soon as I entered, I found that many students were panicking and shouting for help, and then I saw a rattan that looked like a devil's net, and around it was frantically whipping. The rattan was covered with spikes, and if it was hit, I was afraid that it would be pierced with thorns. And one of the people was wrapped in rattan and screaming constantly. When he fixed his eyes, he found that it was Gilderoy Lockhart, who was wrapped tighter and tighter by several rattans, and his face was getting redder and redder. "Oh Merlin, How did Professor Lockhart end up here? Sprout said in surprise, and then quickly conjured up a large basin of cold water and poured it on the rattan. The thorny cane, as if it had touched something most frightening, quickly withdrew the rattan and curled up together, and Lockhart was also put down. Looking at Lockhart's body full of spikes, very embarrassed, Sprout frowned and looked at the students around him and asked, "Who can tell what the hell is going on here? I just arrived a little late and this happened? Why did Professor Lockhart appear in the greenhouse and be so tied up in the African thorn vine?" "Professor, that's right," Cedric explained as he came up, "and you didn't come just now, and I took the students on my own study, but Professor Lockhart came and wanted to show us his level of herbalism. Then he used the pod of African thorn vine as a devil's net, and as a result, one accidentally provoked the African thorn vine, and was entangled with it, and it became what it is now." Hearing that this was the case, Professor Sprout looked at Lockhart with a look of embarrassment and said, "Professor Lockhart, it seems that I am the professor of herbal medicine at Hogwarts. I don't seem to have invited you over for class. Cough cough. I just wanted to talk to you about herbalism, and when I saw that you didn't come, I was kind enough to show the students a variety of magical herbs," Lockhart said awkwardly. "Professor Lockhart, I'm going to teach the students now," Professor Sprout said with an impatient tone. Lockhart looked at Sprout's unwelcome expression, coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment, and then, with a smile that he thought was very handsome, looked at the students around him and said, "Children, since your herbalist professor is here, then I will give you safety to her, and you must have a good lesson." "Professor Lockhart, what about the thorns on your body? Doesn't it hurt?" A Hufflepuff girl, looking at his hedgehog-like spikes, asked with a worried face. Apparently an admirer of Lockhart. "Haha. Don't worry, this little thing is not a problem for me, when I was swimming with ghouls, but it was much more suffering than this," Lockhart said in a tone of indifference. Then, in the adoring eyes of the girls, they pretended to leave the greenhouse. "This Lockhart is simply unreliable." Alan walked over to Peter and complained, "You know he just came, like a peacock with an open screen, standing in the doorway, showing his big white teeth, and foolishly offering hospitality to those girls. Then, despite Cedric's obstruction, he broke into the greenhouse and used the pod of African thorn vines as a devil's net, to teach us how to use the fire spell to drive away the devil's net. As a result, he didn't even cast the flame charm, but instead released a foul-smelling black gas, and then he was tied up by the sting and tied into a hedgehog?" At the end, Alan said happily, "There are at least 1,000 spikes on his body, but I wonder how he pulled those thorns out. There will be his class in the afternoon, and it will be good to look at." After the morning class, Peter went to the library and pulled out his diary from his bag. After getting Tom Riddle's diary for so many days, Peter had no time to touch it, but today he was in a good mood, so he simply took it out and prepared to have a good chat with Tom inside. This diary is not as dangerous as other horcruxes, and if you don't choose to communicate with it, you basically can't do anything with it. However, Peter would like to get the secret of the horcrux from it, to see if he can get the soul pieces on the Ravenclaw crown without damaging the magic on the crown. He wondered what magic the legendary crown of wisdom had that would make Helena Ravenclaw, preferring to betray her mother, flee to Albania with the crown. Of course, he did not have too many expectations. After all, Voldemort was not an ordinary person, and it was basically difficult to achieve his goal by threatening and the like. Not to mention that it was a horcrux, and the torture methods of ordinary people were useless to him. Even if the threat destroyed the horcrux, it was only one less for Voldemort, and it was insignificant compared to the secret that he regarded as the most important horcrux. "Hello," Peter wrote in his diary. Immediately, the handwriting disappears, and then a sentence appears. "Hello, who are you? Why is my journal in your hands? My name is Harry Potter, what are you?" Peter smiled and wrote the sentence. The sentence quickly disappeared, and the diary did not respond for a while, as if it were stuck. When Peter thought he would not answer, a line appeared in the blank diary and read, "I am a memory from 50 years ago, and I have stored my own memory in this diary." At this time, Peter felt an invisible spiritual force pouring out of Japan, aiming directly at Peter. Peter smiled and let him explore. Tom Riddle in the diary felt that his spirit had just touched Harry Potter, as if he had crashed into a thick wall, and there was not even a chance to explore. He withdrew his spiritual power, and his heart was suddenly very shaken, and he couldn't help but sigh that he was worthy of being a figure who could defeat the main soul, and even his own soul-sucking thoughts did not work for him. Tom Riddle, whose diary had been revived since the end of last semester, was hidden in the underground vault of Malfoy Manor. Naturally, he was not willing to stay there, so he took advantage of Draco Malfoy's chance to come down, and constantly used his mental strength to seduce Draco, let him talk to himself, and suck life little by little, only to be discovered by Lucius Malfoy in the end, and stopped in time. Eventually, after consulting with Lucius, he agreed to spare Draco, only to ask Lucius to find an opportunity to send him to Hogwarts, and he wanted to meet Harry Potter, who had defeated the main soul, and find a chance to resurrect. Lucius naturally agreed. He was very afraid of this thing, how honored he had been given this thing by Voldemort, and now how much he wanted to throw it away. Lucius Malfoy was a typical opportunist, doing everything for profit, plus during this time his old rival Arthur Weasley, who came to check the black magic items at 2 ends in 3 days. Since Voldemort had asked for the diary to be delivered to the school, Lucius certainly would not have given such a dangerous thing to his son, so he set his sights on the Weasleys. With the greatest malice, he put the diary in Ginny Weasley's crucible, wanting to see the Weasleys holding the body of their young daughter, grief-stricken. Even if it doesn't work out, once the diary is discovered, it will only be traced back to Ginny, and everyone will only know that the black magic book came from the Weasley family, guaranteeing that Thursday Weasley a bitter meal. Tom Riddle learned about the decades from Draco and Lucius, and he was amazed at how he would be defeated by a baby. He was eager to see what magic the boy named Harry Potter had that would allow him to fail repeatedly. Although Draco and Lucius repeatedly belittled Harry Potter, Tom Riddle was convinced that Harry Potter must have hidden secrets. He had thought he would fall into the hands of the Weasleys' youngest child, as Malfoy had said. But unexpectedly, it eventually ended up in Harry Potter, which surprised him very much. Are you a memory of Tom Riddle? It's amazing. I thought you were an alchemical product like a sorting hat. Peter wrote in surprise. The diary appeared in handwriting. I was just a 7th grader at the time. Of course, it was impossible to make alchemical products, and I was still a student from the Muggle world, so I learned a magic and put my memory on this diary, hoping that someone would find it later. Then you are really good. I think I can show you to my classmates. My classmate Hermione is a clever witch. She should be very interested in you. With a smile in his eyes, Peter deliberately wrote in his diary. Don't tell anyone about it, okay? I don't want to be known to many people. Don't you want a secret friend who belongs to you? I can tell you a lot about 50 years ago, and I can tell you a lot of secret passages that are not known. The handwriting on the diary was somewhat scrawled, and then he said in a seductive tone. Peter looked at the handwriting in his diary and felt a little amused. As if hesitating, after a while, he wrote in his diary, then I will listen to you and will not tell anyone else about this. So we've been friends since then? Yes, we are friends. And I'm your friend alone? You can ask me anything you want in the future? Even if you can't do homework, you can come to me. You know, I once got 12 all O grades. Japan replied, repeatedly stressing its role. Then you're really good. Then my future homework will depend on you? The homework assigned by the professors was so many and difficult that I didn't even know what to do. Peter deliberately showed the surprise he should have, writing in his diary. Sure, it's no problem for me, but most of the time, I will only tutor you. You can't rely on me all, then it's not you studying, but I'm learning. You don't want to hang up at the end of the semester, do you? The diary replied, and played the role of a responsible confidant big brother. Tom Riddle in the diary, with a proud face, although he did not know what secrets Harry Potter had for the time being, but it seemed that he was really an ordinary boy, and in these small temptations, he could not resist the temptations like everyone else. It's just that he frowned again. This Harry Potter is very special. He constantly tried to infiltrate the spiritual power into Harry Potter's brain during this communication time, but it was all bounced out. He hadn't found any traces of brain occlusion, and he didn't believe that a 12-year-old boy could practice the occlusion technique that many adult wizards hadn't practiced. This made him even more curious. What is the secret of this boy? Since there was no way to break through his brain for the time being, Tom Riddle changed his target this time, and he began to secretly absorb life force, and he needed to recover his energy. Peter suddenly felt the life force in his body quietly passing, and instinctively wanted to break free of this connection, but he resisted. After all, these lost vitality, after fusing the genes of so many magical animals, seemed to be a dime. He wanted to see what this guy was trying to do. As soon as Tom Riddle absorbed the life force of Harry Potter, his whole body was immediately refreshed, and at the same time, he was shocked. He had never touched such a magnificent life force. It was as if a huge dragon with great vitality was in front of him. He was surprised and delighted, and couldn't help but increase the intensity of absorption. If he can absorb all the life force of Harry Potter, he will definitely be able to possess the entity and resurrect it again. Only suddenly, this connection was directly broken, and the absorbed vitality suddenly stopped. Tom Riddleton felt bad, and saw that in the diary. Harry Potter wrote vigilantly, I just felt the life force flowing in my body. Did you do it? Huh? It was so much to my delight that Alan White, George Weasley, Fred Weasley, and Peter York all got it right. They know that my favorite color is lilac, and they also know that my secret ambition is to eliminate evil in the world, as well as to sell my own bird snake egg liquid hair care water. Lockhart said happily, good boys, you know me so well, you must have read my full book, right? Peter and the others looked at the eerie eyes of the crowd and nodded with a fake smile. Great, all 4 of you are awarded 10 points each, Lockhart said with a smile. Then Lockhart went straight to the beginning of the class, but the content of his class was to stand on the stage and read his own novel passionately. So his current defense against the dark arts class is, read to us. Nothing practical at all? The twins, who had just received a very reward, were not happy for a few minutes before they were very speechless by this situation. Did he think of the Dark Devil Defense class as his book club? Or will the fans? Alan was also confused and immediately became angry. Well, don't be angry, I told you long ago that he is unreliable, and it will be more outrageous in the future, so don't expect it. Peter reassured. Time passed, and when it came to the weekend, Peter refused the invitation of his companions and quietly came to the door of the women's restroom alone. Then I looked around and found that no one had walked in, otherwise others would have thought they were perverted if they saw them enter the women's restroom. Fortunately, this women's toilet is abandoned, and no one usually comes over. As soon as Peter walked into the toilet, a sharp voice suddenly sounded, "This is the girls' toilet, how did you a boy come in?" When Peter turned his head, he found an illusory ghost flying out of the toilet cubicle, with large glasses and pigtails, staring at Peter. "Hello, Myrtle, I'm here to find a secret room and bother you." Peter smiled. "Peter York, I know you, a lot of girls have talked about you." Myrtle looked at Peter warily and said, "Although you are very good looking, just because you can break into the women's toilet at will. And there's no secret room here? You don't want to lie to me?" "I'm not lying to you, Myrtle, and since this place has been abandoned for a long time, no one should be coming, and I can help you find the murderer who killed you 50 years ago," Peter said quietly. "Is what you say true?" Myrtle suddenly rushed directly to Peter, her face only a few centimeters away from Peter, stared straight into Peter's eyes, and said, "Can you really catch my killer?" "Of course, I know a lot of things, including the cause of your death." Peter nodded, then took a few steps back and walked to the washstand, looking at the taps carefully. He eventually found a tap with snake-like marks. "The one you're looking for is bad, and it hasn't come out of the water." The Myrtle behind her reminded, and looked at Peter's movements with a puzzled face. "I know, but that's what I'm looking for," Peter said. Then he stared at the faucet, his mouth hissing like a snake talking. "I remember this voice. Before I died, I heard a boy make the same sound," Myrtle said suddenly. Peter took a few steps back, and the washstand emitted a white light, and then scattered and sank into the surroundings, revealing a large black hole. "I never knew there was such an entrance here." The Myrtle lady floated over and looked down with a curious face. "I'm going to go down and have a look. Myrtle, can you help me look at the wind on it?" Peter smiled at her. "Of course you can." Myrtle agreed, and then said shyly, "If you die below, I'd like to share this toilet with you." Thank you Myrtle," Peter said awkwardly. Then he jumped straight down, and after a long pipe, Peter finally landed. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.gg/bpy8hmhp. At this time, he felt that he was already on the ground, at least 100 meters away, and he really didn't know how this secret room had been built before. Peter casts a cleaning spell to remove the dust from his body, and then with a wave of his wand, a bulb-like ball of light flies out from the tip of the wand and floats in midair, illuminating the surroundings. At this time, looking around, I found that all around me were the skeletons of small animals piled up, which looked a little terrifying. Peter continued on his way, and then found a huge dark green snake molting, coiled around the ground in the tunnel, at least 20 feet long. Peter approached, then picked up a snakeskin with his wand, looked at it, and then took another bag from his pocket and stuffed the huge snakeskin into the bag with the traceless stretching spell. Basilisk snake molds are rare, and have high magic resistance, which is definitely much better than the dragon skin coat when used to make clothes, and can also be used to make potions. Peter continued on, and the tunnel turned one bend after another, and finally came to a solid wall. It was carved with two intertwined snakes, whose eyes were set with large, shiny green gems that made Peter want to cut the emeralds off. He carved a snake against the wall and hissed open. The two snakes separated, and the stone wall cracked from the middle and slowly slid to the sides and disappeared. Peter went straight in and appeared in a large, dimly lit room surrounded by many winding snake stone columns that towered over the ceiling that supported the heights. Peter knew that the basilisk was still asleep, so he walked easily to the end of the room, where there was a statue as tall as the room, attached to the wall. The statue's face is old, the beard is sparse, it looks very ugly, and Peter can't help but complain, "Is this really a Slytherin statue? It's also disillusioned?" But Peter wasn't interested in observing this now, his target was the basilisk. He walked over to the statue and said in a serpent voice, "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts Big Four." After saying this, Peter was even more speechless. Was this a boast of Slytherin descendants, or was Slytherin really so narcissistic? The Slytherin statue's mouth slowly opened, and finally formed a huge black hole, and the sound of creeping was heard inside. It was the movement of the basilisk crawling, and it was about to come out to frighten. Peter stepped back quickly, then waited quietly. Peter opened his eyes and watched the basilisk crawl out, stretching its body high, almost to the top of the pitch-black ceiling. "Did you wake me up? Stranger? Who are you? I don't smell Slytherin blood in you," the basilisk hissed, and his yellow-orange eyes stared at Peter, full of rage, as if they were about to rush over and bite him at any moment. Peter clearly felt the eyes of the basilisk, with a kind of deadly magic. Looking into its eyes, it always felt like the soul was about to be pulled out of the body. Peter had to thank him for possessing phoenix blood and being born to resist the basilisk's deadly gaze, or he would have died just now. Peter had just foreseen the outcome of his confrontation with the basilisk, and only after confirming that he could not be fatal to himself did he dare to confront it. The basilisk stared at Peter, but when he found that he was not dead, he appeared to be angry, straightening his neck and looking like he was going to attack him. Peter looked at the basilisk in front of him and hissed, "Stop your movements. Surrender to me?" The basilisk froze, then retracted its head and coiled it in a circle, as if following Peter's orders. Peter approached warily and tried a few times, but the basilisk didn't make any movement, obediently coiled there. Peter had the audacity to walk over this time, and just as he was about to approach the basilisk, the original snake's head suddenly rushed over and bit Peter with its fangs open. Peter dodged the basilisk's attack with a quick dodge, sneering, "What a beast, he even knows how to disguise. If I hadn't seen the future long ago, I might have been able to get away with it." The basilisk craned its head, opened its fangs, and green venom dripped from its fangs, hissing, "I am the Slytherin cultivated Snake King. Even if you are a snake guy, don't think you can command me. Everyone who sees me, as long as they are not of Slytherin blood, will have to die." He opened his mouth and bit down on Peter, his eyes full of violence. "It's a pity, I thought I could accept you, you don't have to die. But now it seems that it is better that you are still dead," Peter said coldly. Then it turned directly and quickly turned into a gorgeous phoenix, flying high into the air, screaming and circling around the basilisk. The basilisk had never seen such a change, and there was an incredible human look in his eyes, instinctively trying to kill the phoenix with his dead eyes, but to no avail. Finally, the basilisk angrily opened its fangs and bit into the phoenix, but he also nimbly avoided it. Peter flew to the top of the basilisk's head, then flew down quickly, sharp claws, and grabbed one of the basilisk's eyes fiercely. The sharp claw pierced the snake's eye, and the basilisk's yellow eyes suddenly spewed out green blood, which was nimbly dodged by Peter, and then grabbed again, and the basilisk's right eye instantly became a pile of rotten flesh. The basilisk let out a hissing scream and shook its head wildly, throwing Peter out. Peter steadied himself in midair, spreading his wings and circling in the air, aiming at the other eye of the basilisk. The basilisk apparently noticed the situation as well, and quickly closed its left eye, the thick eyelids that protected the fragile eyes. The basilisk roared angrily, "Damn you! It actually hurt me? I'm going to tear you apart." With a keen sense of smell, the basilisk accurately bit into where Peter was, but was sensitively dodged by him, and the basilisk bit the air. Peter's phoenix, constantly dodging the attacks of the basilisk, made a strange hissing sound in the mouth of the phoenix. "When you didn't close your eyes, I hurt one eye, and now that you have closed your eyes, what else can you do?" Upon hearing this, the basilisk opened his left eye slightly in a fit of rage, trying to pinpoint Peter, only to have a flash of golden light rushing straight to its remaining eye. The basilisk was so frightened that he quickly closed his eyes, but was scratched by Peter's sharp claws, and the sneak attack was not successful. Watching the basilisk dead or alive, Peter was also a little helpless. The skin of the basilisk, the defensive attributes are very powerful, even if it is like the Gryffindor sword, it can only be broken from the inside. He has no way to break through now, he can only stalemate. Then he quickly flew to the ground and instantly changed back into human form. Then the body is like eating a bulking agent, quickly getting bigger, and eventually becoming a giant. At this time, Peter was huge, he used the skills of a bird and snake, and he was almost 50 feet tall. You can only bow your body to avoid hitting the ceiling. The basilisk of more than 20 feet had become smaller in front of him. Peter quickly grabbed the basilisk's tail and threw it around fiercely, and the basilisk was slammed into the stone wall by him, and the whole room was knocked out, and several stone pillars were directly broken. But the basilisk was known as the most dangerous creature, and after being smashed by Peter so many times, he was still fine, but instead turned his head and opened his fangs, trying to bite him hard. Peter was also very careful, he did not want to be bitten by the basilisk. If he was injected with basilisk venom and overturned the ship in the gutter, it would be a shame. Although the basilisk was not seriously injured, it was also dizzy after being thrown around like a noodle so many times. It looked at the giant Peter with some fear in his eyes, and for the first time he had the idea of retreating. This man was so different from the wizard in his understanding that his deadliest abilities were of no use to him, and he could turn into a phoenix that blinded one of its eyes, and now he was a giant bigger than him? It has no ability to resist at all. It wanted to flee, and Peter didn't want to let it go. Now that the basilisk has been awakened by Peter, if he doesn't care, this unruly basilisk will probably appear anywhere in the castle, and it will be his responsibility to die. Peter grabbed the basilisk's tail, slammed it a few more times, threw it far away, and then shrunk again. Holding his wand, Peter looked at the basilisk with a compassionate face and said, "Avada asks for his life." A dazzling green light shot out of the wand, hitting the basilisk in the distance. The basilisk let out a scream and looked a little weak, but it didn't die, just more hasty, trying to escape from here. Peter was not surprised. This kind of basilisk that had lived for thousands of years, with tenacious vitality, obviously could not kill it for the death curse of human beings. Peter was a little helpless, this basilisk was too defensive, and he didn't know what kind of luck Harry Potter had to kill it so smoothly. You must know that even Dumbledore will be a little tricky in the face of this basilisk. Peter could only defeat the basilisk by attributing that Harry Potter was the child of destiny. The basilisk's weaknesses are the inside of its eyes and mouth, but he doesn't have the Gryffindor sword now, and the basilisk closes his eyes so that he can't blind the other eye. Peter was thinking about how to get rid of the basilisk, but he couldn't rest assured that it would keep alive. The basilisk felt Peter's murderous spirit, shrunk into a panic, and hissed, "I am willing to surrender to you, as long as you let me go." When Peter heard the basilisk's words, he sneered and said, "Surrender to me? You're kidding? There's no way you can refuse the order of the Slytherin bloodline, leaving you to help others against me? Your snakeskin is good, and when you're dead, I'll peel it off and make a talisman, so you can die with peace of mind." Peter directly uses Bogart's skill, transforms into a rooster, and emits "oh-oh-oh" sound. The rooster's cry echoed through the chamber, and the basilisk curled up in some pain, though the rooster's cry could not kill it. but as a natural enemy, it still makes it very painful. It hurts? Don't bark anymore. Don't bark. The basilisk curled up together, pounding its head in pain. I'm willing to exchange Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets information, as long as you spare my life. The basilisk cried weakly. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Isn't this the Chamber of Secrets? You want to lie to me? Peter directly changed back into human form after listening, asked with some puzzlement, and then looked dead at the basilisk to see what tricks he played. The basilisk looked at Peter's cold eyes, the snake's head shrank slightly, and explained tightly, "This is not the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, this is just the pet room, it is my activity room, the real Chamber of Secrets is not here. And there's Slytherin treasure inside. I'm just the guardian beast of the treasures of the Chamber of Secrets. Where is the real Chamber of Secrets?" Peter asked. "This." The basilisk hesitated. "Avadaso." A death spell hit the basilisk. I say. The Chamber of Secrets is right behind the statue." The basilisk let out a scream of pain and hurried to speak. "Behind the statue." Peter looked at the Slytherin statue and the open mouth, turned his head in surprise and asked, "Don't you say that the place where you rest is the real Chamber of Secrets?" In the Chamber of Secrets, Peter and the basilisk confront each other. He looked at the basilisk in front of him, without the slightest disbelief in his eyes, and said with a sneer, "Do you think I am very deceitful? If there really was a treasure of the Chamber of Secrets, I am afraid that it would have been divided up by the descendants of Slytherin long ago. Can it still be my turn? Drill the heart and cut the bone." Peter's wand pointed at the basilisk's huge body and chanted fiercely. He had never believed a word from the basilisk, saying that people are old and refined, let alone a basilisk that has lived for 1,000 years, and his thinking ability is definitely not less than that of people. The basilisk screamed and rolled, and although the spell was not fatal to it, it was enough to make it miserable. The basilisk was tortured by the drill heart curse, exposed to its ferocity, opened its only remaining yellow eye, looked at Peter with hatred, and quickly opened its mouth to bite him. Peter didn't dodge, coldly looking at the basilisk's open mouth, and then in the blink of an eye, it shrank to the size of a thumb, and forced the basilisk's foul-smelling mouth to rush straight into the basilisk's mouth. The basilisk felt that he had swallowed Peter for the first time, and there was joy in his eyes, but then he looked confused because he did not feel something in his mouth. At this moment, the basilisk changed its look, let out a painful roar, and rolled on the ground. I saw the basilisk's 7-inch position, suddenly getting bigger and bigger, as if something wanted to break through the shackles. When Peter was deliberately swallowed by the basilisk, his shrunken body smoothly reached the basilisk's 7-inch position. The two most vulnerable places of the basilisk are the inside of its body and its eyes, so as soon as Peter came to the basilisk's body, he directly used a spell to attack the surrounding areas. There was no hard snakeskin inside the basilisk's body, and each of Peter's spells directly caused great damage, making the basilisk's body a blur of flesh and blood. Peter had cast a spell on himself in advance to avoid being contaminated by these filths, and he was like a monkey at this time, making a big fuss about the belly of a snake. The basilisk's body was blown up by Peter's various spells, and from the outside, it looked like the basilisk's belly was thundering. "Spare your life! Spare your life! I am willing to surrender! I am willing to surrender!" The basilisk cried out in pain, regretting why it had swallowed Peter. Peter turned a deaf ear, and the spell kept attacking all around, stirring up the inside, and finally a basin-sized heart was revealed. Peter looked at the basilisk's heart and laughed. He poked the beating heart with his wand, and then asked loudly, "Basilisk, I don't know how long you can live without your heart." When the basilisk heard Peter's words, he looked very frightened and begged for forgiveness loudly. "Spare me, I can sign a contract and submit to you forever, under your control." "It's late? If you had said that earlier, I might have said yes, but die now." Peter's voice came from the snake's belly. "Your snake skin is still quite hard, and you have not been able to break through with so many spells, and when you die, I will use it to make a talisman, and the effect will definitely be good." The basilisk's terrified body kept pounding around, trying to stop Peter. Peter was as steady as Tarzan in the basilisk's belly, enveloped in an enlarged version of the bubblehead charm, the wand pointing at the basilisk's beating heart, the tip of the staff flashing red. Fragmented. The unprotected heart shattered, and green blood spilled out like a fountain. The basilisk let out a terrible scream. Without the heart, even the basilisk could not live. Feeling the rapid passage of life, the basilisk struggled to rush through the pipe in a panic. Without the heart, the basilisk's tenacious vitality can still make it last for a few minutes. The basilisk burrowed directly into the Slytherin statue's open mouth, then, after a tortuous crawl, appeared in a pitch-black room. The basilisk did not stop, and directly slammed into a stone door on the stone wall, as if it was going to enter. But at this time, its vitality was running out, and after several fruitless impacts, it died with a look full of unwilling eyes. Peter in the basilisk also did not move, confirming that after the basilisk died, he shrunk his body and re-emerged from the mouth of the basilisk along the esophagus, but the skin of the basilisk was too tough, and Peter's various cutting spells failed to break through the snake skin. After coming out, Peter regained his form again, the wand waved, and a bright ball flew out of the wand and floated into the air, illuminating the whole room. Peter looked at the several snakes around him, and then smelled the smell of the room, knowing that this was where the basilisk slept. "So I've gone behind the statue," Peter said to himself. Then he noticed that in the deepest part of the room, there was a bronze door embedded in the stone wall. The doors are covered with statues of snakes, the largest of which is the largest, and 2 large yellow gemstones, shining and looking as if they were alive. Peter was curious, but he didn't have time to look at it now, but instead came to the dead basilisk and kicked the basilisk's vicious head in disgust. Then he put a hand on the basilisk and said silently in his heart, "System, fuse the basilisk gene." Host, confirm that it costs 100 points to fuse the basilisk gene. The system asked. Confirm. Genes are being extracted, extraction is successful. Fusion begins, host please wait. The system prompted. Immediately Peter felt a warm current gushing out of his body. His whole body was crisp and numb, and then he felt a wave of magic rushing into his eyes, and his teeth were a little itchy. Ding, fusion complete. The system prompts. Then Peter opened his eyes, and both eyes turned yellow, with a deadly danger. Peter conjured up a mirror and looked curiously into his eyes. He wanted to test the power of his eyes, so a flock of birds summoned some birds, and then looked at the birds, instinctively concentrating the magic in their eyes. With an invisible wave, these birds flying in midair suddenly fell down, dead cool. Peter tried to conjure up a transparent glass again, and then looked through the glass at the remaining birds, which also quickly fell down and turned into stones. Peter looked at his eyes in surprise. This time the harvest was great. He had always been defensive, but the attack power was insufficient, and now after gaining the eyes of the basilisk, it was another big killer. Moreover, his eyes are controllable under the optimization of the system, and when he uses them, he only needs to concentrate the magic on his eyes to activate the skill, without worrying about accidentally staring others to death. Then Peter noticed in the mirror that his 2 tiger teeth were sharpened a lot, and he felt that he had venom in his teeth. Peter suddenly felt a little crying. He forgot about the basilisk and venom skills. When he attacks the enemy in the future, he will bite others and poison them. Even if others are willing, he can't say it himself. Has the system, this basilisk's venom, changed after optimization? Peter asked. Although he inherited the venom of the basilisk, and the venom of the basilisk was very powerful, there was basically no cure except for the tears of the phoenix, but Peter felt that there was some chicken ribs. After all, he could not bite people. The host, the basilisk's venom has been systematically optimized. The toxicity is more intense, and in addition to the tears of the host itself, even the tears of other phoenixes cannot be saved. The system replied. Hearing this explanation, Peter felt that the venom skill was not bad, and it might play a big role in the future. After all, this was the venom that only he could solve. After fusing the basilisk's genes, Peter's mission was complete, but he looked at the bronze door opposite and became curious about the real chamber in the basilisk's mouth. He came to the bronze door and looked at the basilisk statue above, trying to find a way to get in and die. Peter looked at the bronze door curiously and tried to say in snake language, "Open." But apparently inaccurate, the bronze door did not respond. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the big 4. Peter tried to say another secret language, but there was still no reaction. Peter was helpless. He directly used a few destructive spells, but only smashed some stones outside. The bronze door did not lose anything. Obviously it was magicked on it. Peter groped carefully for half a day, trying to see if there was a gap that would allow him to get smaller and go in. But the bronze door was as if it had been poured to death, and there was not a single gap. It seems that if you want to go in, you can only go through Tom Riddle, Peter thought. To avoid accidents, Peter did not bring down his diary, and he did not, and had great expectations of the Slytherin treasures. After all, it was thousands of years ago, and perhaps it had already passed. And before him, Voldemort had already entered here, and there was no reason why Voldemort would be kind enough to leave a treasure. Of course, it is possible that Voldemort did not take it. After all, according to Voldemort's self-confidence, no one but him was a snack-eman, and it was safe for him here. So inside the real chamber of Slytherin, there was something that no one could guess. Peter looked at it and then gave up on exploring. After all, this was not something that could be solved in a moment and a half. Even if you want to get the way to enter the Chamber of Secrets from Tom Riddle, it is not an easy task. Although Peter had been complaining about Voldemort, he was a stupid fork who cut his soul and cut himself silly. But he also had to admit that Voldemort was a very conceited man, and not a man who could easily surrender by threatening means. Trying to threaten him with destroying the diary, Peter didn't hold out much hope. Looking at the dead basilisk on the ground, Peter looked at the huge figure and thought about how to solve it. Before he said that he wanted the skin of the basilisk, it was no joke. The skin of this basilisk was really too much for him to be satisfied. He used so many magic spells and even death spells, he did not make the basilisk's skin have too much damage, which was very rare. Fortunately, this basilisk has too many weaknesses, otherwise this creature would be too dangerous. Ordinary blades and spells could not cut through the skin of the basilisk, and they had to be as sharp as the Gryffindor sword, so if Peter wanted this snakeskin now, he would have to borrow the sword from Dumbledore, but in this way, the secrets of the Chamber of Secrets could not be hidden. Of course, he could have sneaked into the headmaster's office and stolen the Gryffindor sword, but Peter didn't bother to do so, and he was sure that if he did it himself, Dumbledore's old fox would be the first to find out. Field. Peter summoned. As soon as the words stopped, Field appeared directly in the room, and then he was startled by the basilisk in front of him, and quickly extended his claws and grabbed the other open eye of the basilisk. Field, stop. It's dead. Peter hurried to stop him. He playfully tugged at Field's tail, but he couldn't destroy the only remaining intact basilisk eyes. The eyes of this basilisk are a good thing. Even if the basilisk has been dead for half a day, the eyes of the basilisk are still very deadly to others. He can take it to Nicole Flamel and ask him to make an attack item, thinking that Nick will be interested in it. After all, the basilisk is rare to see. Not to mention the basilisk that has lived for thousands of years. Field, are you going to see if you can teleport this giant snake out? Peter asked. Now where the basilisk is, he doesn't want to expose it, so it's best to give the basilisk a place. Field flew over to the basilisk's head, grabbed the red feathers on the top of the basilisk's head, tried it, and then shook his head and said no, he couldn't take the giant snake with him alone. Peter thought for a moment, then turned into the form of a phoenix and said to Field, now that we are both teleporting with it, it should work. Field nodded. He liked the way Peter turned into a phoenix, and rubbed Peter affectionately, and then the two phoenixes grabbed the huge body of the basilisk, accompanied by a burst of brilliant fire, and disappeared into the room together. Once again, in the chamber outside the statue, the basilisk's body slammed heavily on the ground, causing the ceiling to fall to dust. As soon as Peter landed on the ground, he immediately changed back into human form, gasped for breath, hugged Field, who was also tired and paralyzed, and complained, I really can't transport such a heavy thing in the future, it's really exhausting to kill us. Field also let out a sweet chirping sound tiredly, nodding his head in agreement. Okay, so I'll make this basilisk meat jerky and treat you. This is a 1,000-year-old basilisk, it is full of magic, and it is good for you to eat it? Field looked at the basilisk's dirty appearance, and showed a humane look of disgust. Alas, don't look at the basilisk's appearance is not very good, if it is made into snake soup, it will definitely taste good. Peter hurriedly said. After resting for a while, and finally regaining most of his strength, Peter quickly got up. He was going to quickly go to Dumbledore to borrow the Gryffindor sword and deal with the basilisk as soon as possible, otherwise the meat would not be delicious after a long time. To save energy, Peter returned with Field along the road, then grabbed Field's long tail and flew down the pipe back to the girls' toilet. Peter York, you're not dead. Myrtle floated up to Peter and said in a disappointed tone, I was going to give you half of the toilet when you die. Sorry to disappoint you. Peter rolled his eyes and said, did you catch my killer? Myrtle asked. I did catch it, it was a basilisk, and you looked it in the eye, so it died. Peter explains, and the person who controls the basilisk is Tom Riddle, who was the president of the student council, should you remember him? What? You say it was Captain Riddle who killed me? Myrtle couldn't believe it, and then said to herself, how is this possible? Elder Riddle is so good, so handsome, and polite to everyone, even if it is me, an ordinary-looking girl, he is very gentle. How could it be him? Do you know who Tom Riddle ended up with? Peter did not expect that Voldemort would be so able to pretend when he was in school, and simply revealed it. I don't know, Elder Riddle disappeared after graduation, I thought he died by accident, after all, in those days, dead people are very normal. Myrtle murmured, it is still difficult to believe that Tom Riddle is her own murderer, after all, in the age of youth and ignorance, the young and handsome Riddle, but many girls love the object, she is no exception. Peter didn't say much, just wrote Tom Marvolo Riddle in midair with his wand and then scrambled the letters in front of Myrtle. Recombined the phrase I am Voldemort. As soon as Myrtle saw this name, she was immediately full of incredulity, even if they were ghosts, of course, they were very familiar with this Dark Lord. But few people know where Voldemort came from, and no one will associate him with Tom Riddle, who is both a scholar and a scholar. So Voldemort is Tom Riddle. Myrtle said in disbelief, and then suddenly screamed, liar, big liar, whining. My first love is gone. Then it flew directly into the air, straight into the toilet in the compartment, splashed high splashes, and disappeared. Peter looked at the place where Myrtle had disappeared in a daze, and then laughed. This Voldemort looked like he had a lot of fans when he was young. If these people saw the appearance of Voldemort's nostril socket now, and the bare head, I am afraid that I will have nightmares. Then Peter walked straight out of the girls' restroom and almost bumped into the twins. Fred George, how did you end up here? Peter asked in surprise. It should be us asking you, how did you get out of the girls' toilet? The twins looked at Peter with a smirk and said, are you doing something bad? We just saw you on the map going into the girls' restroom, and then the name disappeared, and said, is there any secret that is not known? Oh, gone? I thought it would happen. Peter saw the Marauders map in George's hand and said in surprise. Then looking at the two guys' mean looks, he said without anger, this place has long been abandoned, what bad thing can I do? I'm just solving the snake monster. Basilisk? Did you find it? As soon as the twins heard that it was a basilisk, they didn't joke anymore and asked with a serious look. I found it, and I had a good exchange with it, but I didn't communicate successfully, so I could only solve it by force. Peter said calmly. And the result? The twins asked nervously. Of course I won, otherwise how could I stand here? Peter glanced at them in disgust. Really? That's great. The twins looked happy and said happily, these days we are very worried, even our favorite night tour has given up, deeply afraid that the basilisk will suddenly emerge from somewhere and stare at me with its big yellow-orange eyes. Then he asked, what about the basilisk now? Dead? Or did you escape? Of course it's dead, otherwise it would be very dangerous for such a basilisk to run around in the castle pipes. Peter said. So what are you waiting for? Take us to see. We've never seen this thing before. It's said to be tens of feet long. It's very huge. The twins couldn't wait to say, not yet. I have to go to Dumbledore, and although I have blinded one of the basilisk's eyes, the other is still intact. That thing won't lose its effect with the death of the basilisk. It's still very dangerous? Peter shook his head and said. Then he said to the disappointed two, you stay here now, don't let anyone in, I'll go to Dumbledore. If it's late, the snake meat won't be delicious. Saying that, he hurried away. Brother, I didn't seem to hear you correctly, did I? I seem to have heard Peter say he was going to eat snake meat? George said with a strange expression as if he had heard it wrong. You heard that right, I heard it too. Fred also said incredulously, Merlin, what a freak this Peter is, he actually wants to eat the basilisk. That's a basilisk? And it's the pet of the founder of their academy. George added, then smiling, but why do I think it's so exciting? Hey, empathy. Fred said with a grin. Peter sighed. He went directly along the mobile stairs, went up, saw the students greeting, only nodded and smiled, and climbed to the 8th floor without stopping. Coming to the dripping stone beast in front of the headmaster's office, Peter reacted that he did not have a password. However, he did not give up, and said directly to the stone statues one by one, nourishing honey candy, cockroach pile, licorice stick, jelly slugs, lemon snow treasure. Not knowing which one was said, the stone beast jumped to the other side in response, and the stone wall behind him split in half, revealing an upward spiral staircase. Peter hurried up, then came to the door of the principal's office and knocked on the wooden door. Please come in. Dumbledore's voice came from inside. Peter pushed open the door and went inside. Oh, it's Peter, you? But I just changed the password, and I haven't told anyone else. How do you know the correct password? Dumbledore looked up at Peter and asked with a smile. I just shouted all the candy names of the Honeyduke and it opened on its own. Peter shrugged and said, it seems that I still have to think of other passwords, or I will be disturbed by you guys alone in the old man's home. Dumbledore said with a smile. Then Dumbledore looked at Peter, who had found a place to sit down, and asked curiously, Peter, if you don't take advantage of the weekend time to play with your friends, why do you have time to come to me? Professor, I don't know if you remember the Myrtle who died in the girls' toilet more than 50 years ago, Peter asked. Dumbledore listened, looked at him slightly, and then sighed and said, of course, that's a poor child. Is she here to trouble you? Please don't be too calculating of her, she just wants to make friends. No, Headmaster, I just found the real killer of Myrtle, Peter said quietly. When Dumbledore heard this, he straightened up, his expression solemn, his eyes looked at Peter, and asked, you mean you found the murderer? Headmaster, you also know that I have a good relationship with Hagrid. I know that 50 years ago, he was imposed on Hagrid by the Ministry of Magic, and he is innocent. Peter said slowly, and I've seen Hagrid's pet, which is an 8-eyed giant spider, and according to my shallow knowledge, I also know that the cause of Myrtle's death is not compatible with the 8-eyed giant spider. And according to the information I got from Myrtle, she saw a pair of big yellow eyes before she died, and then she died directly. Just looking straight into the eyes and dying, and still having yellow eyes reminds me of the Greek Muggle myth of Medusa's eyes, whose eyes can petrify people. Peter paused and said, of course there is no Medusa in the wizarding world, but I happened to see a very dangerous magical creature in the Atlas of Magical Creatures in the library. It fits the cause of Myrtle's death? Dumbledore sat down in his chair, looking confused, and held out his hand for Peter to continue. A few decades ago Hagrid was identified as the one who opened the Slytherin vault and released the monsters in it, but the discerning people knew that Hagrid could not be the heir of Slytherin. Although many people can't guess what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is, I think with the wisdom of the headmaster, you should be able to know what this monster is. Peter smiled and looked at Dumbledore and said, after all, there are many clues, and they should not escape your eyes. It's the basilisk. Dumbledore sighed and said, I used to be very confused, and I didn't slowly understand it until I came back. But you can't find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, right? Peter answered for Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded and said, I have also spent a lot of time trying to figure out where such a basilisk came from, and how can I move around the castle with a big swing. But it only narrowed down to one place, and there was no thought on how to get in. Headmaster, you're talking about the girls' toilet, Peter said. Dumbledore leaned over to look at Peter, smiled and nodded, and said, it seems that you think that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in the girls' toilet as I thought. It's just that I also looked closely and didn't find any secret passage entrances. Headmaster Dumbledore, in order to open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, requires a special password. Peter reminded, you should know what Slatly's talent is. Snack-eman. Dumbledore was stunned, then sighed, and said, I should have thought of it a long time ago. Headmaster, you should know from Hagrid or Professor Ketleben that I can speak snakes. Peter said. Indeed, when I first heard the news, I thought you were the Queen of Slithering, said Dumbledore said with a smile. But Slythering's descendant is Voldemort, and I'm just a Muggle descendant. Peter reminded. Of course, I know that. Dumbledore nodded, the look on his face became lighter, and said, Peter, you helped me solve a problem that I hadn't figured out for decades. Sometimes the rigid thinking of the elderly is indeed inferior to the flexible minds of you young people. Dumbledore stood up and said, now we need to make it a no-go zone until we get rid of the basilisk, and we can't let the students get close to it. Well, Headmaster, wait. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Peter immediately understood that he had misunderstood, and hurriedly said, "The basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets has been solved by me, and you don't need to prepare any more." "What? You solved?" Dumbledore looked at Peter in amazement, as if to confirm that he was joking. "Really, Headmaster, that basilisk is dead, and if you don't believe it, I'll show you later," Peter said. Then he said with some embarrassment, "Headmaster, I heard that the Gryffindor sword is here with you, and I want to borrow it before I go to the Chamber of Secrets." "The Gryffindor sword is indeed with me, but what are you going to do with it?" Dumbledore asked in surprise. "I want the basilisk snake skin," Peter explained with a grin. "Headmaster, you don't know that the basilisk's skin is very hard, and the blade or spell it forms can't cut through its skin. Only a sword made of goblins like the Gryffindor sword can cut through the skin of the basilisk. You want to cut the snakeskin with the Gryffindor sword?" Dumbledore looked at Peter with a strange look in his eyes, very unintelligible to Peter's brain train of thought. The fact that the student was able to kill the basilisk on his own, a basilisk that even he found tricky, surprised him. "But I didn't expect to come to him because I wanted to borrow the Gryffindor sword and make a peeling knife?" Dumbledore looked into Peter's expectant eyes, suddenly a little reluctant to borrow. If known to Gryffindor's loyal fans, he would have lent the Gryffindor sword to someone else to peel. He felt that he would be scolded to death. Seeing that Dumbledore did not speak, Peter said directly and cheekily, "Headmaster, since you do not speak, then I will promise you." Then he went directly to the cabinet on the side, took the sorting hat off, and then reached into the sorting hat. "Stinky boy, don't do anything. I'm a sorting hat. You can't be so big or small," the sorting hat shouted unhappily. "Sorry, sorting hat." Peter apologized insincerely, his hand continuing to move, and said, "I know that the Gryffindor sword is here for you. Can you lend it to me? The Gryffindor sword can only be pulled out by the real Gryffindor, and you're Ariflin, do you think you can get it?" "Stinky boy," the sorting hat said disapprovingly. "What does it mean to be a real Gryffindor to pull it out? It's so discriminatory. I think it should be treated equally," Peter said with a slurry, and then used his magic to perceive the space in the hat. "Aha, finally found it," Peter said happily, his hand finally touching the hilt of the sword, and with a strong pull, the Gryffindor sword was pulled out of the hat. "Stinky boy, you cheat? That doesn't count," the sorting hat said loudly in displeasure. "Clean up." Peter casually gave the sorting hat a cleaning spell and said with a smile, "Don't thank me, it's true that your body hasn't been washed for a long time, and if you encounter a student with a cleaning habit, I'm afraid I won't want to wear you. Stinky boy, I'm Godric's Gryffindor hat. You're so disrespectful to me? Those dusts are the years I witnessed? You actually washed it off." The sorting hat roared angrily. "Haha, finally someone can cure the branch hat." The portrait of the headmaster on the wall directly woke up, laughed and said. Dumbledore also sat in his chair with a smile and watched the scene. "All right, Headmaster, let's go." Peter took the sword and said to Dumbledore with a smile, "Let's go, I'd like to see what Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets is like." Dumbledore stood up and said, "But I'll contact the 4 deans first, and they need to witness this." With a gentle wave of Dumbledore's wand, a ball of light quickly flew out of 4 parts through the wall and disappeared. Then the 2 of them left the principal's office together, and as soon as the door closed, the quiet portraits of the headmaster in the office suddenly became lively, discussing Slytherin's chamber and Peter's solution to the basilisk. When the 2 came to the door of the girls' toilet, all 4 deans except for the Weasley twins had arrived. As soon as Professor Flitwick saw Dumbledore, he asked directly, "Albus, is there anything wrong with you summoning us here in such a hurry?" The other 3 professors also looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the crowd and said solemnly, "We are here to deal with something that was not resolved 50 years ago." Then with a smile on his face, he pushed Peter to the front and said, "Thanks to Peter, he found the legendary Chamber of Secrets for us and solved the monsters in it, so that our school avoided the danger of being attacked by monsters." The 4 deans looked at Peter in amazement. Snape asked in amazement, "Dumbledore, do you mean that Peter York discovered the legendary nestling chamber? Is there really this Chamber of Secrets? Isn't that a legend?" Professor Sprout asked in surprise. "It's true, and it was opened once 50 years ago, when an innocent girl died tragically in this toilet." Dumbledore nodded with a sigh. "Dumbledore, you're talking about Myrtle." Professor McGonagall was stunned, and then said incomprehensibly, "Didn't you say that the murderer had been caught? The original murderer was not Hagrid, he was just a scapegoat." Dumbledore explained, "The murderer was someone else, but very cunning escaped punishment." "Who is the murderer? What are the monsters in the Chamber of Secrets?" Snape asked with a frown. "It's Voldemort," said Dumbledore, "and as for the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, it's a basilisk." When the 4 deans heard this name, they immediately hissed coldly. Few people know that Voldemort was a student who graduated from Hogwarts, and his original name was not the current one, but Tom Riddle. Dumbledore said slowly, his look sinking into memory. When he was young, he had excellent grades and was polite to others. Many students and professors have a good feeling for him. It's just that no one really sees what's in his heart. It was he who reported Hagrid for having a very dangerous pet and accused Hagrid of being the killer of the girl. I was very skeptical about it, but I still couldn't stop the Ministry of Magic from punishing Hagrid. So, Albus, you mean that the mysterious man is the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets, and is also a descendant of Slytherin? Professor McGonagall said in surprise. Dumbledore nodded and said, I was looking for the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets to no avail, but Peter surprised me. He found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and successfully solved the robbery of the Basilisk inside. So, today I invite you to come to witness the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk, and I think after so many years, I need to give Hagrid a chance to wash away the snow. The 4 deans suddenly looked at Peter again, their eyes full of shock, and it was hard to imagine how Peter had killed the Basilisk. You child, how can you be so reckless? Basilisk is a very dangerous creature that you dare to solve the Basilisk alone. Professor McGonagall was immediately frightened, and very angrily grabbed Peter's ear and lectured. You should have come to us the first time you spotted the Basilisk. Instead of being a hero alone, if you accidentally save the eyes of the Basilisk, your life will not be saved. The other professors looked at Peter very disapprovingly, especially Snape, and looked at Peter with even more gloomy eyes, as if they were going to take him to boil the potion. Peter suddenly felt bad and quickly said, Let's go to the Chamber of Secrets, the Basilisk is still lying there. Peter led the crowd into the girls' toilet, then came to the entrance that had been restored to a washstand, pointed to the washstand and said, This is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Slytherin's hobby is really strange, and he actually set the entrance to the chamber in the girls' toilet. The twins who followed in smiled and giggled. Professor Snape looked at the 2 men with a bad look in his eyes and rushed to him, the Slytherin dean, and said bad things about the founder. Are you too stupid? In the past millennium, the school has undergone many expansions and renovations, and at first it was not a girls' toilet. Peter gave the twins a blank look and said without anger, All right, Peter, open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets for us. Dumbledore said with a smile. Headmaster, you should also be able to say a few snake words. Just say open to the faucet on the washstand with the snake logo, and the entrance to the chamber will open. Peter said with a smile. Dumbledore lived for more than 100 years, but he spoke more than 200 languages, including mermaids, trolls, goblins, etc., and a few snake languages were not a problem for him. It's not my specialty, Peter, or you come. Today you're the protagonist. Dumbledore shook his head and said. All right. Peter looked at Dumbledore and came to the faucet and hissed at it. The cold, slippery snake language made the eyes of several deans widen and look at Peter in great surprise. Peter, you're a snake guy, Professor McGonagall said in astonishment. Snape looked at Peter even more. He had never known that this student of his own academy was still a snake guy. Professor, this is nothing unusual. I can also speak the language of the Phoenix. Peter didn't want to be considered a descendant of Slytherin. However, when the abbots heard Peter's words, they only thought that he was in Versailles. After all, the talent of the Snack-Eman was very rare, and this kind of language talent that could command the snake was not something that could be learned if he wanted to. At the same time, the washstand also automatically parted and sank into the surrounding ground, revealing the pitch-black opening again. The group gathered around and looked curiously at the entrance of the cave. There's a long pipe underneath, and after jumping down, it leads to a hole in the ground. So who's coming first? Peter said with a smile. Let's come first. The twins volunteered to walk up, their faces full of interest in exploration. No, George Fred, hurry back, there may be danger below, you can't go down. Professor McGonagall sternly refused. No, Professor McGonagall, let's go down together. The Basilisk has been killed by Peter, there is no danger, and we will obediently follow you when we go down. Won't run around. The twins pleaded. Professor McGonagall, let them go down. Here are your 4 deans, and there is Headmaster Dumbledore, and even if there is danger, it will be all right. Peter persuaded. Minerva, let them go down with them, they've been looking forward to it for a long time. Dumbledore smiled and exhorted. That is, we have wanted to see the Chamber of Secrets since last semester. Fred blurted out. As soon as the words were spoken, they attracted everyone's attention, especially Dumbledore, whose eyes flashed, looked at Fred, and asked, Fred, are you saying that you knew about the Chamber of Secrets last semester? Fred, knowing that he had lost his word, quickly looked quietly at Peter to see his opinion. Peter looked at Fred's performance and was speechless, his movements that he thought were hidden, invisible in front of several professors. All the professors' eyes were focused on Peter again. Peter explained helplessly, last semester, I accidentally predicted this semester and found that the Basilisk would move this semester. So they asked Fred George to make some candy that could make a rooster cry in advance and use it as a hedge. It's just that the plan can't keep up with the change, so I solved the Basilisk in advance. Peter, are you saying that you predicted this semester last semester? Professor McGonagall asked in surprise. She did not expect Peter to have a talent for prophecy, which surprised her too much. It's foreknowledge, not prophecy, Professor. Peter said, I just saw some pictures of the future, not a prophecy. What a favor from Merlin, Peter, you're so surprising. Professor Flitwick said in amazement. McGonagall and Sprout felt the same way, a student who not only excelled in grades, but also had unparalleled talent, as if Merlin had taken care of him. Snape looked at Peter with a complicated look. The term prophecy bound him for the rest of his life, and he did not expect to see another prophet now. Dumbledore was more interested in Peter, although he had long known that Peter had a talent for prophecy, but he did not expect Peter's prophecy ability to be so accurate. Unlike Trelawney's prophecy, Peter's was even rarer. Looking at the eyes of the people around him, Peter still hurriedly said, or I will go down first, and you will follow. Then he jumped straight down. The twins also wanted to jump quietly Mimi, but as soon as they jumped up, the back collar was lifted up by Professor Snape, without success. Wait until we go down first, and then you come down. Minerva looked at the two brothers solemnly and warned, if you don't listen to my advice below and jump from side to side, I will punish you for confinement when you come up. Did you hear that? The twins listened and nodded obediently, indicating obedience. When the group went down, they did not see Peter's figure, but a conspicuous white arrow pointed out in midair. Obviously Peter was giving them directions. The crowd looked at the mountain of animal skeletons piled up beneath their feet and couldn't help but take a cold breath. Merlin's stinky socks? How many animals did this basilisk eat? The appetite is too big, the twins exclaimed. This Peter, don't wait for us here, run around. Professor McGonagall said worriedly. Don't worry, Minerva, since Peter can solve the basilisk, there is no danger for him here. Dumbledore reassured, let's follow the arrow. The group followed Peter's instructions and eventually came to the Chamber of Secrets, looking at the ruins and broken walls around them, obviously not long ago after a great battle. Thinking that this was the result of Peter's battle with the basilisk, it was difficult for everyone to imagine how fierce the battle was, and it was difficult to imagine how Peter defeated the basilisk. The crowd soon saw the huge statue at the end of the Chamber of Secrets, as well as the massive basilisk carcass below, and a very small-looking but busy Peter. Oh, Merlin's beard. Several deans looked at the basilisk's body and exclaimed. Such a huge basilisk, even if it dies, still gives people a great sense of oppression. But looking at Peter's movements at this time, everyone was collectively speechless. I saw Peter humming and swinging the sword in his hand, cutting the skin of the basilisk. The Gryffindor sword is indeed a very good weapon, and the basilisk's tough skin is smoothly cut in front of the sword. To maintain the integrity of the snakeskin, Peter cut directly from under the basilisk's mouth, all the way with his sword to the belly and then to the tail end. It's really a laborious job to do. Peter took a deep breath, then straightened up and smiled and greeted, you guys are coming, you can take a look. Peter York, what are you doing? Professor McGonagall looked at the body of the basilisk tossed by Peter and asked in a confused manner. Professor McGonagall, of course I'm dealing with the loot. Peter rightfully said, this basilisk is a treasure, and it is better to put it here and wait for it to rot, so it is better to let me use it to the fullest. Peter used his sword and slashed a knife along the snake's neck, and then shouted to the twins, Fred George come to help, I'll send you a snakeskin later, this basilisk's skin can block a lot of spells, even black magic has an effect. As soon as the twins heard this, they rushed over, climbed onto the basilisk, rolled up their sleeves and asked how to help. You use magic to grab the snakeskin I have cut, and then pull it back together, and I fix it here, tearing the snakeskin and the snake flesh apart together. Peter commanded. Then the professors watched in amazement, and the three of them laboriously pulled the huge snakeskin off the basilisk and clapped and cheered with the bloody snakeskin. Albus, do you see this? Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore hesitantly. Like Peter said, this is his booty, and we have no right to interfere. Dumbledore said with a smile. The basilisk is a Salazar Slytherin pet, which is the property of the school. Snape retorted rarely, but his eyes were now shining brightly at the basilisk in front of him. If it were not for Dumbledore and other professors, I am afraid he would have come forward to grab it. Basilisks have not appeared for hundreds of years, let alone snake monsters that have lived for thousands of years. Such basilisks are treasures all over their bodies, and they are all very good potion materials. Snape, as a potion addict, covets the basilisk and is eager to pack the entire basilisk away. Now watching Peter spoil the basilisk, the pain in his eyes could not be hidden. In the end, Peter successfully bribed Snape with the entire head of the basilisk, so that he would no longer look at Peter with that kind of violent eyes. Watching Snape caress the head of the basilisk taller than him with a fascinated face, Peter shook his wit, always feeling that Professor Snape was very much like a fetish. After successfully peeling off the entire snakeskin, Peter happily stuffed the snakeskin into the bag with the traceless stretching spell, and said to the twins, such a large snakeskin can make a lot of talismans, and I will take it to Madame Mokin's shop later. They must have a way. When the time comes, I will give you one each, and when you wear it in the future, you will not have to worry about being attacked by the spell. The twins nodded happily. Of course they knew that the amulet that could block the spell attack was very precious. In Madame Mokin's robe shop, there are magic robes that cast permanent cleaning spells and warming spells, but the price is as high as a few hundred gold gallons. Not to mention this amulet made of basilisk skin that can block most spells. It can be passed down as heirlooms. At this time, the head of the basilisk was put into his bag by Snape, and the snake skin was peeled off, leaving only the bloody snake lying on the ground. Well, I think this basilisk is quite pitiful, and the one who slept well was Peter. You woke up, and then you killed it directly, and now its body is still being plundered by us, hehe. The twins said in a fake way, and prayed sympathetically for the basilisk. Well, don't play treasure. Now the basilisk does not have the protection of snake skin. Hurry up and cut off these snake meat with me with a cutting spell. After a long time, the meat quality will change, and then it will not be delicious. Peter hurriedly urged. Merlin? Peter, do you really want to eat the basilisk's flesh? The twins looked at Peter stunned, thinking he was just joking. Of course, otherwise what would I have done with so much effort? Peter said angrily, hurry up, I'm going to cast a freezing spell on the snake meat so that it can be preserved for a long time. In the evening I reward you with delicious snake soup, definitely better than all the delicacies to eat. Thanks, we don't eat basilisk meat. If we accidentally get poisoned, it will be miserable. The twins rolled their eyes in unison, saying they were very resistant to this. Peter said, looking at the dark green blood on the ground, also somewhat uncertainly. The basilisk's venom should be in its teeth, and its body should be free of poison. If you are poisoned in the back, I will save you with the tears of the phoenix, and I will not die anyway. Peter said in a firm tone, and this is a basilisk that has lived for 1,000 years, and its magic is huge, and eating its flesh will be good for you. Still not. The twins shook their heads resolutely, and in defiance said in unison, we'd rather be just ordinary. Cut, waste my kindness. Peter didn't bother to pay any more attention to them, wielding a spell, cutting the snake meat neatly and putting it into the large freezer he had concocted next to him. When encountering a spell that cannot be cut, he will swing the sword in his hand, like holding a kitchen knife, humming and cutting meat. The line of professors looked at Peter stunned. Professor Flitwick glanced sharply at the sword, and then shouted in surprise, the sword in his hand should not be Gryffindor's sword, right? What? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, then looked closely and saw that it was indeed Gryffindor's sword. Looking at Peter using it as a meat cleaver, he turned to look at Dumbledore and asked, Dumbledore, please explain why the Gryffindor sword, which was placed in the headmaster's office, appeared in Peter's hand. Cough. Mainly Peter, he couldn't find a blade that could cut through the basilisk's skin, so he found me there. Dumbledore knew this would happen and quickly explained it to the Lioness of Gryffindor. That sword is Gryffindor's greatest treasure, and it has a long history. You actually lent it to someone else and used it as a crude machete? Professor McGonagall said disapprovingly. Then he watched Peter look at the basilisk with another heavy sword, and he was immediately distressed. He shouted, Merlin, if you cut it down again, the sword will be destroyed by him. This is a precious antique. Minerva, you are too careful. This Gryffindor sword is a goblin sword created by the Goblin King in ancient times for Godric Gryffindor, very sharp and indestructible, and cannot be damaged. Flitwick smiled and comforted. Professor McGonagall said in his heart, of course you are not in a hurry, your Ravenclaw crown would have been lost long ago, otherwise you would have been more anxious than I am. Will get the job done. When Peter was finally finished, he took a deep breath and looked at the whole 7 large refrigerators, all filled with snake meat, frozen by the freezing curse, enough for the whole school to eat a few meals. He walked up to Dumbledore and said with a grin, Headmaster, can you call some house elves over? I want to ask them to help. Dumbledore looked behind Peter at the clean snake skeleton, smiled and nodded, and said, yes, but you have to invite me to eat the snake soup you said. Of course, tonight I'll have a basilisk feast in the back kitchen, and when the time comes, I'll let the house elves deliver the snake soup to your office if you want to eat it. Peter said yes. No more. No more. The 4 deans quickly shook their heads, they were not sensitive to this. Snake meat they had not eaten, let alone snake monster meat. That's a shame. You know, in the East, snake soup is a delicious dish. Peter said in a regretful tone. As soon as the words stopped, a house elf suddenly appeared in the chamber, bowed respectfully to Dumbledore, and asked reverently, Mr. Headmaster, what is the matter with you looking for me? Dumbledore said gently to the house elf, Kiki, you need to find other companions to come and transport the basilisk meat back to the back kitchen. Oh my god, basilisk. Kiki, a house elf, looked at the huge snake skeleton and the freezer next to it, startled, and then quickly snapped his fingers and disappeared into the chamber. Not long after, a group of house elves appeared in the Chamber of Secrets, also under the big jump of the basilisk, and after knowing that Peter had killed him, they looked at Peter with adoring eyes, which made him a little embarrassed. Headmaster, now that this Chamber of Secrets has been discovered, can Hagrid's suspicions from 50 years ago be washed away? As the group left, Peter asked Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled, nodded, and said, yes, I'll contact the Ministry of Magic in a moment and ask them to investigate and collect evidence, and with the testimony of my old man and a few professors, I think Hagrid will soon be able to wash away the stain and use his wand in a good way. That's fine. Hagrid has been wronged for so many years, and he really should give him a reputation. Peter said with a smile. Thanks to you, Peter. Dumbledore looked at Peter with relief and said, without you, it is hard for me to imagine that this basilisk would suddenly appear in the castle one day when he woke up hungry. Headmaster, even without me, someone would be able to solve the basilisk. I'm just one step ahead. Peter said sincerely. Compared to him, he wasted half a day to kill the basilisk. Harry Potter was hanging all the way, using the Gryffindor sword. A sword pierced the head of the basilisk, and quickly killed it. No, it is really worthy of luck. Thanks to the big mouths of the twins, the rumors of the Chamber of Secrets and Peter's killing of the basilisk were spread in the school. Many people went to the abandoned girls' toilet at the first time to find out. And the twins also remembered the sound of the snake word open, imitated Peter's hissing in front of many students, and really let them open the entrance. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall arrived in time to block the students' curiosity to go down and find out, and used magic to seal the toilet and prevent anyone from entering. And the twins of the initiator tugged at their ears and took them back to the office for confinement. Other students saw Professor Snape, dealing with a snake head taller than him in his office. There were also students who went to the good talkers themselves, Flitwick and Professor Sprout, to inquire about the authenticity of the matter. After receiving confirmation from the two, the students were immediately excited. They did not expect that there was a basilisk hidden in the castle that had lived for 1,000 years. And Peter, who solves the basilisk, everyone frantically searches for his tracks, trying to get the most detailed information from him. Many students who did not know the basilisk ran to the library at the first time, and the monsters and books of origin that were originally uninterested were scrambled by many students, and finally they were driven out of the library by the angry Mrs. Pins. After learning about the dangers of the basilisk, many students admired Peter even more and asked him everywhere about his whereabouts. Peter, who was missing at this time, was suppressed by two partners in the room of needs, complaining to him about his dissatisfaction. "Peter, you're not funny enough. Just take the twins with you and forget about both of us." Alan tickled Peter's itch and said very dissatisfiedly, "That is, to go to the Chamber of Secrets for such a big thing, you actually did not take us both over. We didn't know until later." Cedric also helped Alan suppress Peter, angrily speaking. "I was wrong, haha. Let me go." Peter laughed and gasped for breath, and quickly begged for forgiveness. "I will prepare snake soup for you tonight. How about making reparations for your sins?" "Snake soup? What's that thing?" The two let go of Peter and asked incomprehensibly. "It's a delicacy made from basilisk meat, and I'm going to see a basilisk feast this evening, right in the back kitchen." Peter said. "Basilisk's flesh? Can that be eaten?" The two asked hesitantly. They had never seen the basilisk in person, and they did not resist like the twins. "Of course you can eat it. The flesh of this 1,000-year-old basilisk is full of magic, which is very good for you," Peter said affirmatively. As soon as they heard that there was such an effect, the eyes of the two suddenly lit up, and they were very much looking forward to the evening banquet. Meanwhile, the three Gryffindor saviors were standing in an abandoned room, and across from them was a house elf wearing a dirty, worn-out pillowcase. At this time, the house elf was holding an old diary in his hand and handing it to the three Potters. If Peter had seen it, he would have found that the diary was exactly that of Tom Riddle in the drawer where he was. "Dobby, you mean that the danger you mentioned earlier refers to the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry Potter asked in surprise. "Yes, my master, through the Weasleys, was going to send the diary to Hogwarts, reopen the Chamber of Secrets, and release the monsters inside," Dobby said sharply. "Can this diary open the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry took the diary in amazement and carefully flipped through the blank pages without any handwriting on it. "Harry, be careful, we have no idea what dangerous magic is on it, it's better not to touch it," Hermione said with a worried look. "I also think, Harry, you have to be careful. This ghost thing can open the Chamber of Secrets, there must be some secret hidden. Maybe it's a black magic item? That would kill people," Ron said too. "Don't worry, Dobby has been fine for so long, which shows that this diary is not dangerous for the time being," Harry said. Then he looked at Dobby and said, "Your master is Lucius Malfoy, right? The last time he had a fight with Mr. Arthur Weasley, he had secretly stuffed the diary into Ginny's crucible, but Peter found it and took it. Harry Potter knows? Bad Dobby, who actually leaked his master's secret to Harry Potter? Dobby is going to punish himself?" Dobby's big eyes showed a look of horror, and then frantically hit his head against the wall. "Stop, Dobby." Harry hurried to stop him, and then asked incomprehensibly, "This diary has been taken by Peter. Dobby, why did you steal it from me?" Dobby stopped. His head was already bruised. He looked at the diary in fear, and said, "This diary is very dangerous. When my little master just said a few words to the diary, he suddenly became another person and used a very painful spell on me. And now Peter York is talking to the diary. If I hadn't sneaked away the diary, he would have become someone else. It can become very dangerous. Harry, throw it away." As soon as Ron heard Dobby's words, he rushed over and knocked out the diary in Harry's hand. He looked nervously at the diary on the ground and said to Harry, "Didn't you hear Dobby say that this diary can be possessed? If you're possessed by it, that's bad. No wonder it is said that this diary can open the Chamber of Secrets, and if he can possess it, he can indeed unknowingly open the Chamber of Secrets and release the basilisk inside," Hermione said with a look of surprise. Then he looked warily at the diary on the ground and said to Harry, "Ron did a good job this time, such a dangerous thing, you can't easily touch it." Harry was not so worried, looked at the diary on the ground, comforted the two companions, and said, "Judging from Dobby's words just now, this diary cannot actively attack people. First of all, people need to write on it and communicate with the diary, and then they will gradually be controlled. Am I right, Dobby? Harry Potter is smart?" "Indeed it is. After my little master was controlled, he was quickly discovered by the master, so he made a deal with the diary, gave up possession of the little master. He wanted to come to Hogwarts. His target was Harry Potter." Dobby nodded, then looked at Harry Potter with a worried look. "His target is me? Why?" Harry asked in surprise. "I don't know, the little master told you a lot of things when he was talking to the diary, and then he was very interested in Harry Potter. Harry Potter, beware of this diary. He doesn't mean well for you," Dobby said. "Seriously, Harry, I think Peter was right. Malfoy must have hated you for love, and you see he missed you so much during his holidays." Ron chuckled. "Please, Ron, don't say such horrible things, I'll have nightmares at night," Harry said with a look of horror. "Okay too, we're talking about this diary now," Hermione reminded the two unreliable partners of the two unreliable partners without anger. "The question we have now is, what should we do with this diary? Hermione said solemnly, is it for Peter? Or what to do? Can't send it back, didn't you hear Dobby say, this diary can be possessed? Peter had already communicated with it, and if he was possessed by it, he would become very dangerous? Harry said very seriously. But I think that with Peter's strength, he should be able to resist the magic of the diary. Ron said uncertainly. Peter's strength is indeed strong, but we can't bet on that possibility. In case Peter is really controlled, it is difficult for anyone to control him. So we can't give him the diary. Harry said. Hermione nodded in agreement, then said, or shall we give the diary to the professor, or Principal Dumbledore? They should be able to solve it. As far as I know, Dumbledore has just left school, as if he had gone to the Ministry of Magic. Harry said. What about Professor McGonagall? Hermione said. After putting Fred and George in jail earlier, I don't know where to go. Ron replied. Or Professor Snape. He should have a way. Hermione said again. I'm going to go. I don't want to be scolded by him. Harry's face was full of reluctance, although he had been wronged last semester for stealing the Philosopher's Stone, but in this semester Snape's more targeted performance, the two were even more unsympathetic. I don't want to look for him either. This old bat recently ate gunpowder, scolded us with his head covered, and deducted a lot of points from us. Ron said angrily. What about Professor Lockhart? He is a defense against the dark arts professor and must know a lot about this dark magic item? Hermione said affirmatively, full of adoration. Lockhart? That? Hermione, are you kidding me? The two looked at Hermione with surprise on their faces and said, he couldn't even deal with the Cornwall elves in his first lesson. Can you count on him to deal with such a dangerous black magic prop? Professor Lockhart explained that he only wanted to test our magical abilities. Hermione said impatiently. I'd say he's a straw bag. Maybe not even a fire spell? Ron said with a skimmer. How could it be, on Professor Lockhart's novels, that his experiences could not have been faked, after all too real? And I've also tried the spells that Professor Lockhart used in the book, and they're really useful. How is this fraudulent? Hermione retorted unhappily. Maybe he stole someone else's experience. Ron said. Don't slander Professor Ronald Weasley. Hermione glared angrily at Ron. Can't I shut up yet? Ron quickly pulled his mouth and signaled not to speak. At this time, not long before the beginning of the school year, although the students were dissatisfied with Lockhart and turned the class into a book club, but given the fact that his experience in the book was very real, not many people suspected that he was a straw bag. Eventually, after a comprehensive comparison, Harry sided with Hermione and decided to send the diary to Lockhart to see if he had a solution. After saying goodbye to Dobby, the three leave the abandoned classroom and head to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, where they hear students talking lively about Basilisk and Peter along the way. The three men came to Lockhart's office door. Otherwise, let's return the diary to Peter, since he can solve such a dangerous creature as the Basilisk, and he said at the Lycan bookstore that this diary is very dangerous, maybe there is a way to solve it. Harry said hesitantly. I also think it's better to give Peter the diary than to Lockhart. Ron said from the sidelines. As soon as the two of them spoke, Hermione hesitated. But before they could make a decision, the office door opened. It turns out to be Harry. What's the matter with me? Do you want to sign a photo? Or do you want to talk to me about the heart? Lockhart grinned and looked at them. Come in. It's not good to stand outside the door. Before the three could react, Lockhart pulled them in, then closed the door and sat down with a warm face. The three of them saw Lockhart's office for the first time, only to see that the surrounding walls were covered with many portraits of Lockhart himself, posing one by one, or throwing flattering eyes at Harry. Seeing this situation, the three felt that Lockhart was unreliable and wanted to find an opportunity to leave. Say, what are you looking for me? Since I am now your defense against the dark arts professor, I will grant you some reasonable requests. After all, this is the example that this is what a professor who loves students should set an example. Lockhart flicked his blonde hair and assumed a pose that he thought was handsome. Well, no professor, we're just curious about your office. After all, we've never been to your office yet. Harry said crappy panicked words. But Lockhart believed it, laughed, and said smugly, I'm here according to my meaning. Decorated. Very good. Every day, when I see the charming figures around me, my mood becomes very happy. Then he took a stack of his own pictures from the drawer, then picked up a shiny quill pen, brushed down his name, and handed it to the three of them, saying, this is the latest autographed photo with a kiss of mine printed on it. One and only. You guys are such lucky guys. Ron looked at the picture, the pink lip print, his face was disgusted, and he didn't dare to touch it. But Lockhart's eyes were all on Harry and he didn't notice Ron's performance. No, Professor Lockhart, we don't need such a gift. Harry looked at the autographed photo in front of him and said quickly. Harry tried not to reveal the disgust on his face, and then squeezed the diary in his hand very tightly, and he now regretted very much how he had come to Lockhart. It seems, Harry, you're very shy. Don't be so embarrassed. Although you don't have such a big reputation as me, you are more or less a celebrity, and you can't do this in the future. Lockhart said in a tone that was good for you. Then he noticed the diary that Harry was holding in his hand, grabbed it rudely, and said to himself, what a shy little boy, although I never sign outside of the autograph, but this time I will make an exception for you. No, Professor Lockhart. Harry reacted, terrified, and trying to stop Lockhart. Hermione and Ron were also very panicked and quickly got up to try to stop it. It's just that Lockhart is not a guy who can listen to people, and skillfully writes his name in the blank space of his diary. Then he pursed his lips, printed a lip print on the diary, looked up and said triumphantly, Lockhart's collector's edition of lip prints. This is a lipstick with the fragrance of Don't Forget My Flowers. Harry and the three of them watched Lockhart's commotion in horror, as if afraid that he would suddenly turn into a dark wizard, and watched him warily. Why is this expression? Oh, flattered. Lockhart said narcissistically, and then said to Hermione and Ron with a look of regret, this is my special benefit to Harry. Only this one case, so you can only get my autographed photo. Hey, being a celebrity is just so much sweet annoyance. If you can surprise me with the final defense against the dark arts exam, I can consider giving you a specific reward as well. Lockhart winked at the two, then smirked. Stimulated by Lockhart's disgusting expression, Ron quickly returned to his senses, and then looked at Lockhart, who still had not changed. Ron whispered to the two, he doesn't seem to be affected. Harry also sighed with relief and guessed, it should be that the time is too short and has not been affected. But couldn't stay here longer? We hurried to find other professors to solve it. In fact, we forgot Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout. They are both deans. There must be a way. The three of them took advantage of Lockhart's stupidity to make a decision, and then the three of them got up, squeezed the autographed photo from the corner with disgust, put it in their pockets, and then squeezed out a smile and said to Lockhart, Professor, we still have something to do, so let's not bother you. Okay. Lockhart recovered from his smirk and nodded confusedly. Harry quickly closed the diary with the eye-catching lip prints on the table, then turned with Hermione and Ron and walked toward the door. It's just that Harry just put his hand on the doorknob when a cry came from behind him, forget it all. Then Harry felt like the memories in his head had been wiped away with an eraser, rolled his eyes and passed out, only to see that Lockhart's temperament had changed drastically at this time, and his eyes coldly watched the three people at the door fall down before he withdrew his wand. He stared at the scar on Harry Potter's forehead and said viciously, Peter York? What a Slytherin student who almost fooled me? On Peter's side, he and his partner had just come out of the room of needs, when their footsteps suddenly stopped, and their eyes burst into blue light. When the light converged, the corners of Peter's mouth hooked, and he sneered to himself, is this a plot correction? But without the basilisk, you won't have a chance to jump around. What's wrong with Peter? Do you see anything? Alan and Cedric saw Peter's appearance and hurried to ask. It's not too much of a problem, it's just that a little guy did something bad and stole the diary. Peter said calmly. What? The diary was stolen? The two of them were not calm, and said excitedly, we have to get it back quickly, you know that it is the Dark Devil's head. Very dangerous? Don't worry, I already know where the diary is. Peter smiled and comforted the two partners, then pointed to his eyes and said confidently, with me keeping an eye on it, nothing will happen. Then he muttered, it's time to teach these nosy little guys a lesson. They are responsible for what they provoke. In the defense against the Dark Arts office, Lockhart looked at the three unconscious people, and after some thought, he still withdrew his wand. After all, many people had seen the Harry Potter trio and entered his office, and he did not want to be exposed for the time being. Then with a wave of the wand, the three of them moved to their original chairs and fired another awakening spell. Sorry, Professor, we were distracted just now. The three men sitting in the chairs woke up and said apologetically to Lockhart. It's okay, I see you're a little tired, so let's go back and have a good rest. Lockhart said gently, with a look of concern for the student. Goodbye then, Professor Lockhart. The three nodded obediently, spoke to Lockhart, and quickly left the office, leaving only Lockhart, squinting his eyes in the direction Harry Potter they had left, then retracting his gaze and casually surveying his surroundings. In particular, he noticed the portrait of Lockhart on the surrounding wall, and said with disgust in his eyes, what a helpless fool. The magic is mediocre, and nothing but the memory spell will be there. Still want to teach defense against the dark arts? The portraits of Lockhart on the surrounding walls, as if noticing something wrong with Lockhart himself, shrank to the corners of the portraits one by one, looking very frightened. On the other side, the three Harrys who had left also gathered to discuss what had just happened. Hermione, do you remember why we went to Lockhart's office? Harry instinctively felt something was wrong and asked Hermione on the side. Didn't we accompany Hermione to ask questions? He also got an autographed photograph of Lockhart. Ron said puzzled. What question did Hermione ask? Do you remember? Harry frowned and said. Hermione asked Professor Lockhart what to do with Red Riding Hood. Was there anything wrong? Ron was still puzzled. The problem is the way to deal with Red Riding Hood, which I've seen in the library. There was no need to consult Professor Lockhart again. Hermione also frowned. But just now you did ask Professor Lockhart how to deal with Red Riding Hood. Unless our memories are all wrong, Ron said with a skimmer. Yes, it was our memory that went wrong. Hermione jumped up and said, then turned to the two companions and said, I've heard a spell that cancels and modifies specific memories. The Aurors often used it to erase the memories of Muggles who discovered magic. Hermione, you mean that Lockhart just tampered with our memories? Harry exclaimed. So why did he do that? Have we discovered his secret that no one knows? Ron said in horror. Hermione shook her head and frowned thoughtfully. What we want to figure out now is why we went to Professor Lockhart. As far as I can remember, we were in the common room, and then we went straight to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office and asked Professor Lockhart for advice. But I distinctly remember leaving the common room at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and for 3 hours in between, we can't be in Lockhart's office all the time, but there is no other memory in between. Harry and Ron heard the analysis that followed and took a cold breath. We could go and ask Neville, who was also in the lounge when we left and must have known something, Ron said suddenly. The three nodded and ran briskly toward the Gryffindor common room. You want to ask me why you left the lounge in the afternoon? Neville asked, puzzled, looking at the three of them with a strange look. Yes, our memories seem to have lost some of them. If you know, tell us quickly, it's important, Harry said solemnly. Neville thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, I don't know why you guys are going out, only that Harry seems to have received someone else's message and taken you out. The three of them were disappointed when they heard it. Although we didn't find the answer, we were sure that our memories had indeed been modified. Harry said, Neville said I took you two out. Instead of being taken by Hermione to Lockhart as we remember? That must have been Lockhart's doing. He tampered with our memories? Trying to hide something? Hermione said affirmatively. I always thought Lockhart was a straw bag, didn't expect him to be pretending. It's horrible. Who are the Defense Against the Dark Arts professors enrolled in the school, and last year's Quirrell was the servant of the Dark Lord? This year there is another Lockhart dressed as a pig and a tiger? Ron said with a broken face. Now what we have to figure out is what kind of information I received to take you to meet whom. Harry said with a serious face, if you don't figure it out, maybe next time you will kill us. Let's tell Professor McGonagall about this. The three of us couldn't beat Lockhart at all, Ron said nervously. Professor McGonagall wouldn't believe it. Would he tell her that we suspect we've lost our memories? Harry shook his head and asked rhetorically. Now we have no other way but to be wary of Lockhart. Hermione sighed and said, that's all there is to it. Harry nodded and said, but we can't give up on finding the truth yet. Be sure to expose Lockhart's true face. Peter sighed. He first went back to the dormitory. He walked over to his drawer, examined it carefully, and then nodded a few places with his wand before opening the drawer. How's it going? Is the diary really lost? Alan asked nervously. It's really lost. Peter nodded calmly. Who stole it? I was able to successfully steal the diary under your strict arrangement? Alan asked curiously. It's a house elf. Peter replied, then with a smile on his face, exclaiming, the house elf is indeed a unique creature. Their magic was very different from that of the wizards, and they didn't destroy the magic I had arranged, and they easily got the diary. I'll have to pay attention to this in the future. A house elf. Alan frowned and said, that must have been directed by someone. Otherwise the house elves wouldn't be able to steal things on their own. Not necessarily. Peter smiled and said, the one who stole my things is a house elf who likes to make his own decisions. Alan opened his mouth in surprise, and then asked with a puzzled face, Peter, since you already know whose diary fell into the hands of whom, why don't you hurry to get it back? After all, it was the Dark Lord's thing, and it was still very dangerous. Why should I take it back? Peter smiled and asked, since you stole something from me, you have to be taught a lesson. And now the most dangerous Basilisk has been solved by me, and I have done what I have to do. Leave the rest to someone else. But if a student is harmed because of the diary, you will be implicated in tracking it down. Alan said worriedly. Don't worry about me. Peter smiled and reassured, haven't I been paying attention? And Dumbledore guaranteed that nothing will happen. As night fell, the students gathered in the hall to eat dinner. Many of the students were absent-minded, looking at the position of Slytherin's chief, but the people in that position had not yet appeared. Dumbledore in the middle of the professor's chair, looking at the students below, stood up and smiled and announced to the crowd, I believe many students know that the legendary Slytherin chamber has appeared, but fortunately there is our excellent student Peter York, who successfully solved the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets and relieved the school of a very dangerous hidden danger. After the school's determination, the school will reward Peter York with 300 credits and receive a special contribution award from the school. At the Slytherin bench, cheers erupted, and not long after the school started, they received 300 credits, and as long as they did not make a mistake, this year's House Cup would belong to Slytherin again. Students from other colleges also applauded after an afternoon of fermentation, all the students understood that the Basilisk was a very dangerous creature, and Peter was able to solve the monster and avoid harm to other students, which made many people feel admiration and gratitude for him. Lockhart, who was sitting in the professor's chair, almost did not break the smile on Dumbledore's face after hearing Dumbledore's words, and when he clapped with the others, his eyes darkened, and he bowed his head and cursed Peter darkly. However, this scene was noticed by the Potter trio, who had been quietly paying attention to Lockhart, and immediately looked at each other with their eyes. Dumbledore then announced with great dismay, it seems that many people have noticed that our protagonist today is not present. Here I pass on a word for Peter, and he says that if you are interested, you can go to the back kitchen to attend the banquet he has hosted. Dumbledore said with a twitch in the corners of his mouth, Peter, he has prepared a lot of basilisk meat and is ready to share it with you. As soon as the words stopped, the students in the hall erupted into a roar, and one by one their eyes widened, as if they had heard something incredible. Oh my god, did I hear me wrong? What did Dumbledore mean that Peter not only solved the basilisk, but was also ready to feast on its flesh? A Gryffindor student asked in disbelief. I heard it too. The classmate next to him also said with a surprised face, can the basilisk's meat be eaten? It should be able to eat it, otherwise Peter York would not have been able to use it for a banquet. Another student said uncertainly. Then we're going to try it. This is basilisk meat. There has been no basilisk in hundreds of years, and we can show off to others that we have eaten basilisk meat in the future, Gryffindor students said excitedly. No wonder the Weasley twins didn't show up at today's dinner, they must have been eating basilisk meat in the back kitchen with Peter. Another student said enviously. But unlike what the student thought, the Weasley twins at this time were closing their mouths and shaking their heads in resistance at the basilisk meat that Peter handed over. Taste it, Fred George. This shabu snake meat hot pot tastes very good. You'll regret it if you don't eat it. Peter grinned and squeezed a piece of thinly sliced basilisk meat toward the twins' mouths. Yes, try it. Call. Really tasty? Alan and Cedric, clumsily holding the basilisk meat with chopsticks and eating with their mouths full of oil, persuaded the twins. But the twins just clamped their mouths and shook their heads firmly. They had seen the basilisk with their own eyes, and when they thought of the green skin and the fishy smell they smelled when they helped cut the snake's flesh, they suddenly had no appetite at all. Forget it, Peter doesn't have to deal with them. They don't eat is their loss? Alan persuaded, and then added a piece of crystal clear snake meat, dipped in the sauce, put it in his mouth, and squinted his eyes to enjoy the delicious taste. Looking at the twins, Peter also gave up and simply joined Alan and Cedric, enjoying the food happily. Worthy of being a snake monster that has lived for 1,000 years, snake meat is not only delicious, but also contains magic. Peter is very sensitive to magic, and soon after eating the snake meat, a warm stream of air gushes out of his stomach, slowly nourishing and improving his body. Although the effect on Peter is very small, almost non-counting, but for ordinary people it is a great supplement. So before long, Alan and Cedric couldn't eat, and sat on the stool with a flushed face, enviously watching Peter feasting. Peter, Alan, are they all right? How did his face turn so red? The twins asked with some concern. Don't worry about them, they just eat a little bit. The basilisk's flesh energy is huge, and it can't be digested for a while, which is quite normal. It will be good for them? Peter waved his hand to signal not to worry. Hey, don't worry about us, I just feel warm all over my body now, like I can't use endless strength. It was simply amazing. Alan said lazily. Me too, my stomach is very warm, it's like drinking a mana supplement, and the mana consumed by practicing magic spells in the afternoon feels like it's replenished. Cedric said happily. Hearing the two men's words, the twins looked at each other and couldn't help but ask, is there really such a magic? You're exaggerating? You'll know it when you taste it. I'm not going to lie to you, the flesh of this basilisk is so amazing that it has such an effect. Cedric and Alan said in amazement, and then looked at the basilisk meat on the table with a pity face. It's a pity that we can't eat it. Otherwise there will be more effects. The first time you eat basilisk meat, you will have such a feeling, and the effect will become smaller and smaller later. Otherwise someone would have hyped it up a long time ago. Peter shook his head and explained. That's also very powerful. We've never heard of any potions that can improve qualifications. Cedric said with a sigh. The twins listened to them, failed to resist the temptation, and finally picked up a piece of snake meat and put it in their mouths, and then their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but say, what a fragrance. Although the twins joined, the basilisk meat that several people eventually ate was only a small part. The flesh Peter had cut from the basilisk was enough to hold 7 freezers. They ate in one of the freezers, less than a fifth of it. Peter took 5 of the freezers back into the bag, and the meat of the remaining 2 freezers was left in the back kitchen for the upcoming students, which was a little benefit he had given. Then several people quickly left the back kitchen before the students arrived. Sure enough, not long after, almost most of the students ran to the back kitchen, although they did not see Peter and them, but under the hospitality of the house elves, they hesitated to try the basilisk meat, which triggered the law of true incense. Hundreds of students made the back kitchen a bit crowded, and they all used their strength to suckle and compete for the basilisk meat, and finally the snake meat in the 2 freezers, just to satisfy the appetite of all the students. The students finally left the back kitchen before the curfew, patting their stomachs contentedly, and after returning to the college lounge, they triumphantly showed off the delicious taste of basilisk meat to those who did not come. In the defense against the Dark Arts office, Lockhart frantically destroys everything in the office, and some of Lockhart's portraits are also directly affected, and Lockhart hides in the undemolished portraits, trembling. Damn Peter, you actually killed my pet. Lockhart roared indignantly, I'll make you pay. The basilisk meat feast was talked about by the students for more than a week. Thanks to this incident, Peter became more popular at school, and according to Alan, his fan support group has surged and has become the largest informal society at Hogwarts. At the same time, the changes in defense against the dark arts Professor Lockhart also surprised many students. Because Lockhart gave up the teaching method of the previous book club, he actively taught students practical lessons in class. The knowledge of various black magic defenses is at hand, and it is not as usual that a magic is reluctant to use, and often when teaching, various magic is applied. For a time, the news of Lockhart's straw bales was no longer on the market, and his classes became very popular. Although he still has a narcissistic look, now that he has shown strong strength, the boys who originally hated him have gradually eased their attitude. At this time Peter sat in the front row, watching Lockhart wear a gorgeous violet robe, and walked along the aisle to the podium, where the students' textbooks automatically closed, causing the students to exclaim. The girls looked at Lockhart on the stage with fascination, looking like they were eager to pounce on it. Lockhart stood on the podium, posing, showing his neat white teeth, smiled and looked at the students below, looked at Peter, and then schemed over and said to the crowd, "Today we will not talk about the contents of the textbook. Please take the wand. We will have a practical lesson today." Upon hearing the news, the students cheered. "Please come with me. We're going outside the castle and play a game of level breaking," Lockhart said with a smile. A group of people then excitedly followed Lockhart to the meadow outside the castle, where a small labyrinth was abruptly erected. Leaving the range of the anti-phantom transfiguration prohibition, Lockhart flashed a flash, teleported to the wall of the maze, and said to the students below, "This is a maze. I set up various levels, put some of my personal signature photos in various places. You need to pass through the level, find my signature photo, and finally successfully walk out of the maze. Will get a special reward for me. Just be careful. I've placed some more dangerous creatures in each level, and if you're not careful, you'll get hurt, and I'll have to take you to the infirmary. Of course, don't worry too much. These creatures are all the content you have learned before. As long as you learn it seriously, you can basically deal with it. So come on. My dear students, I'll stand on it and watch the whole thing." Lockhart smiled. The students, who were originally eager to try it, were also a little hesitant when they heard Lockhart's words, and they didn't think that they had studied the defense against the dark arts before. "Come on, don't do that. My dear students, your Professor Lockhart will protect you. Summon up the courage to rush." Lockhart stood on the wall of the labyrinth and said loudly and encouragingly. A hard-to-die-hard girl from Lockhart plucked up the courage to step forward. "What a nice girl, Diana. Come on," Lockhart said happily. "Professor Lockhart, I'll do it. Can I take all of your signatures?" The girl named Diana looked at Lockhart in fascination and said, "Of course, you can take as much as you want, and if you can get through all of them, I'll reward you with a photo with my lip prints on it. Come on, good girl." Lockhart winked at the girl and said softly. The girl was suddenly excited, plucked up the courage to rush into the maze, and disappeared into the sight of everyone. "Honestly, even though Lockhart has become more powerful, I still don't have a good feeling for his peacock," Ellen whispered to Peter. Peter smiled and looked at Lockhart on the wall with interest, looking unclear. Lockhart seemed to sense Peter's gaze, turned his head to look at Peter, looked at him from a distance, and then revealed a smile. Peter then smiled at him, and the look of Lockhart was so interesting. Not long after, the girl who broke through the pass walked out with a confused face, dragging 3 photos in her hand, and she was disappointed to cry. Lockhart teleported and appeared in front of the girl, saying comfortingly, "Oh, don't be sad. Good girl, you've tried your best. Don't you already get 3 signed photos of me? Doesn't that make you happy?" Looking at the girl's smile at Lockhart's comforting broken nose, Ellen said in a difficult way, "It's really blind to my eyes. What the hell is going on with these girls? It felt like drinking ecstasy. It's crazier than ever. No way, who named Lockhart has a good look and a lot of strength. These girls eat this set?" George leaned in and said with a grin. "Seriously, this Lockhart change caught people off guard. Before looking at the appearance of such a straw bag, I didn't expect such a big change to happen in the blink of an eye," Fred said. Peter smiled and shook his head. This core-changing Lockhart of course changed a lot. With the first demonstration, the students gradually walked into the maze and played a game of level breaking. In the whole maze, there were 7 signed photos, and most of the students only got 3 or 4 photos, and so far no one who had taken 7 photos had appeared. Alan did well, getting 6 autographed photos, only to fail at the last hurdle. The twins' request to form a team was rejected by Lockhart, but the 2 also got 6 photos each, and then complained that if they formed a team, they would be able to pass the customs successfully. When it was Peter's turn to go in, the twins and Ellen both patted Peter on the shoulder and said, "Peter, you can do it. I can't tell you, but the levels inside are very simple for you." Peter nodded, and then, under Lockhart's deep gaze, walked into the labyrinth. As soon as he entered, Peter chose a path at random, and after a while, a pool of silt appeared in front of him, blocking the way. Peter raised an eyebrow, casually plucked a branch from the tree wall on the right, changed it with his wand, turned it into a single wooden bridge, waved his hand on the mud pool, and walked over. Just walked to the middle of the canoe bridge, in the mud under the bridge, suddenly stretched out 2 huge hands and grabbed Peter. With a wave of his wand, a split spell hit the mud giant hand, which splashed and fell back into the mud, then quickly conjured up a larger mud hand and attacked Peter. Peter recognized what was inside as a silt monster, originally a swamp creature with little damage, but at this time, the silt monster in front of him became very aggressive and became much stronger. But it was not a problem for Peter. He directly waved the spell, the mud under the bridge instantly formed a thick layer of ice, and the mud hands rushing towards him quickly turned into stiff ice cubes. Sluggish. Walking across the canoe bridge, Peter looked at Lockhart on the wall in the distance, smiled meaningfully, and with a stroke of his right hand, the photo hidden next to the quagmire instantly flew into his hand. Continuing forward, we came to a pile of dead leaves, and with a wave of Peter's wand, a whirlwind rose, taking the dead leaves on the ground into the air, revealing a trap on the ground. Peter looked closer. There was a bunch of small monsters with fangs in the trap, and if they fell, they would definitely be bitten very badly. Peter didn't think that the previous students had the ability to pass such a level. He directly gathered the fallen leaves in the air, turned into boulders, and smashed into the trap. Listening to the screams coming from below, he stepped over the piled stones expressionlessly and walked out of the range of the trap. Continuing on, a 10-foot-long rune snake stopped in front of Peter, with its neck on its back, and the three heads stared at Peter fiercely. Peter looked at the snake, which had obviously used an amplification spell, and felt a little amused, and asked directly in snake language, "Are you sure you want to stop me?" The snake was stunned for a moment, and then the head in the middle looked at Peter in surprise and said, "Are you a snake guy?" "Dino, you fool, he can talk to us, of course he's a snake guy." The snake head on the right said sarcastically. "Irinho, you're the fool. Don't interject me, I am the Lord." The snake head in the middle hissed at the head on the right. "Pom Farado, we'll kill this guy in the middle, and then we'll both be in charge of the night and one for the day." The snake head on the right says to the snake head on the left, "Don't, I'll just kill both of you and my whole body will belong to me." The snake head on the left said irritably. The last three snake heads, without paying attention to Peter in front of them, began to attack each other with their fangs open. Peter looked at this scene very speechless, originally thinking that it would take a lot of effort, but they did not expect that they themselves began to have internal contradictions. But to prevent them from disturbing him again, Peter quietly cast a confusion spell to add to them. Peter bypassed the snake of the rune directly and continued to advance, leaving only the three-headed snake behind him, frantically attacking each other. In the next level, Lockhart did not know where to get a few eight-eyed giant spiders, and when he saw Peter, he was red-eyed and frantically attacked him. Peter solved the eight-eyed giant spider in 3 or 2 clicks, and then moved on. Peter was speechless at this time. Lockhart, in order to entertain him, can be regarded as painstaking. Moving on, he had expected it to be more difficult, and it turned out to be just a bunch of red hats that the second grade could deal with. Red hats, usually draped in blood-red fur, sit in the corners of the forest, disguised as lost little girls, crying to elicit sympathy from hunters. When humans get closer, they will open their fangs and bite into their necks, sucking blood. With a floating spell, Peter plucked the red fur off the red fur of the red hat, revealing the ugliness inside. Red Riding Hood panicked and ran wildly with his head covered. After the Red Riding Hood, Peter encounters a group of less dangerous Grindevo, the grumpy creatures in the Black Lake, the pets of mermaids, which are aggressive but also easy to deal with. Peter did not understand a little. The first few levels that Lockhart had prepared for himself had obviously been added, and now it was not painful. Was it giving up on continuing to deal with himself? The maze is somewhat winding and turning, and some are not friendly to Peter, who does not have a good sense of direction. He simply used the guiding charm, and the target pointed straight to the mouth. He turned his head to look at the wall at the entrance to the labyrinth and found no trace of Lockhart. Through the fence, Peter followed the arrow of the guiding spell and continued to walk forward, when a pair of large yellow eyes suddenly collided with the corner. It really startled Peter, because in front of him at this moment was a basilisk more than 30 feet long. With huge fangs, he looked at Peter angrily. However, when Peter saw the small wooden cabinet at the tail of the basilisk, he smiled and said loudly, "Professor Lockhart really bothered. He actually found a bogart, and used a confusion spell to turn it into the appearance of a basilisk. Was it to scare me to death?" Peter then pointed his wand at the basilisk and whispered, "Funny." As soon as the words fell, the 30-foot-long basilisk suddenly turned into a 30-foot-long table with hot pots and plates of basilisk meat. Peter said out loud as if to himself, "It's a pity that Bogart has become a basilisk and can't eat it. Drill the heart and cut the bone." A grim voice came from behind Peter. With a wave of Peter's wand, the fence tree behind him quickly spread to block the attack. Peter slowly turned his head, smiled at the sinister Lockhart, and said, "Professor, the defense against the dark arts class is not happy to use the drill heart charm on the students. If others know, then you have to go to Azkaban and sit down." Peter York. Lockhart gritted his teeth and looked at him with a look of hatred on his face. "Professor Lockhart, why do you look at me like an enemy? There seems to be no contradiction between us," Peter said with a grin. "Drill the heart and cut the bone." Lockhart continued to strike another spell. "Oops. Professor Lockhart, no, it should be said Professor Riddle. How can you be so grumpy?" Peter grinned and blocked the attack, shook his head in disapproval, and said, "The Professor Riddle before you is much calmer than you. At the beginning, we spent many days together day and night, and we all had feelings. You used the drill heart charm on me when you met me, but it really hurt my heart." Lockhart narrowed his pupils, then sneered, "It seems you recognize me. Truly the best student in Slytherin? When you got my diary, you should have known who I was, right? Also lied to me that I was Harry Potter? Tom, you're really smart, you figured it out so quickly, and you really deserve to be Voldemort in the future." Peter laughed and applauded. "Don't call me that name." Lockhart angrily gave Peter a spell. "I am Voldemort, the Dark Lord. You should remember this title." Peter casually flicked the spell, shook his head, and said, "Although Voldemort is the future you are only the memory of his 16-year-old now. The two can't be talked about together, so I can only call you Tom Riddle. If it were a real Voldemort, he wouldn't be so violent and impulsive in school, using black magic on a student. Know that this is Dumbledore's turf?" So Tom, you're still too young, and the reason you're in school, apart from Harry Potter, isn't it that you want to do what you did 50 years ago and use basilisks to get rid of muggle-born wizards from school? Such a childish idea would not be something Voldemort would do. Lockhart looked at the man who was younger than him with a strange look on his face and said to him in an elderly tone. Immediately reacting, he angrily threw out several consecutive spells and attacked Peter. Who do you think you are, Peter York? I, the future Lord Voldemort, am immortal? What if Dumbledore was called? Lockhart said triumphantly, you will never find my hiding place. As for this body, do you think I'll care? Peter used his wand to pick up the spell that flew at him, and said with a playful face, are you talking about hiding the diary of your body in the real chamber? Well, how do you know? Lockhart looked surprised, but then said confidently, even if you guessed it, what can you do? Slytherin's real vault, only I can get in. Even if you want to break your head, you can't get inside. Really? So let's wait and see? Peter smiled and squinted, and then began to fight back fiercely, but before that, take advantage of the opportunity to break through. Let's have a good time. Professor Lockhart? Then the wand swiped, and golden dust poured out of the wand, quickly condensing into a 50-foot-long basilisk. Last semester, when I personally sent another riddle away, I used this magic, and he taught me in the first place. Peter reached out and touched the basilisk beside him, smiled and said to Lockhart, it's not bad to greet you now. And reminded, be careful, Professor Lockhart, I am this basilisk, but it is not as dangerous as the one that Bogart just conjured up, and if you see its eyes, it will also die. Lockhart looked at the basilisk that had been conjured up out of thin air, was very surprised, half convinced of Peter's reminder, and finally tried to conjure up a mirror and glance at the basilisk in a pair of glasses. Then, in Peter's stunned expression, he directly transformed into a stone statue. Ordering the basilisk to stop attacking, Peter walked over to Lockhart's stone statue, shook his head, and said, I've been kindly reminded, but I still don't believe it. Thankfully, it wasn't a direct look, or Lockhart would have been killed, and I wouldn't have had anywhere to explain. Peter removed Lockhart's wand and snapped his fingers, and the giant basilisk instantly dissipated. At the same time, the petrified Lockhart also regained his mobility. But before Lockhart could react, a rope made of branches quickly tied him up. Peter looked at him with a smile and said, Tom, you should believe me this time, right? What's wrong with me? Who trapped me? After recovering from the petrification, Lockhart looked at the scene in front of him with a confused face. Peter looked at this reaction, a little surprised, and tentatively asked, Professor Lockhart. Peter York? You're here, let me down, and I don't know which naughty little guy tied me up while I was asleep. Lockhart looked at Peter and said in surprise. Peter stared into his eyes for a moment before he confirmed that Lockhart himself was in front of him. This Tom Riddle was really fast, and I was afraid that when he was petrified at the first time, he had already left Lockhart's body. Lockhart was looked at by Peter more and more embarrassed, and he smiled weakly, and then said, Peter, you put me down first, and I will reward you with 10 points, as well as my exclusive autograph for you. What do you think? The corners of Peter's mouth twitched, and then his eyes showed a teasing look, and he said, it's okay to let you down, but Professor Lockhart has to teach me your best memory spell, and you have used this magic to steal other people's memories without being discovered, and you must have unique spell-casting skills. When Lockhart heard this, his face was suddenly pale, and his eyes were full of emptiness, but then he held up a fake smile and said, Haha Peter, what are you kidding? What memory spells? Although I know a little bit of memory spell knowledge, but I am not very proficient. This joke is not funny. Peter looked at the weak-hearted Lockhart in front of him, smiled and whispered, Professor, I'm afraid you don't know that I am the best at dementorism. As long as I am not practicing brain occlusion, I can pull out the deepest secrets from their brains. Then he said humorously, for example, in some Albania, the poor old wizard, apparently he successfully subdued the werewolf at the time of the full moon with a spell, only to be erased by someone with the forgotten curse, and then transferred this memory to himself. Lockhart's face grew paler the more he listened, and finally he couldn't help but growl, what the hell do you want? Didn't I say that? Professor, I just need you to teach me this magic? Although you are a straw bag in other ways, Dumbledore is not as good as you in terms of memory spells alone. Peter smiled and squinted. Lockhart struggled, his handle was grabbed, and he could not be allowed to give in, and finally he lowered his head and said, I promised. But you have to make sure you don't tell this secret to anyone else. Lockhart, I have no interest in your things at all. As long as you teach me this magic, I won't care even if you modify the Harry Potter memory to yours. Peter sneered. With a wave of Peter's wand, the rope on Lockhart's body was loosened. Lockhart pulled the rope off his body and looked around curiously and asked, where are we? Peter pretended to be surprised and said, Professor, shouldn't you have used the forgetting curse to lose your memory just now? Here is the maze you set up, which you used to give the students a pass. Really? I may not have had a lot of clarity lately, Lockhart said doubtfully. He had some vague impressions of what had just happened. Peter ignored his doubts and said directly, from tonight onwards, I will go to your office after the dinner to ask for the memory spell. I think it will take about a week to learn it, and then I will not bother you again. A week? That's impossible. I've been practicing for years to get to where I am today. Lockhart shook his head and said, you're a genius if you can learn well before the end of this semester. Then watch. Nor did Peter refute his words, though he had confidence in himself. Oh, yes, Professor Lockhart, I was the last to test, so the maze is no longer useful. Remember to put the giant snakes, red hats, boggarts and other dangerous creatures in the maze, don't put them in the castle. Peter said happily, and then Lockhart turned and left the labyrinth. Lockhart's legs trembled as soon as he heard these creatures in the labyrinth, and he didn't think he could solve these dangerous things. Just as he wanted to chase Peter away, the sound of plugging was heard in the fence tree next to him, and then several eight-eyed giant spiders rushed over, and their eyes were red as Lockhart's mouth chanted delicious food. Lockhart was instantly surrounded by several eight-eyed giant spiders, and he retreated in horror but stuck to a high fence wall behind him, and there was no way back. Lockhart trembled, looking at the huge body of the eight-eyed giant spider and the sharp mouthpiece, and suppressed his fear, and used his wand to chant aloud, "Remove your weapon." Unfortunately, the straw bale is destined to be just a straw bale, and there will be no ability to erupt in danger. His disarming spell only knocked one leg of an eight-eyed giant spider back. The eight-eyed giant spider suddenly erupted in ferocity and rushed towards Lockhart. Lockhart was now helpless, closing his eyes and praying desperately, and the person who had possessed him reappeared. He wasn't a fool, or he wouldn't have relied on the memory charm to get the experience he wanted from a powerful wizard and then let others not remember it at all. During this time he often fell into amnesia, and it was very easy for a person who was good at memory spells to guess the truth. But the more he enjoyed the feeling of being admired and sought after by his students, the more he felt less resistant to the mysterious person who possessed him. Perhaps his prayer had worked, and with an invisible connection a will had descended upon Lockhart again. Lockhart, with a sense of happiness, gradually lost his perception of the outside world. When the eight-eyed giant spider was about to rush to Lockhart's body, Lockhart's eyes suddenly opened, the corners of his mouth were smiling, the wand was gently waved, and several eight-eyed giant spiders were immediately slammed by an invisible force. "Thank you so much, Lockhart. Full acceptance of me so soon?" Lockhart had a wanton smile on his face, then looked at the eight-eyed giant spider that had been knocked out, smiled contemptuously, and then a spell passed, and several eight-eyed giant spiders turned into fly ash. As soon as Peter left the labyrinth and came to the grass outside, he was surrounded by students around him and asked curiously, "Peter, how many autographed photos of Lockhart you got? I must have taken it all, right? Those levels are not difficult for you at all." Alan and the twins squeezed up and said yes. Peter smiled and casually took out of his pocket 7 autographed photos of Lockhart and threw them to Alan. "I'll just say, this is a child's thing for Peter." Alan took the picture Peter had obtained in his hand and said with a grin, "Very good, everyone did a good job today." Suddenly Lockhart's voice came, only to see him appear in a phantom shapeshift among the students, looking at the crowd with a smile on his face. Then he walked over to Peter and said with a very satisfied expression, "Peter York is the only person who passed the full pass today, and got all the signed photos. So he'll get a custom-made signature photo of me, and a reward of 50 gold gallons." Everyone applauded him. Lockhart took the lead in clapping, his face full of joy for Peter. He also took out a small bag from his pocket, and the gold coins in it clanged, and put it in Peter's hand. Peter narrowed his eyes, looked at the smiling Lockhart in front of him, smiled casually, and said, "Thank you, Professor T. Come, Diana, I remember you had a camera that could take pictures of me and today's champion." Lockhart put his arm around Peter's shoulder and turned to the girl and asked, "Absolutely, Professor, the camera is in my bag, and I'll take a picture of you right away." Diana looked at Peter enviously, then quickly ran to the place where the bag was placed, pulled out a camera, and came to the two of them. "Come, Peter, let's take a commemorative photo with the castle as the background," Lockhart said with a smile. Peter did not resist and was pulled aside by him, and after a careful look in his eyes, he said softly and sympathetically, "Lockhart, this unfortunate guy seems to have completely opened his heart to you, and he will have to be controlled by you in the future. If you don't go back later, you will suck people up and try to resurrect them." "Peter York, you surprised me so much. Didn't expect to find out so soon." Lockhart looked surprised, then showed a standard smile, shook his head, and said, "Now I am reluctant to do this. After all, there is a guy like you. If I am resurrected, I am afraid that you will kill me at the first time. Right? Tom, you know me a lot too." Peter smiled and said, "You have put the diary in the secret room now. It is indeed quite safe. As long as no one hurts the diary, you are quite comfortable." "It's not comfortable. After all, isn't there you who is looking at the tiger?" Lockhart patted Peter on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You're wrong, Tom. As long as you don't come to me for trouble, I'm usually too lazy to take care of it. Or wouldn't it be nice if I just killed Lockhart and left you in the Chamber of Secrets forever?" Peter smiled. Lockhart's pupils narrowed, his smile deepened, and he didn't speak, just tapped Peter's hand on the shoulder and became heavier. "Tom, aren't you curious about Harry Potter? You can go play with him. After all, he is your destined enemy. And I'm just a melon eater, don't have to spend too much effort on me? That's good for you and me?" Peter smiled and squinted as he suggested. Lockhart looked at Peter in amazement and asked, "Aren't you suitable for Harry Potter and they have a good relationship? How can I be encouraged to go to them for trouble? There are so many people I have a good relationship with, they are not enough." Peter snorted coldly, "And these guys are a little too nosy. Let them be taught a lesson for a long time? What if I kill Harry Potter?" Lockhart asked sinisterly. If you can kill him, I'll be the first to give you a thumbs up. Peter smiled and said that in addition to Harry Potter's protagonist aura, there were also Dumbledore and Snape who secretly paid attention to it. The way the two laughed and feasted, so that the students who had not heard the content of the conversation between the two felt that the atmosphere between the two was very good. When did this guy Peter get on such a good relationship with Lockhart? Didn't he just say Lockhart was a straw bale last time? Alan asked in surprise. I don't know, but we always think that neither Peter nor Lockhart is right. The twins chuckled and said, the two of them look like they're discussing a bad idea. Why do you feel this way? Alan asked curiously. Because when we discussed the prank, it was also this expression. The twins replied in unison. Professor Lockhart, Peter, I'm going to take a picture of you. Please be prepared. Diana excitedly held the camera and shouted at the two men. Lockhart immediately assumed a satisfied posture and pulled Peter over, putting one arm on Peter's shoulder, looking very close. Peter, remember to smile, this is our first photo. I'll send a photo to the Daily Prophet with the headline I've thought of, Professor Lockhart and his rising star student Peter. We are both Merlin Medal winners, equally handsome in appearance, and quite a few fans, and we are sure to make headlines. Peter moved his body uncomfortably, looked at him strangely, and said, Tom, aren't you affected by Lockhart's brain? This is what Lockhart would do, you look used to. Please call me Professor Lockhart. Lockhart reminded emphatically, showing a standard smile on his face, looking at the opposite camera, and said indifferently, since I am wearing this skin now, of course I must play this role well, otherwise if the personality change is too big, the fool knows that something is wrong. Click. The camera emits a flash of light, freezing the figures of the two men. After taking a few more shots, Diana came to the two of them with a flushed face and the camera, saying, I've taken it. Just wash it with a visible potion and the photo will come out. Good girl? Can you give me one after washing the photo? Lockhart said softly. Of course, Professor Lockhart. I have a manifest potion in my bag, just a moment's work. Diana said excitedly, and then ran not far away. People are sometimes so superficial, just by relying on a skin bag, they can attract so many people to worship. After Lockhart and the others left, the gentle expression on his face instantly closed and said dismissively, It's human nature to love beauty, and I think part of the reason you were able to get away with it in Slytherin was that you also grew a good-looking face. Peter said disapprovingly. Then, as if thinking of something, he looked at Lockhart with a mocking face and said, After you became Voldemort, your nose was gone, and your hair was gone. Do you like that tune? The aesthetic is truly unique. Lockhart's expression was embarrassed. When he was made into a horcrux, he was only 16 years old, and naturally did not know what would happen after that. So we should have reached an agreement now, right? Lockhart looked at Peter with a puzzled look. Don't interfere with each other for the time being. Of course. The basilisk of the time bomb has been solved and my mission is complete. I'm too lazy to take care of the rest. Peter smiled and squinted. Lockhart's face darkened suddenly, and he gritted his teeth and said, That basilisk was bred by Salazar Slytherin himself, and its lifespan is about as long as the history of this school. As a student of Slytherin House, you didn't just kill it, also ate its flesh. You're insulting Slytherin? You don't deserve to be a Slytherin student. Don't mess with my hat. Tom? Peter said coldly, whether it is a basilisk bred by Mr. Slytherin or not, there has been no need for it since it killed a student 50 years ago. And it was Tom Riddle yourself who caused all this. Salazar Slytherin is willing to give everything for this school, and I don't believe he would really use the basilisk to destroy the school he built, as the legend goes. After reaching a tacit agreement with Tom Reed, Peter continued to soak in the library every day. Tom Riddle seemed to have no movements, and his daily dedication to being a professor made him more and more popular in the school, and many students thought that this year's defense against the dark arts professor was the best ever. At the same time, the Potter trio's investigation of Lockhart finally came to fruition. Dobby, you mean you stole the diary from Peter and gave it to us? Harry looked in amazement at Dobby, the house elf in front of him. Dobby nodded and asked in horror, Harry Potter lost his diary. It's too bad. That diary will be possessed. Dobby couldn't find the diary at all. Listening to Dobby's voice, Harry was a little embarrassed, and although he didn't remember it, it was obviously a mess. I rearranged my thoughts, and I think we should have, after getting the diary Dobby had given us, ready to give it to the professor, but I don't know how to get it into Lockhart's hands. Then Lockhart used the forgotten curse on us? Let's forget about it. Hermione said speculatively. And I have a not-so-good guess? Lockhart was probably possessed. Hermione said solemnly, have you noticed that Professor Lockhart now feels completely different from the Lockhart we met in Diagon Alley and at the beginning of the school year? It's just too bad. First we lost a memory, and now Lockhart is possessed again? What the hell is this diary? Not only can you open the secret room, but you can also control people, and it feels like a person lives inside. Ron grumbled. You remember, when Peter was at the Lycan bookstore, they said that the owner of this diary was a man named Tom Riddle. Harry said with a serious look, at that time, I was quite curious about this person, until I followed Ron to the prize showroom the day before yesterday to see Peter's special contribution medal, only to find that there was a person next to him who also won the special contribution award, named Tom Riddle. Yes, Harry didn't say that, I almost forgot. At that time, I also said that this person who won the Special Contribution Award did not even write a reason for the award, which was simply strange. Ron remembered and said, "It's so strange, who the hell is this Tom Riddle? How come we never heard his name? His diary is so dangerous, and he has won a Special Contribution Award. It should not be an unknown person?" Hermione frowned and thought, maybe he's already dead, or he's changed his name. After all, the name Tom Riddle is so common. Ron said casually with a skimmer. Maybe we can ask Peter, he knows this man. Hermione said, no, Peter is now so close to Lockhart that he may be controlled too. And I've heard Fred complain that Peter is very good at mind reading and can't hide secrets in front of him. If we were to inquire, he would definitely see it. How do we explain that we took his diary and lost it? Harry shook his head. Ask Fred and George, they're inseparable from Peter, and they know for sure who Tom Riddle is. Ron suggested. Then we might as well ask Peter directly. Fred, in front of Peter, could not hide secrets. Harry rolled his eyes and said, I think we can go and ask Hagrid. Hagrid has been in school for a long time, and he must know Tom Riddle. Harry stood up and said affirmatively. The two companions nodded in agreement, and then the three of them went to Hagrid's hut together. As soon as Hagrid saw the three men, he warmly invited them in. Struggling to nibble on the rock pie, Harry, reminded by Hermione, finally asked Hagrid if he knew Tom Riddle. Upon hearing this name, Hagrid's expression changed, and then he said angrily, of course I know him, it is this bad billet. Framed me, got me expelled from school and broke my wand. If Peter hadn't discovered the Chamber of Secrets and killed the Basilisk inside, I might have been saddled with this crime for the rest of my life. Hagrid said gratefully, recently Dumbledore and Peter have proved my innocence to the Ministry of Magic, which has promised to absolve me of my charges. I can use my wand in the future. Congratulations Hagrid. The three of them were equally happy for Hagrid. Then Hermione asked, Hagrid, since you know Tom Riddle, can you tell us about him? What's there to say about this bad billet? Hyge said unhappily, but for the sake of the three people's curiosity, he still explained, this Riddle, like Peter, is a Slytherin student, with excellent grades, many professors like him, and when I was expelled, he was already the president of the student council. At that time, I secretly raised an 8-eyed giant spider that had just been born and named him Aragog, but it was discovered by Tom Riddle. He told Principal Deepit about it, and testified that I was the murderer of Myrtle at that time. All the professors at that time believed his words, and only Dumbledore was willing to assure me. But the Ministry of Magic convicted me, expelled me from school, and broke my wand. I was homeless, and it was Dumbledore who took me in. The other day, Peter told me that the murderer who actually opened the Chamber of Secrets and killed Myrtle was Tom Riddle who reported me. This bad billet? He was also homeless at the time, and in order to avoid the closure of the school, he blamed him on me. I actually shirked it myself. Hagrid slammed his fists in anger and slammed the table with a hiss. Calm down, Hagrid. The three of them quickly comforted. Hagrid, you see you can sit here leisurely now, and that Tom Riddle doesn't know where to die. Upon hearing the words of the three people, Hagrid was even more unpeaceful, and roared, this bad billet is so bad in school. Later, it got worse. He gave himself a new name, gathered a large number of followers, and killed people and set fires everywhere. And killed poor Lily and James? What? The three of them couldn't sit still and looked at Hagrid stunned. Harry asked in disbelief, Hagrid, you mean Tom Riddle is Voldemort? Hagrid realized that something was wrong with his words, calmed down slightly, and whispered to the three of them, not many people know about this, so you should pay attention to confidentiality. The three of them nodded, then asked impatiently, Hagrid, what the hell is going on? How could this Voldemort graduate from Hogwarts? Do you still expect him to jump out of the ground? Hagrid brushed his lips and said, he is a few grades older than me, and I heard that he lives in a Muggle orphanage, and it was Dumbledore himself who introduced him to school. He was polite and popular in school. Many people thought he would enter the Ministry of Magic, maybe he would become the Minister of Magic in the future, but as soon as he graduated, he disappeared and a few years later suddenly appeared at the school to apply to Dumbledore for a position as a professor of defense against the dark arts. But Dumbledore refused, so he cursed the position in exasperation. After listening to Hagrid's words, the three fell into shock, and then found an excuse to say goodbye to Hagrid and quickly left the hut. That diary was actually Voldemort's. The news is terrible. Harry said with a sad face, last year he was attached to Professor Quirrell, but now he is attached to Lockhart. Don't know what he's going to do this semester? Haven't you heard rumors about the Chamber of Secrets? When he came back this semester, he must have wanted to open the Chamber of Secrets again, release the Basilisk inside, and clean up Muggle wizards like me? Hermione speculated, it's just that he didn't expect that Peter discovered the Chamber of Secrets in advance and solved the Basilisk inside. So he had no helpers? I think Peter they knew about it last semester. Ron said suddenly. During the summer vacation, Fred and George were in their room, making a candy that could be eaten and made a rooster cry. At that time, they also cheated me into eating a few, so that I could only make a rooster chirp for half a day. According to Fred, it was candy that Peter had customized to them. Know that the Basilisk is most afraid of the rooster's cry? How is this possible? You must know that at that time, the old Malfoy had not yet taken out the diary. Hermione shook her head and said, it's quite possible. I heard that Peter was able to prophesy, Fred and George, and they were both certified. Ron said affirmatively. So, Dobby stole the diary, and everything we did was just adding to the chaos. Harry said with an ugly face, now let alone lose your diary. It's just our guess, Harry. Hermione reassured, our immediate priority now is how to deal with Professor Lockhart, who is possessed by Voldemort, and find that diary. I think we're going to use Harry's cloak of invisibility. Hermione said, we can sneak into Lockhart's office while he's giving lessons to other grades and see if there's a diary in the office. But what if it's not there? Harry said with a sad face, if I were Voldemort, I would definitely keep the diary so tightly that no one could find it. Then keep a close eye on his whereabouts. He can't do nothing. There will definitely be clues. Hermione said, that's all there is to it. Harry sighed and said. Then the next day, news came that Lockhart's office had been stolen, and it was said that it had been turned over in a mess. According to Lockhart, he lost a lot of autographed photos, as well as some intimate clothing. Here he deliberately reminds that he hopes that the students will chase the stars rationally and not be too obsessed with him. Relieved to hear the news, Harry said to Hermione, thankfully you finally came up with this idea, or we'd have hit the snake. But why should I steal Lockhart's underwear? As soon as I think of touching those things with my hands, I feel like my hands are not clean. Ron said grievously. Harry looked at Ron sympathetically, then said with a serious look, it's now certain that there are no diaries in Lockhart's office. We can only turn our targets elsewhere? Is it possible that Lockhart carried it with him? After all, such an important thing, it is the safest to carry on the body? Ron said. I've noticed that Lockhart has no place to hide books, and he changes his clothes very diligently, and it will be very troublesome to carry them on his body. So the odds are slim? Hermione shook her head and said. Then where would he hide his diary? Harry scratched his head, frowned, and said, a place that only he can find. Would there be such a place? Hogwarts has a lot of abandoned rooms, a lot of secret passages, and a secret room like this time, there may be too many places. Ron shook his head and said. No, Ron, you reminded me. Chamber? The Chamber of Secrets is one of the most likely places? Hermione's eyes lit up and she said excitedly. How could it be, Hermione, that place Peter had only recently patronized? And the professors have banned that place. Voldemort should not have been stupid enough to keep his diary in the Chamber of Secrets? Harry shook his head in retort. No, on the contrary, I think the most dangerous place is the safest place. Don't forget that the Chamber of Secrets can only be opened in snake language. How many people in the school do you think can open the vault? Hermione smiled and reminded, Peter has solved the Basilisk inside and will definitely not go there again. And the others simply can't go. Only Voldemort, the heir of Slytherin, remains. But we're not snakes. If you want to go in, do you still have to go to Peter for help? Ron said puzzled. Well, it seems I can speak snake language too. Harry said hesitantly. What? Harry, you said you were a snack-eman? Hermione and Ron looked at Harry in amazement. Yes, when I was not in school, I once released a python in the reptile hall, and it told me that it came from Brazil. Harry said, I thought all wizards would do this skill. Oh Merlin, is the snake guy cavity also wholesale? All of a sudden, there were 3 snakes in the school? How strange. Ron said in surprise. It was so nice. Originally I was thinking of simply telling Peter to take us into the Chamber of Secrets, but now the only problem is solved. Hermione said in surprise. At night, as soon as Peter returned to his dormitory, he felt the magic he had placed at the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets touched. Peter took a mirror out of his bag and looked inside, only to see the mirror show the 3 Potters, quietly closing the wooden door of the toilet. Hermione's voice came from the mirror, Harry, try to speak snake language to that faucet with the serpentine logo. Harry nodded, walked over to the washstand, stared at the faucet and said, turn on. Peter couldn't help but smirk. Harry, you speak English? Please open it in snake language? Hermione said with some helplessness. Sorry, I sometimes can't tell what language I'm speaking, Harry said with some embarrassment. Then he stared earnestly at the snake symbol on the faucet again, and after a moment of silence, he let out a hissing sound from his mouth. The washstand parted in response, revealing a large hole in the middle. It wasn't until all 3 of them jumped into the hole and disappeared into the mirror that Peter put away the mirror, took out another mirror, and lay on the bed waiting with interest. The mirrors in Peter's hand are called double-sided mirrors, and they are all in pairs, and one person holds a mirror and can see each other no matter how far away, which is very similar to remote video. The method of manufacturing double-sided mirrors has been lost, so it is rarely seen on the market and is expensive. But Peter had 3 pairs of double-sided mirrors here, all given to him by Heyman Roger. Peter attached 3 double-sided mirrors to the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, to the ceiling above the Slytherin statue, and to the bronze door. They are placed in the most hidden locations to monitor the situation at any time. It wasn't until the purr of his roommate, Alan, sounded that Peter's second double-sided mirror finally appeared. Peter looked at the 3 of them funny, groping around, trying to find the traces of the diary, but after half a day of turning over, there was still no result. Peter had thought they had returned disappointed, but as the 3 were about to leave, Hermione suddenly stopped the 2 and excitedly pointed at the Slytherin statue. Since the double-sided mirror was a little high this time, Peter didn't hear what she was saying, but it was clear that Hermione had noticed something. Harry was then pulled to the statue by Hermione, whose mouth opened again. What a clever girl. It's a pity that there are 2 dragging their feet. Peter laughed and said to himself. Under Peter's gaze, the three climbed in along the statue's mouth and disappeared into the mirror again. Peter did not continue to take out the third mirror, and although they managed to enter the bronze door, without the correct password, they were doomed to fruitlessness. However, to be able to find this place in such a short period of time has surprised Peter. He had been thinking about whether to reveal some information and lead them to the Chamber of Secrets, but now he didn't need it. Later, look at the aura of Harry Potter, the protagonist. Can you solve Tom Riddle's diary beggar? The time is gradually coming to Christmas. During these days, Lockhart's classes became more and more popular, and many professors' impressions of him changed. The Potter trio, obsessed with revealing Lockhart's true face, could only give up after several fruitless attempts to open the bronze door, and instead stared at Lockhart darkly. Peter's days were very leisurely, and he spent more than a week learning the use of memory spells with Lockhart, and then practicing them alone to increase his proficiency. Lockhart, although he didn't know anything about other spells, did reach the level of a master in memory spells. When others use the Oblivion Charm, they are very rough, often making the caster become a little brainy, leaving some sequelae. But Lockhart's forgotten spell can silently delete memories, and it can also subtly modify memories to be foolproof. This is also the reason why Lockhart stole experiences from other wizards for so many years without being discovered. You must know that he stole some powerful wizards who can system werewolves, ghouls, vampires, etc., but he still uses the forgetting charm to modify his memory and no longer remember his experience. Lockhart's memory spell technique wasn't really too difficult, and Peter learned it quickly, and all he needed to do was practice more. If you just want to practice the forgetting mantra, the best way is to find someone to practice, otherwise you won't make much progress. Lockhart was a good target, but now he was stationed by Tom Riddle. As for the others, Peter could not have used this unskilled memory spell in a frenzy. After all, if he was not careful, he could turn people into idiots. But Peter now had an idea to put it into practice when he returned at Christmas. During the Christmas holidays, Peter leaves the castle with his suitcase and meets Lockhart, who is separated from the students. Lockhart saw Peter's look, looked at him with some surprise, and asked, "Are you so relieved to keep me in school?" Peter smiled and said, "Am I going to give up my Christmas holidays to spy on you? I said it all, as long as you don't mess with me, I don't bother to take care of you. Goodbye, Tom, Merry Christmas." Peter didn't turn his head back, and waved his hand at Lockhart behind him. Lockhart looked at Peter's gradually departing figure. The smile on his face narrowed, squinted his eyes and said to himself, "Peter, you are really incomprehensible." Then the corners of his mouth curled up and he said, "In that case, then my plan can also begin." Then his eyes wandered not far away, hiding in the corner of the Potter trio, sneered, and then turned to leave. After Lockhart left, the three of them walked out. "Hermione, you don't have to stay in school for Lockhart, you should go back to your family for Christmas." Harry watched the students leave in the carriage and said to Hermione, "That is, my mother is going to Romania to visit Charlie at Christmas, so we stay in school. You are different, you should go back to Christmas happily." Ron said too, "No, I think Lockhart should have made a move at Christmas. At this time, many students have gone back, which is the best time." Hermione shook her head firmly and said, "Besides, we're sure the diary is hidden behind that bronze door, and if we don't get Voldemort's diary as soon as possible, God knows what will happen." "I think Hermione, you've made a bit of a fuss. You see, during this time, Lockhart hasn't done anything, and the lessons he's taught are fun, and they're welcome, except for the commotion." Ron said, "So that's even more dangerous. Don't forget that it was Voldemort who was now possessed by Lockhart. Do you think he appeared at school just to be a defense against the dark arts professor?" Hermione said with a serious look. Hermione was right, there weren't many people in the school now. He had been in disguise for so long, now was the best time. He would definitely not be able to bear it. "We will pay attention to his whereabouts during this time, especially the location of the Chamber of Secrets, where he will most likely go," Harry said. The next day of Christmas, I received news from Professor McGonagall that Dumbledore had left school and returned to Godric Valley for a vacation. The trio stepped up their surveillance of Lockhart, and the three crouched in the corner in their invisibility suits, staring at Lockhart's office. "Let's go back. Lockhart hasn't been out since the afternoon, and maybe he's all asleep now." Ron rubbed his sore legs and said sleepily, "Hold on a little longer, Ron, wait another half hour, and if he doesn't come out yet, we'll go back and rest." Harry encouraged. "Shh, don't talk, he's coming out." Hermione suddenly whispered a reminder. The two men suddenly shut up and looked at the opposite office door, only to see the wooden door open. Lockhart walk out from inside, and after vigilantly observing the surroundings, he closed the office door and left here. The three people in the invisibility cloak gestured to each other with their eyes, and then quietly followed. Lockhart circled around the castle before finally coming to the abandoned girls' toilet and walking inside. Peter, who had just returned from prison, had just laid down on the bed when he sensed that the magic he had placed at the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets had been touched. Curious, he pulled out his double-sided mirror and saw Potter opening the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, jumping down with Ron, while Hermione ran out of the bathroom with an anxious face. It turned out to be today. It was really interesting. Peter looked at the scene in the mirror and muttered amusedly. When Harry and Ron arrived in the Chamber of Secrets hall in their cloaks of invisibility, Lockhart was waiting for them with a playful face. With a wave of his hand, Lockhart lifted the cloak of invisibility, revealing the two men inside. "Welcome, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, are you looking for me?" Lockhart said with a smile. "It's curfew time, and you guys running out of bed so restlessly is not what a good kid should do." The three of them immediately pulled out their wands in alarm and pointed at Lockhart on the other side. "Voldemort, I know it's you. You are attached to Professor Lockhart. What bad thing do you want to do?" Harry shouted loudly. "I didn't expect you to find out all of this. It's really good," Lockhart said with some surprise. Then a sly smile appeared on his face. "It's just a pity that you shouldn't have followed me here. If you died here, I think Dumbledore would be very sad." As soon as Lockhart's wand was waved, the two were tied up, and looking at them struggling, he taunted, "Should I admire your courage or laugh at your stupidity?" He actually tracked down an adult wizard. "Hermione has gone to find the other professors. You can't escape," Harry shouted. Why should I run? Now that Dumbledore and Peter York have left school, no one can stop me anymore," Lockhart said triumphantly. "Do you think your clumsy tracking methods are really useful? I've always let you do it, but I just want you to take the initiative to find it yourself. After all, I have to have you in my plan." Lockhart opened the entrance to the statue in snake language and carried the two men inside, finally to the room where the Basilisk had been sleeping. Across the room, Lockhart came to the bronze door with the two bound men, and then said in snake language, "Open, the Snake King from the swamp, Slytherin glory belongs to you." Harry, who understood the snake language, looked shocked. He looked at this bronze door that could not be opened before, and slowly opened it. Peter, who was watching this scene through the double-sided mirror, also had a smile in his eyes and muttered softly, "Is this the password of the real Chamber of Secrets? It is really unexpected." Then again, how does Salazar Slytherin feel a bit of a secondary too? This password is all boasting about himself. When he first set the password, he himself will not be embarrassed? As the bronze door opened, the scene inside also came into view, only to see that it was not the place where the treasure was hidden in the imagination. It was the appearance of an office, surrounded by silver-green decorations, perhaps because of magic, and the inside appeared clean. Behind the sturdy desk is an ornate upholstered chair with a vista of Hogwarts hanging on the wall behind the chair, alongside a blank portrait. To the right of the desk, there was a bookcase, on which it was supposed to be filled with books, which was empty at this time, and it was obvious that someone had taken it away in advance. "I said that since Voldemort discovered the Chamber of Secrets, there was no reason why he wouldn't empty it, but now it seems that he guessed correctly," Peter complained. "It's just that this legendary Chamber of Secrets doesn't fit the room at all, so wouldn't it be Salazar Slytherin's original office?" The bronze door was large, so Peter could clearly see the scene inside through the double-sided mirror outside the door. What attracted him at this time was that a large crucible was placed in the middle of the chamber, and the green potion inside was constantly tumbling in the heat. This was obviously prepared by Tom Riddle long ago. Shouldn't this be? Peter straightened up, looked at the crucible with some surprise, and guessed. As soon as Lockhart waved his wand, Harry and Ron were firmly sucked by the wall and could not move. Then Lockhart took out his diary from the desk drawer, showed it to the two of them, and said with a wanton smile, "You have always wanted to find my diary, but no matter how many times you come to the secret room, you can't open this door. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, for if you hadn't stolen me from Peter York, I'm afraid I would have been locked in that dark drawer and deceived by that fellow again." "You mean Peter wasn't seduced by you? Didn't he communicate with you?" Harry said in surprise. "Well, that guy wasn't a tough guy. He knew I existed early on and kept teasing me." Lockhart gritted his teeth and said, "In order to weaken my strength, he killed the Basilisk and humiliated me with snake flesh." Harry suddenly felt that his face had been slapped hard, and they were worried that Peter would be seduced by the diary, so they tried their best not to let the diary return to Peter's hands, and it turned out to be their wishful thinking. Lockhart stared greedily at Harry and smiled evilly. "So to thank you for letting me out, today I will borrow your blood to be reborn. And of course your friend Ron Weasley, who will be a sacrifice to the diary, so you don't have to feel alone, until I'm successfully resurrected. Voldemort, you and I are enemies. Kill me if you want to, don't touch Ron. He was just pulled over by me. He was innocent." Harry struggled and shouted. "I didn't expect that Harry Potter would also ask for forgiveness. What an enviable friendship." Lockhart said sarcastically, then shook his head. "My diary still needs a lot of life, and Ron Weasley will give me his life and magic. Add Harry Potter to your blood and the greatest Dark Lord will be reborn. Descend into this decadent wizarding world and regain control of the world. You're not the greatest person. The greatest man is Dumbledore. You are just a poor creature hiding in the shadows," Harry said loudly. Hearing this, Lockhart's face became gloomy, and he said with a sinister smile, "Dumbledore, that old guy will not live long. I will soon be reborn, and when I come back into this world, everyone will once again be frightened by the name Voldemort. And you, Harry Potter, are just an inconspicuous obstacle to my great achievements." With that, Lockhart took the diary to Ron, and then waved his wand at Ron's arm, and a deep wound suddenly appeared on his arm, and the blood that flowed out was caught by Lockhart with the diary. The diary strangely absorbed Ron's blood, and then Ron's face became more and more pale and began to falter. "Ron, what's wrong with you? You talk?" Harry watched as Ron, who was next to him, fell into a coma and shouted anxiously. "Oh, what a precious friendship." Lockhart shook his head and said, then with a wave of his wand, he put Harry down. "Send it to your partner. He is now providing for my diary with life force and magic, and it won't be long before he dies completely and becomes a sacrifice for my resurrection. Harry actually didn't care about the dangerous people next to him, and ran to Ron's side a few steps, touching Ron's hand, but was frightened by his cold body temperature, and Ron seemed to be dead at this time, and there was no rise and fall in his chest. Ron, you don't want to die. Please wake up soon. Harry cried out in a hurry, tears in his eyes. It is impossible for him to wake up. His life force and magic are flowing in my body at this time. It is really vibrant. It is wonderful. A clear voice came from behind Harry. As soon as Harry looked back, he found Lockhart lying on the ground with a pale face, and a boy who looked to be 16 or 17 years old was standing there with a look of enjoyment, and the shadow's body gradually became solidified. The life force of 2 wizards is enough for me to condense the entity, the boy said satisfactorily. Are you Voldemort? Harry looked at the boy in front of him in amazement. It was difficult to associate this person with the ugly Voldemort of the first grade. Voldemort is my past, present, and future, Tom Riddle said confidently. Then he came to the boiling crucible, looked at it, and nodded with satisfaction. Now it's okay. He then walked over to Harry, kicked his wand away, and lifted his collar to the crucible. Ignoring Harry's struggles, he pulled open his sleeve, cut a wound directly, dripped Harry's blood into the crucible, and said expectantly, reshape my body with your blood, and I will become stronger in the future. The potion with Harry's blood added became more boiling, and the whole pot of green potion turned blood red, which looked very strange. Tom Riddle tossed Harry aside, then solemnly took out his diary and threw himself into the crucible. But before the diary could fall into the potion, a cloud of flames suddenly appeared, and a phoenix quickly grabbed the diary and flew away from Tom Riddle. Damn, Dumbledore's phoenix. Tom Riddle scolded angrily, and the wand continued to fire a deadly spell, shooting at the phoenix in midair, but it was all deftly dodged by the phoenix. Phoenix tossed the diary and sorting hat at the somewhat confused Harry, and then continued to pestering Tom Riddle. Harry Potter, give me the diary. Tom Riddle threatened Harry as he confronted the phoenix. Peter sighed, looking at this scene in the mirror with some disappointment, complained, this Tom Riddle's brain is not polluted by Lockhart, there is so much nonsense, if Lucius is a little bit, he will have been resurrected a long time ago. White is looking forward to it. Seeing the phoenix appear, Peter knew that Dumbledore must have returned to school, and the ending was no longer in suspense. He had expected that if Tom Riddle in the diary were resurrected, what would be the result of Voldemort of the main soul being resurrected? Are they attacking each other and not dying? Or do we work together to dominate the wizarding world? And who will the Death Eaters choose to follow when they see these 2 masters? I've just thought about it now. Harry, who was yelled at by Tom Riddle, suddenly woke up, quickly grabbed the diary, desperately trying to tear it open, but could not tear it open, and then he took the wand, summoned the flames, and put the diary on the fire to burn. Tom Riddle saw Harry's movements, but he was not in a hurry, and while dealing with the phoenix, he laughed and said, Harry Potter, you can't destroy my diary. Harry saw that the fire curse had not damaged the diary either, and was in a hurry, and he wanted to flee with the diary, but he could not leave Ron alone. With a mournful roar, Fawkes in midair was finally defeated by Tom Riddle, struck by a spell, and fell to the ground into a pile of ashes, and then crawled out of the ashes with a young phoenix. But at this time, the phoenix was completely powerless, and Tom Riddle no longer looked at it, but walked straight to Harry, his face full of pride, and said, Harry Potter, give me back my diary. Dumbledore was so insane that he let a phoenix come with a broken hat? Does he want you to fight me with a hat? Harry watched as Tom Riddle approached step by step, nervously retreating. Harry Potter, put me on. The originally quiet Sorting Hat suddenly said. Harry didn't know the purpose of the Sorting Hat, but he had to rush to the doctor and put the scattered hat on the ground. Then Harry was hit the head by something suddenly appearing in his hat, causing him to see Venus in his eyes for a moment. Harry quickly took off the Sorting Hat, and noticed that a gorgeous hilt appeared in the hat, and he didn't want to pull it out without thinking about it. Tom Riddle's originally careless look suddenly became frightened and he couldn't help but shout, stop. Harry grabbed the hilt of his sword and slammed it into the diary on the ground. As the sword was successfully inserted into the diary, a large hole appeared in Tom Riddle's body, and he could not help but scream. Tom Riddle looked at Harry with a venomous look in his eyes, his wand facing him, trying to recite the incantation. But Harry quickly inserted his sword into the diary, and made up a few times in a row, so that Tom Riddle's spell did not end. Where the diary was inserted by the sword, a lot of black ink spewed out. After Harry's last sword, Tom Riddle dissipated directly into a scream. At the same time, Ron and Lockhart, who were lying on the ground cold, suddenly took a breath and their faces turned rosy. Seeing this, Harry ran to Ron in surprise, touched his face with his hand, and shouted happily, Ron, wake up. Well, how did I end up here? Where is this place? Lockhart was the first to wake up, looking at his surroundings in bewilderment, then saw Harry and shouted in surprise, Harry, what's going on here? Professor Lockhart. Harry looked at him warily, then tentatively asked, do you remember what the last thing was? The last thing? I remember writing to fans in my office before. Lockhart said. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, then hurriedly said, Professor Lockhart, we are now in the Chamber of Secrets. As Harry finished the whole story, Lockhart exclaimed in horror, you mean, I was controlled by the mysterious man's diary before? Almost killed you guys? Professor, I don't blame you. After all, none of us knew it would develop like this. Harry comforted. Now that the diary is ruined, let's go out. Ron doesn't know why. He hasn't woken up yet. Okay, I'll help. Lockhart said enthusiastically, then walked over to Harry, suddenly picked up his wand on the ground, and pointed it directly at Harry. Professor, you. Harry looked at Lockhart, who suddenly turned his face, puzzled. What are you doing? Lockhart smiled evilly and said, seriously, Harry, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd be afraid that I would have been sucked dry of life by the mysterious man in the diary, and I would have died. The diary promised me before that it would teach me great magic and make me famous. But he reneged on his word? So this time I want to make a name for myself? My forgetting spell is good, and I'll modify your memory for you later. You will remember your great Professor Lockhart, who heroically appeared here in your time of peril, solved the Dark Lord's diary, and successfully saved you and Ron. I think the name of my next book is out, Lockhart and the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. How's it going? Lockhart said expectantly. You're stealing. You're adding someone else's experience to yourself? Harry said angrily. Stealing? Not really, Lockhart said, not ashamed but proud. Otherwise, how do you think my experiences in the previous books came about? In order to collect so many experiences, I spent a lot of time, and I had to modify the memories of those guys one by one, so that they completely forgot that they had done such things. You are shameless, Harry said angrily. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.gg/bpy8hmhp. Don't preach to me, Harry. The world has always been hypocritical, and fans want to see the adventures of handsome witches and werewolves like me, not an old wizard with yellow teeth and lost hair. Lockhart said. Don't worry, Harry, the Forgotten Curse is my best hand. You won't feel anything, just a little dream. Lockhart's wand then pointed at Harry, grinning with his teeth bare, and read, forget it all. Just as Harry watched helplessly as the spell shot at him, a wall of light rose in front of him, bouncing the spell directly onto Lockhart, who was knocked out of the way and unconscious. It seems I'm not too late. An old but powerful voice came from outside the door. Dumbledore walked in with a smile, didn't even look at the unconscious Lockhart at his feet, leaned over and picked up the phoenix from the ashes, and said softly, Fox, you did a good job. Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry shouted in surprise, then said anxiously, Headmaster, come and see what's going on with Ron. He hasn't woken up yet. Dumbledore came over and looked at Ron carefully and said, don't worry, Harry, Ron just lost some blood too much. Let Lady Pomfrey give him some blood tonic later, he will soon be alive. Then Dumbledore picked up the broken diary on the ground, with a somewhat serious look, and his eyes were far away and he didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that Dumbledore had noticed the diary, Harry explained, Headmaster, this is Voldemort's diary, which Malfoy took the opportunity to stuff into Ginny's crucible before school started, but was found by Peter and then taken away by him. It wasn't until later that it fell into our hands. Tom Riddle said, if we hadn't made up our own minds, the diary would have stayed in Peter's hands. Then there won't be any of these things going on, Harry said with uneasiness. Listening to Harry's explanation, Dumbledore nodded and said, that's right. Although you are indeed a bit reckless, you can do a great job to solve this black magic item, Harry. You don't need to blame yourself. After all, trust between people is never created out of thin air. This time, it was caused by your distrust of Peter, but I think Peter will forgive you. Dumbledore suddenly looked in one direction, smiled, and said, am I right? Peter? Harry looked puzzled down Dumbledore's line of sight and saw only a bare wall. Headmaster, didn't Peter come home for Christmas? Shouldn't it be here? Dumbledore didn't say a word, but with a smile he pulled out his old wand and looked a little toward the empty wall, only to see a round mirror floating on the wall, facing the door. Harry looked curiously at the mirror and saw that he did not reflect his appearance, but Peter's appearance. Good evening, Dumbledore. And Harry? Without the slightest hint of embarrassment at being caught, Peter lay on tea. Headmaster, what is this? Why is Peter here? Harry asked in surprise. It's a two-sided mirror, Harry, a lost means of communication, and now Peter is supposed to be talking to us at home. Dumbledore said softly to Harry. Peter has set up monitors here. Harry reacted, said in surprise, and then looked at Peter in the mirror and asked, Peter, did you just see what happened here? Yes, I have set up the double-sided mirror here a long time ago, because I know that sooner or later Tom Riddle will come and take the diary. After all, I expected it when you stole it from me and handed it to Lockhart yourself. Peter looked at Harry Potter with a smirk. Harry was ashamed to see Peter and couldn't help but lower his head and look only at his feet. When Dumbledore saw this, he couldn't help but sigh, stroked Harry's shoulder, looked at Peter in the mirror, and said, Peter, you are always full of foresight, but can you consider Harry? They are just ordinary children, not as strategic as you, and need to give them time to grow. Peter snorted coldly, Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm not their nanny for Harry Potter. There is no time or energy to protect your savior. You should also know that I can always see a little sign of the future, so I got my diary in advance and even solved the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. But because of their superfluous deeds, the diary was released by them, and if it were not for Tom Riddle's jealousy, the school would have been turned upside down by him long ago. The more Peter spoke, the lower Harry's head went down, as if he were going to burrow into the earth. Oh, so Peter, you prophesied about the diary and the Chamber of Secrets long ago. Dumbledore looked curious and asked, "Can you tell me what the future holds? Doesn't sound very good." "The prophecy I saw was that Ginny Weasley, when she got the diary, was seduced by the diary and opened her heart to him, so the diary released the Basilisk through Ginny Weasley, petrified Filch's cat on Halloween, and then attacked Colin Creevey in Gryffindor 1st grade, Justin Finryary in Hufflepuff 2nd grade, Peen Lockrivat in Ravenclaw 6th grade, and Hermione Granger in succession," Peter said slowly. When Harry heard the name of the attack, he felt his heart twitch. These people he knew. Colin Creevey was his little fan, holding a camera all day to take pictures of him, and Justin Fenrieri was Hufflepuff's initiative and one of his best friends, and Hermione was also attacked by the Basilisk. Then there was a strong sense of happiness. Fortunately, the Basilisk was solved by Peter in the first place. Moreover, he had also tasted the meat of the Basilisk at the beginning, and now when he thought that the Basilisk had almost attacked his friend, he regretted that he had eaten less. Peter looked at Dumbledore's heavy face and smiled in his heart. He deliberately omitted the fact that the person who was attacked was only petrified, and was automatically brain-medicated by Dumbledore. "And you, Principal Dumbledore, were also expelled by Malfoy in conjunction with the other school directors. So there was no shelter at all, and many Muggle students were ready to go home," Peter said with a heavy expression. "What about the result?" "The result?" Harry couldn't wait to ask. As a result, Ginny Weasley was taken into the Chamber of Secrets by Tom Riddle and wrote in blood on the wall, "Her remains will be sealed in the chamber forever." The school was about to close, and finally the school had to bring Dumbledore back. "I don't know what happened next. After all, future prophecies are always a few words, and I can't fully understand them." Peter's face did not change color. "Fortunately, Peter, you killed the Basilisk in advance, otherwise you would have killed many people," Harry said happily with relief. Dumbledore also nodded. A smile appeared on his face, looked at Peter across the mirror and said, "Peter, you are doing a good job. You can rely on prophecy to change the future. I am afraid that only you can do it." In fact, Dumbledore also had some suspicions that Peter was lying, but he watched carefully. After Peter's demeanor, judging from his experience of living for more than 100 years, there was no sign of Peter lying. If Peter had known Dumbledore's thoughts, he would have laughed. After all, none of what he had just said was false, but he omitted some of the content, which triggered such an association. So the cleverness of language is here. "Well, Peter, let's stop here with our call. We need to get out of here first." Professor McGonagall outside, "They're probably in a hurry." Dumbledore smiled. "Wait, Headmaster Dumbledore." Peter quickly shouted, "Headmaster, can you help me take this two-sided mirror out with me, and I will ask you later when I return to school." "Yes." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. "There's also a piece on the ceiling of the statue, and a piece in the toilet at the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, which the headmaster should be able to find. Trouble you," Peter said with a pleading face. "I didn't expect Peter to have such a rich collection. Double-sided mirrors are rare now. I only have a pair, but I can't compare to you," Dumbledore said in astonishment. "Dumbledore, don't make fun of me. I can't beat you." Peter quickly waved his hand and said, "Dumbledore's family, though only he and his brother Aberforth are left, are also a pure-blood family with a long history, not to mention that Dumbledore once studied alchemy with Nick Flamel, engaged in alchemy, and those who reached a certain level would not be short of money." After ending the call with Dumbledore, Peter did not continue to lie on the bed. He got dressed and picked up the wand, then turned into a phoenix and disappeared into the bedroom. Once again, he came to a prison, and invisibly, he skillfully used magic to quietly come to the prison of the repeat offender, open the mind reading, look at these people, and choose the most vicious people as his experimental subjects. The UK abolished the death penalty since '69, so even the most vicious are imprisoned for life. Peter's prison was now full of prisoners sentenced to life in prison, and he passed through one iron door after another, and finally chose a prisoner who could be slashed in front of Peter's eyes, quietly opened the iron door, and walked in. "Who are you? How did it come in?" The prisoner inside woke up alertly, looked at the person who appeared in front of him, and asked warily. Peter looked at the prisoner expressionlessly, his mind still thinking about what he had just seen from the beast's brain, and then he took out his wand and pointed it at him. "You want to use a stick against me, brat?" The prisoner looked at Peter strangely, and then said contemptuously, "Although I don't know how you came in, but if you dare to appear here, I will greet you well. Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Peter watched him come over with a clenched fist, and with a direct wave of his hand, the prisoner directly hit the wall and could not move. The prisoner looked at himself firmly fixed to the wall by an invisible force, and looked at Peter in horror. "Are you the devil?" Peter didn't have so much time to deal with him, and the wand in his right hand emitted a fluorescence, and then Peter pressed the wand against the prisoner's brain, and the prisoner's long memory was like a movie film frame in front of Peter's eyes. The forgetting spell that Peter learned from Lockhart was indeed different from the book, especially in terms of memory modification, and Lockhart was able to stuff his fabricated memories into the subject's brain and reshape new memories. Although Peter only said that Lockhart was a straw bag, he could be called a master by this forgetting spell alone. Peter did not underestimate the power of this forgetting spell, which Lockhart had improved in his view in shaping memory. If used well, you can even reconstruct the enemy's memory, and even a big guy like Voldemort can reconstruct his personality and become a completely good person. Of course, the premise is that Voldemort can be caught. On the other hand, the wizarding world, although in terms of various bodily injuries, has corresponding potions treatment. However, there is a big gap between psychotherapy and muggles, and for bad memories, wizards unify the use of the oblivion charm to rudely delete memories. But the more the forgetting spell is used, the more the person's brain will be affected and become sluggish and forgetful. Just like Neville Longbottom, because when he was a child, he saw his parents being tortured, and his family used the forgetting charm on him in order to avoid his psychological shadow, resulting in his current memory is not very good. There are also Neville's parents, the two who were tortured mad by the drill heart curse. Because of the psychological collapse, the magic world has no corresponding treatment, so they can only lie in the hospital bed for life. Therefore, Lockhart's modified forgotten charm was very powerful, but unfortunately Lockhart did not use it on the right path, and actually wanted to use the spell on Harry Potter, and the result was obvious, and it was rebounded by Dumbledore's magic to himself. Although Peter did not know what the situation was like in Lockhart, he guessed that he had lost his memory and had to be admitted to St. Mungo's hospital, just like the original ending. Thinking of this, Peter can't help but have some feelings. This world seems to have a specific fate line, although with Peter's participation, the diary was eventually destroyed by Harry Potter. Lockhart was also rebounded by his own magic, and everyone's fate seemed to have been written already. Withdrawing his thoughts, Peter looked at the memories that appeared before his eyes, and he tried to modify them with his wand, trying to repersonalitize the prisoner. But not long after, his attempt failed, and the memory of the prisoner in front of him was changed to a mess by himself, and finally fell into a mess, and there was no way to start. Peter finished withdrawing his wand, only to see the prisoner at this time, his eyes sluggish, the corners of his mouth drooling, and the stupid motionless. Failing, Peter sighed helplessly, then lifted the spell, walked out of the prison again, closed the iron door again, and then reselected new subjects. The next day, the warden received a warning report that more than a dozen people had collectively become idiots in the prison of repeat offenders. There are also some unrepentant prisoners who actually seem to have changed as individuals, and they actually say some crimes that have not confessed with regret on their faces. The warden who personally rushed over looked at the scene in the prison, and suddenly seemed to be dreaming, and quickly reported this strange thing to his superiors. In the days that followed, all London prisons had the same symptoms, and many felons either became idiots or seemed to have changed as if they were human beings, confessing their crimes. This strange thing was noticed by the London hierarchy, and the Prime Minister contacted the Ministry of Magic to see if any wizard was using spells on muggles. The Ministry of Magic did not pay much attention to it, but just randomly sent 2 young Aurors to check it out. But Peter had long since erased his own magical traces, and the 2 fledgling Aurors certainly couldn't have found anything. So this matter can only become a headless case, and various versions of strange legends have been rumored. It wasn't until the end of the Christmas holidays that this weird thing ended too. At the end of the holidays, I returned to school. Peter knew from the twins that Lockhart had been struck by his own forgetting curse, and all memories were gone. He couldn't even speak, and he was teased by them like a mentally handicapped. Lockhart had been taken to St. Mungo's hospital, and many students were very disappointed to hear the news, especially those fans, who spontaneously sent gifts to Lockhart. Looking at the many students at the door of Lockhart's office, filled with flowers and greetings, the twins who knew Lockhart's true face said with a strange face, "What if these fans knew that their Professor Lockhart was just a thief who stole someone else's work? They just think you're slandering and then angrily lay siege to you." Peter said lightly, then smiled, "But it doesn't matter. Lockhart doesn't remember anything now. What you need to consider is who should teach the next defense against the dark arts class. Never Snape." The twins prayed. But the truth is always the opposite of desire, when seeing Snape appear in defense against the dark arts class. "Oh no, how he is again." The twins covered their faces and groaned in pain. Gryffindor deducts 2 points. 2 Weasleys, are your bones made of mollusks? Sit me down. With a wave of Snape's hand, the 2 chalk heads bounced directly onto the 2 men's heads, leaving a chalk gray mark. The next semester you're facing the 5th grade OWL, which is the ordinary wizarding level exam. Snape looked at the students below and sneered, "But given the frequent changes in professors in this course and the uneven levels, I don't have much hope that you will be able to pass this course. But for those who have lofty ideals, I give you a chance in the spirit of a teacher, so in the next half semester, I will teach you the knowledge of the defense against the dark arts that you must master. So in my classroom, no troublemakers are allowed, otherwise I will make him regret appearing here." Snape glanced at the twins and said slowly. The twins sat up straight, looking at the textbook with a good look. Snape looked at the Lockhart book series stacked in front of the students' desks and waved his wand to make all the books close automatically. Then he picked up a book of Lockhart in disgust and said contemptuously, "In my defense against the dark arts class in the future, don't bring this kind of extracurricular garbage novel, except for occupying a position." Some Lockhart fans dared to look at Snape angrily, and even a Gryffindor girl, who wanted to get up and refute it, was pulled by the companion next to him. After the official class, although Snape is most famous as a potions master, he is also extraordinary in the level of defense against the dark arts. Even Peter, who has studied ahead of time, can gain a lot in the course. But even Snape's high level of defense against the dark arts did not affect his least popular professor, and even with the defense against the dark arts class, it became the second most disliked course for the students. The first of course is the potions class. Without Tom Riddle's troublemaking, the second half of the semester became very calm, and the only hottest thing was the Quidditch game. Thanks to Lucius Malfoy's big hand and sponsorship of Slytherin's 7 Light Wheels of 2001, Slytherin's advantages are enormous. But in terms of the talent of the Seeker, Draco is clearly inferior to Harry Potter. In the Slytherin-Gryffindor matchup, although Slytherin had the advantage of a broomstick, it had the advantage of points. However, in the end, Harry Potter caught the golden snitch and overscored the score. Even though Slytherin only lost this one game, Gryffindor persevered until the end of the semester with the advantage, so this semester's Quidditch was finally going to fall into Gryffindor's hands. Peter's attention was not focused on this at this time, because he had received a large package from 4 owls working together. Looking at the large package in front of me, there was a letter on it, which was mailed from Mrs. Mokin. Peter opened the envelope in surprise, and on it was a thank you note written by Mrs. Mokin herself, thanking Peter for being willing to give her such a precious basilisk snake skin to customize, rather than her old rival in the vanity shop. After reading the envelope, Peter took a pen and signed his name below, and then a contract spell was connected from Peter to the envelope and disappeared without a trace. This is to ensure that the person who opened the package is Peter, the contract magic set up. If someone else opens the package without permission, the contract spell will fall on that person and will be easily traced. Mrs. Morgan said that this custom-made talisman was the best one she had ever made, so Peter was curious and couldn't wait to open the package. The basilisk was more than 20 feet long in snakeskin, enough to make a lot of things, so Peter's first sight was a black wizard hat, which was gorgeously made, with silver trims at the brim, and green gems. Peter wore it on his head satisfactorily, knowing that he had spent a lot of time trying to persuade Lady Morgan to dye the green snakeskin in other colors. Apparently the British did not understand the meaning of the green hat. Lady Morgan also tried to persuade Peter that if it was dyed in other colors, the magic resistance of the basilisk skin would weaken a lot, but at Peter's insistence, the hat was still dyed black according to his request. Oh, what a nice hat. Peter, where did you order this from? I want one all. Alan looked enviously at the hat on Peter's head and said, I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult, but this is the hat I asked Mrs. Mokin of Diagon Alley to use the basilisk skin I peeled off, and now I'm afraid I won't be able to find another basilisk. Peter explained with a smile. It's a basilisk skin. Pardonable? Alan was even more curious when he heard it. Let me see what you have customized. Such a big package, there should be a lot of it. You are so extravagant that you actually make clothes out of the skin of a 1,000-year-old basilisk, and you are the only one in the entire magical world? Peter rummaged through the package, found a small package below, handed it to Alan and said, I also prepared one for you, you see for yourself, full of dissatisfaction. And mine, Alan said in surprise, and then happily gave Peter a hug. Thank you, Peter. Then Alan unwrapped the package and unfolded the contents, which was a dark green cloak embroidered with silver ornaments, which was dotted with stars and was very gorgeous. So good looking, I love you to death, Peter. If I were a woman, I would marry you. Alan was very happy to hold the cloak and was reluctant to let go. Please don't say such a terrible thing. I'm going to have nightmares? Peter schemed his lips and then introduced, this cloak is made of basilisk skin, and coupled with Madame Mokin's craftsmanship, it can not only automatically clean and adjust the temperature, but also resist most of the evil curses. After listening to Peter's introduction, Alan looked at the cloak with delight and said, this can be passed down as an heirloom. I've never heard of that cloak having such an effect. Then with a struggle, Alan returned the cloak to Peter and said firmly, Peter, I can't ask for such a precious thing. Even if such a cloak is sold outside, it will be at least a few thousand gold gallons. And it's hard to come by. I can't accept it. Peter looked at Alan in amazement, then smiled more gently, tucked the cloak into his arms, and said, for you, you can take it. And not just for you, I'm ready for a few other guys too. Besides, I customized it to your body shape, and now it's impossible to rework it. Thank you, Peter. If you need my place in the future, please feel free to command, or I will be upset. Alan looked at Peter gratefully. Their family was just an ordinary family in the wizarding world, and such a precious magic cloak was never something they could imagine. But now he was given one by Peter because it was his friend. Alan couldn't wait to put on the cloak, excitedly touched the place and touched it, and then said to Peter in surprise, the effect is really immediate. I still felt a little cold just now, but after putting on the cloak, my body was warm. Since the gifts were delivered to the common room, some Slytherin students also noticed the ornate cloaks on Alan's body. Alan, your cloak is cool. Which store made this? I want a cape like that too. Some students gathered around and asked enviously. The senior students who had seen it recognized that the silver runes on the cloak were ancient magic texts, and they were very surprised and affirmatively said, this cloak of yours can actually carry ancient magic texts. The material is not ordinary. This is what Peter gave me. It was made from the basilisk snakeskin. Can block most evil spells. Ellen boasted triumphantly. The onlookers were immediately very envious. There were not many magic props that could block evil spells, let alone block most of the evil spells. Everyone looked at the cloak with hot eyes. At the same time, I was surprised by Peter's big hand. Such a precious prop actually said to send it. I really want to hold Peter's thigh now, saying that the big guy let's be friends. Everyone turned their heads to look at the large package in front of Peter, and they all guessed how much was inside. However, Peter obviously did not satisfy their curiosity. Peter directly picked up the package, and then, in the eager eyes of the crowd, left the lounge and returned to the dormitory. In the dormitory, after Peter picked out the cloaks that belonged to the other 3 companions, the rest was his own. In addition to his hat and cloak, Peter himself had 2 dark green wizard's robes, a suit similar to the Auror uniform, both very ornate, with silver ancient magic scripts flashing from time to time, making these costumes look even more mysterious. Peter tried to change into a suit, and as soon as the original fat suit was put on Peter, it automatically shortened and became very fit. Peter walked up to the mirror and was very satisfied with Madame Mokin's craftsmanship, and the originally tough snakeskin did not know what method she used, but it became very soft and comfortable, and it felt like silk. Cool, Peter, you're so handsome you look now. If I go out now, I'm sure those girls won't be able to walk. As soon as Alan came in, he looked at Peter after the change of clothes and said, I'm not in ecstasy, you're exaggerating. Peter said wordlessly, you really don't know anything about your charm, Peter. You know that even after Lockhart's troublesome guy came to school, a few Hufflepuff girls secretly conducted an investigation into who the man who wanted to sleep the most was. Alan said with a gossipy face, but do you know how many you are in line? Wouldn't you say I'm number 1? Peter asked somewhat wordlessly, are these people too idle, and still engage in such rankings? That's right, you're number 1. You top the list with more than 300 people, and Lockhart is only half yours. Lockhart knew about it, but he was angry, thought it was fake, and said bad things about you behind your back. Alan haha said. Wait. Peter found Huadian and asked busily, it seems that the number of girls in our school is not so large. Where did so many people vote for me? Hey. Alan smiled sheepishly and said, of course it's not just girls voting. Peter, you are so charming. Peter was speechless for an instant, and this place was really worthy of being a corrupt country. When several of his companions received Peter's gift, they immediately put on their cloaks and appeared in the luncheon hall. The gorgeous cloak instantly attracted everyone's attention, except for the shy Cedric who was a little embarrassed. Alan and the twins triumphantly showed off the cloak to others. Soon the whole school knew where the cloak came from and its efficacy was discussed more eagerly. Merlin, such a cloak is worth a lot, and Peter really dares to send it. Lee Jordan looked at the gorgeous cloaks on the twins and said enviously. Not only that, in addition to making this cloak from the snakeskin of the Basilisk, Lady Morkan spent a lot of energy to make it. It was delivered to her in October, but it was only completed in January, and it took more than 3 months. It's very comfortable to wear on the body now. The twins stood gleefully flaunting Gryffindor. It's really cool. Ron sat down, enviously reaching out to touch George's cloak, only to be knocked down. Ron, don't mess around. This is something I want to use as an heirloom. Can you afford to lose it? George said no. Hey, I'm your brother. Jordan touched it just now, why can't I? Ron said disapprovingly. Sorry, little Ronnie, you always like accidents, and I can't trust my cloak to fall into your hands. George said firmly. Me too, little Ronnie, don't you want to touch my cloak, you destruction king? Fred said with a grin. If you don't touch it, don't touch it. Ron grunted and sat back down. Then he spat to Harry next to him. Peter is also too generous, give such a precious cloak to these 2 guys, look at their proud looks. You're jealous, Ron. Hermione said sharply, and then looked at the gorgeous cloak, holding her face full of understanding, and said, if anyone can give me such a cloak, I will definitely marry him. Who will marry you? Ron said with a pursed ear. Ron then received a glare from the Gryffindor lioness and had to shrink his head. Unlike the twins, the shy Cedric didn't know how to reject others, so he could only watch in anguish as the whole house stretched out his claws at his cloak. Luckily, Sprout came to break the siege, drove the other students back to their seats, and then smiled and said, very nice cloak. Cedric, you made a nice friend. I feel the same way, said Cedric happily. Time flew by and it was soon final exam week. Peter is now familiar with the examination of the 12 courses. After successfully passing the compulsory exam, Peter first went to the arithmetic divination class, and after a successful exam, he turned the time converter again and returned to the tower of the divination class an hour ago. Peter, come here, we're here. Several of his friends greeted Peter upstairs. Peter smiled and waved at them, then hurried upstairs to join a few of his friends. You didn't come with us just now, and we knew you must have gone to take other classes. How about the arithmetic divination class? Alan asked. It's okay, it's not difficult for me. Peter said lightly. Then you must be 12 O's again this semester, and it's really a Slytherin that is more Ravenclaw than Ravenclaw. The twins grinned. What with what? You two have so much faith in me? There are still divination classes and magical animal protection exams yet, and the results are unknown. Peter said modestly. Divination class has no problem with you, you are a prophet. If you don't have O, then there will be a ghost? George said confidently. You've heard that. Professor Ketleben seems to have retired at the end of the semester. So who's going to teach us a lesson on protecting magical creatures next semester? Cedric asked curiously. This matter is of course to be consulted, our prophetic guru Peter York. He must have known. Fred grinned and tugged at Peter's shoulder and asked, yes, Peter, tell us, do you see who the professor of magical zoology next semester is? Peter looked at the curious eyes of the crowd, smiled and nodded, and said, I do know a little. The crowd's interest was immediately aroused, and they looked at Peter expectantly. But let me sell a little bit of a pass. You just need to know that next semester, our Conservation of Magical Creatures class, the textbook that needs to be used is a book called Monster Book of Monsters. It is very interesting. If it is not operated correctly, be careful of injuries. Peter smiled and squinted. Oh, Peter, you're doing this again. The twins were suddenly unhappy to get up. The last time it was also said that it stopped halfway, so that we couldn't even have a holiday. Say anything this time, or we'll keep pestering you. Speaking of last semester, I haven't used all the rooster fudge you made for me, so how about I bribe you with these candies? Peter said seductively to the twins. You also know that if you put those things down, they may be broken. How could it be bad? We Weasley brothers produce things that are always of quality and quantity. Hold on for another year and a half without a problem? The twins immediately retorted, and then the two looked at each other, and some of them were moved. After all, this was what they had spent energy to make, and it was too wasteful to let it go. Then he nodded his head and agreed. Okay, we don't ask. We will take these candies and sell them to others, and when the time comes, 9 points, you 9 and we have a dog. I don't want it. You can sell as much as you can. Peter shook his head in refusal. This is not okay. You paid for it in the first place, and we will come back from scratch and then sell it again. What is the reason? The twins said with a determined face. That's it. Otherwise you'll tell us who the professor who protects the magical animals next semester is. Looking at the two brothers' resolute looks, Peter smiled and nodded. Okay, just divide it. It's a pity that those candies are in my hands. That's pretty much it. The twins smiled with satisfaction. You two traitors were tempted away by Peter in a few clicks. Obviously said to stand with us? Alan said to the twins with an accusatory face. Well, Alan, I'm not really curious about who the professors will be next semester. Cedric coughed and solemnly stated his position. Cedric, you've learned badly with them. You're a wall-to-wall grass. Alan complained in disbelief. Well, don't play, it's going to be an exam soon. Be careful of being beaten by Professor Trelawney. Peter reminded there's nothing to worry about in divination class. As long as you try your best to make up a tragic future in front of her, she will score high. Alan said disapprovingly. I want to say that you are better than her when you come to be a professor of divination. Don't talk nonsense. Peter said disapprovingly. My prophecy and that Professor Trelawney are two different directions? My prediction is, in a way, to see some possibility in the future and then to make a change. But Professor Trelawney's prophecy, that was the predetermined destiny? In other words, even if you know this prophecy, no matter how you do it, you will only fulfill this prophecy in the end? Can't change? It doesn't sound like Professor Trelawney's prophecy feels very good. If it were me, I'd rather not have that ability. George said sheepishly. It's like having a terminal illness. I'd rather not know the outcome and live happily every day than know it in advance, and then wait for death every day. Fred also said. So don't blame Professor Trelawney for being crazy. When you know the outcome of everything and are powerless to change it, you may become even madder than she is. Peter said with deep understanding. He had been using the time turner for 2 years, and had tried countless times to change the timeline through the time turner, but the strong uneasiness of his body's instincts prevented him from thinking of this impulse. At 9 o'clock, one by one, the students were called by name and went in to take the exam. By Peter's turn, it was almost noon. Ah, Peter, here you are? Only you and I have a real vision here, and this time we can finally really talk about prophecy, not the nonsense of those guys out there. Trelawney took off her large glasses, sat down in her chair somewhat wearily, and said, Professor, since you know them, why? Peter was a little surprised, not realizing that Fred had thought that their clever idea had actually been seen through by Trelawney. Why not puncture? Trelawney added to Peter's words, and she said with a bitter smile, I stressed from the first lesson that divination is based on talent, and there is no way to succeed through learning. Over the years, I've only met you as a student with a real vision. Everyone else chose the divination class just to pass this course, and if I puncture this lie, I am afraid that the divination class will be cancelled. Hogwarts is my home, and where can I go without it? Well, let's see what you can predict today. Trelawney perked up, looked at Peter with glowing eyes, and said, I will test you strictly, and if your prophecy is not accurate, be careful that the grades of those who talk nonsense outside will be even lower. Here are tarot cards, tea leaves, and crystal balls, and you choose the one you're best at. She pointed to 3 things on the round table and said, Tarot cards are my best, although I can also see some images from the crystal ball, but they are not as accurate as the tarot cards give me. Peter looked at the 3 things on the table, walked over to the crystal ball, smiled, and said, Professor, I'm the opposite of you. I like the crystal ball. Try it and see what you see in it. Trelawney walked over to Peter with interest and stared at Peter and the crystal ball. Peter rested his hand on the crystal ball, his mind empty, his eyes fixed on a cloud of mist inside the crystal ball. After a while, the mist directly turned into a big black dog, roaring fiercely at Peter, and Peter instinctively shrank his head back before reacting to the illusion. Trelawney looked at Peter's reaction and quickly asked, What do you see inside? I saw a fierce black dog who crossed the iron fence, swam across the ocean, and came to land. Peter looked at the scene in the picture and said with some surprise, Black dogs? What does that mean? Is it unknown? Trelawney did not doubt Peter's words, but pondered to herself what it meant. Wait, Professor, I also saw a lot of Dementors, and they surrounded the Hogwarts Express. And there are a lot of Dementors floating above Hogwarts Castle? Peter recounted the illusion he saw inside the crystal ball. Peter was also a little surprised at this time, although he knew that the next semester would be the plot of Black's prison break and Pettigrew, but he did not expect to be able to see it in the crystal ball. Dementors? How did these monsters appear on trains and Hogwarts? Aren't they supposed to be in Azkaban? Trelawney said in surprise. This means that someone must have escaped from Azkaban and the target was Hogwarts, so the Ministry of Magic sent Dementors over. Peter vaguely told the truth. It's unbelievable. You wait for me first, and I'll use tarot cards to predict the next semester? Trelawney hurriedly picked up the tarot cards on the table. Then under Peter's puzzled gaze, a tarot card was flipped open on the table by her, and then she muttered in confusion, upside down man reverse position. Death? Will the bondagers escape? Betrayer? Could it be that the betrayer escaped Azkaban? Who is the bondager? How do you show two people? Peter was a little surprised to hear Trelawney's words, not expecting her to see so much with the tarot cards alone. It's just that Trelawney probably wouldn't have imagined that the betrayer was now in the castle, turning into a rat and living happily. And the bondager is probably Blake, the crazy avenger who escaped from prison to kill the betrayer Pettigrew. In the end, Trelawney still did not understand, so she gave up continuing to speculate. Smiling, he said to Peter, "It seems that your prophecy ability has improved a lot, and this exam you are the first student with a full score in my true sense. Let's go out and call another one in, and we'll see your prediction next semester." Trelawney filled in the transcript satisfactorily. "Professor, can you not tell anyone else about the prophecy you just made?" Peter said to Trelawney. "Oh, why? I thought you'd love your prophecies to get noticed? After all, as long as others know and fulfill the prophecy content you said next semester, you will be sought after by many people." Trelawney was astonished. "Professor, many people don't really care if the prophecy is true or not. A real bad future, and a fake good future, people will be more willing to choose fake." Peter laughed and said, "When you tell a truth that people don't want to accept, no matter how true it is, they will only treat you as a liar." Watching Trelawney sink into thought, Peter gently walked out of the room. At the end of a week's exam, students are given a week of free time. Boom. The potions office was knocked on. "Come in." Snape, who was grading the papers, said without raising his head. The door opened and Peter walked in, looking at Snape, who was busy, and Peter didn't bother, and the familiar conjured up a chair to sit down, and then waited quietly. After Snape frowned and gave the roll in a pass, he looked up at Peter and asked, "What's the matter with you not following your friends outside to relax and run to me?" Peter took the time turner out of his arms, got up and walked over to Snape, put it on the table, and said, "Mostly to return the time turner, Dean." Snape raised an eyebrow, grabbed the time turner on the table, put it in a drawer, and said, "I thought you'd be back the day before you left school. I've already taken the exam, I don't have to go to class, and I don't need it now." Peter explained, and then explained, "Professor, I would like to ask you about the Patronus spell." "Oh, the Patronus curse? Why would you think I would be such a remote spell?" Snape looked at Peter and asked rhetorically. "The Patronus charm is indeed remote. After all, this spell, except that it was developed by Dumbledore to communicate, basically only works on Dementors and Voldemort bats. But the Dementors are all in Azkaban, and the average person can't reach it at all. So even the Aurors were rarely proficient in the Guardian charm, let alone summoning a full Guardian form. Dean, you are extremely advanced in the defense of the dark arts, and the Patron Saint charm is certainly no problem for you." Peter smiled in compliments, then complained, "Headmaster Dumbledore once said he was going to teach me his improved Patronus charm, but he seems to have forgotten." Snape's compliment to Peter could not be denied, but when he heard Dumbledore, he could not help but frown and remind, "You are a Slytherin student, come to me if you want to inquire, don't bother the headmaster." "I know, Dean, didn't you come to you when you saw me in difficulty?" Peter smiled even happier. Snape couldn't look at Peter's hippie smile and said impatiently, "Logically, the Patron Saint charm is a high-level spell, although it is a bit difficult, but it should be no problem for you. You cast the Patronus charm first, and I'll see what happens." Peter put away his smile, pulled out his wand, closed his eyes and tried to think about happy things, especially the pleasure of teasing Voldemort, and then said, "Call God guard." Only to see Peter's wand burst out a large cloud of silver mist, a lot of silver mist, almost occupying the entire office space. But in the end, it just converged into a huge egg-shaped fog, as if something was about to pop out of it, but it was powerless. "Professor, you can only see that this is the case, and you can't summon a complete Patron Saint spell at all," Peter said disappointedly. He had been learning this spell intermittently since the 2nd grade, and some time ago he remembered the Dementors of the next semester, so he picked it up again. But no matter how hard he tried to think about the happiest things, the Guardian Spirit form had never been successful. Snape looked at the huge silver mist cocoon summoned by Peter in astonishment and said, "Your Guardian Spirit is probably a behemoth, and the form of the Guardian Spirit summoned by ordinary wizards is not so big." Snape looked at Peter's Patron Saint and asked him what he thought of casting it, and was speechless when he heard him having fun playing Voldemort. "Professor, there is a guardian in the name of the Patron Saint spell, and I wonder if I have to have the idea of guardianship when recalling happy memories in order to succeed." Peter asked his own question. Snape looked at Peter appreciatively, nodded, and said, "You guessed right. The successful casting of the Guardian Spirit spell, Happy Memory, is the most basic, the most important spell caster's firm will to guard. But I've tried it, and there's still no way to condense the full body of the patron saint. Peter said, puzzled. Then tell me what your guardian is. Snape asked directly. Protect my loved ones and friends from harm? The Hogwarts family united? Peace and harmony in the wizarding world? Peter said. Snort? Space hole? And do you think you're Dumbledore, or Savior? Need you to so much? Snape looked at Peter with disdain and sneered. Snape then said solemnly, you have to grasp a specific target that you consider to be the most important, which can be your family, your closest friends, or even one person, as long as it is not empty. Now, try again at casting the Patronus spell. Snape said. Peter nodded, this time recalling his warm days at York Manor, and silently vowing to guard the home, then chanting, calling God to guard. A large amount of silver mist erupted from the wand again, but in the end the silver mist only condensed a few points more, and did not succeed in summoning the entity. Come again. Snape didn't say much more. Call God guard. Peter once again changed his mind and added several of his classmates from the school, especially at the thought that Fred and Cedric would also die in the future, and the protection in his heart became even worse. This time, the Guardian Spirit spell, the silver mist condensed more tightly, as if it was about to condense the entity at any time, but in the end it was still a little worse. Still not, Professor. Peter said with some disappointment. If it's a normal patron saint spell, you should be able to cast it smoothly by now, but your current patron saint is obviously huge, which requires more mana and willpower, Snape explained directly. Maybe we can change our thinking. Snape looked at Peter and suddenly said, since the will to guard others is not strong enough, what about guarding yourself? Guard your own will? Is this okay? Peter said in surprise. Why not? Although many wizards swear that dark wizards cannot cast the guardian charm, that is just to deceive the fools. The most essential requirement of the Patronus curse is to have happy memories and guardian emotions. For the most vicious, torturing people is his happiest thing. And the object of protection, why can't it be himself? So dark wizards can also cast the Patronus charm? Snape explained. Well, Professor, you've compared me to a dark wizard, and some of them look up to me too much. Peter adamantly stated that he was not the same kind of person as the dark wizard. Although it sounds a bit self-sufficient, I still have some confidence in my own self-preservation strength, so I think it is better to protect my own words than to protect other people's emotions. Peter said smugly. Snape had no problem with Peter's strength. He simply suggested, you don't need to excite emotions entirely on the basis of reality. In other words, you can deceive your emotions and imagine when you are weakest, or even have nothing. Hearing Snape's words, Peter suddenly realized that the last person who suggested that he deceive his emotions was Voldemort, and when he taught himself to use the death curse, he relied on deceiving emotions to avoid being affected by negative emotions. This time, Peter felt that he could succeed, and he recalled his happy memories of spending time with his family and friends, and he couldn't help but smile on his face. Then he remembered his helplessness when he first came to this world, and the injection of phoenix blood despite the danger, just to make himself strong. A kind of enlightenment arose in the heart, a strong desire to guard oneself, to guard everything that one cherished, and came to mind. Call God guard. Peter once again pronounced mantra B. In the office, Peter looked in amazement at the summoned patron saint. This time he successfully summoned the complete guardian spirit, only to see a giant snake that was more than 10 feet long, and there was a pair of huge wings on the back of the snake. Feather snake. Snape said in amazement. Peter was also very surprised. He had thought that he was most likely to be a phoenix. After all, his other form was a phoenix. Sorry, Professor, you just said that my patron saint form is a feather snake. Peter reacted and asked curiously, isn't the feather snake supposed to be a totem of the original natives of the Americas? Professor, do you know? Snape looked at the huge feather snake in front of him and said in amazement, many wizards think that the Native American feather snake totem comes from the bird snake, but this is a fallacy. The feather snake is a very magical creature. Its wings can emit a dazzling light like the sun, often illuminating the surrounding area at night, so it is regarded by the Maya as the embodiment of the sun. It can also change the weather and possess wisdom, so it is revered by the Mayans as the feathered snake god, a powerful creature of both light and darkness. Unfortunately, it has disappeared into the long river of history, resulting in many wizards now confusing it with birds and snakes. Professor, how do you know so much? I thought the feather snake was just a fabrication, like Muggle myths. Peter said in surprise. You wait. Snape got up and walked to the back of his office, where he rested. After a while, he came back again, holding a small sack in his hand, and then opened the bag and pulled out the contents. Only to see something shining brightly. Peter did not see clearly for a moment, and when his eyes adjusted to the light, he found that Snape was holding a half-moon-shaped scale in his hand. Professor, what is this? Peter asked in surprise. This is the scale of the feather snake, magical. It has been around for hundreds of years, but it is still dazzling. Snape caressed the scales in his hand in fascination. I once went to the Americas for a potions seminar, which I got from a Mayan descendant wizard, and used my whole bottle of elixir. Can you show me? Professor? I've never seen a feather snake scale before. Peter asked expectantly. Professor Snape did not hesitate and generously handed the scales to Peter. Peter looked at the scales that were the size of his palms, showing the white of the moon, but shining with multicolor colors and glowing, which was very magical. So magical. Professor, are you going to put this in your collection? or for other uses. Peter played with it for a while, but finally returned it, and couldn't help asking. It's for you. Snape pushed the scales in front of Peter, looked at him and said, since your patron saint is a feather snake, it means that you are related to you, so it is good for you to give you the scales of this snake. Yes? Peter was very surprised, and then quickly shook his head. He and Snape are not related, but they cannot take benefits in vain. He pushed back. Professor, this is what you exchanged for a bottle of fooling. That fooling agent has no price. I can't receive such a big gift. No need to refuse. On the one hand, although the scales of this snake are precious, they are of no great use to me. Snape shook his head, then as if remembering something, said with a somewhat bad look, next semester I need your help to make a very difficult potion once a month, so this is a reward. Hearing that it was a reward, Peter did not resist, but first asked, what potion is made? Don't you have time to teach yourself? If it's too advanced, then there's nothing I can do. After all, I'm only in the 5th grade next semester. Wolf poison potion? I don't know if you've heard it. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. I'll lend you my potions notes later, and you'd better take a look at them ahead of the holidays and then follow me back to me when school starts. At your level, as long as you operate it a few times, you should be able to succeed. Snape seemed to be very disgusted by the term wolf poison, and gritted his teeth when he said it. Wolf poison potion? Did a werewolf order this potion from you? This potion is not cheap. Which rich werewolf actually asked you to teach you a potions master? Peter asked in surprise. Give money? Hey, it's your beloved chancellor, the professor you'll bring in for the next semester? Snape said in disgust. He can't give me half a son. It's a task that Dumbledore imposed on me. I was afraid that when I was dispensing medicine to the werewolf, I couldn't help but add poison to poison him to death. So you can only make wolf poison potions. So, our defense against the dark arts professor next semester, so soon. Or a werewolf. Peter said with some surprise. He had thought that Lupin had accepted Dumbledore's invitation to become a defense against the dark arts professor, after Blake had escaped from Azkaban. Or did you say that this little butterfly has changed some of the plot? How do you think it will be a defense against the dark arts professor? Isn't Professor Ketleben retired, and why isn't it a class on the protection of magical animals? Snape raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked at Peter. Because the professor in the conservation of magical animals next semester is Hagrid, Professor. Peter did not hide it and said, and the defense against the dark arts position, after experiencing the tragic end of so many professors, I am afraid that no one will take the initiative to apply. With a werewolf teaching the students, Headmaster Dumbledore probably had no other choice. Looks like you know quite a bit. Snape said in surprise that he had only learned that Hagrid had become a professor at noon today. Peter smiled. Snape did not ask, but reached out and waved at the bookshelf in the corner, and the shelf opened automatically, and an old book flew out and landed on Peter's hand. This is my high-end potions making textbook from school, which has instructions for wolf poison potions. Snape explained, and then with a smug tone, the operation in the textbook is stereotypical and outdated. You don't have to do it. Pay more attention to the precautions and techniques I wrote above. Making such a potion should not be difficult for you. Peter asked in amazement, Professor, wasn't the wolf poison potion invented by Damco's Marcus not long ago? For this he was also awarded a Merlin medal. Well, the wolf poison potion has already arrived. Although Marcus had a good level of potions, he only improved the wolf poison potion, not the wolf poison potion he threatened, Snape said dismissively. Then he pointed to the old textbook with his wand and said smugly, I was very interested in werewolves for a while, so I studied the wolf poison potion, and there are my steps to improve. You just need to follow the above method. The quality will be better than Marcus's improved effect. Peter was amazed that Snape's improved wolf poison potion was earlier and of better quality than this Marcus's. So why didn't this come out early? Peter asked the question. Why should I publish it? Just to please a few werewolves? Or is it for the Order of Merlin? Snape had a look of disdain, especially when he mentioned werewolves, and the look of disgust in his eyes was even worse. Well, Peter was completely speechless. It seems that Lupin's identity as a werewolf made Snape hate the werewolf group, and even the honor was gone, which must be how much he hated the former robbery foursome. Peter looked at the old textbook and turned the first page curiously. This book belongs to the mixed race Tomoko. Peter couldn't help but read the words above, and almost didn't laugh, not expecting Snape to have a second-year high school time when he was young. Looking at Snape again, there was also a rare hint of embarrassment on his face at this time. After all, it was difficult not to be embarrassed to be seen by his own students as young and crazy. Peter quickly maintained his expression, saving Snape from him off and throwing him out of the office. Well, if you want to see it, take it back to study. I won't keep you here. Go out. Snape began to chase people away. Okay, Professor, I'll take this book back. Peter smiled and nodded, then left the office. Looking at the multicolored scales in his hand and this old Snape textbook, Peter felt that this trip to the potions office was full of rewards, and he had successfully summoned a complete patron saint, which could not be more satisfying. It didn't take long for him to bump into a few of his friends who had been waiting for him here for a long time. Peter, you're finally out. If we don't come out again, we all think that Professor Snape has boiled you into a potion? The twins exclaimed exaggeratedly. I thought you'd be out in the sun first. Wait a long time, and I'll invite you to eat Duke Honey's latest candy. Peter said with a smile. Don't listen to Fred, they're talking nonsense. We didn't wait long, they just couldn't sit still. Cedric said gently. Didn't you go to pay back the time converter, and why did you stay in it for so long? Did Professor Snape ask you to do something else? Alan asked curiously. No, I just happened to have a spell that didn't work out, so I just asked Professor Snape for advice. Peter explains. And the magic you can't cast. What kind of high-level spell is it? Can it still bother you? George said with a look of surprise. Several of his partners also looked at him with a look of approval. I'm not a god, and of course I have magic that can't. Peter said wordlessly, and then explained, it is a white magic called the Patronus Charm, and I have not been able to successfully cast a full form of the Guardian Spirit, but this time under the guidance of Professor Snape, I finally succeeded. Patronus Curse? What's that spell? Alan and the twins looked confused and said they hadn't heard of them. Instead, Cedric, second only to Peter, looked at him in surprise and asked, Peter, have you really succeeded in casting the Patronus Charm? Peter smiled and nodded, replying, before, we just summoned a cloud of mist, but today we finally succeeded in condensing the Guardian Spirit. You're amazing. Even among adult wizards, only a small number of them can successfully cast the Guardian Spirit spell. You're probably the youngest? Cedric said with a look of admiration. I don't dare to compliment me when I'm young, I'm going to be in the 5th grade right now, there must be someone younger than me. Peter shook his head and said. Peter said in his heart that next semester, Harry Potter would be able to cast the Patronus spell. Compared with him, this achievement is nothing. Hey, please take care of the 2 scholars, there are 3 scum who don't know anything here. You are waiting to explain what the Patronus Curse is? Alan and the twins yelled disapprovingly. Peter gave the 3 guys a blank look, and then instructed the good old man Cedric to give a lecture to the 3 scum. So this white magic is used against Dementors and Voldemort bats. The twins were disappointed and said with little interest, these 2 kinds of guys are far away from us, what is the use of learning this magic? But not only that, the Patronus Charm has a restraining effect on many black magic. Moreover, the summoned patron saint is different for everyone, and it is the embodiment of everyone's heart. Cedric explained. Peter looked at the guys who were all interested in the Patronus Charm and reminded, at the beginning of the next semester, there will be a lot of Dementors in the school, and if you don't want to be helpless when you face them, you'd better learn the Patronus Charm during the summer vacation. What? Dementors will appear at Hogwarts? Several of the companions were stunned. Haven't they been guarding Azkaban all the time? How did you get to school? I don't know, I saw it in the crystal ball during the divination exam. Peter hid what he knew, and then said solemnly, so for the sake of your little life, you still have to learn this magic well. And next semester we will be the 5th grade OWL exam. If during the exam, you can successfully cast the patron saint spell on the exam teacher, the defense against the dark arts exam results will be extra points. Peter gave him a big stick and a sweet date, and successfully made these lazy guys become interested in the Patronus Charm, urging him to teach them the method of the Patronus Charm. Let's go, if you want to learn, go to the lake, where it's good to practice. Peter said with a smile. The group happily came to the meadow by the lake. Peter, what's that glowing thing in your pocket? Fred's eyes sharpened as he spotted Peter's pocket, a ray of light shooting out, and asked curiously, oh, this is the scale of the feathered snake that Professor Snape gave me. Peter took out from his pocket a half-moon-shaped crescent white scale. The scales become more dazzling under the sunlight and emit a multicolored glow. What a beautiful scale. Just a single piece of scale is so dazzling, how spectacular it would be if the whole head appeared here. Alan took the scales in amazement, stroked them repeatedly, and then enviously said to Peter, Professor Snape is really good to you, he actually gave you such a rare feather snake scale. But if there is a condition, next semester I will go to help Professor Snape make a more difficult high-level potion. That's a reward. Peter explains. It's time for us to see. George snatched the scales from Alan's hand and played with Fred with a grin. We thought the feather snake and the bird snake were about the same length, but we didn't expect its scales to be so beautiful. If the witches saw it, they would probably want to rob it. Well, it's time for Cedric. You've seen enough. In retaliation, Alan grabbed the scales from their hands and turned to hand them to Cedric. Cedric carefully admired the scales of the feather snake before returning them to Peter and asked curiously, Peter, do you know what the scales of this snake do? I don't know much, but according to Professor Snape's experiments, the feather snake scales are effective in mitigating black magic damage. And it is said that if you wear it for a long time, you can also bring luck. I don't know if it is true, Peter said. Being able to mitigate black magic damage is already very powerful. It should be known that the Curse and Injury Department of St. Mungo's Hospital receives many wounded people who have suffered black magic injuries every year. But black magic is originally irreversible, so the healers are helpless, and your scales are a big treasure, Cedric said in admiration. Yes, Peter, you have to put it away, and it may be a lifesaver in the future, Alan also advised. Peter smiled and nodded, putting the scales back into the small sack bag. Then, he patted his ass and got up and said to the 4 companions, well, we have less than a week to go before we leave school. In the next few days, you will follow me to learn the patron saint spell? Oh no, Peter, I regret it a little, this is the last free time before the holidays? Otherwise you copy the spell to us, and we'll bring it back and don't practice it well. The twins suddenly burst into lazy cancer and wanted to drag it out. You all want to be lazy in front of me, and you still expect you to feel self-conscious when you go back. Peter looked at the two brothers with a look of distrust. Then, under Peter's high pressure, a few guys practiced carefully according to what Peter had taught. Finally, after practicing for an afternoon, several people finally succeeded in conjuring up a wisp of silver mist. If you don't look closely, you won't even be able to find it, but this has made several people very happy. While several people were happily going to the restaurant for dinner, at the gate, Neville Longbottom stopped Peter with some trepidation. Peter, do you have time? I want to tell you one thing. Neville, are you looking for me for anything? Peter looked at him gently and asked. Neville still had some sense of awe for the legendary university bully, swallowed his saliva, and said nervously, "It's my grandmother. She wants to invite you to my house during the summer vacation." "Oh, is it the old lady of Longbottom? Is your grandmother okay? I haven't seen her in a long time," Peter said with a smile. Neville nodded, then took an invitation from his pocket and handed it to Peter. Peter raised an eyebrow, and after coming to the wizarding world, he was still officially invited for the first time. After receiving the invitation, Peter gently looked at the nervous Neville, and couldn't help but smile and agreed. "Neville, I will come to your house on time." "But why do you look so nervous? Am I nervous about you?" No, it's just that my final exams are a mess and must have failed. My grandmother always told me to learn from you, even if it was a 10th. Neville bowed his head and said cowardly, "But I'm not as smart as you, and I'm stupid, and I can't remember the textbook many times." "Well, I didn't expect to become someone else's child," Peter advised. "Everyone in Neville has areas that they are not good at, and you don't have to compete with others. Instead, compare yourself to see if you have improved every time. I see that your herbal medicine class is very good. Professor Sprout said that you are very talented. Maybe you will be able to become a professor of herbal medicine in the future?" "Really?" Neville seemed to be encouraged. His eyes lit up, and he asked with some disbelief, "Can I really have such an ability?" "Believe me, Neville, you're talented. It's just that all along, you don't seem to be very confident, and the most basic point of magic is that you need the firm belief of the caster." Peter patted him on the shoulder and encouraged. Neville Longbottom don't look at this time is just a small fat man who is only a promise, but in the original plot, in the later stages, it has always been the backbone of the resistance against Voldemort, and even in the final battle, he pulled out the Gryffindor sword, destroyed Voldemort's last horcrux, Nagini, turned the tide of the war, and took over the position of Professor of Herbal Medicine after graduation, which can be said to be a classic of the late completion of the great instrument. Moreover, he was also the child of the original prophecy, but Voldemort finally chose Harry Potter and completed the fulfillment of the prophecy. After pacifying the little Gryffindor lion, Peter returned to the hall to continue eating. Soon the semester will be over. Slytherin continued to defend the Academy Cup this semester, but the Quidditch Cup was won by Gryffindor. Therefore, this academic year, the two colleges are basically satisfied, and the atmosphere at the dinner party is more harmonious than in previous years. As for the Guardian Spirit spell practice of several partners, so far it could only conjure up a small cloud of silver mist. But relatively speaking, the twins are worthy of the two brothers who are the best at creating joy. The two of them have the fastest progress, they have gradually taken shape, they look very small, and the two brothers are enthusiastically guessing what kind of animal their patron saint is. The night before leaving school, Peter lay in bed and had a rare chance of turning on the system. Looking at the more than 200 points displayed on the system, Peter sat up in surprise. "System, how come I've had so many points this semester?" The system did not answer, and directly displayed the source of the point reward on the panel. Peter looked at the above explanation and understood the reason. Most of the points rewards were taken from the diary, especially the credit for Harry Potter's soul destroying the diary in the end, which was also counted on Peter by the system. However, Peter didn't care much about the reward reason of the system, and the points were never too much. More than 200 points can be exchanged for 2 genetic fusion opportunities, which has made him very happy. Peter lay happily on the bed, thinking about these 2 opportunities to integrate, how to make good use of them. Now that Voldemort was getting closer and closer, his life-saving skills were blessed with Phoenix, Bird Snake, Invisible Beast, and Bojet genes. But in terms of attacks, apart from the newly fused Basilisk genes, there is only the most basic spell attack. But in terms of spells, Peter, although he thought he was much better than his peers, was still far behind professors like Snape McGonagall, let alone Dumbledore and Voldemort. Spells and magic spells can't be changed for a short time, but by fusing genes, he can quickly increase his strength. Excited, Peter finally fell asleep in the wee hours of the morning. The next morning, all the students' ceremonies were packed up by the industrious house elves throughout the night. Carrying their luggage, the students happily rode to Hogsmeade in a carriage and took the express train home. As soon as the twins saw Peter, they excitedly pulled him into the carriage and told him the good news. "So Mr. Weasley won the Ministry of Magic Employee Award, and you're going to spend all of this gallon on your trip to Egypt?" Peter asked in surprise, "Aren't you thinking about leaving some money for the future?" Peter was incomprehensible about this kind of behavior of spending money. 600 gallons can be said to be a huge amount of money for the Weasley family. If you save it, the pressure will be much less. I did not expect to use it for tourism. Anyway, the money came from free. My mother just wanted to see Bill. Just take this opportunity to travel to Egypt with the whole family. The twins didn't care to talk about selfishness. Then he said to Peter in unison, "My mother, they want to invite you to join our family on a trip to Egypt. It's a pity that I accepted the invitation of the Longbottom family yesterday, so I can't travel to Egypt with you," Peter said apologetically. "That's a shame. We had already decided to take you to the pyramids. There are also many undiscovered magical relics there," the twins said regretfully. "It's okay, have fun on your own, and when you come back, bring me an Egyptian specialty," Peter said with a smile. On the train, accompanied by the sound of the whistle, the students left Hogwarts, and the castle was quiet again. When he got home, Peter's time became leisurely again, and every day he either wandered around his manor, drank afternoon tea with his Aunt Christine, or read a book in the study. It wasn't until he received a letter from Neville Longbottom that Peter got in the car and came to the Leaky Cauldron bar. Then borrow the bar's fireplace, grab a handful of flying road powder, throw it at your feet, and shout Longbottom Manor. After a period of spinning, Peter finally landed on the ground. Peter looked at his grey face, and quickly waved his hand to use magic to make himself clean. Only then did he look up at the Longbottom family that had been waiting outside the fireplace for a long time, and smiled and said, "Sorry, let you wait longer. My family does not have a flying road network, so I can only borrow the fireplace at the Broken Cauldron bar." At this time in the living room sat the old lady of Longbottom, Neville, and two middle-aged couples who were obviously husband and wife. "Good afternoon, old lady Longbottom, long gone, looks good looking," Peter smiled and said to Augusta, the leader. Old Lady Longbottom looked at Peter, a cold smile appeared on her face, and greeted her kindly. "You are not late, Peter. I said to let Algie pick you up, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn as a child, and you insisted on coming by yourself. It also turned such a big circle. Where there is a guest, you still have to host the family, and personally go to the guest's house to pick up people." Peter shook his head and smiled. Then he looked at the middle-aged couple on the side, smiled and said, "You are Neville's uncles and aunts. It is a pleasure to meet you." The middle-aged woman smiled gently at Peter, while Algiron Barton, who was beside her, looked at Peter with surprise and said excitedly, "You just used the wandless magic, right? Just wave your hand and get the dust away. It's awesome." Algie looked a little out of his mind, his eyes constantly looking at Peter. "Well, it's just a little trick, nothing great." Peter looked at Algie a little uncomfortably. "Algie, be polite. Peter is our guest, don't ask east and west." Old Lady Longbottom looked solemnly at Algie. Then he showed an embarrassed look to Peter and said, "Sorry Peter, Algie, this guy is a little out of tune, a little disrespectful, you don't have to pay attention to him." Peter looked at Algie, who had been trained by Mrs. Longbottom, and retracted back behind his wife. Peter said amusedly, "Mr. Longbottom is very good, and he has a very similar personality to my two best companions, and there is no disrespect." Subsequently, under the warm reception of the old lady of Longbottom, Peter took up residence in the manor and opened the family's private collection to Peter for him to read. For the generosity of the old lady of Longbottom, Peter, in addition to being grateful, took Neville with him and taught him at any time. Peter was sensitive to magic fluctuations, so when teaching Neville, he could see at a glance what his problems were. So Neville's magic progress in the past few days has been very fast, and he has quickly mastered the spells of the first and second grades. Especially at dinner, after Neville successfully transformed his toad into a pocket watch in public, Aunt Annie happily gave Neville a kiss, and Uncle Algie picked up a chicken leg and put it on his plate. Old Lady Longbottom did not say anything, but her eyes were full of smiles, and she looked lovingly at her grandson who was praised and blushed. Peter, the creator of all this, was warmly welcomed by the Longbottom family. "Except for your weapons." On the grass of Longbottom Manor, Neville pointed with his wand. The dummy on the other side read it out loud, only to see the weapon in the dummy's hand be thrown away in response. "I succeeded? Peter, I really managed to cast the disarming curse," Neville said excitedly, his expression in disbelief. Peter stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, smiled, and said, "Look, you just have a little less self-confidence. As long as you believe that you can do it, you are actually not worse than others." "Thank you, Peter. I know I wouldn't have been able to do it without you." Neville looked at Peter gratefully. These days Peter explained the spell to him impatiently, and constantly encouraged him, so that he could make rapid progress. "The most important thing is that you work hard enough. I know you're practicing magic all these days, even in your bedroom." Peter looked at him approvingly and said, "My brain is stupid, I can't always remember things, so I can only memorize it a few more times." Neville scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Peter looked at Neville with some sympathy, forgetting that the curse of oblivion would cause damage to the mind, not to mention that Neville was only a year old at that time. But in order not to leave a psychological shadow on the child, Mrs. Longbottom can only endure the use of the forgetting spell, so that Neville can forget the memory of his parents' torture, resulting in his current poor memory. Peter has turned on mind reading in order to teach Neville these days. He did not expect that this student whose grades were hovering on the pass was also very serious in school, just so as not to embarrass the Longbottom family. But apparently the after effects of the forgetting curse made him always unable to remember things, and for a long time he was considered a squib, which led to inner insecurity, and his grades naturally did not get better. "Your wand should be changed, Neville. This wand is not yours, it does not listen to your orders at all, so your spells often do not come out." Peter looked at Neville and said with the wand in his hand, This is my dad's. My dad is an Auror, and I want to use his wand to inherit his valor and not embarrass him, Neville said in a somewhat low mood. Your parents are heroes. Neville, your ability to enter Gryffindor shows that you are full of bravery inside, so you don't need to use a wand to prove anything? Peter comforted. Besides, this is your father's wand, do you still want to take it for yourself? So what will your dad use later? My dad was lying in the hospital, and the therapist said they would have to lie in a hospital bed for the rest of their lives? His wand was no longer needed? Neville stroked his wand and said in frustration. Then if I say that I have the ability to cure your parents, do you believe it? Peter said quietly. Really? Neville jumped up in surprise, but then said in frustration, Peter, don't joke, although you are very powerful, Dumbledore has also visited my parents and fathers, and even he is incompetent. Of course I can't compare with Dumbledore, but there is a specialization in the art industry, and your father's symptoms are that they are tortured by the drill heart curse to the point of mental breakdown, memory fragmentation. This is a problem of memory. Peter said confidently. At this point we would also like to thank Professor Lockhart, who can be said to be a master in memory spells, and I just learned this skill from him. Although it is not guaranteed that your parents will fully recover, but it should not be a problem for them to recover their sanity. Lockhart? Didn't Harry say he was a liar? Neville still couldn't believe it. He is indeed a liar, and the experiences in his books are not his, but the memories of others that he stole. But what kept him undiscovered for so many years was his remarkable ability in memory spells? Peter also sighed. Peter, I want to confirm to you again that what you said would cure my parents, is that true? Neville looked at him expectantly and hesitantly, and said with a frustrated look, our family has experienced it, many times hoped to be disappointed, and now Grandma has given up. Peter nodded solemnly and said, I've tried it many times, and it's a bit of a struggle, but it works. Although Neville had some doubts about Peter's trial, he was still very excited and pulled Peter and ran home. He was going to tell his family the good news. When the old woman of Longbottom listened to Neville's excited words, she did not show a trace of joy on her face, but looked directly at Peter with her eyes. Peter, can you guarantee that your words are true and valid? Don't blame me for not trusting you. After so many blows, we've given up hope. Can't afford to be disappointed again. Old Lady Longbottom looked solemnly at Peter, her eyes sharp, wanting to hear the assurance. Peter was not angry at her distrust. After all, a 15-year-old young man who suddenly ran away would have doubted that he could cure a disease that everyone else was helpless to do. He smiled at her and said, Mrs. Longbottom, I'm not joking, and I don't need to joke about it. If it's any other illness I really can't do anything about it, but in terms of memory, I do have a way. I happened to learn some techniques from Professor Lockhart last semester that should work for the Longbottoms. Lockhart, the guy who wrote the novel. Didn't you say you were admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital? Old Lady Longbottom said incredulously. Professor Lockhart, though not very good in character, is indeed a memory master. In my blackmail. Without consulting him, he taught me everything he had learned from his memory spells. Peter smiled and said, so I still have some confidence in the treatment of the Longbottoms. This is also a generous gift to my lady, who has lent me precious books. Grandma, you let Peter give it a try. Neville couldn't resist exhorting. Mrs. Longbottom looked at her grandson with expectant eyes, and finally agreed to let Peter try it. The next day, the Longbottom family went out. Uncharacteristically, Neville actively ran outside the manor and extended his wand to summon the night bus. Do you really believe he can cure Frank and Alice? Isn't that a joke? Alge looked at Peter in front of him and whispered to Old Lady Longbottom. He and his wife, who came back late last night, expressed doubts about the matter. Dumbledore said Peter was an amazing kid, and since he said there was a cure, I'd like to believe him once, and hopefully he'll have a miracle on Frank and Alice. Old Lady Longbottom said firmly, and then looked at him. If there is no miracle in the end, we can't blame him. After all, he is also well-intentioned. Also, it doesn't hurt to believe it again. We've been disappointed so many times, it's better than no hope. Algie nodded and said. Peter heard the conversation from behind and a smile appeared on his face. Although he is well-intentioned, if the other party does not accept it, it is better to stand by and save resentment. Just after walking to the door of the manor, Peter looked back at the entire manor. Although he looked a little depressed, he could still see the background of being one of the divine 28 pure blood families. I also felt that there was a lot of magic arranged around the manor, protecting the whole manor like an iron barrel. Peter looked at the Muggle settlement in the distance and asked Neville curiously, can the Muggles on the other side see this manor? No, my grandmother said that the manor was magical, and that it was just a dilapidated house in Muggle view, and even if a Muggle came over curiously, he would suddenly think of something urgent and leave. Neville said, Muggle expulsion curse. It's really a lot of magic? Peter nodded. You know so much. Neville looked at Peter adoringly. As long as you study more, you will understand more in the future. Peter patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Peter watched Neville stretch out his wand on the side of the road and asked curiously, are you summoning the night bus? Why not choose Flying Road Network? It should be more effective than this. It was okay, but Uncle Algie said that the Ministry of Magic had suddenly become under martial law these days, especially since the flying net to St. Mungo's Hospital had been shut down, so it was only possible to take the night's bus. Neville replied. Martial law? Is something wrong? Peter asked. I don't know. Uncle Algie said that the Ministry of Magic seemed to be arresting someone, but it didn't make people loud. Neville shook his head and said. Arrest someone. Peter pondered, could it be Blake who escaped? He had been a guest at Longbottom Manor for nearly half a month, and it was now early August, and the Weasleys who had travelled to Egypt should have returned. But it's none of his business. Blake's business is left to Harry Potter, and he doesn't need to be involved. After a while, with a deafening thud, a tall red car suddenly appeared in front of the eyes, as if flashing. Welcome aboard the night bus, an emergency passenger transport for witches or witches in distress. Just stretch out your wand and get in the car and we can take you wherever you want to go. My name is Stanson Parker and I'm your conductor. A conductor in a purple uniform, about 18 years old, with a pair of large fan-eared ears and a few small pimples on his face, jumped down and said skillfully. Then, after looking up at Peter, he shouted in surprise, Peter York. Do you recognize me? Peter asked in surprise. Who doesn't know the genius student Peter York of Slytherin? I was Stanson Parker, a Hufflepuff graduate last year, and it was a pleasure to host both of them. Please get in the car, Stanson Parker said enthusiastically. Please wait, there are 3 more in the back. Neville quickly reminded. I see, let's get in the car and find a good position. Stanson Parker invited the 2 up, then got out of the car and waited. Peter led Neville inside the car, where a traceless stretching spell was cast and a dozen bunk beds were placed. Without a seat, Peter simply took Neville to the bed, and then the 3 of them got into the car. Perhaps there was the majestic presence of the old lady of Longbottom, the conductor who had always been quick-talking, but also became very little talkative, charged the fare for the ride, and hurried back to the front of the car. Drive. Stanson Parker urged. Oh yes, drive. The driver, who had just taken a nap, woke up like a dream, wore glasses with thick positive lenses, and then slammed on the accelerator. The driver didn't seem to be very good at mastering the steering wheel, 1 moment left and 1 moment right, on a straight road, always crashing into the sidewalk and street lights. But the magic car hit nothing. Rows of lamp posts, letterboxes, and trash cans, when the car drove by, all jumped to avoid it, and when it drove past, it returned to its original position. Peter looked at the scene outside the car and thought it was quite interesting, and the bus did not know how to transform it. Before Peter could return the favor, he exclaimed, St. Mungo's Hospital has arrived. He woke Peter up. As the group walked down, Stanson Parker enthusiastically shouted to Peter as he left, Welcome to the bus next time, Peter York. Then the bus directly popped and disappeared in the eyes of everyone. At this time, the crowd was in front of the Baptist department store in London, England, which was an old-fashioned red brick department store with a sign that read closed for renovation. The old lady of Longbottom went to the window and said to an ugly doll, Augusta Longbottom, want to visit the curse to hurt Coffin Clone Barton and Alice Longbottom. The doll in the window nodded and waved their fingers together. Let's go. Old Lady Longbottom said to the people behind her, and then went straight through the glass window. Peter raised an eyebrow and followed suit. As soon as you enter the inside, it is the hospital's waiting reception area, which is very lively compared to the desert outside. There were various counselors on ward numbers and floors of visitors, and therapists busy weaving through the crowd, dressed in dark green robes. There are also all kinds of patients who have a variety of strange magic injuries. Peter saw a patient with a green face covered with cactus balls on his head, and was urgently sent to the hospital by the therapist. Another witch, slowly floating with her wand, floated a comatose man, and walked in, looking inattentive. This gesture instantly attracted the attention of those around him. Merlin, Mrs. Carter, what's wrong with Mr. Carter? A female therapist, who obviously knew them, hurried up and asked. The healer took the witch's husband, quickly examined it with a few spells, and then asked in surprise, Mrs. Carter, why are there so many evil spells on Mr. Carter? And how did my brother disappear? Did he have any attack? I did it. The witch said angrily, this guy can't change eating, and he actually went on a date with other witches behind my back. If I hadn't known black magic, I would have used black magic to cut off his lifeblood. See if he still grows out. When Peter heard this, he immediately felt a chill in his crotch. Mom, the witches of the wizarding world are too fierce. Even if he can grow back after drinking the potion, his husband may have a psychological shadow in the future. Peter hurriedly followed the old lady of Longbottom, and they went straight to the spell damage section on the 5th floor. Mrs. Longbottom, how did you get here? A middle-aged female therapist said in surprise. Delise, Frank, how have they been lately? Mrs. Longbottom asked. The therapist who called Delise looked at the group of people behind Mrs. Longbottom, then shook his head and said, Frank is still a bit of an intermittent mania, especially if you can't hear the noise, so if you want to visit, there are still fewer people, otherwise the patient will hurt you or yourself. I know, thank you Delise, we don't have to go in all of them, it's just me and Peter, and the others are just outside, Mrs. Longbottom said. The Algis nodded, and Neville, though he wanted to go in, held back and leaned over the window to look into the hospital room. Peter followed Mrs. Longbottom into the ward in the curious eyes of the therapist. As soon as I entered, I saw 2 emaciated men and women lying on the hospital beds, both of whom were sleeping. Old Lady Longbottom could not hide the grief in her eyes, and she whispered in a somewhat choked voice, although they are still lying here alive, they can't even recognize their beloved Neville. A lifetime cannot be separated from here, life is better than death. So, boy, if you have a way, please try it. If it can be healed, it is Merlin's blessing, but if it doesn't work, we won't blame you. Rest assured, madam, I'll take a look at their situation first. Maybe things aren't that bad yet. Peter was very sympathetic to the grieving old woman and quickly comforted her. Then he took out his snakewood wand and came to Frank, who placed it on his temple, and with a slight shake, a silver silk thread was drawn out of Frank's head and floated in midair. This is... Old Lady Longbottom looked puzzledly at the silk thread in midair. It's Mr. Frank's memory. Peter explained quietly, and then said, our normal human memory is coherent, like a play from beginning to end. But Frank's memories are tormented by the drill heart curse, and the body can't bear this pain, activating the self-protection mechanism, shielding all senses, including memory, and these memories are like a mess now, and if they don't comb through them, they'll wake up a little better than crazy people. Peter's wand lightly picked up a memory, closed his eyes and felt the contents of the memory, very confused. Almost all the memories seemed to be crushed, there was no clue at all. Peter opened his eyes, and with a wave of his wand, the long silver thread of memory in midair dissipated instantly. Peter, how's it going? I hope it? Old Lady Longbottom asked in a trembling voice. Peter smiled, nodded, and said, it can be treated, but the treatment time is a bit long, it will take about half a year. And I also need memories of all the people who have a good relationship with Frank and Alice. The more the merrier, because I need to rebuild the memory for them. Old Lady Longbottom was incredulous when she heard this, and then the strong old woman suddenly burst into tears, as if in a dream, grabbed Peter's hand, and asked tremblingly, is what you say true? Peter, you're not going to lie to me? Peter smiled and nodded, and said, it is true, madam, under the treatment of Saint Mungo, the other ailments of the body are almost better, and only the memory aspect has not been solved. Perhaps the wizards of the wizarding world were accustomed to the forgotten spell, so the study of memory was not as advanced as that of muggles. You have to thank Professor Lockhart next door, whose legacy I have been able to solve Frank and Alice's illness. Old Lady Longbottom wept with joy at this time and nodded unceasingly. Well, madam, you calm down first, and I'll sort out the memories of the patients first, so that they can at least have sanity first. Peter reassured. Well, you do it first, Peter. You don't have to care about me, I won't bother you. Old Lady Longbottom looked afraid to disturb Peter. What a pity for the hearts of parents in the world. Peter sighed, then walked over to Frank and started again. The long silver wire of memories was picked out by Peter, and then skillfully combed through the memories with a wand, at least so that it could read through. Human consciousness originates from long memories, and when memory is confused, consciousness ceases to exist. So what Peter has to do now is to awaken the patient's consciousness, and he keeps pulling out Frank Longbottom's chaotic memories, keeping only the more clear places, just like the film editor, and subtracting the unsmooth places first. Peter had already experimented with hundreds of repeat offenders, so it took more than 3 hours to revise his memories, and it took Peter himself a little soreness to finally sort out his memories. Peter breathed a sigh of relief, and then the wand lightly tapped Frank Longbottom's forehead, and the silk thread of memory he had combed was instantly retracted back into his brain. Then Peter snapped his fingers, and a lucidity spell was cast on the patient. Then quietly wait for the patient's reaction. The patient opened his eyes, did it, looked at Peter in front of him doubtfully, and asked, who are you? Oh Merlin? Really cured? The old lady of Longbottom looked at this scene in disbelief, and rushed over excitedly to hug Frank Longbottom on the bed, and cried with joy, my son? You're finally awake? The hugged Frank looked at the old woman in front of him with a confused face, and the closeness that grew in his heart made him not resist the old woman's embrace, or asked, who are you? Do we know each other? Old Lady Longbottom's body stiffened, and she immediately raised her head to look at her son and asked nervously, Frank, I am your mother. Don't you remember? Mom? I don't remember. Frank Longbottom shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. Peter, what's going on? Old Lady Longbottom quickly turned her head to look at Peter on the side. Madam, I have already said that it will take more than half a year to cure them, and the drill heart curse has stirred their memories into a pot of porridge. I'm just simply combing through his memories now to get conscious, but he has no way of remembering you and anyone else now, Peter explains. When Mrs. Longbottom heard this, she was immediately relieved and looked lovingly at her son in front of her with a confused but conscious face. She said gratefully, Peter, you can do this, you are already very powerful. I never dreamed of Frank having a sober day, but you did. Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much. Old Lady Longbottom excitedly wanted to bow in thanks, but Peter quickly helped her up. He hurriedly said, Madam, don't do this. This is what I should do. I've only cured Mr. Frank preliminarily, and I'm going to treat Ms. Alice. Yes, Peter, you go on, and I won't bother you with your treatment anymore. Old Lady Longbottom looked at her daughter-in-law, who was still sleeping, and said quickly, nothing to bother with. Peter smiled and shook his head, then suggested to him, Madam, you can try to talk to your son about his past. He is now completely amnesiac and will certainly feel helpless. You are his mother and can give him a sense of security. Old Lady Longbottom nodded gratefully, looked at her son sitting on the bed with a curious look on her face, and a smile of great happiness appeared on her face. After finishing Frank Longbottom's initial treatment, Peter found another hospital bed and skillfully pulled out Alice Longbottom's memories and combed through them again. It should be because Frank had tried his best to protect his wife, but Alice's condition was not as serious as Frank's. Neville had also told him that his mother, after the therapist's treatment, woke up with no memory and did not understand anything, but did not attack the people around her like his father, and when he visited her, he also gave him candy paper. However, unlike patients who have lost their memory due to the forgetting spell, Alice and Frank are tortured by the drill heart curse to the point of mental breakdown, and their consciousness cannot bear the pain that leads to memory confusion. So the memories of the two were like a mess, almost difficult to unravel. However, compared to the more complex Frank, Alice's memory line is also twisted, but it is not a big problem for Peter. After a tedious operation, in just 2 hours, Peter finished combing through Alice's memories. Then the wand was tapped, and the memory was like a contraction line, quickly retracting Alice's brain. With another wave of her wand, a lucid spell landed on Alice. Alice slowly opened her eyes, looked at Peter in front of her, and asked with the same doubt, "Who are you? Do you remember who you are?" Peter asked gently, "Me? I'm Alice Longbottom, why am I here?" Alice looked around and asked with a wary look in doubt. "Don't worry, Ms. Alice, this is St. Mungo's Hospital, and you're safe now," Peter said kindly. "St. Mungo's Hospital? I seem to have heard the name, but why can't I remember it?" Alice Longbottom frowned at the recall, but just had no clue. Watching Alice fall into thought, Old Lady Longbottom whispered excitedly and nervously to Peter, "Does Alice remember this?" Peter shook his head and said, "Her symptoms are much better than Mr. Frank's, but now she only remembers some of them, just as she remembers her name as Alice Longbottom, but doesn't remember St. Mungo's Hospital. Some of you she will remember, but some of you she will forget." That's fine, Old Lady Longbottom said contentedly. "This is much better than before, like a demented person, who can't even eat and drink Lhasa. Now that my initial task is complete, madam, you should still call the therapist, come and check it out, and then we will make the next treatment plan." Peter smiled. Good. I'll call Delena over." Old Lady Longbottom smiled happily, and her smile had not been as good as this one in more than 10 years. Excited, the old lady threw out her wand, summoned a lioness patron saint, and said to it, "Go and call Delena over, just say there is an emergency." The patron saint nodded humanely and then left through the walls of the ward. "Madam didn't expect you to do Dumbledore's modified patroness spell too," Peter said in surprise. Frank was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, founded by Dumbledore, who learned it from Dumbledore, and later taught me this magic in the war in order to be able to contact me in time, Mrs. Longbottom explained. Then she said softly to Peter, "If you want to learn, I will teach you the patroness spell first, and then teach you how to let it preach." "That's great, thank you, ma'am," Peter said happily, "but the patroness spell has been mastered, so I'll almost improve it." Old Lady Longbottom looked at him in amazement, then suddenly smiled and said, "I forgot you were a magic genius. Advanced spells like the patroness charm certainly won't be hard for you." "You're exaggerating," Peter said sheepishly, then turned out the window of the ward and said with a smile, "Maybe they should have been allowed in too, especially Neville, who should be eager to see his parents now." Old Lady Longbottom looked down at Peter's line of sight, and saw her grandson, who was looking inward with his face past the window, and said with love in his eyes, "The most pitiful person in these years is this child. He witnessed the scene of his parents' torment. In order not to let him be affected, we can only use the forgetting spell for him, and when he understands things, he can only follow me to visit the crazy parents regularly. I don't want him to go, but he is very stubborn. Then he can be happy now, and I don't want much longer. Maybe at Christmas time, Frank and Alice can spend Christmas with you at home," Peter said with a smile. Peter took a few steps to the door, opened the door and walked out. Suddenly, the Algis and Neville outside all looked at him eagerly. "Lucky, let's all come in and see Frank and Alice, who are now awake." Peter smiled and then reminded, "But they don't remember people yet, so be prepared." "Really? That's great," the Algiran Bartons said in disbelief. Neville was also very happy, and looked nervously into the door. "Go inside and talk to them about the past. This helps to restore their memories," Peter smiled and said, then gave way to let them in. Peter was at the door and did not enter. He looked inside with a smile on his face, full of joy, but a little homesick. He had been at Longbottom Manor for more than half a month and it was indeed time to go home. Just thinking about it, a middle-aged woman wearing a dark green therapist's uniform rushed in. "Mrs. Longbottom, did you send me a letter saying that there was an emergency, and that something had happened to the 2 patients?" the therapist asked eagerly. "Then I saw 2 patients sitting on the hospital bed, warmly talking to the Longbottom family, and suddenly their eyes widened and their mouths opened." Merlin's beard? How is this possible? She was originally the therapist in charge of Franco and Alice, but she saw 2 patients who had lost their minds and could not take care of themselves, but at this time they were like normal people, which made her unbelievable. "Delena, you're here. My son and daughter-in-law have woken up. Trouble you give them a check to see if they have any other problems?" Old Lady Longbottom said with a smile. The therapist named Delena looked at the 2 patients with curiosity in her eyes, and suddenly became excited, quickly walked to the bed, threw a few spells at the 2 patients, and after examining them, their expressions were even more shocked. Delena turned to Mrs. Longbottom in disbelief and asked, "Madam, how did you do it?" "Actually awakened the patient's consciousness, although their current memory has not been restored, but as long as they recuperate, they can go home normally." When Mrs. Longbottom heard this, the smile on her face was even worse, and she said triumphantly, I invited the guest, he is a magical genius, and it only took a short time to wake up Frank and Alice. Oh. Dalena Derwent's eyes lit up and she asked with reverence, which magic master has achieved such an accomplishment in memory spells? Can you introduce it? Old Lady Longbottom smiled even happier, and she looked at the teenager outside the door and shouted outward, Peter, you come in. Madam, are you looking for me? Did you check out what was wrong? Peter looked at her puzzled. No, it's the healer who is looking for you, he wants to meet you, the master of magic. Old Lady Longbottom said with a smile. The ward had a soundproof spell so Peter couldn't hear the words inside outside. So he looked at the healer doubtfully and asked incomprehensibly, Master of Magic. What do you mean? At this time, Dalena also looked at Peter in surprise, and asked Old Lady Longbottom in disbelief, Madam, do you mean that Frank and Alice were cured by this child? Of course. Old Lady Longbottom nodded affirmatively and introduced himself proudly. Don't look at him young, he caught 2 dark wizards in his 1st grade, one of whom betrayed Frank and Alice as traitors. Winner of the Order of Merlin or winner of the International Wizarding Duel Tournament? It's the junior champion. In fact, there are also adult groups, Peter corrected in embarrassment. In order to increase the degree of topic, the prophet daily deliberately downplayed teenagers. This classification of the group directly said that Peter was the dueling champion, and many wizards in Britain who knew about it subconsciously thought that the junior group champion was the dueling champion. Last semester Peter also single-handedly killed the Millennium Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Neville stuck his head out of his mother's arms and added, he also invited us to eat basilisk meat. Very tasty. It can also replenish mana? Alice Lombardon dotingly stroked Neville's head, for though she had forgotten many things, she remembered only her own children. Neville looked into his mother's gentle eyes and leaned very happily into his mother's arms, something he could do in his dreams, but now it has come true, which made him very grateful and adored Peter. Hearing their words, Dalena walked up to Peter and asked in surprise, You are Peter York. I'm Dalena Derwent and it's an honor to meet you. I didn't expect your memory spell to be so powerful. The 2 patients who had helplessly bound us were cured so quickly? In fact, it is not yet cured, their memory has not been restored, so it will take a while to restore their memory to be considered a cure. Peter shook his head and said, What? You mean you can still fix their memories? Dalena was shocked again. She thought that being able to regain consciousness was already the greatest ability, but she didn't expect Peter to restore their memories. This seemed completely impossible to her. Peter wasn't much surprised by the therapist's fuss. The memory spell is studied to the deepest level, and in fact, it is the soul that is related. Because it is the soul that carries the memory, this is also the result of Peter's experimentation with hundreds of prisoners. Wizards are very evasive about the study of the soul, just like the 3 unforgivable spells, all of which act on the soul, so they are strictly forbidden by the Ministry of Magic. And accustomed to the convenience of borrowing magic, as long as there is enough time, wizards can easily heal major damage to the body, but for the memory of this delicate work that touches the soul, it is not very deep. Peter's current level of memory spell magic far exceeded that of Lockhart. After all, no one could be as bold as Peter, violating the laws of the Ministry of Magic and experimenting with memory spells on hundreds of prisoners. In the Muggle world today, there are still many people who have become idiots in prisons, as well as those prisoners who have changed their personalities, and they are talking about it. Peter smiled politely at the therapist, then walked over to Mrs. Longbottom and said, Now that the first stage is complete, there is no longer any need for me to do anything. The next thing is for you to collect the memories of them from friends and family, preferably all the memories from their childhood to the present, and then I will come back and reshape the memory tray. Hearing Peter's farewell, Mrs. Longbottom said with some reluctance, Can't you stay a few more days? We haven't thanked you yet? No, madam, I've been bothering with your house for a long time, and I'm homesick too. Peter shook his head, politely refused, and then looked at the 2 people on the hospital bed and instructed, after collecting their memories, Please notify me in time, I will come quickly. The Longbottom family nodded to Peter. Since you're so homesick, let Algie send you back. Old Lady Longbottom commanded. No, madam, I have my own way of going back. Peter shook his head and smiled. Then a golden phoenix appeared out of thin air in the room, hovering in midair. See you next time, guys. Peter smiled and nodded to the crowd, then grabbed the phoenix's feet with both hands and disappeared into the same place as a ball of flames. Leaving everyone looking at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Back home, Peter was again in a laid-back state, spending the rest of his time in the manor, except for the occasional trip to important parties with his Aunt Christine. The Longbottom's memory collection was a tedious task, so it could not be completed in a short period of time, so Peter thought that he would wait until the start of school. But on the evening of mid-August, when Peter and his aunt were eating dinner, the housekeeper Welsh walked in and reported, Little young master, there is a classmate of yours outside the manor, have you invited him in? Peter's hand froze, full of puzzlement, and asked, Classmate? What's his name? How could it come at this time? He was the Harry Potter you took over last time, and I looked like he was running away from home, with his suitcases in place. Vare said, Harry Potter? How did he come to me? Isn't he supposed to take the night bus to the Cauldron Bar? Peter said in surprise. After all, he and Harry Potter are not too close, how did he come to him? And now is the tense time for Blake's escape. The Ministry of Magic people think that Blake's escape is to find Harry Potter, so they should be more strict with him, but they will not let him run around, and don't wait for a while to lure the Ministry of Magic over. He seems to be your apprentice. Wales invited him in, so late to come here, there must be nowhere to go. Christine put down the cutlery and said quickly. After a while, Harry Potter walked in, and Wales helped him pull a suitcase. Peter, can I spend the night with you tonight? I escaped from the Dursleys? Harry said with some embarrassment. After all, he and Peter were the only ones within the city limits of London, closer together. Peter looked curiously at Harry's thoughts, only to find that because of his appearance, Harry, after blowing up Vernon Dursley's sister Maggie, escaped in the confusion and then took the bus straight to him. Peter was speechless at this point, and it felt a little funny to think of Fudge, the minister who was waiting for Harry Potter at the Leaky Cauldron bar. At this time, the Oro of the Ministry of Magic are probably looking for Harry Potter all over the place, and may even think that Harry Potter has been captured by Blake. After all, during his tenure, Blake escaped directly from Azkaban and now captured Harry Potter, whose life and death are uncertain, then his ministerial career is probably going to end. The identity of Harry Potter's savior is still very concerned today, until Harry Potter announced the return of Voldemort, and the image was damaged under the rendering of the Ministry of Magic. So the disappearance of Harry Potter would be something that the Ministry of Magic was very concerned about. You came by ordinary bus, Harry, don't you know that there are night buses in the wizarding world, and as long as you stand on the side of the road and extend your wand, you can summon it, very fast, just like the phantom shapeshifter? Peter asked amusedly. I don't know, Harry said with a smirk. Well, it looks like you haven't eaten yet. Harry, come here, we're having dinner too. Christine interrupted Peter and said kindly to Harry. No, I'm not hungry. Harry looked at the food on the table and shook his head. Then there was a grunting sound in his stomach, which was very loud in the living room, and Harry was even more embarrassed. Well, Harry, now that you're here, don't be inhibited, come and eat. Peter smiled and said, I know you've been cooking for the Dursleys all night, and you're definitely hungry without taking a bite. Peter, how do you know? After sitting down in one of the newly added chairs, Harry asked in surprise when he heard Peter's words. Peter York, don't use your mind-reading skills to show off, that's rude. Christine, who apparently knew his nephew, used mind-reading to see what others were thinking, glared at Peter, and reprimanded. Afterwards, he enthusiastically handed Harry a variety of delicacies and invited Harry to live in the manor for the next few days. I'm afraid not. Peter shook his head and said. Look at the look in her aunt's eyes at herself, and Harry's embarrassed expression. Peter knew they had misunderstood, and quickly explained, the magic vigilance I set up outside the manor has been touched, and a wizard has come. I think it should be the people of the Ministry of Magic. They should be looking for Harry to find madness. Looking for me? Why would the people of the Ministry of Magic look for me? Harry was stunned and asked incomprehensibly. It's a special time, and there's a guy in Azkaban who's escaped from prison, and the people at the Ministry of Magic think he's coming for you, so they're very concerned about your safety. You have now suddenly escaped from Dursley's house, which the people of the Ministry of Magic did not expect, so you should have tracked it down here. Peter explained, and then said amusingly, this time the Ministry of Magic has acted quickly, and I think it is the credit of Minister Fudge. Without saying a word for a while, Wales, standing in the doorway, was hit by a confusing spell that came in from outside, and stood there dumbfounded. Then several Aurors walked in, and in the middle of the Aurors stood the stocky Minister Fudge. As soon as Fudge saw Harry, he was relieved, and then with a complaining tone, he said kindly, Harry, you are really a little troublemaker. You run out of the house without saying hello. The Aurors are looking for you all over the place. They all think you have an accident. Minister Fudge, you rushed in so suddenly and cast a spell on my butler. What does that mean? Does that mean you can break into other people's houses at will? Peter looked at Fudge coldly and said. Hearing Peter's voice, Fudge turned his head to find him and said in surprise, Peter York, I didn't expect you to be here. Oh, this is your manor. Sorry, emergency. We thought Harry Potter was kidnapped by a dark wizard, so we had to take special measures. Dark wizard? You're talking about Blake, haven't you caught him yet? He should not have a wand, all this, and he still can't find it? Peter said with a look of surprise on his face. Fudge was suddenly embarrassed by Peter's yin and yang strangeness, explaining, we suspect that he may have found another wand, so that he can escape the Auror's pursuit. After all, he was once a minion of a mysterious man. The minions of the mysterious man? Black? Are you sure he was Voldemort's henchman? Peter asked rhetorically. Sizzle. When Auror and Fudge heard Voldemort's name, they both looked at Peter in horror. Fudge looked at Peter as if he were trying to persuade an ignorant and reckless teenager, and said, Peter, I know that you live on the Muggle side, so you don't know anything about the mysterious man, but when the mysterious man once ravaged the wizarding world, no one dared to call him by his name, because it would bring disaster to himself. Minister, I ask you, do you think Voldemort is dead? Peter asked directly. Hey, how could you ask a question like that? Peter. Fudge looked at Peter strangely and said, of course the mysterious man is dead. Then, since Voldemort is dead, why are you still afraid to call out his name? That's too timid. You're the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Fudge, you're a minister, don't you even have the courage to do that? So how else to lead the wizarding world? After all, if Voldemort returns, you don't even dare to shout his name, and you can still expect to raise your wand to whom he is? Peter looked at Fudge and the Aurors with a smile on his face, but his mouth was not polite at all. The mysterious man can't return. Peter, your joke is not funny at all, Fudge said somewhat angrily. Then I ask the minister not to be so afraid of the name Voldemort. You represent the entire Ministry of Magic? Since Voldemort was dead, there was no need to be afraid of him, didn't he? Otherwise, you adults would pass on this fear to our children all day long. What a sin and joke. After all, an old guy who has been dead for more than 10 years, you are all afraid of becoming like this, so what else should the Ministry of Magic do? Peter looked at Fudge with a smirk and said, I won't tell you. Now that we've found Harry Potter, we'll say goodbye. Fudge was a little overwhelmed by Peter's words and simply did not talk to him. Turning to Harry with a grudging smile, he said, Harry, come with us. I have booked a room for you in the Cauldron Bar, and there will be a few Aurors guarding you and keeping you safe. This is a special time. We need to keep you safe. Harry, somewhat overwhelmed, looked at Peter and Christine, then at Fudge and the Aurors, shook his head, and said, No, Minister, I live here, and Peter is here to protect me, and it will be all right. I'm afraid not, Harry. This is a Muggle settlement. We can't send a large number of Aurors over, and it's easy to expose, so for your safety, it's safest to move to a specific area, and we can't put you in any danger. Fudge shook his head and said, in a firm tone, Do you still want to forcibly pull him away? As for the Aurors, they can't even deal with a guy who has been tortured by Dementors for more than 10 years, so don't add to the chaos. Harry, since he wants to live here, I will keep him safe. There was no need for the minister to be so anxious for Harry. Peter walked over to Harry and looked at Fudge and said, Peter, don't you want to make trouble? Do you think you, a 15-year-old, still want to duel with a dark wizard who once blew up a street? Fudge said to Peter with a bad look in his eyes. Well, at least the 12 dark wizards who raided my manor at night, I didn't let any of them leave my manor alive. If you're saying that Blake is really going to come here to catch Harry, then he'd better pray not to come here. Otherwise, don't say that he once blew up an entire street. Even if he was possessed by Voldemort, he still didn't want to get out of here alive. Peter said coldly. Hearing Peter's words, Fudge's eyes widened, and he remembered that the fierce man in front of him, when he was in the 1st grade, had destroyed 12 foreign dark wizards and captured the achievements of the 2 mysterious people. And Harry behind Peter, looking at Peter's back at this time, was like seeing a mountain, looking at him with adoration and envy. He thought how good it would be if he had such strength. Peter didn't bother to think of these people, and he went straight to Wales, who had been cast with the confusion spell, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he instantly removed the spell from his body. Huh? Young master, how did these people end up here? Wales watched the men warily, instinctively pulling out a pistol and protecting Peter. Well, Wales, don't worry, these people are the so-called government departments of British wizards, and they won't mess around. After all, they just broke into our manor? Peter pressed the pistol in Welsh's hand and said sarcastically. The bullet in this pistol was specially customized for wizards, and he had engraved a rune that he had learned from the forbidden handcuffs to limit magic. Even if the wizard is blocked in front of him with the iron armor charm, the bullet will ignore the magic of the iron armor spell and hit the wizard directly. This is Peter for his Aunt Christine after experiencing the Dark Wizard's night raid. And the steward Welsh prepared to deal with the wizards who wanted to be ill-intentioned toward them. Of course, Peter wasn't worried, either Kristen or Wales, revealing the bullet's secret to the Muggle hierarchy. Because the runes above are not just carved exactly the same, they have the ability to forbid demons. Because it is after all a rune in the ancient magic text, it still needs to be replenished with magic, so the Muggles are useless after getting it. Peter York, have you forgotten that you are not yet 17 years old and cannot use magic outside of school? This time I saw it with my own eyes, and let a Muggle who is not your relative see the magic world. Do you want to be expelled from school and accused by the Ministry of Magic? Fudge seemed to have grasped Peter's handle, and said sternly with an angry and triumphant tone, Minister, don't slander me, I don't have a wand on me, or you can let the Auror search himself. Peter said with an innocent face, open hands, loose short sleeves and empty hands. There was no possibility of hiding the wand at all. You're using wandless magic. And I saw it with my own eyes, and you can deny it. Fudge said angrily. I'm sorry, Minister Fudge, I used to avoid accidentally breaking the laws of the Ministry of Magic one day, so I deliberately memorized all the laws you made, so I am very familiar with the terms inside. Even if you take me to the Wizengamma for trial, if you check that my wand does not contain the magic you accuse, then I am not guilty. Not even if you're a minister? Unless you want to overthrow Wizengamma and enact your one-man dictatorship club, Peter said with a smile. Then he looked at a middle-aged Auror coldly and said, Wales is not an outsider. He has followed me around since my grandfather's time, took care of my father and my 2 generations, and is my most respected family. The next time someone dares to use magic on my family with a wand, I will cut off his arm directly, whether he is a dark wizard or an Auror. The middle-aged Auror was intimidated by Peter's eyes and was a little afraid to look at him. He was the one who had just used the confusion spell on Wales. Peter York, don't go too far. We are officials of the Ministry of Magic. We just came here to take away and protect Harry Potter. What is your intention in provoking the Ministry of Magic several times? Fudge said angrily. What is the intention? Peter looked at Fudge and sneered, "Well, Minister Fudge, I don't care if the majesty of your Ministry of Magic can be applied to wizards, but this is the Muggle community. Are you so brazenly running to the Muggle lands to find trouble? Are you preparing to invade Muggle territory? I happen to have a phone call from the Queen and Prime Minister of England. Do I need to confirm with them? When is the York Manor territory the territory of the Ministry of Magic? Or are you really ready to start a war with Muggles like those brainless pureblood families?" Hundreds of years ago, he was chased by Muggles to hide in Tibet, and after inventing the Muggle expulsion spell and hiding it for a few days, did he feel that his strength had increased greatly? Peter York, don't forget that you're a wizard. Are you going to betray the wizards and throw yourself into the Muggle camp? Fudge snapped. "I didn't say that, Minister, but you seem to have forgotten that I am a nobleman of the Muggle world, that my estates are all here, and that my family is a Muggle. That you mean that you want me to abandon my relatives? I am afraid that many wizards in the wizarding world will not agree. After all, they all have Muggle relatives to a greater or lesser extent. This is a constant family affection." Peter smiled and squinted. Fudge had never been treated like this since he came to power, and he was eager to put Peter directly in Azkaban, but he couldn't. This guy was slippery. His mouth was full of sarcasm, but he couldn't grasp the handle. It was a real headache. Thinking about it, he thought he should just let Harry Potter live here, and it was a big deal that he would send some more Aurors around the manor to protect Harry Potter at all times. "Let's go." Fudge didn't want to stay here at all, and turned around to leave. "Slowly, take Harry Potter with you." Peter's voice came suddenly. Fudge turned to Peter in amazement, as if to make sure he had heard correctly, and asked, "You mean let's take Harry away?" Harry looked at Peter in astonishment, not understanding why Peter had suddenly asked him to follow the Aurors. "When you wake up tomorrow morning, both Ron and Hermione will be at the Cauldron Bar, and I'm sure you'd prefer to stay with them." Peter smiled and explained to Harry that his eyes were glowing with a faint blue light at this time, looking very mysterious. Then he turned to look at the Aurors around him and said, "If you leave Harry Potter behind, there will be a bunch of transvestites around my manor, and I don't want people to think that we are a weird place here. So take Harry Potter with you?" When Harry heard that he would be able to join his two partners tomorrow, he was more willing to go to the Cauldron Bar. Then Peter stood in the doorway and watched faintly as the Aurors gathered around Fudge and Harry and disappeared into the night. Then he glanced at a black dog in the grass not far from the door, turned to Wales and said, "Give the dog in the grass a few dishes that we haven't eaten yet. He looks hungry."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.